absolutely nothing but noise. Okay, let me call somebody else to say something coherent, hopefully. Okay, there we are. That's... Oh, thank God. Thank God. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We are live. Thank you so much for being there. Deeply appreciate it beyond my ability to express. Okay, I'm going to call Salman, and let's hope he's able to come on. And we'll just, we are live, of course, and we'll just start streaming as soon as possible, with hopefully the both of you making as much noise to burn bandwidth as possible while I just get myself together, if that's at all possible. I'll explain the situation to both of you soon enough. Just irritating and enough to take me totally off the rails. And without, people like yourself in particular, and our dear brother Salman, and anyone else who can join us, really would be lost on days like this. Okay, so Pack 1 says he's available. Are the services that he is? We'll find out about that. Same with Amanda Yu. Let's see if we can add her on. And, of course, Daniel as well. And there we are. Press the add button. Peter will add on at the normal time. Brendan hasn't responded to my question about it, so I may as well add him just in case. Certainly won't hurt. Is there anyone I'm forgetting?
What about Amanda?
Oh, I clicked her. Thank you. That's funny. She's like, she's got like two buttons. Oh, that's right. She's got two fucking, what do you call it? Accounts. Yeah, at least.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so that explains that. I'm pretty sure I hit the right one, or the one that she uses, the one that I've spoken to her on. Okay, and let's see if anyone has joined us. Is it just you and I still? And if that's the
Seems
case,
that way.
wow, that's shouldn't be that way for too long. But he says, "Oh, give me till 8:05, brother. Talk soon." Okay, there we are. So we'll call him in about call him 5 minutes after the top of the hour. Our brother Salman, if you would. Okay, until then, it's just you and I, and which basically means just you.
All right. Well, folks, there's a lot going on in my life. Okay, so I was privy to this very interesting incident that's not far from the Verrazano Narrows Expressway. Now, to those of you who don't know, the Staten Island Expressway goes into the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, which crosses from Staten Island to Brooklyn. And in this underpass, which I was walking under to get to my house, there happens to be a station where they have like natural gas. And so they have all these pipes and whatnot. And so as I was walking past that area, because there's a parking lot like adjacent to it, from which, you can shop at like Seatown or whatever, there is a car that is literally vertically, that was wedged somewhere in between the pipes of the freaking power station, whatever the Con Edison was using it for. And there was like a fence around it and a cop car. And I was like, how the hell did the driver manage to get the car wedged in there like that?
Oh, oh my God.
It's just like the car was literally at a 30-degree angle from the ground with its nose touching the ground and the rear lifted up.
That's incredible.
Staten Island is fucking crazy. These
Yeah.
people, they probably do this so that they can like get insurance. They like crash the cars deliberately.
Oh.
But the thing is, why would you freaking crash the car somewhere where there's a potential of explosion? Because that natural gas pipeline, it has methane gas in it.
I doubt they think that far ahead, but I'm not quite sure if they intended it in this case. It sounds like something so crazy that somebody trying to do something to get insurance wouldn't go that far. I don't think, not
Yeah,
intentionally.
it seems like someone intended this.
Wow.
And this is just insane. It's interesting. I didn't see any body. I didn't smell any death. I know what the smell of death smells like quite intimately. I have smelled cadavers before. Wow.
And just out of
something
curiosity,
that's
I'm sure you'll share those experiences. But before you do, let's tend to a few responsibilities in the chat room. I do want to say hello to two lovely ladies, and one of them, Nancy Volker. Since you were in the chat, you should have attended to this right away, in the sense that she says, "I'm watching your Holocaust vid. What to watch first? Watch us first, honey." Tell her that you listen to what's live first, darling. Then you can listen to the other, you review the other vid at your leisure. And love you dearly. And Conspiracy Kitty is here with us. That's Shauna Bando. She says, "I made it, shared, but need to lay down and listen. Too hot to do anything else. Hugs, Douglas." Wow. Oh, well, wherever she's at. Love you dearly, honey. Thank you for joining us. And of course, just for grins and giggles, as I've noticed in the past, as soon as we start the program, usually it's just, the gang stalker faggot, Richard K. Cole Jr., who puts his thumbs down. But he hasn't been joined by, he's managed to scare away even his, what little clique he had of essentially Stephen Cosmos, author, in joining him to do this like right away, where they all sat down together and just did this as a seance. And that person is like not usually on the beam or on the ball where he's right there with him. So it's Derek Talley, basically. Derek Talley has been doing this ever since I exposed him as an asset. He's just been coming back every episode, because we've only had two doing it at once since Derek Talley was exposed. And so it's basically him, and he's run to the only people that'll have him now, because of course he was always one of them. And there you have it, all that talk about Jesus and he's my Lord and Savior. You notice he never said it much anyway.
his allegiance was to the Marines.
Yeah.
And I bet you the person who had the freaking donut stuck up their ass was him.
Yeah.
He probably tried to shove a donut up his ass so that he could retrieve it in basic training with his fat ass. And he probably realized once he retrieved it, oh shit, it smells like shit. It's covered in shit.
That didn't stop him. By the way, we had a third person just join in on the downvote, so that was Stephen Cosmos, author. So it's basically those three now. Either that or Pavel Edward. One of those three. Anyhow. I'm not even in the space to speak. Nancy Volker heard what we said, so that's wonderful. Conspiracy Kitty, a.k.a. Shauna Bando, said, "I'm in Minnesota, but it's so hot here, and my air conditioner died, waiting for maintenance in the next few days to be able to breathe." Oh my God, you poor dear. I'm so sorry to hear that. Why would it take them days? Probably because they're in high demand, I would imagine.
And also because the heat is probably insufferable for anyone to go out there. I've started to take cold showers, and just ice cold. As soon as I turn the shower on, as soon as that's cold water, I just jump in. Usually it's a shock at first, but I'm starting to realize that there's something to it. It does work.
Oh, good. Yeah, we could go into that sometime. Salman Sheikh now joins us as well. And very glad to have him with us, because I'll be counting on both of you gentlemen to burn bandwidth through this opening hour. Salman Sheikh, my dear brother, if you would, with your customary greeting, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. Good evening, and much love and peace be with you, JMO, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. Glad to be with you here tonight, and sorry if I got a little late.
No worries. The fact that you're here at all is a lifesaver, just as Jameson Reese is, most certainly, and I owe him an illustration for his patience with me, and peace be upon you and all your own as well, dear brother Salman. Blessings be upon thee. And so what happened since the two of you are here? Basically, so both of you know, my temporary dental crown fell out again, so that means I have to go in to have it reinserted as soon as transmission is over, so to speak, meaning that I can't go there till 8:30 in the morning. I'm usually finished with the transmission around 4:30 in the morning Pacific Daylight Time. Might finish a little early today, which gives me maybe an hour to catch up on some sleep. Not that I haven't had adequate sleep, but that would be a fair stretch without sleep until I got home from the dentist, which is doable, but it's just irritating as hell. And so it's usually that as soon as the transmission is over, I go straight into drinking, and then I'm too amped up to go to sleep for many hours, so I can't do that before going to the dentist. Not that I'm trying to maintain airs, mind you. I wouldn't care going to them, reeking of alcohol. They're not people who deserve my respect, but it's simply a sense of my own personal safety at issue, because I take a cab to get there, and it's no joke. In San Francisco, you put your hands into the life of basically some kind of psychotic every time you enter a cab. And, God knows what would happen if you're in a inebriated enough state where they could take advantage of you. Of course, I could tell you horror stories. Primary one being a woman who was raped by her cab driver, who then beheaded her. Then
what the hell?
Oh yeah, then dumped her in a landfill. That was here in San Francisco. My father caught a cab ride with the man who did that shortly before he did what he did. So that was Town Taxi, so everybody knows that, just so everybody knows which company that was. And I could go into the details of that in the near future, but just because I can't resist it now that I'm on the story, in the cabs in San Francisco, they're basically gang colors. So you had yellow, you had black and white checker, you had these various Town Taxi veterans. Each one of these was dominated by an ethnic gang they were just enclaved around, and was it Luxor? No, it was yellow. It was yellow in particular at the time, that was dominated by Brazilians. They were all ethnically Brazilian, and they all spoke Portuguese, and basically they were running it as a sideshow to their pizza delivery, because just as the Cambodians, this is something people can look up, the Cambodians ethnically enclaved and dominated the donut franchises across America, then what the Brazilians did was they dominated the pizza franchises. And you'd get in the cab and it would just reek of pizza because they were using it to deliver their pizzas in. It's this kind of shit. And then with the Town Taxi, or was it Black and White Checker? It was, I think it was Town, was all Soviet Central Asian migrants, meaning they were all Turkic ethnicity in general, and Sovietized Muslim, meaning that they were godless and apostate, but they were like culturally Muslim, but Sovietized, and they were the absolute worst. And so one of them was the dude who raped and beheaded this woman. And at that time we still had a coroner's office in San Francisco. That was the death of the coroner's office, which was already suffering from countless scandals. And but what happened at that point was, when this guy was taken to court, then the forensic pathologist at the San Francisco coroner's office did everything he could on the side of the murdering rapist, saying, oh, this woman was a slut and a whore, and she threw herself on this man and raped him. She raped the cab driver, and in self-defense he beheaded her. This is what the forensic pathologist said. And and basically everybody thought that he was a co-religionist, that he was some kind of Muslim fundamentalist. The coroner, not the cab driver, because the cab driver was just culturally Muslim, as I said. But it turned out the guy was simply a pathological misogynist. He just hated women, the pathologist. And that was the death of the coroner's office in San Francisco. We no longer have a coroner's office. So everything is leased out or contracted out to UCSF, which keeps the bodies, and then they either run the pathology or they actually, do something en route. I think they just keep the bodies and then they give it to other coroners' offices in other counties to do the work. So there you have that. A little bit of backstory. In the meantime, of course, I'm just irritated beyond description. Going to try and get into, first off, some, monologue later tonight, but I do want to let people know beforehand that because of the situation, Allah be praised. God is good. Stephen Myers, remind me to give him a shout out when I start my monologue, Jameson, because he sent me $50 United States, and he did that just in time for me to use that to get to the dentist and back. If it weren't for him, I would have had to ask everybody for that money, and I'll do that anyway. I would ask everybody for money anyway, because my check does not deposit from SSDI until Tuesday, the 3rd, till the 3rd of every month. So it won't be until tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, that it deposits on Tuesday the 3rd. And so I have no money to get to the dentist and back. So they got to tend to this for free because it's a replacement cap that fell out. So they have to do this. But getting there and back is what cost me money. So Stephen Myers provided me that. And but certainly I do need money before the 3rd, probably. God knows I'll probably spend all day sleeping and not wake up until the 3rd when I get home. But if I am awake, I will be, probably famished and looking for something to eat aside from Meals on Wheels, which are fine, but not necessarily all that filling. So aside from that, I think hydration. I've got Coke and I've got beer, which is fine because I blend that together to make what the Germans call diesel, blending the Coke and the PBR. But aside from that, I do need water because I can't use the tap water. I've got a few bottles left, but I'm going to be drinking them tonight. So just so people understand that. And but other than that, even if nobody gave a cent, I'd be okay. But it'll be ideal if people do donate whatever they can. And so aside into the PayPal, because I know Salman's sending his check later, when it comes, and God bless him for that. So aside from that, I will now retreat for, going to go mute, going to finish drinking the diesel in front of me, and then basically try to do something to get some oxygen into my brain. Both of you gentlemen, the stage is yours, and do burn bandwidth, and I'll be back soon. I mean, 10 minutes at the most. But honestly, without you people here, there would be nobody burning bandwidth right now because I just, So love you both. Stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Much love, Brother Douglas. How are you, JMO? How's your weekend? How's your week going, and how's everything going in general?
Interesting you ask. I'm on a new, I'm on naltrexone, which is supposed to stop, alcohol cravings and
nice.
Stop opioid, oddly enough, it is doing neither. Rather, to be quite honest, I have to kind of be quiet about this because I find that the naltrexone makes me able to drink as much as I want without getting that nasty hangover headache. And I'm still altered. I don't understand why that's possible. And that added with the DXM, it's literally become a booster. It's literally like something different now. It's very interesting how that substance has cleared me. Naltrexone.
All
I
right.
don't know
And
why, but for some reason, it's bringing a lot of the traumatic experiences from the past are starting to come back to me, as are my reactions to crowds and things like that.
mhm. That's interesting, JMO, because the aspect of medicine, I guess even in the medical field, they call it this system of practice where they're figuring out what these different medicines do to your body. So I guess this is what you're discovering, that this thing was designed to help you in some way, but instead it's having an opposite effect on your body where it's basically bringing you in a state where your tolerance level is going up for the things that you're trying to avoid. So that's interesting that you discovered
Well,
that
no,
in your
honestly,
studies.
well, it is helping me. It's not. It doesn't bring up the tolerance level at all.
Hmm.
Rather, what it does is it prevents that. It prevents this mechanism from. It prevents the inhibitions that come with the use. And so,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
some reason, I feel like all of a sudden my prefrontal cortex is activated, and whereas before it feels like that was never the case. And
Right.
so this actually seems to be working very well for me, and I'm going to try to reduce my reliance on other things so that I can just get right. I'll just use the pharmaceutical medicine that I'm prescribed as prescribed, and eventually get my way back to stability.
That's awesome, my brother. I hope everything goes good for you, and it looks like you kind of figured out a plan of something that's working for you. And that's the main thing, JMO, is when you're on that path of self-improvement and addressing a situation in your life, once you find something that works and stick to it, then it's basically it all works out from there. So I'm glad you found something like that.
Yeah, how have things been going on in your region?
Everything's been okay. The weather's been getting cooler, and what's going on right now is with the city, they're making it mandatory for the vaccinations because you still have this crowd, JMO, that are refusing to, let's say, kind of get their act together. And it's like what Brother Douglas has said about the propaganda of the Kremlin that's telling them that it's a hoax and they don't want to get the vaccine and they don't want to wear the mask. So now you have the cases that are getting higher now and people are getting sick. And it's important that people get this vaccine. It cannot be stressed enough that you have to get the vaccine and you have to follow the safety protocols. Even my home country of Pakistan, JMO, I was on the news the other day that now you can't go to school, you can't go to restaurants, you can't travel, you can't do anything without unless you get the vaccine. So it's heading that way because even there, you have people that refuse to listen and basically follow this common sense protocol that's there to basically help us. So over here, it's let's see what the fall and winter has in store for us. But besides that, it's funny. I was watching a trailer of the new Assassin's Creed DLC that's coming out for the new game, and it's called The Siege of Paris. And this is what makes me laugh sometimes because it's all this information that Brother Douglas shares, like the aspect of him sharing his Roswell Deception book. And right after that, the government comes out with their papers of disclosure. And this one it made me laugh because at one of his transmissions, he talks about Rat Girl, about this girl in San Francisco who could summon the rats anytime
Oh
she could.
yeah.
And in this new Assassin's Creed, in the DLC, one of the features to attack your enemy, and it's funny, it's a female assassin, is to summon an army of rats to attack your enemies. So it goes to show you that there are people listening to Douglas and they are following his stuff. And you have to take his information seriously. And when I saw that, it reminded me of Douglas right away about the new feature to attack enemies in the new expansion coming out with the female assassin and her power to summon rats. So I think they owe Douglas royalties.
No doubt. I mean, that's freaking awesome. I will say that I started to look towards the Orient and the East, specifically their calligraphy of how they, make their kanji and their characters. And so I've started to use this as influence for how I make my sigils. So instead of just making something scrolling it in ink and burning it and throwing away, I started to put like my all and my art into it. And what I'm getting is like a almost living piece, a composition. You know, I will definitely share with you guys what I've created, you know, once I'm complete this. But it's just I've been really inspired, and it's interesting because over the weekend I did cross another person who was wearing a shirt that had the same sigil of Lucifer on it that I had. And when I was on the ferry, there was this guy who started talking to me, and another black male who was saying, like, you know, he wanted to know more about this stuff because he realizes that much of what we were taught from the Western European standpoint was just wrong. And he told me that, you know, while they were, you know, enforcing Christianity on the slaves, what they were doing was they were stealing our rituals, they were stealing our ways of the craft for their own power.
Yeah, I agree completely, JMO. And even with me, with the I guess with the world that I deal with, even they also have a bias, I guess, for everything that's in the West. So they only want to give credits to Greeks and Romans, and nothing wrong with that. But you got to look at the whole picture, that everything comes from the East in many ways. So even in my education videos that I have done for these past few years, I always focus on the East, because the East is what's been often that's neglected, not just the Islamic aspect of Lucifer, such as Iblis, but you have all of these like Eastern religions, like Shintoism from Japan, which Brother Douglas has mentioned too, what the Empire of Japan had followed. And so many of these different faiths, like Confucianism, Shintoism, the esoteric Hindu stuff, like the esoteric Islamic stuff, Zoroastrianism. It's so much stuff, JMO, that from the East that they don't teach us. And I'm glad that you're beginning to see that in your studies as well. It all comes full circle eventually.
Yes, it does. And unless we're able to unite the East and the West, the wisdom from both paths into one composite construct, you know, I think the closest people who have done that, I believe, are the people who are the Haitian Voodooan culture.
Yes, that's exactly right.
And it's important to note that, you know, they do not see like they see these other entities as being alongside us all the time. We're just not able to see them. And as I advance in my practice, I'm able to see these entities more and more. I'm able to see these sort of humanoid blurs that look like shadows. And, you know, what I do is I just give them my acknowledgement, and they go on and do their thing. And I'm at peace with it.
Right. You know, it's interesting because there's a Sufi order from Africa, specifically, I believe it's from West Africa, that I had a chance to sit down with many of their, I guess, disciples in my own studies as well. And it's like what we always came to this realization that in the West, they always tell you to fear the aspect of the infernal or the demons or Lucifer. Over there, like especially in the Sufi stuff and in the ancient African tribal stuff, they incorporate all of that stuff, all of those teachings and all sides of the equation, because one side cannot exist without the other. And if you're just looking at one side of the story, you're not going to get the whole picture. You have to realize, okay, this is the divinity, this is the infernal, this is the Sufi aspect, this is the tribal aspect. And how can I incorporate all of this, basically the point within the circle, and that 360-degree knowledge and point of view where you encompass all of that? That's when you truly get it. While here, they just tell you one side and tell you to fear the other. And that's not how you have a complete being, you could say, or someone who's on that path of knowledge. You can't have that full completion.
I agree. And one of the reasons why I think they do that is because in the West, we have a sort of dichotomy where we seem to separate the spirit from matter,
Yeah.
rather than realizing that spirit and matter are one, and this stuff is going on all the time. And this takes me back to something that I've learned from Michael Aquino and Douglas Dietrich. And this also inspired my craft as far as making artifacts. Now, what you can do is, if you have a specific seal or sigil, you can create something that's all purpose for yourself, and I don't know, bind it to something like a show stone, like a shoe stone, something that one would use for divination. Usually they sell these things. They're like made of onyx. It's like a black circular onyx, and I bind my sigils to it. I fix blood to it, and what you do over time is you're building a charge. Rather than burning the sigils after one finishes a spell, what one does is one affixes that to the back of, this artifact. And what this does is it builds a presence. Because what Michael Aquino realized was that after rituals, there would be a sort of presence in the air, a sort of presence that hung in the air that I don't think Anton LaVey had very much appreciation for. And that was precisely what caused him to found the Temple of Set, which I'm sure Douglas knows all the secrets that he had. The thing is, with this presence, we have a sort of take on the West where you banish after each ritual. You get rid of the spirits. You tell them to go about their way. And this strikes me as a form of hubris, because in reality, they were always there to begin with. They were never not around you, even when you call them up. And so what you do is, by not banishing and by putting this into the sort of artifact, if you will, you create something of power that you can carry around with you. Rather than having to be in a temple, you can cast spells anywhere.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's interesting you mentioned those amulets, because recently I had a Sufi order, or like the leader of that order, send me a amulet all the way from the East. And because of the COVID regulations and with the mail getting delayed, it took me about 2 to 3 months to receive that amulet. And he had told me, when I had made this amulet of protection for you, he wanted my picture, and then he associated an incense, like a fragrance that was associated with my name and associated with like my characteristics. And he said I put my intent into that amulet. So we have these different faiths out there, philosophies, JMO, that have these specific prayers and incantations and chants. So what I've learned from a lot of these guys is that basically you have to say a prayer that works for you. So even if you make your own prayer, it's ultimately because the divine or all of those aspects understand your intention and your heart. So they know what you're trying to say, what you want to expect, and what you're trying to manifest. So in order to create that prayer or to create that energy, you have to do a prayer or chant that's more compatible with who you are as a being. And if you can make that individual connection, especially the intention and synchronicity behind it, that kind of like sums up the whole thing. And it's been proven for me as well that when I was trying to manifest certain things or situations in my life, when you put that full focus and intent behind your own special and specific prayer, then it does work. We do have that power as human beings.
Yes, and when you say prayer, I can't help but think that prayer and what prayer is to you, ritual is for me. So
Yes.
the two are one and the same. What you're doing is, and this is something I wanted to clarify actually, because Peter Moon had brought it up, of the inverted pentagram. Now, the inverted pentagram doesn't necessarily have to mean the material world over the spirit. What it also can mean is the spirit coming down and manifesting into the material realm. such as the if you look at the sigil of the sort of dove that Aleister Crowley had for his oh gosh, was it Golden Dawn?
Probably. That's what he started off with. But
Yeah,
go on.
Well, that's pretty much what a inverted pentagram is. It's sort of what it's sort of an analogy for the Hebrew Shekinah, which is like the manifestation of the Holy Spirit, or the feminine aspect of God within the physical realm. So I mean, I've looked at it as, why do people wait till after death to try to go to heaven, when you can try to bring all of that down here, all that divinity down here, and create that heaven around yourself here and now?
Yeah, I agree completely. And see, that's why if you look at the Sufi aspect, they support the story of Malik Taus when Allah says that I have left the affairs of this world onto mankind's hand, and you multiply plenty and replenish the earth. So it just goes to show you that God is not concerned with this world. It has been left at the hands of his deputy, which is an aspect of Malik Taus and Iblis. And then if mankind wants to make this place heaven on earth, they can do it collectively. And if they want to make it hell on earth, then that's their collective choice as well. So you're right. We have this aspects of always waiting about death and all these things, but you have everything right here in the now, and you just have to use it the right way, like all of these esoteric teachings of these different faiths are telling us.
Wonderful. And that's exactly why that's exactly why I say that the inverted pentagram isn't a symbol of it can be an infernal symbol,
yes,
but it can also be.
It can be a sigil of Baphomet, but it can also.
But it is also a symbol of the spirit coming down into the material plane.
Yes. Thank you. Just so that this will be easier for most people to understand, since I just got here in the midst of both of you speaking about this, as people might remember from my latest episode preceding tonight's, I did indeed have a sigil of the pentagram painted on my left hand, pointedly. And as I was explaining to people then in the summary of the program, so people are welcome to reference the visual that's embedded within the thumbnail of the last live stream preceding tonight's to access that photograph. Then you'll see the sigil, and basically you'll also find the summary, the episode summary, which explains that in some detail, some depth. But basically, the original pentagram was very much a Christogram. It has a Christological graphic, and so it represented the 5 points of the wounds suffered by Christ upon the crucifixion, and therefore was considered a ward, a protective shield against diabolatry, or the daemons or daemons themselves. And the only way to really invert the meaning was to invert the symbol itself. Of course, in Wiccan practice, or for witchcraft of any persuasion, whether it's light or dark, simply the inversion of the symbol of the pentagram would simply mean that it's focused towards the earth. And as Peter Moon was bringing out the star, when it's facing with the pointed of the 5-pointed star towards the heavens, it symbolizes spirit ascending, whereas to the Wiccan it represents the 5 elements, and therefore when it's pointed towards the ground, that means that it's pointed towards drawing energy from the earth. So to them it's a more neutral symbol, but definitely the cross itself, the wounds suffered by anyone who's crucified, including the saints, stands even when it's inverted, because St. Peter was crucified on an inverted cross. This is why the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church has an inverted cross on his throne, so that people understand that. Of course, most idiots who are Protestants in America look at that and they're totally ignorant of any theological history, and they just think it's satanic. But you know, most what can you do at that point? You can only shake your head. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to both of you gentlemen. But you know, when Peter arrives, I'll try and explain maybe a little bit more concerning tonight's image embedded in thumbnail, because there's some nuance to it people might not get. Though while we're on the subject, of course, I do notice that we've had, you know, wonderful Douglas Marks. I want to thank him so much over there in Miami. He reminded everyone to put in an upvote, and for one of our listeners, one of our reviewers, to do that in the chat room is wonderful. I mean, that's so thoughtful, Douglas Marks. I thank you so much. And Nancy Volker was laughing at the jelly donut joke that was made by Jameson Reese earlier. And yeah, Sarah Thomas, she's there in chat. Hey, honey, so glad you could join us. Nemo Nobody says 93s, bro, which I'll take as a positive. I'm sure JMO's more familiar with the you know, symbology of that. And
yes,
yeah, there we
93 is 13.
There we are. Thank you. Nancy Volker says, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny in Journeyman Pictures, Blood Clotting and Beyond. You couldn't pay me to take that vax. Look, and it's not a vax. Okay, we'll let that slide. So aside from that, I might go a bit into a rant on that tonight. We'll see what mood I'm in. But you know, yeah, Douglas Marks is asking about Crowley, and so I'll leave you two gentlemen again to handle that. But like I said, I couldn't resist taking a look at the wonderful people in the chat room. Not balanced out because they're in the majority, rather, so they're clearly the numerical victor, but they are opposed by, it turned out, as Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh are both aware of, there's a gentleman who uses a what would we call it, an alias, and he comes in using this alias, and he talks about how when I stir the Cthulhuids up, it's really noticeable, and so we've really stirred up the Cthulhuids already. I mean, the show just started, and there's 5 of these fuckers, so it's got to be Pavel Edward, Rose Dio, you know, Derek Talley, Stephen Cosmos author, and you know, Richard K. Cole Jr. I can name them all on, you know, the 5 fingers of my left hand. And which, by the way, in Arabic culture, that's very pointed because that's the hand you use to wipe your ass with. And if you were to point at somebody with your left hand in the Arabic world, you would be in for a deadly knife fight. They would kill you for that because it's literally pointing at them with your shit finger. So you know, there's the finger pointed towards all, the middle one at that, at all 5 of you idiots. And thanks to the 16 so far that have put the upvote. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Salman and Jameson to hold the stage while I tend to some of the links and everything else. Blessings unto you all.
All right, well, there's something I need to get off my chest. Now, there are, granted, there were celebrations that take place in the summer. Why is it that everyone has to use their ghetto blasters at the highest decibels possible in the freaking summer? I mean, where is this in the wintertime? I mean, because I think music would be just as enjoyable in the cold as it would be in the heat.
That's funny, brother JMO. It's the same here in Philadelphia.
Now, I live in a gated community, and like down the block, you know, there was a group of folks who were having their own party, and they had the loud music, and they turned it down by about 9 o'clock. As soon as they stopped their loud music, which was vibrating all the way up to my room in the basement, many houses away, the folks like up the block, across the street, the block across from us, up the block, or just 1 block away. They open up their ghetto blasters like crazy, and they're playing this cheesy ass fucking pop music, and I'm like, oh my goodness, what the hell?
Brother
Why?
JMO, it could be possibly a I noticed it could possibly be a gang stalking tactic as well, where they just want to get in under your nerves.
I started to think that myself, because we do have to remember that in Guantanamo Bay they use acoustic sound as a form of torture, and they're more or less torturing these guys for no reason. And I was watching one video where one guy started to say, one Muslim guy was being tortured with like death metal. So it reached a point where he would be screaming the lyrics with like the freaking song because of how like mechanical it's just insane. So I mean, I honestly was pondering the idea of calling the cops for assault and charging them both with like assault with a deadly weapon. Acoustics.
It's funny, Brother JMO, because it really happens. Like, how I always point out like the red and blue color coding with the gang stalking.
Oh,
so
yeah.
What they
made
could
sure to
do
that today.
What they could do besides the music is they could, like, when you're walking somewhere, that they could be driving by with the one headlight on, and they could have the music blazing very loudly. So that's just one of those things. And ultimately, it's like what they did with the Muslim guys in Guantanamo, is ultimately to break you down and get a reaction out of you where you kind of freak out and get mad, and that's what they want. So you just don't give them what they want, and that's what those gang stalkers are. They're parasites, and they'll eventually die.
Well, the interesting thing is that they're more or less wasting their time, because I have headphones on anyway, and I'm in my own world. So I don't really care what they're doing, as long as you don't try to freaking hit me. Yes. And I've had an incident where one guy did go out of his way to try to hit me. And I am still trying to track that son of a bitch down. And when I find him, well, we'll just say I'm not going to do anything against the illegal, but I will definitely take his license plate number down, and he will have a demon knocking on his door at night.
By the way, Jameson Reese is still looking for the doctor who slapped him in the ass. Yeah, that was when he was delivered.
Yeah. That was the first trauma. That was the first trauma that put me into fight or flight.
It's interesting that when you're delivered into this world, the first thing they do is hit you. As for that, of course, they are trying different approaches now. I don't know how aware either one of you gentlemen is of that, but the delivery of babies, they're trying to deliver them now without that primal trauma that is supposed to just make them breathe. There's all kinds of things they're trying now, and people only need to look at my episode that deals with blood cord awareness for some of the things people are attempting in terms of a more peaceable delivery. That would be on 2 weeks ago. It was, let me look up the date here as to that episode if people are interested. That was right after Tesla's birthday. It was Sunday, the 11th of July, 7/11. So that will be easy to find. So don't look at that now, but you can look that up later. Again, 7/11, the easiest date to remember in all of history. So July 11th, you can look up that episode later at your leisure, but not right now. And that's when I talk about cord blood awareness and speak about they're finding now that just cutting the umbilical cord is the stupidest thing in the world to do, as they've been doing forever, immediately as soon as the child is born, which immediately deprives the child of blood and oxygen that it desperately needs, and therefore they're wasting all kinds of nutrients that go directly into the garbage, etc. So it's, just another one of the incredibly self-destructive things the patriarchy has instilled upon all of us, just to warp us all into the into the shithole we're in now. But aside from that, one thing I would like to say before Peter gets here, then I'll go back to quaffing my tea. So I've got only 2 bottles of water left, which won't last too long. So I'll be spending most of the night drinking tea because otherwise the water that comes from my pipes has to be boiled. Just, thinking ahead for myself, really, as well as sharing that with others.
Is it because you live in such an old house that, are the pipes like lead lined or something?
It's such an old house that the pipes may as well be lead lined. It's just, I don't trust the water that comes out of them at this point in history. You can smell the mildew that is around there, and of course,
Wow,
I try to.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I try to bleach around the pipes. Theoretically, they're vacuum on the inside, so it's not from the inside of the pipes. So it's just the age of the house, and what happens is there's leakage that goes around the faucet that may be causing that. So I bleach around there, but it's like. Why would you trust it anyway? So I drink bottled water where possible. Otherwise, of course, I boil it, which is why I have the Japanese soji rushi, which is a boiling machine, so that I don't, need to boil it on top of some surface like a hot plate or something. I don't need to do that. The machine does that internally, which makes the life infinitely easier for a massive tea drinker like myself. So, but that being said, what I thought of with I guess I'll bring that up once Peter arrives, because the subject is something that I tried to share with the roundtable. I'll get to that later than what I was going to say to Solomon, because just a lot of things going on lately that also have impacted my life. I have been talking to a victim of Florian and Fenton's, and it's unbelievable. This guy has been left. I'm not going to name him, because until it may be months before I bring up his name, if ever, but I'm maintaining contact with him to try and, do what I can to help him. But this guy was apparently so fucked over by her that he's living in a tent.
Holy fuck.
And I told him, I couldn't believe how devastated he was left by her, in the sense of not that he was intimate with this person, but financially he was like involved with her. And again, I don't want to give out any details, but the point was, I let him know that she stole at least $20,000 from myself, and I was borderline destitute and homeless when my parents died, and I managed to get through all of that. And that was simultaneous to the time that she was ripping off all the money that I had with the, because it's a situation that people are going to say, how were you stupid enough to do this? People don't understand there's no choice in these things, because the only way I was going to make it out of destitute straits like that was to become a public informant. In order to become a public informant, there was no one who was going to take me on except the Satanists and the anti-God cultists of Michael Aquino. That includes George Norrie. So it was only by giving him the signal that I was a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom, which I had learned from Michael Aquino. That was the only reason I got on Coast to Coast AM. So people just don't understand the nuances of this, that your media is run by the cult of the Kings of Edom. This is to disambiguate it from Lucifer and the Peacock Angel, which I represent, indeed personify to a degree for reasons I've explained in depth before. This has nothing to do with the infernal. This has to do with the anti-godly, which is out of the ecosystem of our cosmology. This has nothing to do with the tree of life and death. This has to do with Rasha, the anti-tree, the tree that's antithetical to both life and death. It is the equivalent of introducing industrial scale toxic waste and radiological effluvia from a nuclear power plant into our ecosystem, as opposed to the normal composting of organic waste materials. That would be the cosmological ecology of the daemonic, or the diabologic. the biology of the diabolic. This is something completely different, antithetical to that. This is what George
It's
Noy
completely,
says, yeah.
it's completely alien, if you will.
Yes, truly alien.
In the real sense.
Yes.
Not the bullshit. Big bulbous heads and Asian eyes. They're aliens, I tell ya.
Yes. So with that, I will turn it back over to Solomon Sheikh and to address that as well as Jameson. And they're both good at this. And again, go mute for several minutes myself till the top of the hour.
Oh, of course, Brother Douglas. I mean, see, the aspect of Lucifer or Iblis or the anti-gods, you have to, in my esoteric Islamic studies, that you really have to find out who's who and what's what, because growing up in the system that we do, and even Brother Jamo knows this, that nothing in this world works the way that we think that it does, including some of the education that we've been given. And it's important that even in the Islamic aspect, they tell you about the anti-gods, like you yourself, Brother Douglas, pointed out in Surah 25, verse 29, where you're told about Al-Qadulu, the forsaker, the deserter. And there's a difference between the aspect of what Iblis is doing on Allah's behalf on this world and what's actually going on between the infernal and the divine and the anti-gods and the forces of chaos and the forces of order. So it's all a balance that one has to come in their mind and in their studies. And too many people, when they tell them, okay, X, Y, and Z is evil, that's what they end up believing. It's like what you pointed out with the inverted cross. People don't know. Even I remember back in the day when YouTube was new, like in 2009 and 10, I used to watch these videos all the time with a lot of these conspiracy people saying about how there's basically the aspect of these different dark elements, and they would always point out the inverted cross, not knowing its true history. And it's important that people come into their own studies in terms of, recently the aspect of myself talking with the Sufi gentleman from Australia, trying to find the universal teachings of Kabbalah and Sufism, which was inspired by Brother Douglas's episode that we did on H.P. Lovecraft. So it's important people understand these studies and not dismiss anything that is foreign to you, because that's the importance of being a complete human being. In any spiritual path that you walk, you must be able to observe all information without any of your cognitive biases or anything that you've grown up with in terms of your culture and religion. I mean, if I taught this aspect of Iblis to your average Muslim or a fundamentalist Muslim, I would be in for a fight, because they don't understand how things really truly work. So those aspects are only understood by a few, like what Christ, peace be upon him, says in Mark 4:11, that there will be those of you that get the inner mysteries, while those on the outside you will be taught in parables. Same thing in Islam with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He had the Sufis, the people of the bench, who were there in his inner sanctum, while the exterior world kind of broke off into their own divisions of Sunni, Shia, of who's right and who's wrong and which imam to follow. So this aspect is only, and this understanding is only given to a few. And we are lucky that we are in that few percentage where we actually get it and we don't dismiss anything, because it says in the Quran that there will be some who will always be deaf, dumb, and blind, no matter how much information you give them. So it's important we understand all of these different paths, religions, ways of life, and see what is the core teaching that it's basically teaching us. And that's the most important thing.
Thank you. That's so beautiful. Bless you, and deeply appreciated, of course. Jameson?
Yeah, I will say for all intents and purposes, from what I read, the creator, I will not, I have my own personal reasons for not associating it with the Yahweh, of course, but I rather stick with El, if we will, has separated itself from any interest in these universes at all. That's why the angels, demons, and whatnot do maintenance and do what they do in their place. So for all intents and purposes, Iblis will is more or less taking the place of God.
Yes.
And
That's exactly
so
right.
it's Iblis who I believe we give our gratitude to, and well, at least me personally, in my path,
That's deeply appreciated. Before, of course, anyone who's listening to us who's not particularly initiated draws any conclusions, I do want people to understand that prayer works when you are praying to the God that you were raised on, which for most people would be the far more conventional visage, the conceptualization that will work, even though what our man Solomon and Jameson both men are emphasizing a kind of a divine removal, in the sense that God has removed himself to a degree. There is response to prayer, so that people understand that. Of course, Jameson has pointed out that this is ritual. It is magical by definition.
Yes, yes. Prayer, ritual, I see them as one and the same, and they work.
Yes.
They work.
Yes, and so Solomon, if you would reemphasize that and articulate further that prayer works, it would help people.
Yes, definitely, Brother Douglas. It's important because it's like what Brother Jamo said about the El, or the Godhead, not being concerned with the affairs of this world. And it says that in the Holy Quran as well, for those who have studied it deeply in the inner esoteric Sufi teachings, that Almighty God has made man the vicegerent of this world. So, he has left this responsibility to mankind, and those aspects of, you have to make this world, and your life is what you make it. And this life that God has given you, so the divinity or God or Allah or however people associate it, is not concerned with this world. It's man's responsibility, and his deputy in charge, who Allah has left in his place, Iblis, that you have to basically come in terms with, that no matter which prayer that you're praying in all different faiths, whether it's different esoteric schools or different religions or philosophies. What I learned from a lot of the Sufi teachers, Brother Douglas, is like when they were making my talisman, is that it's your intent and your synchronicity that goes behind that prayer. So even if you create your own prayer, so they call it zikr. So they could say, you can recite La ilaha illallah, that there is no God but Allah, like 10,000 times a day. So there's also another aspect that they say, if you can make your own zikr or your own prayer where you're trying to connect to God and the divinity, you can do that. And it's all basically the intent that you have behind. So when I pray in the morning, I will share this aspect of my prayer where I pray for all beings of existence, including Mother Earth herself, all of her beings in existence, interior, exterior, seen and unseen forces, that basically the light of happiness, prosperity, abundance surrounds us all. And that's the prayer that I send out. That's my own prayer, that you have this aspect of synchronicity and your intent, and what is it that you're really trying to put out there. And that's basically what matters. If you could do something good for somebody, or leave some food for the birds and do something better, you already made the world a better place. And that's the most beautiful thing about it, is that each of us have their own unique way of communicating with that force, whether it's me or Brother Jamo. We all have our own uniqueness about us, and that's what makes this existence in this world a very beautiful one.
Thank you so much. And perfect timing, Peter Moon has joined us. And so glad you could join us, Peter. I'm also happy to report that Amanda Ute says that she's finishing up a job and we'll be able to check in later tonight. And hopefully we are graced by her company sometime in the middle of this, tonight's narrative. And aside from that, Peter, by all means, introduce yourself, and so glad you could join us.
Well, hello.
Yes. I hope you saw
Good
the
evening, Peter.
post I put up concerning our book that you inspired me to do. I did tag you with it, telling people tonight's the last night of the sale.
Well, that was last night. The sale is now officially done.
Oh, okay.
But you can go to the skybooks.usa.com website and you can still get special deals on multiple books, the Roswell included. So although the initial, I mean, it's been running for several months now. So it has to end at some point, and it's the end of, it was originally till July 4th. It was extended to July 31st, and a few people got in on August 1st. But you can still subscribe to the newsletter at a discount with the book and a few other offers there that you can go to the website. It's only $5 more, so you can still get the book, and it's worth getting.
Yes.
So, well, I would like to have spent more time listening to it again. The interview you did with Salman Sheikh about H.P. Lovecraft, and the all of that information. And what's interesting, it's very much more coherent the second time through, because it L. Ron Hubbard had a technique for teaching that in the sixth, when I first did his Dianetics course, you would go 3 times through the materials, 3 times through as a check sheet. You do everything 3 times. First, you just went through it for general reading, and the second time you went through it, you were checked out on each bulletin, procedure, whatever you were doing. So by going over it numerous times, the material sunk in. And this, for those who are interested, I don't recommend everybody do this because they might not be that interested. But if you want to understand the occult underpinnings of what not only Douglas was learning, but what sort of insanity was being wreaked upon the United States, the people of the United States, and the world, it's very, and still is, it's very important to listen to it again. And there's certain things I have to break down. There's a few cogent points I'd like to discuss with you about it, the linkages. But first I want to comment that today was basically a day of rest for me. Football in the morning and a day of rest. And I had not the History Channel, what is it? The C-SPAN channel, where they go into history. And they had what was it? What was he talking about? There were several history. It was about Freemasonry. Yeah. This guy was talking about Freemasonry. His name was Dickey, was his last name.
John Dickey.
Yeah.
Holy shit. You know this guy, Saul?
Yeah, he's from England. He recently released a book about the craft and the Freemasonry unveiled. I know John.
Okay, so I won't preclude anything you have to say about him. You can say afterwards. He's not a Freemason, although he could have fooled me. It was almost like he was shilling for Freemasonry. But that's beside the point. What he was saying about it was very true from his perspective. But everything's true from your own perspective, unless you're deliberately lying. And what he does not understand or know about it is its connection, well, to the anti-gods, and he made the whole thing sort of Yeah, he kind of had what was it, a smug viewpoint about, they were asking him about the dollar bill and the eye in the triangle and why FDR did that. And, you know, he kind of gets this arrogant look in his eyes and says like, well, of course people think that's the New World Order. And it was really FDR just liked it. You know, I mean, it's like, not that the New World Order as is portrayed by alarmists is the way they portray it, but you know, it's just like anything conspiratorial is denigrated. Oh, conspiracy theorist this, conspiracy theorist this. There's this denigration of the idea of conspiracy. The only thing wrong with conspiracy theorists is that they miss their mark and they go off on a red herring. That's the only thing wrong with conspiracy theorists. They shoot from the hip too often, and they're reactionary.
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is there are conspiracies.
Yeah.
And Freemasonry is loaded with conspiracies. He did point out that conspiracies, well, what he pointed out was interesting. He sort of said there are no secrets in Freemasonry. Most of all of it's been published. He says the richness of Freemasonry is in the stories that accrue around it and the actual circumstances and incidents of Freemasonry. He is quite knowledgeable about Freemasonry on a pedestrian level, but that was interesting. What he was saying about Freemasonry. Well, of course, he's never heard of Douglas Dietrich either. So this is fair. You know, it's like he doesn't know everything, but you know, you're not going to see Douglas Dietrich on C-SPAN anytime soon. And you're not going to see Peter Moon there. And in fact, you know, I remember when I used to meet with this guy I had a business relationship with the guy who ran what was the Long Island Association. This is many, many years ago, of basically the Chamber of Commerce of Long Island. And this guy, and as I was moving into Preston Nichols and all this stuff, I started telling him about what I was doing, because I was fading out of the commercial art and advertising business. And I was all the metaphysical stuff I was doing was taking center stage. And I told him I told him about the Montauk, and he looks at me, he goes, "Where do you dig these people up?" So, I mean, that's the same kind of response I'm going to give. And I've also want to make a comment that I haven't received any requests for interviews lately. Not too many. I did get some. I was able to talk about your book from this one lady, which I think sold a lot of, not necessarily, because it wasn't mostly about Roswell, it's mostly about Montauk, and I think that got a boost in sales on the Montauk. I was able to mention Roswell at the end, and I think I'm going to do another show with her. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. You know, I mean, I think things would be kind of silent anyway. But I'm not getting the regular people. Oh, come on and talk about the Roswell deception. Come on and talk about it.
No, it's too much for them. That's I didn't expect any such requests.
Well, no, nor did I. But I said it's par for the course. I don't, and I'm very proud of the fact that I do not pander to the herd. I never have, and people don't understand that. You know, you should be more warm and fuzzy like the aliens in Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Which, by the way, were never really portrayed as warm and fuzzy. They were portrayed as mass abductors, and they were quite sinister in many regards. Yet everybody took this.
Well, yeah, I was walking down the street with a guy named Larry Price on South Fort Harrison. Larry Price, he was a evaluator for international management in Scientology. I was walking down the street, and he had seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And he was telling me, and he says, well, it's like, yeah, they're aliens, but this movie is different. It's like, just because they're aliens, it doesn't mean they're bad. said, oh, that's what he told me. Because he'd seen the movie. I hadn't. I said, oh, they have good aliens. Because usually aliens are sinister and bad, and it was like a different viewpoint without people freaking out about aliens.
Bizarrely enough, the only thing that was, how would I say it? It's simply that most films that showed aliens till that point in time, they come, as you would say, shooting at the hip. They come shooting. With Close Encounters of the Third Kind, there are so many elements to it that are quite bizarre and sinister. There is cattle mutilation, which it's insinuated is perhaps being conducted by the government to scare people away from where they are conniving with the aliens and meeting with them. When the aliens show up, they're returning people they have abducted over the past several generations. These are like people like they've abducted from World War II times, as well as people abducted more recently. And they're returning a bunch of these mass abductees. There is nothing positive to be seen in this.
I've never seen the movie to this day.
You aren't missing shit. I mean,
I've seen bits of it on TV, but it never commanded or held my attention.
Oh, you can't. When I suffered through it so many times as a child, it was only because, and then several times again growing up as a teenager, it was because I kept thinking there was something I was missing, that it was me, that there was something wrong with my ability to understand or comprehend the film. After watching it, as I grew up with greater levels of experience and maturity behind me, I realized that I wasn't missing anything. It wasn't me. It's just there's nothing to the film. Maybe the film is just meaningless. It is one of those truly meaningless films. It's like all promise and no delivery. It's like watching.
Well, it's also setting the stage for what the Chichewa were doing. It was setting the stage.
It's true.
And also with the ET, and Preston always used to say, yeah, the ETs, they tell you the ETs are friendly and they want to be your friend, sort of thing. But my own orientation towards aliens, it was nothing that ever, I kind of understood what they were from day one, which is a bunch of bullshit. And I don't mean to say they were all fake, but that they were negative influencers. Now, today we have influencers on the internet. They were influencers in the mental realm.
Yes.
And they were something that I had, investigated and overcome on a personal level. It's kind of like facing your own demons. And they were just of not any great interest to me. It's not that I did see some movies. I remember seeing the movie Starman. But why did I go see Starman? Because it was on. It was there. And we wanted to go to the movies. Right. So that's why I saw it. It was okay. I don't even remember it that well. It was somebody who had an experience that was of an ET nature. They put out a few movies or a lot of movies on that sort of subject in the 80s.
Of course.
Yes, and the close, and then I did watch the Final Battle, the lizards, with and that was really funny because we just got I refused to have a TV when I moved to Long Island. And because I had a bar and I took the bar, the TV had broken down, so I had to get a new TV, and I left the other one at this repair shop. And my wife insisted on me, go down and find out what's happening with that other TV. We can take it home. So at her,
behest,
insistence, I went down and I paid the guy $50, which was very cheap for a color TV. Oh, so I got a TV for $50. Color TV. I brought it home, and I came home, and she said, "Oh, we're going to watch this. It's the it was the Final Battle, the aliens. It was the modern day version of War of the Worlds, and it started off with Howard K. Smith, a very famous announcer of his day. He was like he worked for ABC. He went back to World War II, but Howard K. Smith was like Tom Brokaw or Dan Rather. And he's sitting there announcing the aliens are here, the lizard aliens, and then that show we watched that show, and it kind of loses itself after a while. It just loses itself. But
you're talking about V. You're talking about
V.
the series V.
The final battle. Yeah. Named after your
okay.
professor.
Yeah, thank you. That just so people understand that if they want to look this up themselves, yes. Do you remember that in V, what the resistance did was they took to balloons and had powdered toxins that would impact only the reptilian aliens, and they were releasing those powdered toxins from balloons, that they were literally in the balloons, the resistance. In other words, they were piloting the balloons and then releasing the toxins upon the aliens in Los Angeles, which then became which was always kind of like the neutral open city between the alien occupation and the human beings. So do you remember?
It's been about 38 years since I've seen it, and I vaguely remember the balloons.
Yes.
I mean, the first year or so was compelling. I mean, it was good drama, but and it kind of, these things, they don't know where to take them. With so many productions, they do not know where to take them.
Yes.
And because the evolutionary development of the writers becomes a little stilted.
Yes.
And so they have to turn it. And in fact, I saw the premiere show of Dark Skies, and Dark Skies started off really good. I mean, as far as premise, and it started off with Gary Powers, the famous pilot who was shot down over the Soviet Union and was a national incident.
Yes.
And then they showed him at Area 51 and all this. And then, it's all this secrecy. And then he's getting in some, security issue. Somebody's challenging the security, and he kind of takes off his head, and he's a shape-shifting lizard underneath, and it's like, it was just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, what's you've got this excellent premise of, you've got aliens, you've got Area 51, you've got military, you've got conspiracy, and you've got this famous historical character, and then he just takes off his head, and he's a reptilian. It's it's just like, and at that point you couldn't watch the show. It just like it wasn't even good drama. It's just like, I'm a big scary monster, and I'm going to get you.
Yes, thank you. This is just basically what things degenerate into. With the V series, just so people know some other aspects of it, of course, it's cheesy and corny as hell when you look at it from today's jaded perspective, but it was actually the most expensive television series ever produced in history to that point in time. And they used effects that were actually kind of pioneering, really. They were basically using distorted voices, which was an expensive enough technology, believe it or not, in those days, that they couldn't replicate it when they syndicated it into a television series. They used it only in the original miniseries, the voice distortion. And of course, I had a weakness for it because the main villainess was Diana, which was the name of my mother. So Diana, of course, had several advantages, aside from the fact that she had all the mojo, the charisma. She also never died, and actually came back to appear in the knockoff that they did, the reboot, many decades later. But her son, by that point, who actually was a male model, had basically died by either suicide or drug overdose, or a combination of both, and very tragic in that regard. But most of these people, they didn't bring him back for these various reboots, or when they did, it was horrible. Whereas in her case, they seem to have respected her character, so to speak, unlike what they did with Battlestar Galactica and so many others, where they just totally, their objective is to totally destroy the legacy of anything the original concept represented. A great example being something either Sergeant Bilko released as a rebooted film, or The Honeymooners released as a rebooted film. I mean, the original Sergeant Bilko was, of course, an archetypal, nerdy, Jewish kind of huckster, and then they replaced him with Steve Martin, who didn't even look like the original character. It was absurd. With The Honeymooners, they made them black. which was like that was absurd because that had nothing to do with the original characters. How on earth could anybody who grew up watching Jackie Gleason, or any of the old seniors who might still be alive who had grown up watching Jackie Gleason, even take that reboot and enjoy it? You're looking at something that's from a different universe.
I think what it has to do with is the people who own the rights to it are exploiting it, and they're saying, "Oh, let's get all of these black people to buy into it." It has so much to do with commercial.
But it's so ridiculous because it doesn't work. I mean, the black people never grew up with that as part of their past. Why would they?
Well, yes. However, it's ridiculous. However, you have to look back and see how much money was actually made on the production, whether it's bad or not. John Travolta said one thing about, they were asking him about that Battlefield Earth movie that he made.
Yeah.
And they were criticizing him, and he says, well, you can criticize it all you want, but look at the money it made. In other words, it actually profited money. It bombed in the reviews, but it made money. So in other words, you have to look at it, maybe it didn't make any money.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's not how I recall it.
Well, when it comes out in video, though, you see, there was a thing when movies would come out in video, if they lost money, the video would recoup it. And I don't know, this specific movie, or The Honeymooners, it's like I just was looking at a movie, The Alamo, because that was one of these history things I was watching. And The Alamo, produced in 2004, was actually an interesting movie. It was the most historically accurate of any of the movies made. And it lost a tremendous amount of money. Now, I would like to know if it really did lose money, because it lost money when it ran. But then there's foreign rights, there's rerun rights, if it runs on TV. So the thing might actually, although it's reported as losing money, they don't report all of the accounting. They don't report everything, all the foreign rights, all the TV rights, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, it lost money at the box office. Therefore, it's a bomb. Nowadays, they make movies for Netflix that don't even make money. They're just watched. So it's different. It's different. So, but the point I'm making is that the owners of the Honeymooners, the rights to the Honeymooners, had to license that.
Right.
So they might have licensed it and they might make money on it, even if it loses money and is crummy. See, this is the thing, because they have licensed it. So there's a movie that I found very funny, having been to Romania. It's called Made in Romania. And it's about a guy that goes to make a movie in Romania who is, it's all a tax dodge by a Hollywood producer. And he ends up going in jail, so that the Hollywood producer ends up getting a tax advantage. And so they get this guy from the UK, and because they can get tax benefit for making a movie in Romania, they go to Romania. And of all the misadventures he has in Romania, which I found amusing, my wife did not find it amusing at all.
Oh, did she find that offensive, racist, perhaps, or something?
Just stupid. She couldn't even watch the movie because she thought it was so stupid. And she missed the best part. She missed the funniest part. And it's just it's funny. It's not serious. It's like it's making fun of Romania, but that's not how. The only thing that I thought was really funny. Well, not the all. I thought a lot of things were funny, but the one thing that I could relate to was, well, like say for example, they have a Romanian movie set, and the worker falls off the ladder, and the producer who's there from the UK said, well, we got to take this guy to the hospital. No, they said, don't worry, we'll just get another guy. Like, just let him sit there. In other words, as if they don't care for people at all. Right. Which is, of course, it's not like that, but
I would dare say it's like that to a degree in the ball.
Well, it is and it isn't, but it was ridiculous enough to be funny.
Right.
And then,
in other words, the point is made where it resonates. Yeah.
well, yeah, yeah. And then there is several situations where he's being pursued by all these wild dogs, and wild dogs have been a problem in Romania.
Yes.
And I've never been assaulted by wild dogs. I've seen wild dogs, but see, the dogs in Romania to me are very beautiful because people will feed them and they'll do this. They're not in packs necessarily, but they look like real animals. Whereas if you see dogs in America that are owned by people, they take on the personality of their owners.
Yes.
And they are like neurotic compared to, and they're not natural like these dogs, and you can relate to these dogs better. Sometimes they're scruffy, but there's just a lot more nature in the dogs there. But so I thought it was funny watching this guy being pursued by wild dogs every now and then. They all of a sudden know where all these dogs. I could relate to that, even though I've never seen it. I've been close enough, and there have been severe dog problems in Bucharest, where people have been killed by wild dogs running through Bucharest, and it has been a problem at times.
Yes.
So it's in many ways, Romania is so much more beautiful in many respects, and quaint, and it hasn't lost the essence of old Europe, which I would imagine France and Italy and Germany have lost so much of that, that provincial beauty.
Right.
Because France is as crowded as heck.
Right.
And Italy is too. And Germany is,
the word you're looking
American
for.
training. Is American training.
Yeah, it's what you're looking for is they're developed. They're so developed that you don't have that frontier aspect that you do in the Eastern European nation states. By the way, forgive me, I just have a horrible wanker in my eye that I have to deal with. I've explained to people before I suffer from dystichiasis, which means I have a double row of eyelashes. They continually get in my eyes, and this is caused by the irritation that I've had lately. Before I take off, I want to, thank Peter for being here, so he can. I'll be back in a moment as soon as possible. But I definitely want Peter to know he'll be holding the stage with Salman and Jameson. And when I do want to thank the people in the chat room, and I do want to acknowledge while Peter is with us, Nancy Volker, who said she wanted the dirt on George Norrie because I had brought him up earlier. How the only reason I was allowed on Coast to Coast AM was because I gave them the Kings of Edom codes, and they figured I was one of them, and therefore he is a cultist of the Kings of Edom. This is what I was bringing up, and she said, I wanted some dirt on him. Basically, what I can say, and a shout out to Maria Grigorich as well. I'm sorry? What's
that was me. I was going into the chat room.
Okay.
I can't avoid that without making come on down.
Yes. Yes, and so in terms of with the George Norrie, the dirt I can bring you immediately is that from what everybody was saying in terms of the people he was relating to, basically he's never been married in the longest time, even though he was married in the past, and this is because, of course, he's just switched to the escort life, and rather he doesn't even cavort with professional escorts so much as he does prostitutes, which means that he sees hookers in Las Vegas. Basically, he goes to Vegas and he gets tall blonde hookers that are like twice his height, and that's the dirt on him. If you want to know, it's just like this.
It's quite legal in Nevada. I don't know if he goes to legal ones as long as they're licensed.
Oh yeah, he goes to the basically, I wouldn't say he's going to Mustang Ranch. He's seeing them in hotel rooms. I mean, this is like something that I don't know this personally. It's just that to me, it struck me as, how would I say it? I believe it on hearing it, where it's just the guy is so, he hasn't bothered with social skills or rendering himself even physically attractive. The guy looks like shit. He's just he's stupid enough to get his hair dyed jet black, which is like completely unnatural looking, and he still has makeup applied to his face in a sense that he looks like he's going to go on stage or something, where, in other words, it's too caked on when he is under the cameras, or just when you meet him personally, so that it looks very pale. So it looks like he's trying to come off as Bela Lugosi or something like that, except that he's not. So that's where it all comes off wrong. So in terms of how I'm appearing myself in tonight's image that's embedded in thumbnail of the live stream tonight, basically, there's several nuances to this, and I really should have saved this image to when I was appearing with Salman Sheikh later this month, because he wanted to talk about satanic ritual abuse. So we took a photograph of myself in front of a monarch butterfly kind of image. It can't be identified as a monarch butterfly, but it's a butterfly type of symbol on the pillowcase. But that's essentially how I looked at when I almost swallowed my tooth earlier this morning, because basically my dental crown fell off again. So what I was explaining to people before you came on, Peter, was that basically the dental crown fell off again. I am going to be going to the dentist after tonight's transmission, which means that I will be not getting any sleep. I'll be 24 hours without sleep, which is no big deal. But because, you know, I sleep for almost 24 hours when I hit the sack, so I'll be sleeping when I return from the dentist, but I'll have to turn myself into the emergency clinic to get this goddamn crown reinserted. Now, by the way, of course, when the last time I went to the dentist was a month ago, so this crown stayed in for actually a good period of time, considering.
It was a permanent crown?
No, this is the stupid.
Oh, it's the
temporary.
Okay.
This is the temporary.
I was going to say, okay, well that's understandable.
Yeah, as for the permanent, you know, the that should be hopefully at some point. The Goober was saying he would you know, get that inserted, work on it, and they're going to be paying for it, which is probably why they don't want to. They're taking the time with it, but they've got the fucking crown sitting, you know, around. But I guess since they're not going to get paid for it, they just don't give a shit. So
it's not. This is a school. It's not like that. They just go about their business, and they have all sorts of business, you know.
Yeah, maybe. I think something has happened. Honestly, with UCSF at this point, it's their behavior is so remiss. Everything they do is so unprofessional and incompetent. I can't put anything past them. Honestly, it's something also happened with COVID where they started passing out stupid pills. Everything they do doesn't make any sense and is ultimately self-defeating. It's just they're incredibly corrupt at this point. I have to say they're no longer what we used to know about schools. It's now they're operating as if they're a bunch of private dentists desperate for money. You know, God knows, but that's how they're behaving. And so that's what I have to deal with. But they're going to do this. I mean, they have to, you know, deal with the emergency. I sent a message to my dentist as to what happened. He hasn't even fucking responded. So when I go in tomorrow, I just have this reinserted again and then wait for whatever happens after that. But I wouldn't have been able to have done that at all, or wouldn't be able to do it tomorrow if it hadn't been for Stephen Myers deposited $150 into my PayPal account. And God bless him, if it hadn't been for Eric Laystick giving me $25 in a check, I wouldn't have made rent this month. So I was able to make rent through the behest of, you know, the last minute input from one of my listeners sending a check. I was able to make this round trip to the dentist and back tomorrow, which I wouldn't be able to do otherwise, thanks to my listeners. So believe me, my love to you all for your support. And of course, I will ask for more simply because my check doesn't deposit until the 3rd, Tuesday, which will be the day after tomorrow. God knows when I come back from the dentist, I'll be sleeping till then anyway, but still, you know, just in case, it always helps to get it. And every bit of support helps. And I'm certainly out of bottled water, which is not life or death because I can boil water and drink tea, but obviously, you know, want to get some bottled water back in my life again soon. So aside from all of that, when it came to the symbology of the butterfly, the choking look on my face with the crown falling down into my throat, that I was pretty much, that's not at the moment that it happened, but I'm emulating how I looked when I was regurgitating the temporary dental crown, which is remarkably small this time. It's amazing how small they made it, which is why it lasted such a long period of time, because it's not meeting with the other teeth. Altogether, the thing that I wanted to say to Salman while that's on my mind was that the reason I didn't save that for my interview with him as a graphic image was because, I'm thinking about it, Salman. I do want us, the next time that we conduct this interview, I think that we can do the satanic ritual abuse thing, maybe with the interview after that, but I think organically I still have a lot to say about H.P. Lovecraft and Islam, so let's do a part 2 on that, and that can take about 3 hours at least, hopefully that's...
Of course.
Thank you. There's still so much to say about that, and then what I'll do after that, then we'll talk about what we do next. In terms of other...
That's actually good, Brother Douglas, because the aspect of the H.P. Lovecraft interview, it got such a positive feedback, including many from the Sufi community, that I think it probably works out for the best that you do a part 2 on that. And then for next month, we can basically figure out what to do. And I pray that everything works out with your crown as well, my brother, and God grants you good health.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. Always appreciate it. And thank you for understanding and working with me on that. So I'll be back in a few minutes, gentlemen, and I'll basically go mute. And so when I return, I'll certainly let everyone know. And other than that, I'm sure all you gentlemen can handle it. I'm sure you can burn bandwidth quite adeptly. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, Salman, why don't you tell me about Mr. Dickey, John Dickey, because I just, I saw him on TV. You know the man, and, he's a self-proclaimed expert on Freemasonry, the history of Freemasonry, and he definitely said some interesting things. I was more judging him by what he doesn't know vis-a-vis Douglas Dietrich, but how did you even run across this man?
John Dickey is from England, Peter, and my main affiliations are under England in many ways. So I know about him and the book that he published about the craft unveiled, which got a lot of good feedback. But see, then again, even in the world of Freemasonry, Peter, it's there's a lot of people who just don't know about certain things, that the certain esoteric teachings of the lodge and the way certain things are done. So that's why even with me, I do what I do. Even with my channel being a Masonic channel, I have Douglas Dietrich, I have Peter Moon, I have all of these different esoteric videos that they're not going to get from any other source. And that's the reason why, because you have this internal struggle between light and dark. And I've struggled against those dark elements within the Brotherhood as well, and I've succeeded against them. That's why I do what I do without any fear whatsoever. So we have this aspect of always standing up for the right thing, Peter, and I'm glad that I could spread your message, with the aspect of Douglas's message. And with the video that I did, there were a lot of my Masonic brothers who got the Roswell deception, and they loved it. And even the one that reached out to me and told me that it changed his life. So even in the world of Freemasonry, you have this aspect where some people just don't know because they've never been shown the right way, or they've never been shown the right information. So I believe that's what the purpose that the divine is using me for in terms of my videos that I put out. And it's interesting that there was a Romanian woman who had reached out to me. She's living in England, and she had told me that my videos had really helped her understand a lot, because she told me her uncle was a Freemason in Romania, and over there it's looked upon in a different light than what you have here in America, or I guess in England, where everything is kind of out in the open. So it was nice to hear her side of the story in terms of her uncle's background and how she had liked my videos on the different subjects. So it just goes to show you that even in the Masonic world, I'm the one standing up for the truth. I'm standing up for Peter Moon. I'm standing up for Douglas Dietrich. And I will always prove that I don't just want to reform the Masonic Brotherhood within my lifetime. I want to help humanity in general. And that's why I thank you and Douglas for this privilege always.
Well, that's very nice of you to say. I can say a little bit about Freemasonry in Romania. It is, it's complex. I know Freemasons there, high-level Freemasons, and they have been instrumentally helpful to me. Not because they're Freemasons, but because I've just been friends with them. And Romania is a smaller country. So I guess what you'd say, it's a smaller world. But in the books by Radu Sinamar, Freemasonry is the main opposition to Department Zero, or they actually are the facilitators of the opening of the chamber beneath the Sphinx, but it's being done so that they can control it through Italian Freemasonry, and a very evil man who is very influential in Italian Freemasonry, but in a more broad sense, there has been a great struggle between a yoga group and a Freemasonry group. And the yoga guy, I guess, has been kicked out of the country, but he's pretty sinister himself from what I've understood. So it gets, and then there's, it's like Freemasonry is like, it's just like, it depends on the people involved in it, whether they're good, whether they're bad, whether they stand for the dark or the light.
Exactly. And that same struggle, Peter, is happening even in the Masonic world as well, where you do have that struggle between the light and the dark. And I've had people who had stood up against my work and the things that I'm doing, but ultimately I have the support from the light side. So there was a video I had made about a month ago, 2 months ago, that there are different types of Mason you will come across. One is the social club Mason, one is the esoteric Mason, one is the spiritual Mason, then there's the light Mason and the dark Mason. And basically you will come across all of these individuals in your path and in your journey. And I have come across the guy who's just at a small town lodge meeting and doing charities and doing what he does and feels good about it. You have that aspect. Then you have the sinister aspect, and in the different, I guess, religious groups, I have come across that as well, where that same struggle is taking place between those two forces. So it would make sense that I'm dealing with that world, and you will have those issues, I guess, that universal truth that's there of the light and the dark. So it would make sense of the many things taking place, not just in my life or what's going on in the world, but what Radu describes in the, I guess, from the Romanian perspective, and which this Romanian woman told me the same thing when she had emailed me that her uncle was very secretive about it because not too many people in Romania, I guess, would understand it. But you have the good people as well. I mean, look at the good ones that had aided you in your journey. So you do have the good and bad ones everywhere.
Wonderful.
Well, yeah, and I think Aleister Crowley, in his writings, made a comment about Freemasonry, which he very much was involved with. And he talks about going into a lodge, and I think it was in Scotland. Mm-hmm. And he was shocked at how much accoutrements and debris they had around the lodge. But he says nobody knew anything. Nobody understood anything.
It's like that on purpose, Peter. It's the way that things have been. I guess they tell you that it's kind of your own journey, and you basically got to figure it out on your own. So, and in that journey, you will come across all of these elements if you pierce the veil high enough. So what Crowley pointed out is the same exact thing, is that a lot of this stuff and a lot of these different groups are like that on purpose because they want to know who's really about it and who's not, and who's going to take the time and effort to really get to know things. So sometimes it's done like that on purpose.
Well, yes, but could also be a bunch of sleeping people that you're not going to learn anything from. Yes. So it's like you have to, I guess, negotiate. I guess what you could say, it's a framework by which to understand things.
Yes, that's
and-
exactly right. And just know that I'm on the good side, on the good Masonic side of light, and I'm always with you and Douglas no matter what.
Bless you.
Okay. So we have Douglas back now.
Yes.
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 I am back, and I do want to mention that I did promise to dedicate tonight's episode, since I didn't really talk about Asia and Australia last time and some general things. I will try to do that tonight in tonight's arc of narrative, just so Peter knows that for later, because he does ask what's the arc of narrative for tonight before he takes off. Not that I'm suggesting he take off anytime soon, mind you. The other day he came...
Australia, so Asia and Australia, you were talking about Asia and New Zealand, and the continent of whatever.
Zealandia, as the scientists call it, but Mu. I was speaking of that to a degree.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
Right. But this Australian is a different reference frame.
Yes, this will be a different reference frame. It's a much more contemporary, and so what I'll talk about tonight will very likely be about the racial issue, which a lot of people don't understand, and it's one of these things that even I have been reluctant to go into for such a long time, because honestly, it's really, I didn't want to necessarily alienate my Australian listeners, because it's amazing how many that I have down there. And a lot of it has to do with, of course, my ability to visit during that period of time, as miserable as that was. As I've always emphasized, that had nothing to do with the Australian people in general, but everything to do with Duncan Rhodes, who established an ambush and did everything that he could to basically see to it that I was killed. And that's no exaggeration. As I've mentioned before, if Noreen Helphand, God bless her if she's listening, shout out to her, if the wonderful lady Pamela Duff, I can say her name now, she was the sponsoress who provided us thousands and thousands of dollars to bring Noreen over. If she hadn't paid for Noreen to be brought over, because Duncan Rhodes wasn't going to bring anybody over for me. He wasn't going to pay to bring anybody over. So basically he paid to bring me over, and that was it. But she paid so I could bring Noreen Helphand. If she wasn't with me, I would never have gotten home. I can guarantee you that, because as soon as I got there, I was erased totally from the records that I had even arrived. In other words, there was no record of my showing up in Australia, so I was basically an illegal immigrant, which is, in Australia, that's a fate worse than death. I don't understand if people understand how bad that fate is. They deport you to an island that is literally either Manus Island, or where there's an enormous naval base, so we're talking about Guantanamo Bay level treatment, or you're talking about Nauru Island, which is just as bad. So these are like shitholes where they deport people to wait for an eternity for processing. And it would have been that, or I would have gone to jail in Australia itself, where I likely would have been killed. In fact, almost guaranteed. At that point, the most benevolent thing that could have happened to me would have been I would have been rendered homeless. But as it was, as I said before, because I had her with me at the time that it took time for us to leave. And you have no idea how complicated this story is. There's no way I can do it justice. Literally, she could attest to everything I said. She can attest to the fact that, when we were to leave to go home, the flight that we had, which was the Virgin Atlantic, which of course I recommend nobody ever fly the Virgin Australia, Virgin Atlantic, anything. It was Virgin Australia, I mean to say, but anything to do with Virgin, fuck it. Don't ever have anything to do with them. God knows, with what happened to me, you don't want to take their space trip. But at any rate, when we were going home, then of course the pilot did a walk around of the plane, and this is not casual. When we're talking about these 747 jumbo jets, okay, this is not a casual walkabout that the pilot does like you would have with a little Piper Cub or something, where it's like, we're talking about literally this guy is like walking around. It's, you know, a sizable walk that your average American wouldn't make it through because, you know, he'd have to get into his motorized wheelchair to take a trip that would be that comprehensive around a plane like that. And when the pilot did his walk around, he said the engines have been sabotaged. And he said in all his career, he had never, ever run into anything like this. He said somebody literally took screws out of the engine. He said if he were to take off in that plane, we were all going to die.
4 engines. There's 4 engines. They did it to all of them?
They did it to enough of them where he said, if I take off in this plane, we're all going to die. And so he said, everybody stand down and you're just going to go into a hotel. That's it. And so we all had to go into a hotel, which again lost me whatever money I have. You have no idea how much money I lost going down there. Not a single penny was made. Everything was lost for expenses like that. Because then, you know, it doesn't matter that they're paying for the hotel. You still have all your expenses, and you have to go through these conversions again, because we had converted our money from, you know, Australian dollars to US dollars, and we had to convert them back. And every time you do that, you lose money. So it was just, he's just no describing any of this. It's just horrific. And then, you know, when we did get on the plane again, the only way we got on was at that point I had stolen a wheelchair and claimed that Noreen was crippled, and because she was in the record, then they said, well, we don't want this American stuck here because she can't get home without the guy pushing the wheelchair, which was myself. So at that point I ceased to exist. I became what they literally said. I was like her baggage at that point. They said, oh, well, he's like a comfort dog or a seeing eye dog. That's what they classified me as. I'm not shitting you. They put me into that category simply to get rid of her because they didn't want to be stuck with her in Australia going on the dole and becoming a burden on the state. And the only way to get rid of her was myself pushing her wheelchair. So once we stole that wheelchair from the airport, it was an airport wheelchair. It's not like I knocked over some cripple to take that, excuse me, you know, mobility challenged individual, just to say that in a politically correct fashion. I stole it from the airport itself. And because of that, we were able to escape from Australia. Once we were on, of course, by the time I came home, it was that Southwest that was transferring me from Los Angeles, where I left Noreen, to go to San Francisco. That plane almost fell out of the fucking sky. That plane had to circle around the airport for hours because the landing gear would not go down. And finally, this is where things are really fucked up, because, you know, one of the requirements, and you may think I'm being facetious or joking about this. I am only to extent. One of the requirements to be a steward as opposed to a stewardess on any airlines is you've got to be gay. And so they finally had, because none of the women would do it, in the old days the woman would do it, and this is back in the old days when the woman had high heels and mini skirts and shit. They would have them lower the flight wheel, you know, lower the wheel manually when it wouldn't work automatically. This time they had one of the gay guys do it because, you know, just had to be a man. You know, none of the female stewardesses were going to do it, so they sent the gay guy to do it. And he almost died. I mean, like, literally by the time that he had finished manually, because you're like way up in the air and you're manually lowering that wheel.
Well, he's not hanging out in the sky.
You are. For all intents and purposes, people don't understand this. You are. That shit opens up like... if you want to visualize it, think about the film, well, Dr. Strangelove. Think about Dr. Strangelove, where that bomb bay opens up and the bomb's going to drop out. That's what it's like to lower that manual wheel.
Yeah, but he's got to be moving a crank or something.
Yeah, you move the crank, yeah, but you're still hanging there. You're still hanging there. You're not out in the sky where the wind will just blow you away, but it's pretty fucking close. That wind will blow you away.
You're exposed to the open air is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're exposed to the open air, and believe me, you know, and like I said, they used to have the stewardesses do this shit, but you know, this time they had the gay guy do it. He came back and he like almost died. He was like, you know, you could see what that had done to him by the time he had finished manually lowering that wheel. And by the way, we were like, there was all kinds of things they were doing, because at that point the pilot was saying, because of the weight of so many passengers, the pilot was saying, I've got to drop fuel. I mean, this was how bad it was. We were like over the bay, and he was dropping fuel over the bay just to maintain enough weight so that we wouldn't crash. This is how bad it was. So, you know, guaranteed, you know, the first plane that we were on in Australia was sabotaged. The second plane I was on, Duncan Rhodes was behind all of that, in the sense that he arranged for the ambush, not that he planned any of the mechanical shit on the plane. That was all Aquino's network. But Duncan Rhodes is obviously a cultist of the Kings of Edom. And for those who, you know, have any doubt of that, you know, just you can take your doubts and shove them. But that motherfucker's a piece of shit. And when, you know, and Noreen will attest to his behavior as well. Honest to God, it's like she was there after I had lost everything. Everything was stolen from me. It never came to, we dropped, you know, all the stuff I had, which was, I was supposed to be there for over 2 weeks. So I brought everything, as if you don't understand. If you're in a different foreign country and you're presenting for 2 weeks at multiple different presentations, you have to have different clothes. I brought my entire wardrobe. All of it was stolen. All of it was stolen. So when that motherfucker, after finding that out, he just came in and was shouting at me in this network style. If you ever watch the movie Network, where the madman is brought into the head of the industry, and the head of the media mogul is screaming at him about how money and media matters, and how mass manipulation really works. Then the guy says, I have seen God. He's this like religious fanatic whose entire fame is based on raging. He's a rageaholic that all the Americans want to rage with. And so in the film, the rageaholic is confronted by a pragmatist, kind of like Alex Jones had that idiot who was working with Genesis Radio Network, who was the gold portfolio mogul. You know, he was the kind of guy who manipulated Alex Jones when he wasn't counting his gold bars. I forget the idiot's name who owned Genesis Radio Network, but it's easy enough to look up. So this is what Duncan Rhodes does. He comes in and he starts screaming at me at the top of his lungs about Lorien Ann Fenton, and how basically he had this whole thing against her, which was like it didn't even make any sense. But always remember this: the cultists, they do not get along with each other. They'll stab each other in the back as soon as they can, because it's all about whoever claws their way to the top. So even though she's a cultist, he's a cultist, it's not like they liked each other. He was somehow all offended because she had all the attention of Michael Aquino, and he did not. By the way, again, Noreen Helphand was witness to all of this. This is what this guy was screaming at the top of his lungs to himself about, was how did Lorien Ann Fenton get to know Aquino so well when he pays no attention to me after all I've done? You know, this is like, she heard it all. This is what I was confronted with that motherfucker. And
as if he really paid attention to her.
Yeah. I mean, well, that was,
except using her as a mole or a tool.
Yeah.
You know, he had no compassion for her.
Of course not.
And he doesn't have compassion for any of his people. It's not about compassion.
Thank you. It was, you know, it was part of Duncan Rhodes' own insanity that he would even be in that headspace where he would perceive such slights as being somehow personal.
It fascinates me that he would even know who Aquino is. I mean, obviously he was, you know, I mean, because it's not something he talks about publicly.
Of course not. No, but, you know, for people who want, if you want dirt on Duncan Rhodes, it's an open secret. He was quite open about it. He was flown to Libya by Muammar Gaddafi, who wined him and dined him, and he came back as a propagandist for Muammar Gaddafi. Bear in mind, this was like close to the time of the Lockerbie bombing. So this is
because you know, there's a lot of stories that have circulated about you know, that it's not what we've been told. I mean, the bombing there's a lot of, I guess what you would call attacks on Gaddafi, because he was a resistance to the British. I mean, I'm not a Gaddafi advocate.
I understand.
And of course, Duncan Rhodes would be a prime target. In fact, because he was doing an alternative newspaper, I could see why Gaddafi would go after him.
Yeah,
I would be interested if there was any relationship between Gaddafi and Aquino. I could see Aquino feeding him Duncan Rhodes on the sly.
Yes. It's to put this into perspective for people. Obviously, I've been a propagandist for Saddam Hussein when I was in high school, and I just saw the chance to travel to a different country and be paid for a summer vacation, churning out propaganda posters. This was something that I leapt at just as an opportunity. But in the case of Duncan Rhodes, it was very different in the sense that when I was flown to Iraq, it wasn't like I met Saddam Hussein personally. Ever. It was simply that I was flown to Iraq at a time when they were just literally looking for people from the West who would be able to present their case to the West of what they were doing for the West. This is literally how they saw it. And the reality of what they were doing was they were staving off Iran from invading the rest of the Middle East at that time. And when it came to Duncan, however, he was personally invited by Muammar Gaddafi. This wasn't like, they just put out ads through the various local consulates in various cities and saw who would respond, and then they, flew them over who they thought was a good candidate who might be able to help them, like in the case with Iraq. This was like in Duncan Rhodes.
And I also have a Christmas card or an envelope from Gaddafi to David Anderson, because he sent David Anderson a Christmas card or a season's card, greetings card, from his office. I don't know that it was from him personally, but he was one of the many people David got cards from.
That's fascinating. So, and God knows.
Yeah, many people. He seemed to, like, how do you get on the season's greetings cards list? The Time Travel Research Center of Long Island was on his list.
Well, Muammar Gaddafi was fascinated by things like Star Trek. He was a great proponent of the synthetic language of Klingon. And for those who don't know, the Star Trek cultures have been taken and developed by the fan base to the extent where many people who are highly educated, who grew up watching Star Trek, the Star Trek franchise of Gene Roddenberry, many of the people who grew up watching the television series became various professional people, whether they're doctors, attorneys, or whatnot. Many of them became scientists and engineers. And so in the case of the Romulans and the Klingons, both in particular, their languages have been developed by the fan base. So there is actual Romulan language as a synthetic language, what's called a conlang, or a constructed language, a conlang. And so that is out there, as well as Klingon. And Gaddafi was this big proponent of the Klingon language. So it wouldn't surprise me that at some point he came across time travel and then ran across the name of...
Well, I think David got to know these people through his expertise in nuclear weapons.
But that too, yeah.
So he consult, the heads of state, and one kind of led to the other. In other words, not that they were directly related, but that he kind of was a known commodity with world leaders. David has worked at the highest levels of that aspect of government, and it's kind of, but I mean, you can also interface with him, and he's just like a regular guy to a certain extent, could talk about regular things. It's almost like two realities. But I heard stories, and I don't know how true they are, but Saddam Hussein would watch American TV shows like Little House on the Prairie or something, and just be moved to tears by the drama of the characters,
That doesn't surprise me, because when he was in prison after they apprehended him in that spider hole, as they called it, the foxhole that he had just kind of like retreated into in this bizarre kind of fetal retreat, his last stand that would have been considered noble at any other point in history, like the king of Paraguay, or the dictator who led that on a war against the rest of South America. He fought down to the point where literally he was, surrounded by the enemy, and they offered him the opportunity to surrender, and he came charging at him with a lance, which was all he had left, and they killed him. And his wife was...
Saddam Hussein?
No. This was like back in... I'm talking about the Paraguayan dictator.
Paraguay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd have to look up his name.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, I'm just saying that these last stands would have been considered noble in another age. But with Saddam Hussein, I guess he had intended something like that. But of course, this wasn't taken as such. The Americans instead just pulled him out of the foxhole and subjected him to degradation after that, put him in a jail, deprived him of clothing, made him look like some kind of Guantanamo Bay prisoner where he was washing his own clothes, and just kept him in prison for, as long as it took to have a show trial. And then they turned him over to a rival Arab tribe to hang, and that's how he died, was when the rival Arab tribe hanged him. It was on camera, and he held himself well until the point where he died. He even taunted his enemies while they were chanting around him. He was telling them that they were not men. He said, "You're no men to be doing this as a group, and I'd say none of you is man enough to be worthy of my, attention," before they hanged him. And of course, after that, his respect level in the Arab world went way up, even though that doesn't mean a shit, right? Because he's dead. But so that's how he went out. But during that period of time, what had to amount to well over a year at least, but maybe 2 years during the time he was in prison and detained, he wrote a series of romance novels. So that's why it doesn't surprise me that he would watch American soap operas and be brought to tears by them. So if anybody does their research on this and looks it up, there's a whole series of novels written by Saddam Hussein that are in the Arabic. They've never been translated into English, but I understand they're quite poetic, and so he had that aspect to him. Of course, I never met him personally, so I never was exposed to any of that. But bear in mind, again, very Arabic. He was also somebody who would allow his sons, if it was not himself, his sons were certainly responsible for taking wild animals from all over the world and pitting them against each other in gladiatorial combat. So this is a fact. When the Americans were rampaging through Baghdad, one of the things that they encountered that they were totally unprepared for were these gladiatorial animals that were let loose either by accident or the Iraqis releasing them as kind of like a last bit of resistance. But the Americans wound up confronted with bloodthirsty lions and bears and various other creatures that, by the way, normally these creatures are not like that. Bears, lions, all these animals, they don't normally charge and attack people. These were animals that were trained for that. In other words, they were brutalized and rendered into the kind of animals that would attack. And so the Americans were confronted with this, and it scared them shitless, all the while they were rampaging in Baghdad. So you're talking about somebody who also has that side to him, or at least tolerated that in his sons, who were both pretty much, by their behavior, by all Western standards, they were pathological. Uday and Kuze, if you might remember their names.
Well, yeah, and of course, what goes with power are a lot of psychological issues. I have produced this The Psychology of Space-Time. Part 1 is about dimensions, the quantitative aspects of psychology, which is all dimensional. And the two series I want to do with related to the psychology of space-time is power and secrecy. Well, power is a big issue because this deals with politics. It's the sign of Scorpio, ruled by Pluto, it's power. And so when you have people in positions of power, they can become quite what you would say unstable.
Yes.
I even noticed this when I was a young guy, and I would umpire. I was a little league umpire, when I was like 18 or 17 or whatever, and I would umpire little league games. And you have to have a certain amount of what you call assertion and control to be able to do that.
Oh yeah.
And I would see some people try and do it, and they just they couldn't do it. They'd be intimidated by being decisive. Now, we're just talking about balls and strikes and safe and out in baseball.
Yeah.
So, but still, it's like you're exerting power, you're exerting executive decision. And inevitably, people are going to be upset with you.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, they're going to be upset with you. And then you can also make mistakes, which then they have a justifiable grievance. But you're in a position where you're not only making decisions, you can attract rancor or ill will towards you. So that's just a baseball game.
Yeah.
So when you get into decisions of real power, whether it be corporate power or political power, it is a minefield for psychological meltdown. So what seems to work best is if you can just lie and kiss ass. That seems to be what many politicians do. And just say anything you can to appease and smile and pretend like you don't smell.
It's so awful. It's so true.
Yeah, and it's like, because you're going to make mistakes. And then it's what's really good is if you can really sweet talk people and just smile amongst insincerity. So this is inevitably what happens. So but when you get into to where you really can really make big decisions, this is where people get really funny, and they can be very, very petty and very small. And people will hesitate writing big checks because they don't want to give somebody else that much power.
Right.
It's if they can stop somebody from having power, that's what they will do. So this is a big issue. So who gravitates to these positions? It's people who can get away with exercising the lowest common denominator. And then you have somebody like Saddam Hussein, who was known to, have people in a big theater and then, eliminate them one by one until, you only had yes men.
Yes. Yeah.
You
There was
only had
that.
yes men. Terror.
Yeah.
Terror. And Stalin said you have to run a country by terror. Right now, and that's what politics is about, is running things by terror, by fear. And you always had these wars from World War II on. After World War II, you had the communist threat. You had communism terrorizing the conservative public, or being positioned. The atom bomb terrorized the population of the United States from the idea of the atom bomb, which supposedly the United States had invented, supposedly.
Right.
But then you have the Russians are going to bomb us. So you have that through the 50s and the 60s, and it's just terror. And America was terrorizing the population through the Vietnam War and the drafting of people.
Right.
And then there were the generations gap and the fighting of the, all the turmoil. It was terror.
Yeah.
And then
But
and then it went through the 70s. It was terror through inflation.
yeah, yes, that's right. Uh, uh,
And then Reagan revived the terror of the Soviet Union,
yeah.
which he successfully conquered. And at that point, the terror became the U.S. government itself,
Yeah.
which led to the Iraqi war. And my favorite part about that Iraqi war,
Mm-hmm.
and my favorite part of it was watching, I think it was Dan Rather, and you're watching these bombs go off over Baghdad, and it took them so long. I could see there were bombs going off before they would announce it. We see these lights going off, and then finally we now have it confirmed. America is now bombing Baghdad.
Right.
I mean, you could see it. You weren't seeing the explosions, but you could see the light. It was obvious what was going on, and they just couldn't. They can't even see what's in front of their face. They're so stupid.
It's so true.
But in any case, yeah. And then you had the United States becoming the terrorist threat with Ruby Ridge, Oklahoma City bombing, Waco, finally culminating in 9/11.
Yes.
Which was,
yeah.
When people are upset with the double talk that's now coming out of the government over the virus and the vaccinations, and they're now having commercials. Well, the fact that it doesn't work just means that it's not that the science is wrong. We're learning the science. We're learning. Science is learning. This is actually commercials now, because they're having to answer for all of the misinformation that's been promulgated on the vaccine. Why am I getting sick? Well, I'm getting sick because the science is the science. It's the science. So, but it was just as bad, perhaps worse, except it wasn't involving individuals on a personal level, health-wise, after 9/11, when they just lied about what was going on. And America was terror. And there was when you had the rise of patriotism after 9/11, as exemplified by Pat Tillman.
Yes.
One of your exalted characters that you talked about. And you're the only one that's really understood that.
Thank you.
I mean, people do, but I was like on to him from day one, even before he got killed.
Yes.
I said, this poor guy is, he'd be better off playing football, making his $1 million a year. He'd have a nice NFL pension to look forward to.
Yeah. So sad.
But, yeah. And so mistaken.
Yeah.
And so heroic in his own mind. They even have a statue of him outside the stadium.
Do they really? I had no idea.
Oh, yeah. It's Pat Tillman statue, and he's looking like a warrior, I think he's got his beret on too, if I'm not mistaken, in the statue. But he's like, what absurd foolishness.
Yes, that's awful.
Foolishness, but thinking, he was like, in his own minds, was an above boards guy doing the right thing. He was a standout in high school, a standout in college, the great American boy who was an actual first string, excellent defensive back for the Arizona Cardinals. And, was a good player. And he gave up his $4 million a year salary to go defend us from the Iraqi threat. It was the Iraqi threat. It was the Taliban threat.
Yeah. They just, at that time, it was just vague terrorism, but it was wherever they deployed you was supposed to be somehow helpful. And of course, there was nothing helpful about it.
He wanted the frontline action.
Yeah.
Which is kind of, crazy in itself.
Well, I mean, it's healthy in the sense that, look, men have testosterone. It's healthy for them to seek battle. This was not to go out there and with the desire to do good. What made his case so tragic was that he's in an environment that's the last. These are the last people who deserve defending on earth, the American culture. And when he went out to he just ensconce himself in the military matrix, he's entering the vortex of a sheer sewage of people who are not there to do anything in terms of defending anybody. They're out there to rape babies and kill civilians. They're not there to do combat, and that's why he wound up getting fragged. That golden boy had no idea what he was in for. He's living off of a myth and a dream, and as I said, the only way to get the military back to any form of functionality would be a draft. And of course, people can point out till the stars, have realigned in new constellae. They can point out just the shortcomings of draft armies, but the fact is that draft armies are enormously, just orders of magnitude more functional than so-called professional armies. And every nation that has gone from universal suffrage, meaning a draft, to some so-called professional army has regretted it and wants to go back. That's the case with some people in Europe. I'm sure that's going to be the case with Taiwan, which has kind of gone through a similar mutation where just recently, I'm talking about like the last few years, they just decided, well, you could understand almost why they did what they did, because the military was so dominated by the Kuomintang, which, so people understand this, the nationalist Chinese party, as opposed to the communist Chinese party, which rules Taiwan, they're not the party that is ruling Taiwan now. So that people understand this. They established the government of fascist democracy, meaning that they had to maintain a military dictatorship through a very long period of emergency that lasted several generations. After which they said, okay, we can now let the people vote more freely, less controlled votes. And then, once they've done that, they finally got to the point where an independent party came into power. That independent party wants a kind of recognition of Taiwan as a nation state without laying claims to the mainland, the way the traditional Republican Chinese Nationalist Party has always done. So to understand the nuances of this, to the outside world, they don't understand the pragmatism of Asians at all. And when they take a look at Taiwan's old claims to all of the mainland, Taiwan, they basically say that 9 dot line that claims the entire South China Sea on the part of communist China. When you see international analysts, foreign policy professionals, academics say Taiwan's objectives, they will claim that 9-line is claimed by Taiwan. They'll literally say that. They'll say, well, we recognize Taiwan claims on the South China Sea as being identical to that of communist China. Okay, nothing could be further from the truth. And for those of you who don't know, Taiwan occupies islands in the South China Sea. It's got islands all the way down right near the south end of the fucking Philippines. Taiwan's got military garrisons down there. So this is why they say that. But that's not what Taiwan claims. It's holding a stake there so they have a military balance against mainland China in the South China Sea, because that's the main maritime outlet to the world. But in terms of today's Taiwanese, they're not laying claims to the mainland, and that's why they elected a party that does not do so. But the military is entirely controlled by the old political party. And so because the military was taking the draft A's, and what they were afraid of was people in Taiwan were saying, well, we don't want our children to be indoctrinated with that old mindset. Then they said, well, the only way to stop that is to create a professional army and stop the draft army. And of course, there's going to be all kinds of problems with it. And but in their case, you can understand why they're doing what they're doing. In their case, what they're saying is the draft army is one where it's dominated by this political party that is no longer in charge. If anything, that political party has been the old nationalist Chinese became very much the treasonous party, because they began, believe it or not, to coordinate with the communist Chinese. And so many of the politicians that they were throwing out on the part of the Kuomintang, these were people who were saying, let's have peaceful reunification with mainland Asia, with mainland China. And so that's what the Kuomintang has become. It's become because it laid claim to the mainland. Now they're saying, well, let's reunite with the mainland. Maybe that way we can have greater influence on the mainland. Bullshit. Okay, this is why the people are not trusting them anymore, the younger generation. They've become the enemy, or that which would collaborate with the enemy, and that's why they had to break up the monopoly on the military and start a professional military. In Taiwan's case, it's the only place where that makes sense. In places like Europe, they've regretted it completely when they've switched to a professional military, because, you get the same shit that happens in America. You get a cult. People who say, oh, let's, stay away from the outsiders, and we've got our own thing going now. We're professionals here. This is our job, and this is what we do, and nobody outside can understand what the fuck they're doing, because like any professionals, they develop their own, nomenclature, their own vernacular, their own, like any profession, to render themselves indispensable. They make certain no outsider understands what they're doing. Well, that's impossible when you have a draft army. So that's why draft is so important. So, aside from that, the other thing that was brought up about Saddam Hussein, he was a great admirer of Joseph Stalin. And he was also someone who, one of the reasons I never met him personally, there probably would have been opportunity to do so. But at the time I was in Iraq, he was actually on a pilgrimage, which he had gone on several times, to Stalin's birthplace in Tbilisi, Georgia, and places like that, where he was very much abiding by the Stalinist doctrine. So he was, for the Arab world, kind of what North Korea is to Asia. But at the same time, if you understood anything about the Arab mindset, you would understand why what he was doing was almost applicable. It was like what he was doing was he was terrorizing the Arab population, but without... It's impossible to ever describe this without hours and hours of explanation. But to say it briefly, and it won't do it justice, in the Arab world, people live with terrorism as a way of life. It's simply the tribes are very warlike. They're very hostile to each other. And it would take someone who behaves in a Stalinist fashion to bring multiple different disparate tribes and religions under control within a artificial nation state like Iraq, which is, if you'd ever take a look at Iraq, its borders aren't even natural or organic. Nothing in the Middle East is. It's all a product of colonial demarcations drawn on coffee house tables in Denmark and fucking Amsterdam and shit, back when the colonialists were dividing up the world between each other. So it's all straight angular lines that have nothing to do with cultural reality. So you get all of these people who are together against their will. They hate each other. They would gladly annihilate each the other. And so Saddam Hussein would be the kind of person who arises surely by terror and keeping everybody in line with that terror. In order to prevent that from happening again, you need to change the borders so that they are organic and actually are more conducive to a kind of ethno-state, which is what all the people are seeking in those nations. You would have an independent Kurdistan, for instance, so that Saddam Hussein wouldn't have needed to gas his Kurdish minority, etc. And aside from that, as for, Muammar Gaddafi, in terms of his horror, an example of what he was like, no matter what people say about him, like Duncan Rhodes, he had incredibly spoiled family that was effectively royalty. And here they are in their own artificial nation state. And like Saddam Hussein, all of these Arab leaders, whether they're Bashar al-Assad, who's running Syria, or whether it's Iraq or Libya, all of these were generally military officers. Assad is different because he was a dentist or some shit. But in terms of the, which by the way is very strange because that's exactly what Slobodan Milosevic was of the Bosnian Serbs. He was also a dentist. But in terms of the Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi, these were military officers who, like the majority of the Arab leadership, were all trained at Sandhurst in England. So they all went to England for their military training at Sandhurst, and then they all went to the Soviet Union for their political indoctrination in communism. So these were all part of the Red Arab Spring, which was this revolution of military dictators who were communist puppet states in the Arab world, like Gamal Abdel Nasser, Saddam Hussein, and Muammar Gaddafi. These were all products of graduating from the Sandhurst Military Academy in England, right outside of London. And then they went to the Soviet Union for their political indoctrination, and then became these Soviet satellite states in the Arab world. That's how you had this kind of alignment that seemed justified in the American eyes with Israel, because at that point, the Israelis, who started off as the original Stalinist satellite state, went Western because, you know, they wanted the easy life and all that tourism. And so they decided to become a de facto Western satellite state. And then the Arabs, of course, were antithetical to them. So everybody took this as part of a natural, organic alignment involving the Cold War and ethno-religious identity in American filtration. The American cultural filter saw it as such. And so that's how you had that gradually evolve into that kind of realignment. But, you know, all these guys are dinosaurs when it came to Gaddafi or Hussein or Assad, Nasser, you know, and gradually America decided they were going to get rid of them with a new Arab Spring that would throw in pro-Western dictatorships. And that's how, you know, Gaddafi ultimately died. And he died, of course, miserably. He died, of course, being grabbed. You know, at least Saddam Hussein died with some degree of dignity. But Gaddafi, you can see the footage of him dying, and he's just being gunned down like a dog, begging people, no, don't shoot. Those are like literally his last words, you know, which that's the last thing you want to be saying when you're dying is, you know, you want to have some more sense of dignity than that. But that's what he was stuck with. But believe me, he deserved it. I mean, when you take a look at what I saw when I was in East Africa, there was a young African woman who was returning home to be treated, whose skin was burned off her body because Gaddafi had hired many of these East Africans as servants for his estate, his multiplicity of estates. And when his daughters were dissatisfied with them, they'd throw boiling oil on them. So this poor black girl was submerged in boiling oil for several minutes or, you know, even seconds, burned off the majority of her skin. This is what Gaddafi was. There's no point in having sympathy with these people. These people are indeed monsters. So just the fact that they're quirky and support the Klingon language and send people Christmas cards and these people are monstrous dictators, and this is how they maintain themselves. But they go way beyond anything that's necessary. It becomes beyond pathological. So when the important thing to remember is to have that in mind, it was that Muammar Gaddafi was practicing slavery. And so he had black people enslaved and was punishing them by extraordinary means. Whenever he was dissatisfied with their service, or his children were, and he certainly knew of this and tolerated it. So he's no one to ever, in any way, shape, or form, think of as somehow being on a positive side. So this is compared to him, by the way, Saddam Hussein was completely civilized. albeit, just as bad in a different sense, but not to that degree. Gaddafi was much worse, which is what makes me so despise Duncan Rhodes, who personally was wined and dined by this individual whose daughters were boiling their slaves alive. This is not something that I can't abide by that. And that's something that made Duncan Rhodes even more repulsive. Of course, when you get a trip to go to Australia, I couldn't say no, and yet everybody was telling me how bad it was going to be. And of course, everybody was right. And the fact that I even came home alive with those, not only what happened down there, but with the 2 attempts to take me out by taking out the planes. And that's the only thing in common with those flights was me. Take this in mind and digest it. Everybody hold this. When you're on a plane, and would they take out hundreds of people on a plane to get rid of Douglas Dietrich? They tried more than once. Just understand that they're willing to go that far, yeah. And when it comes to people who were behind it, like Duncan Rhodes, who had nothing to do with sabotaging the planes because he's not at that level, but who helped to expedite the ambush for Aquino. Here's this guy who's a propagandist for Muammar Gaddafi. Put that in context of what I've said compared to what I did with Saddam Hussein, and compare and contrast, and the difference, I think, speaks for itself. But definitely, I'm sure that Peter Moon can give us other examples of the corruption of power from his experience with Scientology. Of that, I have no doubt as well. I'm certain he saw individuals who took advantage of their positions and situations to make other.
Mention that, because I was just thinking about that probably yesterday, and okay, I'm gonna. I once did a course on how to be a registered representative, which is the technical term for a stockbroker, and you have to get licensed. And the guy who ran the course was a stockbroker himself, and he says, you can learn all these laws and stuff, but basically, he says, when you are somebody's broker and financial consultant, he says, you can really screw with them. He says, you're like a doctor. It's like a doctor who can give wrong medicine. And you can really, he says, you can really screw somebody's life up. And somebody told a story about some doctor who had taken his stockbroker and basically kidnapped him and put him in a car and all sorts of horrible things to him because he'd ruined the doctor's financial life. Doctors, by the way, are not generally good with money.
Right.
They're not. That surprised me. I learned that when I was doing leasing. I was trying to get a doctor approved, and it was explained to me by the leasing officers that doctors are not good credit. You'd think they were, but they're not, because they're not responsible with money, he said. But in any case, so like a person who's given financial advice legally can really screw people over, just ruin their entire life. And he was saying how, it's important not to, but you do have that power. Now, I remember seeing people so when you're like counseling somebody in Scientology, you're responsible for what's going on in their head. Yeah. Ultimately, they're responsible, but you're trying to help them become responsible. So you can, as Hubbard would say, these techniques are a double-edged sword. They can be used to help, and they can be used to harm. So, because what are you doing? You're going to the mind, and you're getting somebody to look at stuff. And there's ways to do things that will bring the person relief, and go towards a helping factor rather than the opposite. By the same token, in fact, they even had something in the Guardian's office called GO auditing, guardian's office auditing, or reverse auditing. So in other words, they would do the auditing calculated to spin the person in. And this was for people who were enemies of Scientology, who had sought to harm or damage it in some ways. So they would bring them in, and they would appear as a wolf in sheep's clothing to these people and offer to help them. And they were just basically trying to make them go crazy.
Explain to our listeners what auditing is so that they understand.
Auditing is a procedure, it's counseling techniques in Scientology, where one uses a Wheatstone bridge, which is they call it an E-meter. It's a skin galvanometer, which registers the resistance in the skin, which will be related to psychological states. So that it was never anything I ever did or was instructed to do, because it was done very much on the sly, very much, and rarely, it was rarely done, but it was used against enemies. So the point of it is, when you're using counseling techniques, or when you're overseeing counseling techniques that can affect hundreds or thousands of people, you have the power of influence. And when I saw people get in positions, one was financial, where he had control of all the finances of Scientology, at least in a very big sphere, not every single dime, but for practical purposes, yes. And another one when he was the czar of all technical actions in counseling. These people had tremendous power, and the power got to their head. They absorbed a lot of prestige for themselves. But I realized, I saw them in their positions, and I knew they were both off their rocker. Now, they were off their rocker like before they were in those positions of power. They had their positive and negative traits. But when they were put in those positions of power, which they wanted, they acted inappropriately and imbecilically. And I both of these people ended up in what they call the hole in Scientology. It didn't exist when I was there, but it was two trailers that were put together in the desert and welded together. And the people were in there. Most of them were the senior executives or people who've been very high up and or involved with Hubbard at one time. And David Miscavige had them put in there, and they were forced to eat slop. They didn't have chairs. They were given showers once a week out in some shower out in the open desert or something. And it was a miserable life. Sometimes they were forced to beat each other up, forced confessionals. It was like a Korean prisoner of war camp or something.
But at the same time, I almost envy the fact that in terms of their corruption, that there was some punishment meted out. You almost wish we would have that with our form of government, but that kind of recourse, but go on.
Well, what these people did not warrant this type of punishment, because they were being subjected to cruel and unusual punishment by their own will. And if you were to go and try them, extract them, they'd say they're under their own will, which they're really not. They think they are, or what's the greater fear? But of course, not to say that worse stuff doesn't go on in prisons. I think that the food in prisons might be better.
Yeah, that's true. It's to keep the prisoners from rioting. But go on.
And I don't think that any of these people were subjected to some of the knivings and things like that might happen in a prison under certain circumstances. But you might have felt better off in a prison, especially if you had the opportunity to get out, because these people in Scientology, in this particular hole, had no hope. There have been people who've escaped the hole and told the stories of it. This is how we know about it. There have been different people who've escaped for different reasons. And but the point was, is these two individuals I'm thinking of, very powerful. They assumed positions of great power, neither position of which I would have particularly wanted, never desired, but they wanted it because they wanted to be the top dog or whatever. And they didn't realize they were backing a regime which was going to destroy them, destroy everybody personally.
Yes.
And it acted both to destroy and humiliate these people, to where, like, both of these people are older than I am. I'm 68 and a half. So they've got to be in their 70s. And they've been living in degraded circumstances. Maybe in the back of their minds, somewhere they have this idea that they're dedicated to L. Ron Hubbard and they're going to reincarnate and, bring his truth to the world. Maybe that's what they think. It's a delusion. And that maybe that's how they justify their existence. And, but it's very sad, because if either of these people had been, flicked on the head, had their ears flicked and told in no uncertain terms, or been given a chance to relieve themselves of these situations, they would have led much different lives.
Yeah.
And it's sad that people can fall, and it was their desire for power and their inability to handle power. There is a level in Scientology called the ability to handle power. And, power is a perilous thing. And the most important thing is to handle the power that comes in your own life. I had a incident yesterday. I was driving to the park to go exercise at the park. It's about 10 or 15 minutes away, big park. Do Qigong out in the park. And I get a few blocks away and I see, the tires in the car are low. Better go fill the tires. So I go, and this is very irritating for those of you who don't drive. If you drive, it's irritating. You got to go fill your tires with air.
I think it's safe to assume most Americans drive. I would be the exception myself, but go on. This reminds me of something. Remind me to share it with you.
In New York, San Francisco, you don't necessarily drive.
True.
New York City or even Brooklyn, because there's subways in New York, but and extensive buses. But in any case, it's irritating. So I go to the gas station, put the credit card in the machine to get the air, and it doesn't work. And I go to the guy and he says, it worked. I said, no, it doesn't work. I said, give me some coins. He says, the coins don't work. It doesn't work with the coins. He says, I used it yesterday. It works. Well, why don't you have if the coins don't work, why don't you have a sign on it to say, don't put coins in it? It's like, it didn't work. So I went down to the Exxon station, which is down, and then, it doesn't have a tire gauge on it. So I said, I can't use this. I go another mile away to the Shell station. Well, no tire gauge. Go across the street to a Mobil station, and it's got a tire gauge. And I'm thinking like that, this is a horrible experience. I said, I'm going to my fourth gas station, and I said, I'm going to treat this into an adventure. I'm going to embrace this.
Good.
I'm going to embrace this. So I go to the Mobil station, and I have to get behind this guy he's vacuuming his car. It's right next to the air hose, and I have to practically get too close to him, but I see, this one has a tire gauge. Good, I'm going to use it. So then he puts his vacuum back on the rack, but it snaps back and hits me in the face.
Oh!
And I first started to react, and then it didn't hurt that much. Just forget it. It didn't hurt that much at all. but it was a surprise and shock to get snapped in the face.
I mean, that's something that would make a person snap, just at, just the straw on the camel's back gone.
Yeah, and he didn't do it intentionally.
Right.
But this was the experience I was accruing after I decided to embrace this. So then I took the car over and I put in $1, and then the gauge doesn't work. I keep filling it with air, but the gauge doesn't work. I said, I can't use this. So I throw it in the bushes. I throw the air gauge in the bushes, and I drive off, and I say, I got to go home, and I get my tire gauge, which I keep in the house. And not anymore, I keep in the car. Get the tire gauge. And I said, I'm going to take this to Tom. Tom's got a gas station. He'll take care of me. I said, I'll leave the car here. I'll walk to another park, and I'll come back in an hour or two, and just I'll give you $5. Just please fill it when you can. Do the air. So then I stop at the Exxon station again because I say, well, I have a tire gauge. Maybe I'll go to the Exxon station. And I pull up, and this guy's just put in $1 for air, and he goes, I said, do you need a gauge? He goes, no, I'm done. He says, here. He gives me the air. It's full of air, and I put it in. I do my tires, and quickly, because it's only 2, I've already figured that out. And then this other guy drives up, and I say, oh, do you need a tire gauge? He goes, I don't know. I said, here's air. Let me check. And so I'm going around checking all his tires. I give him the free air hose, and he's putting air in. And it's just like I'm helping this guy. It was, in other words, I was not getting any help until I went through this ritual, and then I gave him help. I was like a service station attendant to him. I'm checking each one of his tires, and I'm helping him screw the caps back on. He was a Mexican guy. I said, okay, great. It was like, wow. I took this power, it seems like a small power, but this is what you have to handle in your own personal life, the power in your personal life. In other words, I embraced this irritating thing.
Yeah.
And I was irritated 4 times by 4 different establishments. And finally, when I got to the right one, I was given free air, and I gave somebody else free air and took care of his problem. That's the power you have to deal with. It sounds very small. It is very small. But this ranges with somebody was saying, that they did well in career, but not in their marriages. They said if they put as much time in their career, as their marriages that they put in career, they would have had a successful marriage. So it's like you have to work on the things that are important in power. Yeah. And all the time I was in Scientology, I always worked towards self-empowerment. That meant getting enough sleep, getting enough to eat, and taking care of my own personal joy factor.
Right.
So now that doesn't mean every day was good, but far more days were good than bad.
Right.
And so I was maintaining harmony and balance until such time that, there was too much other determinism trying to make you feel bad, at which point you just, exit the stage.
Right.
So that is, but this is what's important in power. So you have to handle your tooth. This is like a master lesson for you to handle the tooth.
Yes.
And it's like, well, there's nothing that's going to give you greater joy than getting a crown that's going to work.
Yes.
It's the most important thing. And these are what's important. Not controlling other people, not making lots of money. Because a lot of people who make a lot of money, what do they do with it? The ones that make the most sense, that make a lot of money, are ones that have huge families. My daughter had a friend they had like 10 kids in the family at least.
Wow.
And the guy had more than one job. I think he worked at Home Depot, not as a clerk, but he also had a side job doing stumps, trees, where he'd go make $400 here, make $400 here, and just bump, 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 bump. You know, he had multiple jobs, and he was always working because he had to support 10 kids.
Jesus.
So
I would kill myself.
no, he just made it work.
Holy
he
shit.
just made it work. He made a lot of money. You know, he'd go out and, you know, spend a couple hours digging up a stump. He dug up stumps is what he did as a side business.
Oh my God.
You dig up a stump, you can, you know, depending on where you go, you can get $400 or $500 for it.
But by the way, don't name the individual. But I just wanted to tell you this now, and you and I might talk a bit more personally about it later. But you remember, I went on screen share with you, and I showed you the one guy I was being approached by concerning his issues with Lorien and Fenton.
Is this the same guy who solicited you?
No, not for an interview. Not the same guy soliciting me for an interview. This was the guy who wanted to talk to me about the problems he was having with Lorien and Fenton. You might remember that. Yeah. Don't say his name, but
I don't even remember his name.
I spoke with him the other night, and oh my God, she basically, because I guess this guy built his world around the UFO world, and contact in the desert and these conferences and shit, and she totally had him like pushed out of that world because she kept telling everybody he was this horrible person. He wound up living in a tent. Apparently this was his livelihood, and now he's just, you know, trying to get back on his feet by doing things like what you were saying, working with trees basically in California, because of course we have to trim trees because of the fires and everything else. So he was just basically doing a kind of California form of logging, and but it just reminded me of what you were saying. But this guy was just trying to get back on his feet. But it was like Lorien Fenton wound up driving this guy into living in a tent. I mean, it was just awful. I mean, holy shit. And I told him, oh my God. And you know, you might
wait, he drove her into living into a tent?
No, she drove him into living into a tent. Yeah, you might remember his story was that, you know, not to give the thing away, but basically he had a problem with the girl, and then she basically claimed that she took a photograph and ran with it, saying that he had beaten this girl up, etc. And she wound up spreading this all over the UFO community, even though, of course, he's never been charged with a crime. It's one of these things that whatever happened, she turned him into the villain, and wound up with, you know, he wasn't allowed at any of these, you know, UFO meetings anymore, or conferences, which I guess is where he pushed his books. And here's this guy who was a published author, and then he's now living in a tent. It's like, I couldn't understand. I said, how does a person, you know, wind up with his livelihood dependent on a bunch of losers like the UFO community? I mean, oh my fucking God, you know, I'm not allowed at any of their goddamn contact in the desert bullshit or any of this conference.
I don't think any of these people that go to conferences make very much money.
Of course they don't. Oh my God.
And certainly not very much money off of their writing. They might be subsidized. They might have another job.
Oh, these people are shills. They're working for like the feds and shit. You know?
There's that factor too.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, there's that factor.
Yeah, and so, oh my God, but I couldn't believe how this guy, like, you know, this was his world, and because he was pushed out of that world, now he's living in a tent. It was like, I said, you know, I told him the truth. You know, basically, he originally just lost $1,000 to her. And, you know, that was the starting point of his, you know, spiral, because then she started slandering him and defaming him after that. But I was like, you know, I lost like $20,000 to this bitch, and I just moved on. I just like, you know, and granted, there was a point in my life where I was on the precipice of homelessness, but that was because my parents died, and I was, you know, stabilizing myself by becoming a public informant. But I knew I was going to lose all kinds of money before I got anywhere. It was just, you know, because there was nowhere to turn to other than Aquino Stooges, and I couldn't go anywhere, move an inch without them imposing themselves upon me, and I couldn't say no. And so I wound up, you know, exactly as I expected, losing money to all these sharks. I was in a swimming pool of sharks. But, you know, I mean, the term Shark Tank would be apropos here, but in its most negative sense. But definitely had to bring that up with what you were talking about. It just reminded me so much of this guy's case. You know, and So, please continue with what you were saying, but I had to get that out there before it dribbled out of my ears.
Well, I was just talking about one's personal power. It's like you have
the power to do something constructive with your life. And I was telling this guy, go on.
Exactly. And it's like, well, people, and when you get into people who are determined to not get better, there is determinism, and they will find reasons faster than you can find reasons to help them. It becomes like a war. So you can say, well, do this. And you say, well, okay, here's $1 million. This will solve your problem. Oh, no, $1 million won't solve my problem because, Preston Nichols was one that would actually have millions of dollars for radio stations that he was bartered his way into. And he'd tell these elaborate stories of that they sold it here and it went here and it went to Switzerland. And I've got all this gold in Switzerland, but I can't have access to it. So he had, and then Al Bielek would call and say, why are they taking Preston's money? Why are they? I said, Al, it's not, Preston can't access that money. It might be real. It might be imaginary. It might be
I was about
real.
to say.
But in other words, why, he'd talk about it and it was like, okay, well, it becomes imaginary money, even if it's real. It could be real. It could be imaginary. It doesn't really matter. It's inaccessible.
Yeah.
So you could
even if it's real, it's rendered imaginary. it's
yeah. So in other words, it's and I said Preston's very strange. So in other words, these things could actually be true. And I'll never forget one time he would talk about these elaborate and sophisticated tax situations, which I understood enough of it to know that the situations he was talking about, he wasn't making them up. He was having extensive conversations about tax laws and tax transfers. In other words, now I doubt very much he did this for his own amusement, or he sat there listening to somebody, because he had owned different radio stations. He bartered his way into a radio station because they needed it fixed. So they couldn't pay him, so they gave him an ownership in the station. And
did he ever try to use these platforms so that he could advocate for himself or promote himself?
No. He would never dare. Once or twice he might have got me on the air or something, but it wasn't anything. No. In fact, when Preston, before I came along, they would broadcast out of, I think it was a shortwave station in Tennessee or somewhere. I think it was in Tennessee. And the government would blow up the station.
But could you explain that? You mean physically, like literally with explosives?
Yes. Blow it up.
Yeah.
Blow it up.
Incredible.
Because, they were saying stuff that was very radical for its time. Talking about psychotronics, this stuff was like, must be stopped at all costs. Now, this was not major radio. This was a major shortwave station. It was a, shortwave with a lot of power. I never, this was the history of conspiracy, real conspiracy.
Right.
Before it was, ubiquitous on the internet. And so, or they would throw acid on the transmitter and ruin it or something like this.
Good God.
There was cases where there was, this is how dirty they were. There was a case that was quite publicized here. Guys went off the shore of Long Island 3 miles, so they were in international waters. They had purchased equipment from Preston, and they were broadcasting, outside of the realm of the United States.
Right.
Now, I don't think they were particularly political, but they were doing their own station in international waters. What does the government do? They go out and basically take their stuff and arrest them, even though they were in international waters.
Holy shit. I take it they were arrested by the Coast Guard on international.
I don't know what instrument.
Yeah. Okay.
But, okay, it doesn't matter if they're beyond 3 miles.
Right.
4 miles, 5 miles, we'll say you're 3 miles. What eventually happened, Preston said, because I remembered, it was publicized. They didn't mention Preston Nichols. He says, yeah, I'm the guy who sold him the equipment. Who else is going to sell him the equipment? And at least on Long Island. And he says they basically got jobs in radio, which is what they wanted in the first place. They weren't necessarily revolutionary in the sense of their content. They were revolutionary in the sense of trying to beat the system.
Right.
The FCC is very controlled and regulated.
Right.
And Howard Stern, who has been a big, supposedly fighting with the FCC, he wouldn't touch our stuff in a million years.
No, of course not.
He's a coward.
Of course.
He's a huge coward.
Well, he's just a shill, just another shill, really, but go on.
Yeah. So, anyway, this is the nature of what goes on. But say Preston had, so he had substantial influence with radio stations. I remember we had Chuck Hamill's old girlfriend and her sister and another lady, and we went out to Montauk and picked up Preston, and Preston says, okay, I've got the stations for you. I got, and he told them what to program at the station. So they wanted to play music from the music of time, baby boomer music. So he had a tremendous influence, and it was mostly a hidden influence. A lot of his influences were hidden influences. So he had done all this yak with me. This is personal. This isn't being done in front of a group. Him talking to me about these elaborate financial stuff going on with this radio station, with a mall he owned, and then it went to a radio station and all this stuff. Now, I had some degree of interest in his financial being because I would pay him royalties, and we had financial conversations not infrequently about, what he was going through. So just as friends and as a business relationship. So then one day I'm sitting with a friend of mine who's still my friend to this day. She gave me the idea. I said, what am I going to call this book? The Montauk, she says, Experiments in Time. Oh, great. She helped me think of that. So she's sitting there talking to me, and she says, or on the phone, and she says, I saw Preston the other day. I was in my accountant's office. I went to see my accountant. It was over in Suffolk County, quite a ways away from her, and I saw Preston there, and I went up to him. I wanted to say hi to him, but I didn't know if he'd remember me, so I just didn't. But I saw Preston in my accountant's office, and I think she mentioned that in response to I was telling her some of the story. So why would Preston was basically unemployed then? He's not going to go to an accountant in an accountant's office to get a tax return done. That would have been done at H&R Block, you see, if he was going to get help.
Right.
Go to H&R Block for $30 and get his tax return done. Now, he was seeing a real accountant. And this suggested that what he was talking about was not all smoke. Why on earth would he be seeing an accountant?
Otherwise, right.
Yeah, so he would there'd be these like aspects of his life that were mysterious and weird. And one of them was when one of my friends saw his actual he could tell me precisely. They were like sort of like dog tags, which my friend recognized from the military, but they were like, I think it had to do with security. Preston, he said, "What's that?" And Preston, "Oh, I use that for security if I get pulled over or something." In other words, Preston could pull a security card. I mean, he could get a ticket too. I saw him once get a ticket, but a ticket is security. You know, in other words, there are certain things you can pull on a cop or other officials, and you know, and they leave you alone because you're a Fed.
Right.
You're a Fed.
Right.
And so Preston, he didn't show it to me. My friend saw it, and he was surprised and shocked. Of course, he already knew Preston knew who he was. So Preston and Duncan Cameron used to say about Preston, he says, "You'll think Preston is just wrong and crazy. He'll say something." But he says, over the long course of events, you'll see that he's actually right. Time will show him to be right. I had an interesting dream about Preston the other night where he was actually feeling all of the radio waves and radar. And he could interpret the radio because he could feel the waves. And that's who Preston was. Because the whole thing about Montauk was feeling the frequencies. The frequencies would be amplified out your mind. Preston was somebody who could feel frequencies. He could recognize them. He had a sympathetic response. So he was part radio wave in that sense. But Preston had a tremendous amount of power and things that he could do and did do, but there was so much fallout he could not integrate. Well, in other words, he couldn't come forth and tell his whole story. He just was not capable of doing it.
Right.
He'd only tell the parts he was comfortable telling because he was afraid if he told more that he would be killed, not realizing he was killing himself by not telling them. It would have been cathartic for him to tell everything, but he was incapable of doing it. Right. He was incapable and or didn't want to and or was afraid to. But he did offer a great springboard of information and knowledge for which we should all be forever grateful and thankful. He just he suffered from what he was emerging from. So power, I was just talking about power, and people have a hard time holding and acknowledging the power that they have,
right? The
good that they can do in the world, even if it's on a small scale, because you will be tested by life. And the more life you are given, you'll be given more life in proportion to how well you treat the life. If I was given Preston Nichols and dealt with that, I'm then given David Anderson. I've dealt with that to the best of my ability.
Right.
They gave me Romania, all my Romanian connections.
Right. Which is very important. And of course, I have every confidence that Romania will be important in my own future. By the way, today's anniversary date, the name of tonight's episode is the Operation Tidal Wave commemorative episode. So this was when the American forces attempted a bizarrely just auto-destructive, in other words, a very self-defeating raid on Axis oil refineries, and that was 78 years ago. So he was on August.
Oil refineries in Romania?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. Yes, it was on August 1st of 1943 that 177 B-24 bombers took off from the Allied bases in Libya, and they were bound for the oil-producing city of Ploiești, if I remember that correctly. Is that how we pronounce it, I believe?
I think that's to the north of Bucharest.
Yes, and it was in Ploiești, Yeah, I think I got it the way it should be pronounced. I think so. But it was in Ploiești, Romania, which was the Allies called it Hitler's gas station, and of course they gave the operation itself a very lurid name, Operation Tidal Wave. It resulted in 5 men being awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, 3 of them posthumously, but it failed to strike any fatal blow that its planners had intended. So Operation Tidal Wave, it began ominously even at the start. That was when an overloaded bomber crashed shortly after takeoff, and another plunged into the Adriatic Sea. About 167 of the original 177 bombers made it to Ploiești, whose oil fields and refineries provided the Reich with over 8.5 million tons of oil per year. And whereas most Allied bombing in World War II was carried out from a high altitude, of course, the bombers that raided Ploiești flew exceptionally low in order to attempt evasion of German radar. And of course, those bombers lost the element of surprise anyway when one group veered off on the wrong direction, which forced the others to break radio silence in order to direct them back on track, on course. And it was this unplanned adjustment that also led to the bombers approaching from the south, where the Wehrmacht and their forces had concentrated their anti-aircraft batteries. And of course, what the Germans had done, expecting a low-level attack from the beginning, was they took the 88 cannon, which, by the way, are infamous as a multi-purpose gun. If anybody looks up the German 88, the wonder of it was that it was originally intended as an anti-aircraft weapon, but then was found immediately to be also useful when you simply pointed the cannon at ground level. You could take out tanks with amazing effectiveness. And it was these 88s that were, of course, mounted on the bottom of the aero dreadnoughts, the circular flying hamburgers, where they could pound away at enemy positions from above. Well, that's exactly what the Germans did. Not mounted them on dirigibles, mind you, but they just mounted them at extraordinarily high level on basically towers, extended watchtowers, guard towers, and also basically on top of various telephone poles where they affixed platforms. And so they had the guns in the air higher than the fucking planes, and they basically blew away the American bomber groups from above. They were firing down at the planes below and wiped them out of the skies. So that ensuing attack was dramatic, chaotic, and very costly. The Allies suffered heavy casualties, and smoke from the explosions caused by the first wave of bombers made visibility impossible for subsequent waves. And the survivors reported debris like branches and barbed wire hitting and even ending up inside of their planes. There was a Lieutenant Colonel Addison Baker and a Major John Gersted, who were both awarded the Medal of Honor for their unsuccessful attempt to fly higher and allow the crew to bail out of their fatally damaged planes. Another pilot, Lieutenant Lloyd Herbert Hughes, also received a posthumous Medal of Honor for flying his critically damaged B-24 into its target, so he had to pull a kamikaze dive, and that was the only way he could even impact anything. Colonel John Kane and Colonel Leon Johnson, who each led bombing groups that actually reached their targets, were the only men who were awarded the Medal of Honor that actually survived the raid. And so even though the Allies propagandized that the raid had reduced Ploiești's capacity by 40%, the damage was immediately repaired, and within months, the refineries had outstripped their previous capacity. And basically, as Adolf Hitler said, Romania provides the black blood of the Reich, and without Romania, we all die. So Hitler's gas station continued pumping until the Soviet Union was able to invade. They were originally defeated, of course, and finally, by causing Romanian communists to rebel within Romania itself, they were able to capture it in August of 1944. But in Operation Tidal Wave, 310 airmen died, 108 were captured, and another 78 were interned in neighboring Turkey, which was, of course, a neutral nation, but maintained them as prisoners until war's end. 88 of the original 177 B-24s managed to return, all of them seriously damaged to the point where they were no longer capable of flying. And despite setting the record for the most medals of honor awarded to airmen in a single mission, Operation Tidal Wave was never repeated. The Allies never again attempted a low-altitude assault against German air defenses. But that was what they were attempting to do with the Aero dreadnoughts themselves over Antarctica, where they were hoping to get the Japanese to do it for them, fly at an extraordinarily high altitude above the radar line, and then drop their Manta bomber, which would sweep beneath the radar line and drop the atomic bomb. That, of course, never happened because the Japanese destroyed themselves at Roswell, self-immolated en masse. And what few survivors there were of that went back into captivity, where they ultimately died. All of that, of course, part of what I was speaking about when it came to the Korean War on the transmission before tonight's, where I was speaking about the prisoners being a major issue with the fact that the Korean War is still ongoing. Most prisoners of war, of course, have never been returned on either side. So with that, of course, just to remind people of the importance of this day. And, of course, I could go on about that for hours. But Peter Moon gets the point, and I'm sure all of you do. And that's, something that it was ironic to me because I think it's safe for me to say this. For a period of time, Peter Moon's own wife was working with an oil company. But that's something that, she came from that background. Romania was, even though she didn't come from an oil background, at least that's not my understanding. It's ironic because Romania itself was basically the only oil-producing nation state in Europe that was, which made it such an invaluable ally and a major participant in the Reich's campaigns. There were Romanian soldiers, of course, who were in action on the front lines in Stalingrad, alongside the Italians and the Germans. And there were, of course, Romanian submarines that were active in the Black Sea throughout the Second World War. So an invaluable ally, and the third largest Axis power in Europe, next to Italy, and above them all, of course, was Germany in terms of numbers and capacity involved. But Italy's well known as the second Axis power, but the third in Europe was Romania, just so people know. And
the interesting thing about this town, Ploiești, I think it's Ploiești.
Yes. Yeah. The S has that little hook underneath it. So
yeah. But this is where I met with this guy who was, in fact, it reminded me, I emailed him. I said he was giving me a list of pricing for the ham radio project. I met him he lived in that town as we were on our way home to Bucharest. And so that reminded me to say, well, you were going to give me a list a couple weeks ago so I could, give him money for this ham radio project.
Right.
But it was a cute little town. I mean, I didn't notice any oil fields because I was on the highway or in the town, but it was beautiful.
Wonderful. That's
so much Romania. It's quaint. It's beautiful. He takes me out into his garden with my friends and, starts the Romanian hospitality, which is to bring you wine, and then they start bringing out other stuff slowly but surely. Yeah. They start with the wine.
Yeah.
That goes well. They start bringing out more stuff.
Yes. Yes, the Europeans love their wine, and of course, if we could only get the Romanians to stop putting ketchup on their pizza, I'd be sad. But
Oh, they'll be happy. And it's not offensive. It's only mentally offensive. It doesn't bother me if they load ketchup on things. It's
oh
just weird,
God, I can't
you know.
stand it. Yeah, I understand. You've got a higher level of tolerance.
It's like, well, yeah, I have a wife who, who will do stuff.
Yeah, does she
And,
do that? Does she? Is she?
oh yeah,
Oh
yeah,
God.
she'll put ketchup on stuff, and uh, I think of ketchup as a great evil.
Yes. Yes.
Period. I mean, I will eat ketchup if it doesn't have sugar in it. It doesn't need the sugar. I know it doesn't need the sugar. It's basically tomato.
Right.
That's what gives it the flavor, not the sugar. But yeah, no, she'll put ketchup on all sorts of things.
Oh my God. My dad did that. My father did that. And so, I have a tolerance for it as well. By the way, there was someone who was talking about the scenery in Europe, because we brought up that kind of frontier aspect of Romania. So it was, who was it here that was talking about that? Let me see. It was down a little bit further. But let's see now. Wasn't Nancy Volker? Here we are. Milligram Smile 442 said provincial beauty is still pretty strong in France, Germany, Italy, Sweden, etc. There's just not much visible poverty left, and that, of course, is something that I remember. I look
I
forward.
would also venture to say that provincial beauty you're going to pay through the nose for in those countries.
Yes. Yes. Oh God, yes.
So it's like that ruins the beauty of it.
It does.
Even if you can afford it, it ruins the beauty of it, because it's not about beauty. Now beauty becomes a commodity.
Yes. Yes.
And in Romania, it's not about the money. In Bulgaria, it's not about the money.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you want to pay the money, you want to treat people right, but it's more about the beauty and experiencing the beauty of the countryside.
It's so true. You are in the Balkans. Of course, bear in mind, my experience in the Balkans was in time of war. But nevertheless, what I can attest to is combat aside, for what that's worth, the feeling is so much more relaxed and less pressured, unlike every moment you spend in Switzerland or anywhere in Western Europe where you're paying through the ass. You're constantly looking at your wallet or on your plastic and how much have you got left before you run out, and you're left begging for money to help you fly home. It's just I can't even imagine. Well, I've never been there to any of these.
And the beautiful thing about Romania is there is a mix of modern, and the modern is so much better than our modern. Like, for example, like say in at least a couple cities in Transylvania that Sibiu and Brasov, major cities in Transylvania, you can go and walking through the shops with the cobblestone streets and whatnot, and they'll have like desserts made with raw food and no sugar.
Wow. Desserts.
And they're going to cost a few bucks. Expensive for the context of if you were buying donuts or something, but no, it's very inexpensive by American standards, and it's just, you're not going to find anything like that in America. They used to have some places in New York City, but you might be paying $13 for what you're getting for a few dollars in Romania. And that's like, so that's these people that know raw food and they're passionate about it, blah, 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 blah. And then you'll have their malls, which are just like where you can get the same thing in the malls, and the malls are like, wow, they're designed with aesthetics rather than industrial, commercial the malls are creepy in America.
Yeah.
Just downright creepy. One of the first malls they had was in Bakersfield, and I went to the Valley Plaza, and that was like, oh wow, you walk in this mall and it's all air conditioned. That was incredible when you walk in for the first time, and they have all these stores. But you know, once malls became ubiquitous all over the place
and standardized,
they became creepy.
Yeah.
And so it's like now you're indoors. You feel like you're in a movie like Logan's Run or something, and it's like anti-life. So in Bucharest and other cities, the malls are like, wow, there's this aesthetics inside. It's not like America. I mean, it's still a mall, but and then some of their architecture, their modern architecture, it's just done with so much more craftsmanship and work and design and aesthetics, even if it's common stuff. I mean, you'll find old buildings and whatnot, but there's just a sense, and it's not quite as Euro look as you might find in Germany or France, where everything's very Euro. You know, you walk into a bathroom, it's a Euro bathroom. It's just unmistakable Euro bathroom. Romania is kind of that way too, but it's not the standard Euro toilet or whatever. You know, it's just there's a certain mindset, and you still see it in some of the architecture, indoor architecture inside of the hotels and whatnot. It's just, what's the word? Uniform, but in a different way than in America. Right. But they integrate, and they can do very nice things over there. They can do nicer things craftsmanship wise that you're just not going to see in America unless you're paying through the nose for it. But even then, it's going to have that American, it might well have that American tackiness to it. Right. Not every place in America is tacky. One of the builders who has some of the tackiest stuff is Donald Trump.
Yes.
He's known for his tackiness. I don't know if his real high-end stuff is tacky. It may not be, but he's often criticized for his buildings because they're tacky, and he'll get the most cheapest fixtures and stuff to put in because he's trying to save money. He's very good at meeting budgets and deadlines. I don't know if he does that with his high-end, super rich consumer. He might not do it with them because he's making them pay for it. So you're not going to get a $100 toilet. You're going to get a $600 toilet.
Right. And
you're going to pay $3,000 for it.
Jesus Christ.
I really don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But you got it down. I mean, really.
And at one time there was a $300 plus toilet, you know, when toilets went for $100 at Home Depot, the low end toilet, and they go for $300 plus to get a toilet that does not make a sound when it flushes. And this is very important if you're catering to a rich clientele. Oh, we mustn't hear the toilet flush. We must hear it flush. You know, if we're paying $300 a night, which would probably be $600-700 a night now, for our bed and breakfast at the Hamptons, it must not hear the toilet flush. I kind of like to hear it just to know that it's going down, you know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's a comforting sound, actually, in its own right. Your point's well taken. Yes, by all means, go on. And by the way, Jameson says, whoosh. He's welcome to join in the conversation. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I also wanted to correct Jameson because he said that George Norrie looked like ghoul on the thing, and it's like he's insulting the ghoul.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Well, he looks like I don't know. You remember? I don't know if you remember Sesame Street.
I never really watched Sesame Street. It was after my time.
But he reminds me of a character called Snuffleupagus.
Actually, I don't know if that was Sesame Street. Was that? That may have been. Yeah, I guess it was. Yes.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up. And of course, he looked like he would have made a good, a Gomez Addams from the Addams Family.
Yes, that's it. That's what I made a joke with him about privately, that I was often mistaken for Aquino's son, and that I told him he would be mistaken for Aquino's clone in many ways. He didn't find that funny at all, of course, and yet at the same time, he was flattered, because that was basically the man on top in his world to many degrees. He answered, of course, to that idiot, I forget his name, that Rear Admiral. God, I used to know these people.
Stubblebine?
No. Oh God, that would be funny.
Alexander?
I think it was Bobby Ray Inman.
No, Bobby Ray Inman was
like
the multi-millionaire or a billionaire who had a part. He was definitely one of the CEOs for Clear Channel, but the guy in charge of it was Rear Admiral. May have been Bobby Ray Inman. No, it was I forget who. I'd have to look it up. But he used to be with the Federal Reserve. He was like, he was just this guy who was part of the power elite structure, and so it's just what it was. By the way, in terms of Diane Hillis, oh my God, let me get her full name here. I'll go back to messages. She's joining in the conversation. Buchberger, the lady Buchberger, says she's Canadian, and she says how she rarely eats ketchup. And yes, you know what they do in Canada that would be equally repellent to Americans? They put mayonnaise on their French fries. So for those of you out there who are Americans, just try and imagine that, eating your French fries with mayonnaise. Most of you would puke.
Personally, I like them with mustard.
Oh God. Oh my God. My dad would put that on his cheese. Oh my God, he would put mustard on his cheese.
Mustard and cheese works, actually. I can dig that.
Oh, yes. Oh, and Maria Grigorich does say, she confirms that Snuffleupagus was indeed part of Sesame Street. He was the Sesame Street character. Yes, there we are. And
we don't need that confirmed.
I'm going to see if I can make a George Norrie meme while you guys continue the conversation.
It's true that he was once married to Lisa Lyons. She was the producer at Coast to Coast.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. I spoke to her several times, and honestly, I had the impression that she was fairly young, but I'm sure she was. She just gave me that impression, and might have been much older than she seemed. But not that that matters. But
she's been around a long time. She's been around a long time.
Yeah. So Lisa Lyons, and I'm trying to think about. It's amazing that he was once married to her. They never bring that up on air. You would never know that.
No, it says that his life is private. And it's like. He apparently tested once for we were going to do a TV show in the early days of internet, and he just didn't register at all. He had absolutely no camera charisma, and they couldn't go anywhere with him.
Of course not. Oh God, if you've ever met the man, that would be obvious. And so he's just basically fit for radio, and that's all he's good for. And the worst part about it is that he's so, ensconced in his position, knowing that he's, got no danger of being fired, doesn't need to worry about ratings. Then they just basically what they do is they let him do whatever he wants, and half the time he's playing a video game on his little cell phone or something while while the person is talking. I mean, he'll literally do that. I know that for a fact. And it's just what it is, really pathetic. I don't mean to somehow even say what I'm saying to make it sound like, when I say it's just what it is, to make it sound like it's the nature of the beast, and thereby excuse his behavior. I mean, the man is just a piece of shit. But he's one of these people that you know, when you know, you're dealing with him, and a few times, how would I say it? Once you realize what he really is, which I knew from the beginning, you would never look at him the same way again. But this is the guy who talks people to sleep every night. This is what the elderly people, you know, they live with this son of a bitch who's whispering in their ears every night like a goddamn amanuensis. For those of you who aren't familiar with that term, amanuensis was, you know, a very gay Greek mythological character who spent the nights whispering to his lover. This is what, you know, George Norrie is to all of these elderly people, and you know, it is what it is. But you know.
Well, let me shift just a bit here and ask you about, you know, somebody was asking me about Bob Lazar, and of course you know who Bob Lazar is.
Yeah.
And it you know, Bob Lazar is the guy who was the first to mention, I guess, the Area S4, an area from Area 51, and talk about reverse engineering alien technology. And you know, somebody asked me about him, and I looked him up. Of course, I knew who he was. I mean, he's been around since the 80s. He's been arrested for transporting chemicals illegally. He's been arrested for association with a prostitution ring. He's also been known to operate a legal brothel in Nevada. His record has apparently been scrubbed. But one thing I mentioned, the more I looked at him, he sounds like a shill. And he is, he certainly has a whole page on Wikipedia, something that you or I will never have.
You know, he didn't used to have that back in the day. That's something new. But they used
Wikipedia is new. I mean, it's you know, I mean, he's had. But I'm just saying, what do you know about Bob Lazar?
Oh yeah, the Wikipedia comes into that narrative inescapably, however, because of course I understand what you say about Wikipedia being new, you know, in a sense to you and I, but then you and I are codgers, right? When it comes to the average person, they grew up with it, who are, you know, the younger people in this day and age. But in terms of Bob Lazar, and this is the Wikipedia is an important part of his narrative, is because his handler, who was oh my god, people are
George
gonna have to no, George Knapp was, you know, George Knapp is just what he is. But I'm sorry,
he popularized it.
Yeah, but the person who really was his handler was the guy who was hired to drive him into the ground. And who was the guy? He was one of the first people to attack me when I came out, and I obliterated him to the point where Duncan. I'm sorry,
John Lear.
John Lear! That was it, John Lear! And so John Lear was the handler of Bob Lazar. And he was assigned to Bob Lazar to totally discredit him. But you know, it's Mr. John Lear himself who was totally banned from Wikipedia. And by that, it's not like Facebook where, you know, you go in as a, you know, and you do something that offends people and then you get banned. Wikipedia decides that they're going to take offense at you, and then they decide they're going to ban you. So with, you know, John Lear, he's not allowed a Wikipedia page at all, just like Douglas.
He was removed in 2007.
Yeah.
It says.
Yeah. And And they say it's for all kinds of reasons, like just what he said was so offensive. But in terms of Bob Lazar, he didn't have one forever either, and it was assumed he was never going to have one. But the fact that they provided him one, if you really take a look at it, it's simply a character assassination piece. So, by the way, his friends
on Bob Lear, I wouldn't say it's a character assassination.
Bob Lazar. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that the guy is basically, by all appearances, sleazy anyway. So
Well, I mean, they kind of say, just this is who he is. This is what he's done. He doesn't claim to have any evidence. I mean, he doesn't really claim to have any evidence. I didn't think they were blasting him.
From what I saw when they were bringing up his arrest records and stuff like that, it's like they were emphasizing everything negative. Now, but bear in mind, we may not be looking at the same Wikipedia entry, because these entries can change overnight. I remember, like, it's like I told you before, it's the bathroom wall of information intercourse. When I've taken a look at, like, some controversial characters where I saw, like, when I went on Wikipedia, they had, like, the dirt exposed on them. There was this one guy who was this internet troll, who was this radicalized right-winger who had just done all kinds of homophobic just shit. And there was this expose on him on Wikipedia that was encyclopedic. And I went back the next day, and it was all gone and replaced by, this guy's the greatest guy on earth. It's just, you get your supporters to go in there and they reverse it. This is what happened with me when Stephen Outram set up the original Douglas Dietrich page on Wikipedia. And he made certain to make every single link. And like I said, he must have worked on this for days and days and days. But he had hundreds of links to just homosexual organizations and advocacy groups, which, as far as I was concerned, was just more publicity and more circulation of my name. But
it's also validation of who and what he is to even know all that stuff.
Thank you. Well, of course, and hopefully anyone would see that. So what he did was no threat to me, but a bunch of my friends kept going in there and revising the text itself. And then ultimately, Wikipedia shut it down completely. And
But what do you know about Lazar? I mean,
well, that brings us back to Lazar. Just bear that in mind. Whatever you're seeing is probably not what I saw, which was pretty lambasting about Bob Lazar on Wikipedia. And so what I can tell you about him is that, first off, if he's a con artist or some kind of phony or hack, he is the most intelligent one you will ever meet. He has done things with his automobile that other people cannot replicate. I know that for a fact. Basically, what I can tell you from what I've heard of him from people who were in the know and in the circuit at the Department of Defense, he is everything he says he is, and they fucked with his mind to really just leave him just literally brain fried. Bear in mind, another good example of that is that guy whose acronym for his name is his initials spell out RAM or something, RAM, Dr. Richard A. Come on, Jameson Reese, you can help me out here. You were watching some of his videos, I believe, or at least our man.
You're talking about Richard Miller?
Maybe, yeah, Richard Allen Miller. That's the guy's name.
Yes.
Yeah, Richard Allen Miller was the, and this is integral. I need to go here in order to talk about Bob Lazar because they were both at the same place. Richard Allen Miller was the guy who became the consultant for the technical advisor for the X-Files. And Richard Allen Miller is like, I met him personally multiple times, and I was with him in Australia. So he was with me in Australia, not in the same plane, but we met there in Australia, aside from my having met him here in the United States. And Richard Allen Miller and Bob Lazar both went through the same procedure where they would go inside, and this is the thing I pointed out before. Basically, what they concluded after years of working with these technicians and engineers, as far as they're concerned, they're all expendable. And so what happens is when they get them into these really top secret, reverse engineering projects, and they're not reverse engineering alien extraterrestrial fucking craft. They're reverse engineering Reich's technology. And so they expose them to captured Reich's technology, and what they'll do is they will force feed into their brains every misleading fantasy that they can about this being extraterrestrial. They'll just say, oh, well, this is alien, it's extraterrestrial. The Reich is half a century at least advanced over anything the Allies have. So they can just say that, and these guys will just buy it because they've got no context in which to operate, because they're engineers, they're not historians, they haven't worked with documents, they don't know that we're still legally at war with the Third Reich, so they think all this shit is extraterrestrial. And so when they're exposed to it all, then when they, usually live on site with their families, what they do is when they check out from work, literally, they go through a machine that they're told is going to scan them for anything that might be smuggled out. And they accept that, okay, this is a security measure, and they go through the scanning machine. And that literally is a microwave directed at their forelobe of their brain. And it just fries their immediate memories. And this way, they go home, and their wife can ask them, what'd you do at work today? In all innocence. But it could be anyone else. And so they just will literally say, and they'll mean it, I don't remember. And this is why the reality is, if you take a look at the when there was this big scandal about the stealth airplane, and model kits were coming out about the stealth aircraft that were just and there was a big scandal, and they were saying, how did people even find out about this? It turned out, of course, that it was the exact opposite of what stealth aircraft are really built like. But this was an example of a misinformation campaign. But nevertheless, it wound up with stealth being known about. How did they even know about stealth? And the Russians, of course, built their own reaction to the stealth aircraft, a much more shorter ranged Russian stealth aircraft that was to be operational in Central Europe. And this was because of the fact that the Russians, the Chinese, the Cubans, everybody would just send people to drink at the watering hole outside of Area 51, where all the engineers would go and drink and just get pig-faced drunk and basically start spewing everything they knew about what they were doing at work. But they were considered by the way, I just am exposed to a picture of Snuffleupagus next to George Norrie here. There's a passing resemblance. And George Norrie looks like shit. He looks like Clayface, and it's melting. He's Clayface and he's melting. Yeah, that's an insult to Clayface, because the supervillain, at least, the supervillain operates well in drag, and he can appear as an attractive young lady. So I can relate to Clayface, whereas George Norrie looks like someone without that ability at all. This is awful. But in terms of my point, when it comes to Area 51, the reason they allowed these engineers to go out there and drink at that watering hole, and anybody to just go right off base and start drinking their brains out and leaking everything, is because the really important guys, the scientists, they fried their brains, so they figured they could go out and drink all they wanted and not spew anything. There was no real security threat to them. And the point is that they go back to work the next day. You see, the functional parts of the brain that operate with engineering, or these highly technical aspects of their profession, those keep functioning. What they're really screwing up is short-term memory, not long-term memory. But the point is, eventually, that impacts everything. That goes without saying. You can't damage one part of the brain without impacting the rest. And so when you're atrophying that frontal lobe, and the near-term memories are disappearing, eventually it all goes. And this is why Richard Allen Miller was just, by the time that he was acting as a consultant, a technical advisor to the X-Files, he was just out of his fucking mind. And if you ever listen to Richard Allen Miller these days, the primary complaint most people who interview him is that he can't stay on topic, and he keeps going back to the same subjects again, which is sex and drugs. Now, with all the sex and drugs I engage in, people might notice that's not my primary topic. Whereas Richard Allen Miller, he keeps falling back to that. He'll talk about sex and drugs, and that's basically what he keeps falling back on. And that's because that's the only thing that he can retain in his mind now. The rest of it's all fucking gone. So he knew about Unterland. But when he spoke to me about Unterland, he was convinced that, oh yeah, well, you know, when the Nazis went underground, they were wiped out by the reptilians down there. And I just laughed in his face. And, you know, I said, God, I'm really sorry for what they did to you. You know, you're all fucked up. And he even admitted that. He said, I can't retain anything anymore. And, you know, and it's getting worse. And, but there you go. It's just, so he and Bob Lazar went through the same thing. Bob Lazar did graduate from these Ivy League schools, and they wiped out his records. It's the same thing with what I said about that, the man who was James Cook Encyclopedia Brown, who was that linguist who worked at San Diego University. I mean, I knew him when he was active. The guy was not just a acknowledged expert in his field. He was a certifiable brand name, because this was the guy who designed the Careers board game, which next to Monopoly was the best-selling game on earth for generations. And it's so much so it went through several revisions that he was responsible for. So with James Cook, quote-unquote Encyclopedia Brown, who had even a character named after him for Scholastic mystery books, Encyclopedia Brown. Here was James Cook Brown. And when I went to check on San Diego, you know, years later to follow up on this guy, basically they said, well, he never existed. I don't know who you're talking about. And this was a guy who was, you know, published a book called The Troika Incident, which people can look up, by Dr. James Cook Brown. You know, he published a science fiction novel. He was out there. His name was out there. He was a brand name. And yet, as far as if you go to University of San Diego, they'll claim he doesn't exist, never heard of him. This is what they did with Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is the real thing, but he's been fucked over so badly, he doesn't know his ass from his head. It's just, and then they did him worse by giving him over to John Lear. And John Lear, just by being associated with John Lear, that, you know, because John Lear is batshit fucking crazy. John Lear says he's been on the moon. Just for those who don't know, John Lear, the son of the man who designed the Learjet, was brought on by Art Bell all the time, and then just like, you know, Sean David Morton was, and then later on both of them were brought on by George Norrie all the time. But it was Art Bell who really allowed John Lear to just become the predominant narrative. Whereas with George Norrie, he made Sean David Morton the predominant narrative for a period of time. But in terms of Art Bell, he and John Lear, for all intents and purposes, they were Siamized at the hip. And John Lear, just so people understand how this Edomite, this cultist of the kings of Edom, was so open with his ideology, with his anti-life orientation. He would insist that people, when you die, don't go to the light, go to the darkness. Go to the darkness. This was, you can listen to those old recordings of Art Bell, and this is exactly what John Lear is always insisting. When you die, don't go to the light. That's a bug zapper. Your soul will be zapped like it was hitting a bug zapper, and you must go to the darkness. And Jameson Reese says, yes, he can attest to that. That is true. And it tells what you remember about it.
I've listened to all those. I've listened to all those ufologists. Yeah, he basically does say that.
Yeah.
He says, don't go into the light. Go into the darkness.
Yes. And when it comes to Bob Lazar, here's what happened. He was exposed to that Reich's technology. His brain was fried every day he left work. By the time he was finished with Area 51 and decided to become a public informant, you know, they did to him what they did to me. But the difference is, I've got a narrative in which to contextualize everything that's happening. I knew who all these people were. I knew who, you know, Lorian Ann Fenton and George Norrie. You know, someone like Bob Lazar, compared to me, doesn't have a fucking clue. He's a scientist, an engineer. He's not someone who is streetwise. And so he was just used and abused, chewed up and spit out. And
he's doing the best he can with his intelligent mind. And, you know, Preston was another one who had a very intelligent mind.
I would say that the difference was Preston seems to have more of a grasp, and Preston had his own vice. And I want you to contextualize this for people, because maybe I'm being unfair, but the kind of impression I got of Preston was he was almost predatory in a sense, because his obsession and what he would just flip back to, like in a kind of monofocal trip, was deprogramming the Montauk boys.
Yeah, he had that was a part of who he was. Yes, for sure. The predation was a part of him, the mindset. But that's who he was.
But you see, in a sense, not that he was one of them per se.
The part of him.
Yeah, it was part of him in that sense.
That was, messed up, and was trying to resolve itself. There was a part of him that was genius. There was part of, scientific genius. There was a part of him that was a very compassionate individual. His friends liked him. He was a good friend. So, I mean, people are multifaceted. Bob Lazar is somebody who is, as you say, very intelligent. And then he has this seedy aspect about him, which isn't necessarily, well, it's just a fact. But he doesn't have the overall bigger picture.
But now, you'll notice this, though. You hold that thought, but you'll notice this. It's important. Everybody knows about my seedy aspect of life because I'm so open with it. But because I'm so upfront with that, nobody holds that against me. And anybody who tries to make that a scandal, people just laugh. Nobody's going to raise their eyebrows. Everybody says, well, we already knew this about Douglas Dietrich. Tell us something we don't know. With Bob Lazar.
And with Bob Lazar, somebody like Bob Lazar, if they're going to church every Sunday, that leads to other problems. You'd rather have him doing what he's doing, because, then they're playing the fundamentalist game on you.
Yeah.
That's even perhaps more problematic in terms of trying to understand these people. It's very interesting to see if a book like the one we put together on you will start to make people like him start to ask more questions.
Right. I hope.
But then, see, there is such extensive damage in the people that come out of the woodwork, such as this Richard Allen Miller guy you've described.
Yeah.
And so many of them, and even the super soldiers. It's like, this is a gathering, a convention of the dysfunctional to, protest the dysfunction and blame it on the dysfunctional creators.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't solve anything.
No.
It makes some, conspiracy celebrities, and it sells some books and makes people think. It's part of the paradigm, the spirit of the times.
Yes.
It's what it is. It's the manifestation.
And of course, James and Reese reminds myself. He says that's why Douglas calls the super soldiers super victims, and this is part of the problem. Of course, is that people don't really understand that. They tend to think of these people as being somehow at least somewhat empowered, that these people have some control over their own destiny. When it comes to someone like Bob Lazar, for instance, that seedy aspect, you're talking about, he lived in Nevada along with John Lear. For those of you who don't know, John Lear lived in Nevada in this estate that he inherited from his dad. John Lear was not even particularly liked by his father. There were other children in the Lear family who got the majority of the business to manage because they were actually functional people who could operate a business. John Lear was totally incompetent. He was mentally incompetent. And so his dad just gave him a place to live and just, abandoned him, basically. By the time that he, quote unquote, attacked myself, the one thing that I truly believe is that he was not responsible for his action. I don't think it was even him. There were people who were operating under his name online because when Lori Ann Frenton was talking to him about myself, he had no idea who I was. And when she related that to me, I know when Lorian Ann Fenton is lying, and she lies all the time, and she's not even a human being to be considered with any level of respect, but she had no reason to lie about that. There was just no point. And I thoroughly believe that he was basically at that point suffering full-blown Alzheimer's, effectively. I mean, you could hear it when he talked, but when it came to, the people attacking me, they were just doing so under his name. So he himself was the handler for Bob Lazar to the degree that he was functional originally. When he became too dysfunctional for that, he just became this online figure. And for those of you who don't know, and I don't know if Salman Sheikh is aware of this, but John Lear, he was claiming that he had converted to Islam, and he continually showed himself in a head wrap that was to make him look as terroristic as possible online. And this was because, towards the end of his life, it was like this was what they decided to do to him, was to make him as repulsive as possible, because to the average American, Islam is alien, it's repulsive, they can't understand it, they're afraid of it, they think it's terroristic, and this is how they remodeled or repackaged. This is how they repackaged John Lear in the last days of his life. At that time, he was totally out. Things were totally out of control. He had no control over things at that point because, Lorian Ann Fenton, as I said, there was no reason to lie about this. I said, did you see anything at his home that indicated, any head wrap on his person? Was he like, no, nothing there having to do with Islam. So it was just like, they wrapped him up in the head wrap, got him looking as terroristic as possible, looking like Osama bin Laden, sitting cross-legged, over like, Salman can tell us about this. You see people do this in Pakistan. It's the normal way people just eat or talk. They're cross-legged around a blanket. And they were trying to make him look as Osama bin Laden-like as possible. By the way, Salman, if you'll help me out here and just kind of put that into context for people. I don't know if you knew this about John Lear or what they were doing to him, but that was around the time that, quote unquote, he was attacking me. But when Lorian Ann Fenton visited him and asked him about Islam, he had no idea what she was talking about either. So obviously they were just railroading him at the last days. So if you remember any of this or knew anything about it, or at least can put into context some of what I'm describing with the visuals.
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. And it makes sense because if they did that to John Lear, the aspect of Islam, it would make sense why they do this to, I guess, many people in terms of even what I saw with Sean Stone, him converting to Islam and supposedly finding peace, and then hooking up with another fellow cultist in Turkey who was running a sex harem. So it would be funny. It would be funny that
I don't think Peter is familiar with that story. Tell Peter about that.
So, Peter, the aspect of Sean Stone converting to Islam supposedly to find peace, and what had happened was after he had converted to Islam, he was invited by this TV show host in Turkey, who was another fellow cultist, because the cult is everywhere. And he went on his show and explained how since he converted, he found peace and aspect of a new life and seeing life from a different perspective. And the guy ended up, the TV show host, he was actually running a sex harem, and he was actually a published author. I would find a lot of his books in Islamic bookstores. And when he got busted, they removed his books from all of the bookstores. So it would make sense if the cult did that to Sean Stone, and they probably did it to John Lear and probably other people as well. So they are known to do this. I guess anything that seems foreign and strange to Americans, they're most likely going to use that because it's the cult uses psychological warfare and different.
And it's on a very low level. And when Preston and I published the Montauk, or I published it and we wrote it, early on we were introduced to. I was introduced to Joe Petito, who we called Joe Petone in the book.
I thought you were going to say Joe Potato.
I used to say Joe Petito, and his name was often mentioned on the phone. And my daughter was just, she was very young, 2 years old, talking, and she'd say Joe Potato, yes. Joe Potato. she thought it was funny because I keep saying Joe Petito. She'd say Joe Potato. But, Joe Petito was a lawyer. He was a mob lawyer, and he ran different companies. He was I'm sure he's passed on now, or I wouldn't mention his name, but he was involved in a lot of strange stuff. He knew stuff he shouldn't know, and he was just one hell of a funny guy. I mean, but he was very, I guess what you'd say, barroom crude.
Right.
And I won't even repeat some of the things he said in jest, and when I met him, the first time I met him, he said he wanted to arrange for the movie to be made of the Montauk Project. Oh yeah, and he says, yeah, it's going to be Orion Pictures. Now Orion sent bell whistles off in Preston's head because the Orions were the reptilians, according to Preston's reality and lore, and not just his lore. The reptilians were supposed to come from Orion. So Orion Pictures was like a very negative synchronicity. He says, Orion Pictures. He says, but what we'll do is, he says, you can come down to, what did he say? A retreat. It was like a farm. It was like a CIA farm. Come down to Virginia. You'll be invited. We'll arrange for you to come down to Virginia. And, you can have, you can bring your girlfriend, your wife, whatever you want, but you can have anything you want, any girl you want. I mean, it's like, he's basically inviting us to a sex camp.
An orgy, yeah.
Yeah, in other words, and you come down there and discuss the movie, and you get the contract done. And when you say this, and of course Preston and I saw it immediately for what it was. We didn't want to have anything to do with it. And but I can see where many of these people, I mean, you've explained, I think it was Jimmy Church, but these guys operate at that low resonant level of the lowest common denominator of sexuality in terms of it being used to control. So they're going, oh boy, I'm not going to drive to Virginia, to go see Sophia Loren in her best dressed costume when she's young, I'm not going to drive that far to go see her. If she wants to see me, I'm not going to go too far,
Well,
I'm known as the man who will not leave his zip code. One of my friends told me that. She says, you're the man who will not leave his zip code. I don't understand people romancing in different cities.
I
don't understand it. I mean, I married a girl from halfway across the world, but we weren't romancing each other from across the world. Right. I mean, we did see each other and visit each other, but we came together because I can also understand why some people might not want to see somebody all the time. But I finally figured out you don't want anybody closer than 45 minutes away because then they might come and spy on you.
Yes.
And that's too close. But if they're further than, an hour away or 45 minutes away, then they're too far away. So it depends. Some people will go across the country. Everybody's different.
Yeah. But definitely, so that people never make the claim that you married a mail order bride. I hope everyone understands that when you met her, it was in country. All of your romancing was in country. And basically, it was after that essentially you were married. It wasn't like you had an ongoing kind of removed communications that people would develop with people that they meet on the internet or something like that. So it was very old-fashioned in that sense. It was nothing.
Well, we were destined to be together. We met on a sacred spot, and it was divinely put together. And yeah, so yes, and then we certainly knew each other
right
before we before she came over here, before we got married. It was like, wow, it worked out far better than either one of us would have hoped for.
And everyone should know.
What amazes me to this day is that we're very different people. We have very different interests, but we get along and we enjoy each other's company, which is, I find, kind of odd. I've had friends. I have one of my friends. You've met him. His wife loves to go to ball games with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think they met playing softball.
Right.
She goes to sports with him and all that, and they get along fantastic.
Uh-huh.
But like I say, I never wanted a woman who likes sports. I mean, I don't care if she likes sports. I mean, that's not what I want in a woman.
Right.
I like somebody who's artistic. So it's like she's more artistic in the way she acts than she is an artist, but she is artistic in that sense. You've met her, but so yeah, it's like we all have different tastes and
just everybody noticed this. By the way, a shout out to Peggy Wood. Speaking of artists, they're in the chat room along with Sarah Thomas. God bless her. She's making me hungry. She's having a cheese bagel with chive cream cheese. I've got to be careful about eating anything because I've got an exposed core root of my tooth here that hopefully will be taken care of in the morning. Unless I just get so fucking sleepy, I just say fuck it and save it till the next day to go to the emergency room and sleep through the day instead, which I may well do after transmission. But with our man Peter, everybody do make certain that you understand that when he came home from Romania with his wife, there was no problem with any of the authorities like Art Bell had when he came home with his wife from the Philippines, because she
Why did he have problems with the authorities?
What was that?
Why did he have problems with the authorities?
Oh, because he married an underage girl. That's why. And he had to, basically, unbelievably, I understand this may have changed, it may have not, but like I said, children are allowed to marry at the age of 12 in the Philippines, and legally so. And when he married this chick who was like under 18, she was already married to someone else, and he essentially, purchased her from the other husband. And this was Ramona's distant cousin, and I'm certain he killed Ramona so that he could have this chick instead, who he met in the Philippines when he was visiting with Ramona.
Ramona was his first wife, or
Ramona was his first. Well, Ramona was like his third wife, but it was like the wife before the child bride. And so when he tried to come to the United States with her, he did so at first, and then when he went back to the Philippines, at that point, the word was out, and the authorities investigated him and said, "You're not coming back with that wife. You're not entering the United States until she's legal age, at least." He had to wait.
So he moved to the Philippines.
Yeah, he relocated to the Philippines and was transmitting out of the Philippines for well over a year. It might have been on 2 years or so. He was, here we are live from Manila, Philippines, and that's because,
he was rumored to have killed his wife, I believe.
Oh, I'd bet I'd lay my soul on the altar he killed Ramona, who was his wife before his child bride. But remember, he was married twice before her to 2 Okinawan women, because this was a motherfucker who had been in the Air Force. This is what, I was, again, the person, and Peter Moon knows this, the person who I really have nothing but respect for is, Daniel Brinkley. And Daniel Brinkley is like someone who was a big friend of Art Bell's, and Daniel Brinkley was kind enough to personally call me when my father died. He was so wonderful about it that when I suffered a period of shock and I was just star-fucked, meaning I was just shocked that, celebrity struck, I hung up by accident. He was kind enough to call me back. I mean, a wonderful human being, and I met him personally a number of times. He wasn't too interested in me personally when we met personally, because there was a number of gorgeous young ladies about that he was taking far more interest in, who were dressed quite, suggestively. So he was going after them, and I don't blame him. Even though he's married, it was just, the visual.
No, he's known for that.
Yeah, yeah. So he was, he's doing what he was doing and enjoying life, living life, and that's great. But Daniel Brinkley, when he called me and I did ask about Art Bell, I said, because this is extraordinarily rare and almost nobody does this. It happens. There are people who transfer branches of service, but Art Bell was always saying he was a Navy corpsman who was serving with the Marine Corps in Vietnam, which of course, they don't have their own corpsmen. All their corpsmen and their chaplains are from the Navy. And yet he wound up with the Air Force in Okinawa, where he was doing the radio station shit. And in terms of, that I asked Daniel casually about, and Daniel got really defensive about that. And I could tell he didn't want to talk about it. But as far as I'm concerned, it all smacked of complete and utter bullshit. I think that all Art Bell ever did was join the Air Force and was in that goddamn radio station in Okinawa, because that's inarguable, and that's, that's provable, because of course he's got all the recordings from back then, or did for years. And now that he's dead, I don't know what happened to all that shit, but it's probably out there on the net.
Well, people are in multiple services,
Mm-hmm.
and if he was, that's usually a sign that they're in the intelligence.
Usually, yes, that was the point that many people would make. So he was saying he was a Navy corpsman in Vietnam and saw all this action, and then he winds up in Okinawa. Personally, I think he was just in Okinawa. But
I don't know why somebody would lie about that. Why is it? There's no prestige.
Oh God, they would lie about that. Oh my God,
and plus they would also lie if they're in intelligence. They'd lie as a cover.
Yeah.
And so he was a medic.
Yeah.
He was a medic, and he helped Daniel Brinkley a lot. So he had some sensitivity towards Daniel because he was a medic, and he took care of Daniel. So Daniel would have felt indebted to him and protective of him for that reason alone.
That's a very touching way of looking at it. I don't see it that way. In terms of Daniel, who I do respect, as opposed to Art Bell.
Well, Daniel's he's been interviewed with Wilcock. He's been on Wilcock's bandwagon.
Yes, I know. It's like Daniel at this point in his life, I think he doesn't give a shit. He's just, he's just there, right? He's just there.
He's dead several times, so
yeah. He's just there, and he's going to cater to what, he's going to be surrounding himself with whoever's popular, if they're there, he's going to be with them. That's how I take it. Believe me, I will defend Daniel Brinkley and have defended him.
He's really helped a lot of people.
This is the point. But for those of you,
action,
to
help the people who are dying in hospice. Yeah. He's done a lot of important work in that regard.
Absolutely. And to put this into perspective for people, Daniel Brinkley suffers from what I suffer from. He's got a bunch of fucking veterans who claim he wasn't there. So Daniel Brinkley's in the same position I am. And all of these people, their claim is, oh, he was just a truck driver. He never left the States. And, he never was in Vietnam, etc. And, the point is, like I said, even if all of that were true, just for the sake of argument, even if all of that were true, what does that matter, considering all of the work he's done with veterans and hospice throughout his career, to the point where he's received awards for the work that he's done, and but who attacks him? The veterans. Okay, so understand, these are the same people attacking me. These people don't deserve your sympathy. They don't deserve your help. And in terms of Daniel Brinkley, in that regard, he's a sucker. And he's been helping these people. They don't fucking deserve it. Holding their hand, trying to guide them to the light. And all they do is attack him and say he wasn't there. So, fuck them. And when it comes to...
I don't know if all of that's attack him. It's probably only a contingent of people who are encouraged to attack him.
I'll tell you this much. As far as the majority of veterans, these are the people that he helps to the other side while they're dying. They attack them while they're alive, until they're in their deathbed. These are the majority of them attack him. These are just horrible people. By the way, excuse me, Salman, say goodnight. Salman's taking his leave.
Good night, Salman.
Good night, Salman.
Yes. Good night, Salman. Don't know if he'll say goodnight to us, but in terms of he's taken off. He's got to get up in the morning, and but when it comes to Art Bell, on the other hand, this is totally different. Understand this: Art Bell is very sinister. Art Bell had 2 Okinawan wives. He had a child by one of these wives who's like me, right? You're talking about the father's an American serviceman. The mother is an Asian, and in my case, of course, I far more, shall we say, complicated, but the man who raised and guided me was an American serviceman, and for all intents and purposes, my father. And so when it comes to this individual, I identified throughout my life as an Amerasian, but of course genetically I'm really Euro-Asian as opposed to Amerasian. But, you know, Art Bell had an Amerasian son, and like myself, very effeminate looking, and of course, someone who's approached all the time by a bunch of white men wanting a piece of his ass. And so with Art Bell's son, this guy who's a pedophile and a child molester winds up taking his son out into the desert and not only raping his son, but infecting his son with AIDS. And this was back when it was a death sentence. We're talking about HIV positive. It was not simply something you treat with cocktails the rest of your life. So when this was taking place, then Art Bell, of course, was in this extremely emotionally vulnerable position, quote unquote, when you had the crazy guy, talk about biting the hand that feeds you, the Australian guy who did the reverse speech bullshit was basically saying, my reverse speech indicates Art Bell is a child molester, which of course, because that has been used as evidence in various investigations, was taken up by who's the guy, the FBI guy, who everybody said, oh, was this Gunderson, yeah, and then Gunderson and this guy wind up getting sued by Art Bell. Okay, without going into the whole nightmare there, the Gunderson and this other guy are questionable. Their character is questionable. They're sleazy as fuck, both of them. Art Bell sleazy as fuck. But the whole point is, how does your son get involved with a stranger, gets taken out to the desert on a special one-child field trip, and you don't know about any of this till your son comes home with AIDS? It's like, how does this happen? It's like, and Art Bell's trying to present himself as this good father and shit, and how impacted he was by this bullshit. This guy had nothing to do with his son. The mother was raising the son, and God knows whatever was going on. Art Bell was just, he's not part of this child's life, and then was exploiting the child to basically talk about how much he was suffering when they began to attack him as a child molester. Then he's using this son as a shield, so he's just throwing him under the bus. Art Bell's a piece of shit. It's just all his son was to him was a bullet shield, because that was his primary defense when these guys were attacking him. Was in court, he was just saying, oh, you can't portray me as a child molester when I'm a victim. My son was raped. No, you're not the victim. Your son is. And he's probably a victim of you. For all we know, you sold him off. So as far as I'm concerned, Art Bell is just even if he was involved with intelligence, which I don't believe at all, because there's nothing in his past that indicates that. Everything he talked was just total bullshit. It was never like he brought up anything from his experience, and it was not like Aquino had anything to say about him in that regard, where Aquino told me about people like, say, for instance, the idiot, Alex Jones. Aquino said, oh yeah, he was working with the CIA when they set up JFK, the KJFK in Texas. I mean, where John Fitzgerald Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. That's where they set up Alex Jones at this radio station called KJFK. Then he was, basically sicked on who's the guy who wrote Behold a Pale Horse, Mr. Cooper. Yeah, then Alex Jones was set on Bill Cooper and all that shit. I learned of this stuff from Aquino. Aquino had nothing to say about Art Bell, other than here's a sucker, and by the time I was done with Aquino, it was obvious that Aquino was manipulating Art Bell, but not from basically from a distance. You know, it wasn't like Aquino was like giving him direct orders. He was just feeding him shit, and Art Bell was just regurgitating it like a sock puppet. But that's because Art Bell was probably brainwashed in the Air Force. Or, you know, in that sense, he might be involved with intelligence just as a brainwashed sock puppet, you know, and so anybody could come along and stick their, you know, hand up his ass and feed him one-liners, depending on whoever needed him to do that. And so he was like public property in that sense, not like an espionage field agent or some kind of anything other than, you know, a mind-controlled sock puppet. And bringing on John Lear all the time to tell people to go to the darkness. You know, so this is the kind of guy Art Bell was. We're not talking about somebody who was sympathetic to Daniel Brinkley. What happened was Daniel Brinkley felt obligated to Art Bell because basically Art Bell provided him a platform, enabled him to sell his books.
He provided medical attention. He took him on, this is told to me by a friend of Daniel's, that Art Bell actually cared for him in a medic sense because he had been abandoned. And he actually took him under his, like a medic.
Maybe. Maybe. If that's the case, that's fine. It does make Art Bell.
Yeah. Think,
yeah.
You know, look, if somebody is a professional medic, they will just do stuff. And like, it's like me helping the guy with the tires. It's like,
no, I get it. I get what you're saying. I get it.
Just do it because you know to do it. You know how to do it. And he was sensitive to the situation. It's like Art Bell is not all bad. He might be 95% bad, but he's not all bad. And he did this for whatever reason under the sun. You know, he's not completely, yeah, I mean, he obviously had made some very weird choices. And was a very, very weird. I mean, he certainly didn't do me any favors.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying.
And because he operates at a very low vibration.
Oh, absolutely. Just totally exploitive. Yeah.
Just who he is, as are many people. And people suck this stuff up. I was called today by a friend of mine who listens to Coast, and he said, you got to listen to this. He was talking about the virus being connected to Manchuria. This, there's a name for it. I forget some part of the virus that he was saying, it sounds like it comes out of the Manchurian war labs, because, you know, he's read your book. And he said, so I looked up, I could not find any link to Manchuria.
Right.
He says, I could not find it. And he was, you know, he says, this has got to go back. He's tracking it back. He said, the virus is, you know, because of the materials in it, it sounds like it's coming out of Manchuria.
So what his thesis is, what he's hypothesizing is that because the North Koreans were basing all of their nuclear technology off of the infrastructure created by the Japanese, and therefore building World War II era bombs, basically into the 21st century, that the Chinese would be taking what the infrastructure the Japanese left with biological weapons development facilities and basically exploiting that to continue to produce bioweapons, and thereby this is weaponized by them probably on a model, maybe even an original culture that goes back to Unit 731 in Manchuria. But it's, you know, it's
well, I would also say about this guy. This guy worked in a lot of classified projects for the government in Earth studies and whatnot. And one time he was talking, and Preston kept trying to shut him up. And afterwards, Preston told me he shouldn't be talking about that stuff. He shouldn't be talking about that stuff. Now, why is Preston a censor for the government? Don't tell me. You know, I didn't even ask him. You know, in other words, he shouldn't be talking about that stuff. But he did work in classified projects.
Okay.
No question.
Yeah. And but what I'll say is, it seems to me that he's trying to find a pedigree, so to speak, or a kind of historical context for this, which is understandable and even logical. It's admirable. I don't think it's necessary in this case. Basically, what happened is there's if it was weaponized, it would have been in Wuhan itself. The Wuhan labs themselves have the capability to do that, and
they didn't need the earlier Manchurian research.
Oh God, no.
But they, might have studied it.
Oh, that goes without saying. That goes without saying.
Yeah, they might have studied it to inspire them.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, that's of course, yeah. That is, how would I say that? That's to be taken for granted. That's to be, how would I say that? That's a given. That's a given. But in terms of,
but he does listen to Coast, and I just told him I'm not going to listen to Coast.
Yeah, I was about to say
the only time I ever remember listening to Coast, I turned it on and it was Art Bell going off on David Hudson, because he had taken him to court, over the reverse speech.
Oh God, I didn't even remember the Australian guy's name.
It's the only time I ever heard it, or maybe I heard him saying, "Some of you out there are slandering Richard. You know who you are. You're slandering Richard." Meaning Hoagland.
Yeah, okay. Oh God, why? What could anyone say about Hoagland that would be slander? Other than I mean, basically, if you say anything true about Hoagland, that would be considered slander because there's nothing good to say about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, but Art Bell knew how to interview people, and I was told that he would, in his three lines for success were he'd have the interview guest, he'd go, oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
In other words, so that was his three lines, and get the person to talk, and give it credibility. But he sure wanted nothing to do with me
Well, understand this. It was Art Bell himself who said, anybody who takes my program seriously needs to have their head examined. That's his quote. He said that several times, not just once. It wasn't an off comment in an unguarded moment. That was the qualifier. That was the disclaimer that he had, that he said again and again, anybody who takes my program seriously needs to have their head examined. He was someone who was very much telling you up front everything he said was bullshit. And which adds to my skepticism for everything he says. But when it comes to, the bit about what I'm sure he did was he took Hoagland, Daniel Brinkley under his wing to a degree with whatever he did. But if he was just a medic or a corpsman, there's not too much he could do because, we're talking about an emergency responder. That's what a corpsman would be, as opposed to Daniel Brinkley, who was, very serious in terms of the problems that he had and was, requiring, hardcore clinical attention and had basically died multiple times. We're talking life support level technologies that were needed to bring that guy back.
I think Art might have been a conduit for that. I mean, look, I'm not trying to paint him in any
understood.
great way.
I get it. And I'm not denying what you're saying about what he did for. Look, let's put it this way: Daniel Brinkley himself defends Art Bell, so obviously he feels indebted to Art Bell. So and so there has to be reason. So I
think it goes beyond having him on.
Beyond the gratitude that he felt. Yes, understood. By the way, Deep Space pilot Ronald Stroyne, the lead bandsman for the Deep Space Pilots Band, which I recommend everyone listen to. He's also an attorney who is up there in Greater Chicagoland. He said, the first place I ever heard Douglas Duane Dietrich was on Coast to Coast, so I can't say it hasn't served its purpose. Yes. Good does come from evil. Of course, that's what they sent in Lena Shea to do. One of the things I got out of Coast to Coast AM was 4,400 likes on my Facebook timeline, which can never, ever be, replicated because, of course, Facebook does not have that kind of spread anymore. It doesn't, nowadays you have to pay in order to get that level of spread, and you won't even get that. You can pay through the nose and get very limited spread. So Facebook limits the spread these days, whereas before it was still open. It was still a new medium. And so Lena Shea made certain to get rid of that, fucking cunt. So there we have with that. I mean, honestly, I still, subscribe to her station just to kind of keep an eye on her, and I do habitually, I will admit, for whatever reason, still put likes on every video that she throws up. But she's, obviously, I really should do something like just.
By the way, I'm starting to
fade. Oh, yes, of course, understood.
But I just want to say something about you mentioned in the interview you did with Salman Sheikh about Lilith Aquino having some of the stuff that she would have inherited from her husband's estate or acquired, because I mean, they were divorced. I don't know if I don't know if that she has, well, I think the stuff might have gone to her anyway, whether she's divorced or not. The stuff with Lovecraft.
Right.
I think, I want to make a comment, and I think that she actually might release that stuff someday. Because maybe she will, maybe she won't. But I think that all of her oomph is gone.
Yeah.
I think she might even turn on Aquino. Might even do a book someday. That's wishful thinking. But because these people, his disciples or whatever you want to call them, they don't have the mustard. They're not even close. They're disabled.
Yeah.
They're like like a fish out of water. And whatever she had that was attractive to him, or she was attracted by him, he reinforced and took it to exponential power that wasn't inside of her. He could amplify somebody like her.
Yeah.
She might just, cash it all in, because she's not going to get anywhere near the traction. She's not going to get it with Lavenda. She's not going to get it with anybody else. She's not. So I just want to make that comment about her. I mean, she may not do anything. She may. I mean, especially that incident that happened before with her. She's just like, that was it. Yeah. She's been neutered. Yes. That experience enough tell her, it's like they didn't have any idea what they were doing. They were acting stupid.
Yes.
They were attacking the name Lilith because they didn't even understand what was being talked about.
Yes. But by the way, again, that was Lena Shea, who by her own admission promoted the idea I would be talking about Lilith, which then, of course, the word got out, and Lilith Aquino, she basically went apeshit.
Put her hounds on it, and it just backfired.
Yeah. Well, he expended one of her assets, who was Nicole Froelich, who lost her channel that way. Her channel was not taken down, but she was blocked from uploading any further videos on that channel, and for that reason she had to start a new channel and tell everybody to go there, which she did not want to do, believe me. So it was effectively, this was something that did enormous damage to Nicole Froelich, but she was sacrificed as the pawn that was thrown out on the board, because basically Lilith was led by Lena to think I would be speaking about her. But it shows you the interconnection between all these people, just how connected they all are. And so as for Lilith Aquino, she still seems, even if she was divorced from Michael Aquino, she still has her, she still seems, how would I say it, very much an Edomite, and part of that cause inextricably within that web. But we'll see what happens. It could be, believe me, I'm not discounting what Peter is talking about. Anything is possible. And as Jameson says, she's nothing to sleep on, metaphorically or physically at this point. Yes. And well, we love you dearly, Peter. You have yourself a blessed night, and I do look forward to speaking with you privately sometime soon. And you know, I wanted to do that earlier, but with everything that came up, I'm sure you can understand things.
Got to deal with the teeth.
Yeah, I got to do with the teeth. But you know, we'll speak sometime soon. Things are copacetic. I mean, you know, I just want to talk to you about certain ideas, and but definitely, you know, other than that, just glad.
But I'll listen to the interview you did with Salman again.
Great, great.
And I have some questions that they can save, you know, for later.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Good
You
night.
have a blessed
Good
night.
night.
Good night. And take care. So that was Peter Moon. Remember to order the book from skybooks.usa.com, and make certain, of course, to demand your local bookstore carry it. And what was it Solomon said? He said, "Good night, brothers, Douglas, J-Mo, and Peter. 12:30 a.m. Got to go now. Much love to all. Assalamu alaikum." Assalamu alaikum, as he would say. And peace be upon you all. We'll catch Monologue tomorrow morning. Wonderful. And so, aside from that, let's see if we can just try one more time with Amanda. Let's see if let me ask her, be there, honey. I'm just glad she checks in with us once in a while, and it tells us that she's coming on. At least to get that from her is nice. Okay, and not that we could always bring Penny on, but I don't think we necessarily need to tonight. But I will need our man Jameson to hold us for a little bit before I go into monologue. I'll need to refresh myself a bit. Oh, Daniel is with us, and our man Mr. Oh, that's a very complex sigil, and that's tattoo level art. Our man, and he says the Japanese kanji inspired him. This is Jameson Reese. He put up a wonderful illustration. He'll explain that while Daniel gives us
it's something for your eyes only.
Okay.
I won't hazard to really, you know, I don't like to make these things public because I know that with you there's a certain level of understanding where, you know, it's not going to sabotage the operation. Whereas, you know, putting it out to the eyes of other people, especially the people who know I'm affiliated with you and seem to be watching me for whatever reason, things wouldn't work well. So I keep it to myself until everything's done and complete.
Understood. And so with that, Daniel Arola joins us on stage as well, where the two of you can provide us a little bit of some discourse here while I refresh myself, but I won't leave until I've had at least a few lines of communication with Daniel Arola.
Well, before you do that, let me take a bio break real fast.
Oh, take your time. Daniel and I will hold the stage till you're back. That'll give Daniel and I a chance to catch up. So, Daniel, tell me a bit about what's going on with your day. Has it been very hot out there?
Oh, yeah, it got a little bit warmer. I turned 49 yesterday, the 31st.
Holy shit! Oh my god! And so tell us a bit about how your birthday went.
Oh, it was a nice and peaceful day. You know, got treated to some cake. Not the traditional candles and all that shit. It just got some plain tres leches cake, and some ice cream that I haven't even gotten to eat yet. But other than that, it was pretty cool. It was quiet and peaceful, and I also got me a new ukulele out of it, the one I could plug into the camp.
Another one. Oh my god, a new one. Oh, tell us a bit about this one. Oh my god.
Well, this one actually, I can add this into my collection because it's a tenor ukulele, and the other two ukuleles I have are baritone and soprano ukulele. So they play at the different tones, you know, like the bass guitar and the regular guitar. Okay. But there's still four stringers.
And
with this new one I got, it plugs into the amp, so it's also electric acoustic, so that's cool. Just something to practice on for when I decide to perform live again, when everything's all cool to go out.
Right. And so thank you. And of course, for those of you who don't know, I suffer a kind of trigger when it comes to ukuleles, without going too deeply into that nightmare experience. By the way, Maria Grigorich has said good night to everyone. She's taken off for the night. Sarah Thomas and Peggy Wood are still with us. And you speak sometimes in Messenger or in chat with Maria, of course. Yes, Daniel?
Yeah. Occasionally, yes, yeah.
There we are. So he knows of whom we speak. And anyhow, when I was at Sonoma State University, and they managed a few companions of mine to basically talk me into going over to the dorm of the football players, and there were like two dorms. One was where the football players in general were ensconced, and the other was where they kept the Samoans. And I could understand why the Samoans got a dorm of their own, because they were how do I describe this? They had never been indoctrinated in maintaining a room. It was just everything was, I don't know if the females would be like that. I wasn't into any female Samoan dorms, but this was the men. They were like, they lived like pigs. It was just awful. There was no describing it. I'm talking about food.
And they ate like them too.
Yes. Oh my God. And but at some point I had wandered too deep into the clutter, and I wound up being cornered by this enormous Samoan who had a ukulele and was just started to,
they can get weirdly affectionate too.
Oh my god! He started to serenade me. With this ukulele. I still have nightmares about it. So you're talking about this individual who had to be like more than twice my size, and certainly more than twice my body weight. 3 times my body weight at least. Pressing me into a corner where he's got this, playing the ukulele, and it's just kind of just this. Like I said, the nightmare, it still plays in my head. Just at times, it comes up. The rhythm was something like unka lunka kulu, unka lunka kulu, unka. I can't. It's something like that. It's just monstrous. It's just awful. I really have to catch my breath, because I was just so. It was just. I go into a panic attack when I think about this. And you don't know how do you handle someone like that? How do you tell them no? And just like this kind of desire to, and you physically just can't push them away. It's just awful. And this person, he meant well, but he's just overwhelmingly just, trying to get...
I'd probably distract him with a burger. That would keep him busy.
I remember you said something like that. You said the last time we spoke of this originally, you said something like basically a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Bribe them with some food. They'll be quiet for a while.
Yes, something like that. I was just, oh my God. But in a moment like that, it's beyond this, the fear of rape. It's just, you're trying to avoid hurting someone's feelings like that, because they're operating at the emotional level of an infant.
A bucket of KFC becomes a trance-inducing pendulum in a Samoan dorm.
There we are. Thank you. That and the pizzas. Yep. That and the pizzas. It's just whatever. It's just, oh my God. But I try not to think about that episode. It's like I said. It's like So, but the ukulele had a lot to do with that. It's just branded in my experience as this. I affiliate that with like somebody shoving a dildo up my ass or something. It's just invasive to me. It's an invasion of the mind. And so honestly, whenever I see Daniel Arola and his ukulele, I just, I try to give him an upvote for support, but then I turn away as fast as possible. I never watch or listen because it's just, he has that look kind of. He's not as enormous, but he's large, and it's like, it's just, you think back as well as that, who was that Beatle again? That the one who sang "No More Lonely Nights"? Who was that? Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney. He
Sir
once,
Paul McCartney.
yes, he once did an entire album dedicated to ukulele, and he said, "Oh, it's because my kids are, what was it, the nephews or the grandkids? I think it was grandkids or something like that. My grandkids think it's funny when I played the ukulele, and I think one critic said it best, well, my grandkids think it's funny when I fart, but that doesn't mean that I try to do that to a tune, and subject people to that." So honestly, it's one of those things where that's how Paul McCartney appeared to me. It was like he was just doing a string of farts every time he did that.
That's funny how you mentioned "No More Lonely Nights," because I was singing that earlier this evening in the karaoke machine.
Oh my fucking God. That is there. You see, there are no coincidences. It is a conspiracy to just draw me back into a realm of horror. And all right, one check into the live stream before I refresh myself. Deep Space Pilot, the lead bandsman for the group Deep Space Pilots, acid rock band, been around forever. Check them out. Ronald Stroyny, attorney at law in Greater Chicagoland area, says, "Happy birthday, Daniel." That's right. The 49.
Happy birthday, Daniel.
Yes, 49 years of age. Oh my fucking God. No one ever thought he would make it this far. No one ever thought. They all bet against him. They all said that he was going to, die young and doped out. But he's here. He's here, and he got a new ukulele, so that's his weapon of terror. And he's going to continue terrorizing humanity, no doubt, for quite some time to come. Probably till he's 94. Anyhow, I love you dearly in spite of you, Daniel.
It's more like Pacific trauma stress disorder.
Yes, that's it. That's it, from the Pacific Islanders. That's right. Oh my God. Yes. Filipinos and Samoans. Why is it that Samoans are on one of the tiniest islands in the world and they get so big? And Tongans and shit. What is with that? What, I don't get it. How is it that people on small islands get so fucking big? What is that about?
Oh, who knows? I haven't looked into that. I'm sure they probably eat a lot of pork.
Well, Douglas, yeah. I'm trying to figure that out myself on Staten Island.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Well. Now by the way, this is not racism. On the Pacific Islands, specifically Fiji, Tonga, some of these areas, cannibalism was a factor. So I'm wondering if that was part of this, and why these people get so big. But there are, say for instance, people who are anthropologists and private collectors. They purchase from anthropologists real gems. Like, there are people eating forks from those islands that you can
actually. Cannibalism with the indigenous Pacific Islanders was more like a war ritual to draw the mana.
Yes.
From the enemies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Point's well taken. And by the way, Peggy Wood says, "Happy birthday, Daniel," complete with a little cake emoji. So do check in with those people in the chat room. Yes, we're all proud of Daniel. He's made it this far, and we love him dearly. And despite his music, and but other than that, he's a wonderful human being, and he does. The kids love it, who are special needs children, or what would you call them? They're all ends of the autistic spectrum. But are there other
autistic spectrum?
Okay, but are there other challenges some of these children face, like developmental disabilities, like what we used to call retardation, or anything like that, or some of them like that?
Not quite. No, they're pretty aware, and even the ones that appear retarded, you don't want to underestimate them. They know how to listen to shit.
Yes, yes, by all means. You know, let's all bear
Oh,
that
yeah.
in mind, and for God's sakes, be kind to them, and to all of
These
them.
kids are like
Yeah.
these kids are like supercomputers.
Yeah. Well, the autistic
You know,
ones in
when you're
particular.
interested in them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And so share some of those stories. I'm going to basically refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. And but these two men are more than capable of holding the stage together, and we love them both dearly. And all right, I'll be back. And go mute for now. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
So how are things going on in your neighborhood, Daniel?
Oh, it's nice and warm. It hadn't gotten as hot yet as would be I guess expected with this heat dome supposedly coming down. But I mean, I'm anticipating it. But so far, everything's been cool so far.
Nice, nice. How'd you spend your birthday?
Oh, nice and quietly at home. Even though I did go out to eat, but other than that, just went back home, got me some more pussy.
Nice, nice. Lucky man.
Oh yeah.
I mean that must be the life. I mean I have noticed women like paying attention to me and stuff, but like I was walking down Manhattan and I'm walking down the street and these three white girls are like, I guess they noticed me, and the thing is, like, I have like the face shield on top of like my hat, the top of the brim of my hat, and I guess one of them thought that it was kind of excessive because none of them wore a mask, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, I would, but I don't want to catch COVID. That Delta strain, man, it's ripping through things. They're starting to talk about re-implementing, you know, the old rules. They haven't said anything about doing anything in the city yet, and I think that's because Cuomo wants to freaking keep everyone happy so that he can get reelected. Which
I don't know. I actually don't see that old lockdown coming back in again. It's just more emphasis on the more regard for social distancing and all that.
Well, that's the problem, because now we're going to pretty much have a population where most people probably have COVID. Some might have no symptoms. Some might be people who are vaccinated, and so they didn't have the symptoms of COVID. That's not a very healthy society. One that is.
Yeah, even those that are vaccinated can still be a carrier, but they're not going to die from it. But you know, somebody else will get. Yeah.
And that's the thing. With what it does, the blood clotting factor in that can lead to strokes, that can lead to heart attacks, that can lead to, you know, arterial sclerosis, all types of problems down the line. And I question why anyone would even want to risk it. I mean, my thoughts is like, you know, value yourself, folks. Value yourself. I mean, you've got one body, you've got one life, you know, you're here once. Don't throw it away.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, a lot of this has to do with people more in the poorer class, not exactly just financially or demographically, but in the way they think, you know, in a poorer class.
Well, yes. The problem is sometimes they don't think, and I lived in that bracket at a certain point in time. I had experiences intimately with what impoverished people do, because I was one of them, and I recall, like, a lot of times they just wouldn't think. They would just react on impulse, very impulsive.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that might also have to do with malnourishment. You know, a lot of that has to do with, you know, certain needs not being met when you're at the bottom of the food chain. Still, what I have noticed, though, at least, is that there is a cohesion within the lower class and upper echelons that you don't have in the middle class.
Yeah.
Where it's literally like dog eat dog out here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, have you found anything interesting or newsworthy around the internet?
Actually, no. I've just been reviewing a lot of old shit, just to, you know, more for memory's sake. But a lot of it's old history, Native American stuff. Like recently, my interest has to do with Quanah Parker, who happens to be the last Comanche chief who settled in Texas and in Oklahoma. I don't know. He ended up being a pretty rich guy. He was a friend of Teddy Roosevelt, and he was in politics for a little bit. You know, that kind of shit. You know, just going back to some old Texas history, looking at other details that Second Amendment people misuse these sigils, like the "Come and Take It" flag. You know, with the cannon.
Oh,
Hell,
yeah,
they don't even know the story behind that shit. You know.
Yeah. They basically co-opt things they have no knowledge of. Can you explain some more of it? Could you explain some more of this to us? Because now I'm interested.
Okay, the "Come and Take It" story is the setting is in a small town called Gonzales, Texas. I've visited that town many times through the years, and they have some interesting historical sites out there. And there is a building that houses the cannon in question. And now the story about the cannon is it was lent to the people by Gonzales by Mexico. You know, Mexico let them borrow it, and there was also a contract of, you know, when they want to take it back, they had to return it. So I guess through the years, the cannon helped the town because they needed it to protect themselves from Comanche raiders, from Native American raiders that were living in the area at the time. And the thing about the cannon was it wasn't so much effective when it hit anything, but it was the noise, and the noise drove the Native Americans and their horses crazy. Like, well, what the hell is that shit? You know. So it was good enough to scare them away.
Nice.
And I guess many years later, when Mexico tried to take it, they refused to give it back. And so, long story short, Mexico sent an army of, I believe, like 300 or something, or 500. And they were lined up right there in front of the town. And a local housewife made a design on the flag that says "Come and Take It" with the cannon on it, and of course, you know, those this big local militia of all the local settlers in Gonzales, and including some other small towns nearby. They all lent their numbers. I believe they ended up to be like 190 people or something, but they were clearly outnumbered and outgunned by the Mexicans. And when the Mexican army just looked at these people, like, man, these guys are pitiful. Fuck it, let them have it, you know. And they just let it go. And so, you know, Gonzales considered that a victory. Now, the thing about that cannon, see, the cannon is not as big as the flag makes it look. The cannon it weighs actually like 150, 160 pounds. It's a really small one. So it was basically just a noise maker, you know, and it'll be lucky if you hit anything, you know.
I see. So it was used. It was used as a sort of psychological warfare.
Yes.
It's very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, they had to protect themselves from Native American raiders.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I wonder what the country would have looked like had the American Indians won. I honestly sometimes tend to think maybe things would have turned out for the better. I'm not sure.
I think if Native Americans were undefeated, you know, I'm sure there would still be racial integration in a way, kind of like New Zealand. Okay, New Zealand was uh, the British Empire's battle against the natives there. That was the only war that they lost, was against the Maori tribe from New Zealand, and they ended up integrating with each other, and they absorbed the white people that moved there, absorbed their culture. They learned their language in their schools. They performed the hakas in their songs. So they're more integrated than the Native Americans and white people in America would ever be.
Damn, that almost sounds like that almost sounds good. That
Oh yeah,
sounds like a paradise, honestly. Because
pretty
you
much
know,
almost.
because this for those who don't understand it, we are still more or less under a sort of forced colonialism in the West. It's more of a subtle. Well, actually, it's not subtle at all. I mean, all one needs to do is look at the media, the way they frame things. All one needs to do is turn on TV and watch TV shows and see how they depict certain people. You know, it's still a pretty much colonial mindset. You know, white male take all. You know, and dominate everything. Everything that's not that bad.
Yeah.
And that is something that has the potential to lead this nation to its demise. Because I get the feeling that those countries where they are able to integrate more organically, I get the feeling that they're able to advance a lot more as well.
Well, I mean, New Zealand was actually number one in the nations that took care of their people, considering the COVID pandemic.
That's a very good thing because it doesn't seem like anything's happening here. Everything seems like it's going downhill. Not to be doom and gloom. I mean, we're literally at a crossroads where we're under a lot of adaptive pressure, which is adapt or die. And this is just what nature does. So we're blessed with being in an age where we're actually seeing evolution unfold right before our eyes within our own species.
Mhm.
I suspect that the coronavirus is going to have a lot to do with it, because this is going to dictate the flow of the world for quite some time. And from the way it looks, it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Yeah, no kidding. It's committing genocide on all the science deniers.
Yes. Oh my God. Talk about natural. What would they call it? Darwinian selection. Well,
Yep.
I'm back. I want everyone to know I've made myself a very soft sandwich, but I have to be careful how I chew because with that exposed core root of my tooth, I don't want to snap it just by that hitting the bottom teeth, exposed as it is. So I'm going to be chewing this very slowly. I'm hoping these two gentlemen can keep everybody occupied and entertained while I do this. I'm going to
Now,
be.
I imagine that would be excruciatingly painful.
Oh, it's
if
not.
it
Yeah,
is
it's not.
exposed.
Yeah. It actually, it's not painful. The pain would be the fact that it would destroy all the work that was done on the crown that is the permanent crown that's supposed to be inserted over this shit. But in terms of the nerve's all dead. I mean, it's just a dead root. It's the, you know, just what's left of this tooth, like a petrified piece of wood. You know, but it's necessary to serve as the anchor for the crown. Otherwise, what they would have to do is a bit of surgery to kind of, you know, take away part of the gum line in order to fix it closer to the jawbone. But it's at least we have that option, you know. So when I did inquire about that, the one woman said that was possible. So even if, you know, it really breaks off, you know, they have what they call inserts. What do they call it? Implants. But that would, like, you know, you would put a screw in its place, which acts the part of what the root of the tooth does. And, you know, if I lose this tooth, I'll force them to do that. I mean, I'll threaten them with a lawsuit unless I do that. But because that's what they were saying might be possible, you know. But they're the ones who made it to this, you know, brought it to this point, you know, fuck them. And honestly, the coronavirus has destroyed any sense of professionalism, any competence, you know, whatever.
Yes, that I've noticed. People just don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah, but you know who has profited in every way imaginable and is now in an unassailable position is high tech. Big technology has come in with the COVID as indispensable, and so they're in a position of power more than they've ever been. And so definitely we have that. So both of you gentlemen, please keep talking while I chew this slowly and savor it. You know, just two soft pieces of bread with two slices. I wish I had more of roast beef with horseradish and very exquisite mustard, the real thing, the stuff that's very granular.
That sounds pretty good. The one that has like the little turmeric pieces in it.
Well, the granular pieces, yes, which is all granular.
Seeds.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
That's the best type of mustard. I don't like the plain yellow stuff.
Oh,
you know,
God, no. That's just like,
that stuff is awful.
Oh, that's just chemicals. That's just chemicals. Yeah. No, this is the real mustard, the way mustard was in the Middle Ages, the way mustard is meant to be, honestly. And for those of you who are fans of sushi or sashimi and you like wasabi, you know, wasabi is very much
I love wasabi.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, wasabi is, bear this in mind, most of the time when you get quote unquote wasabi, when it's in a package or in a tube or even at most restaurants, it's not wasabi. Real wasabi is actually a root, like ginger root, and you have to scrub it right there on the spot, and it'll last, at the absolute most, it would last maybe 2 weeks, more like 2 days. And otherwise it loses all of its punch. And so very few people have ever even tried real wasabi, which my mother was very
good
much
for allergies.
Yeah.
Clean your sinuses up.
It can be, but well, I mean, you know, just so people understand this, when people say that a lot to me, oh, you know, these hot peppers help with your allergies, or these like, okay, it's totally different. Understand this. What it does is it makes your nose run and you think you're clearing your nostrils. It's really just provoking you to produce more mucus. So
yeah, it's a form of inflammation.
I was being cynical.
Yes. So let me go mute here. I'll leave these two gentlemen to continue speaking. And by God, yes, it's like you can go on talking about the natural selection of those who don't want to be vaccinated. And you know, this is where we might do some ranting on that. Honestly, it's
it's pretty much a. It honestly frightens me, the fact that, you know, the real victims here are going to be children, because, you know, they're being just thrown all around. They don't know which way to go, you know. Parents tell me to wear a mask. I'll wear a mask. I don't want to wear my mask right now. Okay. You know, I mean, it's like they, you know, what's going to happen to them? Nobody's thinking about that. If you have a generation, if the generation that's supposed to take care of the older people are all sick, everybody older is going to die.
Yeah.
COVID is like the COVID is like the answer to you can't fix stupid.
Yes, thank you. It is. Yeah. Oh, let me go mute. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I see it as a necessary it's what I call it's a necessary variable that needs to push us to a point where we're no longer stagnant as a species. I do see I have to choose my words carefully because I don't know why I would be qualified to even say that. In fact, I'm not qualified to say that, but it's just from my observation, I just tend to see a sort of inertia. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think I'm catching on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of the ways we've been doing things have been fixed and embedded for too long. And we need to change the way we're looking at things, the way we're looking at everything, from governments to policies to human rights to civil rights to, you know, how we treat minorities and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because everything's just been the same for too damn long. So COVID comes and it's like that thing that's going to shake everything up. You know, it serves the sort of purpose. A good analogy is the Norse god Wotan, the god of the storm. It's that same energy. It comes to just like knock everything down, and sometimes that's necessary. Sometimes the greatest growths come from that deep downward spiral. And I'm not someone who likes to, you know, I'm not Mephistophelian, you know, I'm not like obsessed with the darkness. I mean, I could go there, but you know, that's not my thing. But I can say that it serves a purpose as a sort of catharsis.
Yes, and it's usually a long periods of darkness eventually ends up to longer periods of light.
Exactly. Everything balances itself out in a sort of natural dynamic. And I feel that for too long as a species, we've been hindering that dynamic rather than going with it and seeing where it takes us. And so now here comes a situation which was purely engineered, of course, I think, you know, a sort of collaboration, mostly by the Russians, you know, of course, because they're like everyone's Cleon race. They are so the Cleon, the Russians. Oh
well,
yeah,
they sure did a good job at creating the misinformation that's still being pushed around.
Yeah, and the amount of people they're losing to COVID is astronomical.
Yep.
So, I mean, they have their own hell to pay for it, and I think they should take it out on Putin. Get rid of that guy.
Yeah,
unseat him, put a woman in the place of power of Russia, and then see what happens. I guarantee you things would change for the better globally.
Or freeze their assets. Oh, if you get to their money, that's really going to hurt them.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. This motherfucker has all the money, and he's like a dragon guarding his. He's like a fat dragon guarding his safe. Nobody gets to my coins. My treasure is mine. I mean, that's basically Putin. Well, I have to have a Slavic accent to it. Nobody gets to my precious. This treasure is mine.
No, Steven Seagal. He's also active in the pro-Putin party as well.
Yes,
I know.
That's right. Pathetic.
Steven Seagal. He's like a walking turd.
Yes, yeah.
Pretty much.
He really is. By the way, I want to say hello to the wonderful individual in the chat room, Veronica Barrera. She says, Buenas noches, Douglas and everyone, and buenas noches a todas, Señora Veronica Barrera. And so glad she's with us. And I do want people to know there's something horrible going up in Canada. I'm wondering if both of you gentlemen would address it. If I get into it, it would take probably a transmission, so I might save that for the next transmission. But basically, up in Canada, it was brought to my attention by Sarah Thomas, who is Canadian, as is the wonderful young lady who was speaking earlier with us via the messenger, Diane Hillis Buchberger. Both these wonderful people are in Canada, as well as there's someone else we know in Canada. I'm forgetting who. Aside from Justin White, there were Maria Grigorich. How could I forget? And so all these wonderful ladies in Canada, and but Canada, when the wonderful lady Sarah Thomas shared with me was a link to a map on the current Canadian wildfires, and when I clicked on it, it was mind-blowing. It looks like Canada is under bombardment in wartime. This cannot be perceived as anything other than a hostile arson campaign. It is literally, when you're looking at this, I will provide the same link to both of you gentlemen. This should pop up the moment you go there. The amount of fires that are ongoing right now was the same amount days ago, and these fires, they last for weeks at a time. The fires up in Oregon, the state of Oregon, where our Amanda Ute lives, those fires have combined in their damage to burn an area. They've scorched an area of Oregon that covers more acreage than Los Angeles, New York City, and Chicago combined. I mean, this is just, it's unimaginable. It's literally unimaginable. Then you take a look at what's happening. So I take it both of you gentlemen are accessing this. Please speak to that and what you think about it. I haven't done any investigation into this yet, but it's impossible to believe that this is not a hostile campaign of arson. It looks like the Japanese balloon bombing campaign of the Pacific Northwest in World War II, really.
Holy crap!
Yeah, unbelievable.
It literally looks like the entirety of Canada. A large chunk of it is.
It looks like it follows the wind current.
Well, it's all of the populated area of Canada. Really, it's
they're out of control.
Yeah.
I see the I'm looking at the map. The map is like, what the F? That's bigger than the whole mass of the United States.
Yeah, that's what it looked. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What the hell?
I'll go back to chewing.
Of course, excluding Alaska, of course, which is literally almost as large as the United States. But, nothing good goes on in Alaska. I'm being serious. They recently had a earthquake that was 8.2 on the Richter scale off the coast of islands, and they had to evacuate a lot of citizens from certain areas because they feared a tsunami would come. The aftershocks were like 6.3 on the Richter scale.
Yeah. And thank you for sharing that. Yeah. So both of you gentlemen go on with this topic. I'm going to go mute for now and continue my chewing. Slowly. Is that Daniel chewing audibly just to piss me off because he can do it and I can't? I mean, I want to chew something crunchy, okay? I want to go with chips and shit. I can't do that with the exposed root of my tooth.
I got the munchies.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, I wish I could do what he's doing now, but I can't. So I'm chewing like an old man, gumming my food anyhow. So you two gentlemen take over here.
Wow. So we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, wow. This is like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. This is almost like 40 new fires today. They are, it seems to me like they are definitely actively trying to burn Canada down. I'm wondering if this isn't a ritual. I mean, it's almost like they want to bring Cthulhu and Cthulhu, like they want to just rise them. They want with all this rain, because whenever you have a lot of fires, you're going to have all these particulates in the air, and that's going to attract moisture in the upper atmosphere, and you're going to get a lot of rain. So I mean, it's literally like a fire in water. the entire Earth has become like somebody's ritual board.
I hate to see the wintertime version of this.
I don't know if at first I was thinking like I got to get out of New York because I don't want that thing to come from the east, La Palma Islands, and wipe our asses out. But then I'm looking at the rest of the country and I'm like, okay, there's nowhere to run. It's like, what the fuck do you do? Holy shit. This is utter hopelessness. I love it. I mean, no, I don't love it. I'm being facetious, folks. It's like, wow. And of course, I'm someone who is naturally an anxious person by nature. So, naturally, my thought is going to be, we're fucked.
Those are some busy ass hospitals right now.
I don't think there's going to be, I wonder if the hospitals have to be evacuated or not because of the fires. I mean, just because it's a hospital doesn't mean it's necessarily a safe place. But a lot of people are going to die, that's for sure. That's not a good thing at all. I was also looking at wildfires that were going on in Turkey, and it was very interesting looking at the fires because because of the wind, it almost looked like there was a flaminado, and it literally looked like I was looking at a walking djinn or something. It was pretty amazing to look at. But it almost looked like the fire. It almost looked like the fire was its own form of life with its own intelligence.
Those are cool to look at on video, but I'd hate to be with inside of it.
I would hate to be anywhere near there, man.
Yeah.
We have major floods in India, which was that's like the 22nd of July. We have that huge wildfire in Turkey, July 28th. Sicily has fires. Oh, Sicily also has a lot of large fires that are being fueled by the record heat as well.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania got hit by a F3 tornado. We have, of course, the horrific wildfires are still burning in Turkey, so that goes without saying. They say at least 6 are dead. There's blazes in Italy and Greece, which are prompting evacuations, and I seem to think that Germany's probably still mostly underwater. Is it? I don't know. I got to check up on that. But this reminds me of an experience I had several years ago when my head was still in the gutter and I was still like into that alternate reality bullshit. And I had I don't know if it was a dream or if it was an adorsism or a sort of possession. But what happened was I was taken by something, and I saw the image of what looked like the medieval depiction of the ghoul. With like they have like this sort of hair. They're like hairy. Well, it wasn't like a ghoul, but it was like a sort of hairy devil. And it had 1 foot on Italy and it had 1 foot on Germany, and I was like, I never understood what it was trying to tell me, but it had the sinister grin on its face, and the devil had like a crown on its head, so I can only guess that it's one of the demons that might have been telling me something.
That's interesting.
And well, I bring that up because that seems to be exactly what's happening now. So, obviously, there's a heads up that something big is going to happen. I don't know what's going to. I mean, something big happens every day nowadays in 2021.
Yeah. Now I might have some daytime nightmares up being chased by some flaming tornadoes. Just thinking about it.
Oh man, yeah, that's scary. I mean, what do you do in that sort of situation? I mean, wow. I'm looking at some of the pictures of like some of these wildfires from the the Dixie fire in California, and this thing looks like a life form. I mean, I shit you not. It looks like I'm looking at a life form. It doesn't look like I'm looking at fire.
I wonder how the men are there doing now.
Shit, they're probably still sitting there on the lawn chairs. Well, whatever remains of them.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they still got enough beer left.
Oh, they'll have.
By the way, just so people know, this is from Diane Hillis Buchberger. She says in private messages to me, fire smoke in northern Ontario are blowing down to central Ontario, where I live. We could not go out because the air was so toxic, a hazard to the lungs. I was hacking like a smoker lately. I got kicked off my laptop, but back on again. So she was, actually listening to the show from her iPad for a little bit there. But thank you for sharing that, honey. And I'll leave you two gentlemen to discuss the horrors of it. I honestly thought it kind of smelled like there was smoke in the air here in San Francisco. So I'm sure the smell is reaching us from the other wildfires surrounding the city out in the countryside. That was earlier this morning. If it's still ongoing, I've gotten used to it. But so by all means, both of you gentlemen, please continue. At least both of you are in areas where that isn't the norm just yet. It all seems to be in the Pacific and in the north for some reason. Maybe you gentlemen can tell us what that's about. Or any speculation.
Actually, we are still getting we're still getting the smoke out here in the Northeast.
Okay.
From it. So whatever happens, the weather system sort of spirals down, and it drags all that shitty air down with it. And so days like that, that's why I'm glad I have that sort of like that painter's mask with the 3M, that 3M model, the plastic one that's not disposable, where you have to buy like new filters for it and stuff, because I'm going to probably be needing that sooner or later. Before I go out, I look on the Weather Channel and I make sure I check the air quality every day.
And
because that air quality index is possibly going to be the difference between lung cancer and an early death with lung problems, or being the only healthy person left alive.
Yes. By the way, like I said, I'm on mute, so I'm not responding directly, but I appreciate your holding a pause there for some response. I presume that our man Daniel didn't take advantage of that, but he's welcome to please do so.
I was thinking about investing in fucking gas masks for that.
Yeah, well, that's essentially what our man is wearing. Jameson Reese basically is going out in a gas mask. He'd go out in a hazmat suit if he could. So I'll leave this to you.
Yeah, I honestly would. It would have to have like a cooling system in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hear you.
I mean, I'd get one with a cooling system, and everyone would be looking at me like, "It's crazy. Yo, you seen that motherfucker?" like those pinheaded idiots always do.
Oh my god! Yes.
And it reaches a point where I just laugh at them because I feel sorry for them. I mean, it's kind of like if no, and I know this wouldn't happen in real life, but it's kind of like if someone who had the IQ of someone who was developmentally disabled decided to laugh at someone who was like a professor at some prestigious university. It's like okay.
Yes.
I mean, what do you do?
You know, I was thinking the other day, I was so glad both of you were here to share those photographs with of, you know, the red California, politically red, and now, you know, climatologically blood orange. And maybe,
Yeah, it's the color of Trump's horrible fucking tans.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. And so, by all means, you gentlemen continue. I should be done chewing this soon enough, but you know, be patient. I'm halfway through the sandwich almost, but you know, gotta chew slowly and savor this. And these two gentlemen are here to keep us, keep the bandwidth burning till you come back on stage and start monologuing. And thank you, both of you.
Yeah, Trump is sort of like that blob monster from South Park, I think. You know, he's grown to that level. I think that was when Cartman's like a trapper keeper, like morphed or something. Shit.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, it's like everything's being stained with this sort of America's anti-culture now.
Yeah. Actually, I believe it's more like a vocal minority of them. They just act loud to make themselves look big.
You know, that's a good point. It might actually be a violent vocal minority.
Yeah. I mean, like people that you meet in the street that you don't end up getting into a fight with, and all they're just doing is talking shit. You know?
Well, yeah. It usually the people who come closest to provoking are the people who come too physically close.
Yeah.
Male or well, I mean, female. It depends, but I mean, mostly if it's a male, it's like no. Honestly, male or female, it's offensive because you know I don't want your freaking virus. I don't want your viral load.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like if you want to die alone. That's the reason why today I had like this what do you call it? Oh my gosh, those mask. Oh, my brain is fucked up, guys. I'm sorry. I had one too many, but let me get back. I gotta slow down my thinking.
You're talking about the masks?
Not the mask. It's the face shield. Yeah, the face shield.
Okay.
Yeah, I had on. Yeah, I noticed that having that face shield seems to keep people at a distance, and so I've started to use that as merely a psychological mechanism to sort of manipulate people around me. So if I don't want them to get too close, I'll employ this face shield and it'll get them to back off. I'm starting to realize there's a sort of unspoken way to control people, and it's quite fascinating. You know, it's interesting. I want to see how far I can push it. Now, of course, I do have this. What do you call it? I've considered the idea of going out with one of those plague doctor masks, but I don't know if that would be a good idea.
That'd be funny.
It would, but I just wouldn't want to wind up getting shot for it.
Well, I don't want to get caught forgetting to wear a mask. I'd end up being mistaken for a Republican.
Oh heavens, no! Well, I mean, you would only have to play that card if it was like life or death, and they're walking around with like firearms and shit.
Yeah, no kidding. Actually, yeah, they're starting to so some of these people they're starting to wear their firearms in plain sight now. Now I recall when I lived in North Carolina, in Fayetteville, they had an open carry law. I mean, people were wearing their guns in plain view, but they weren't like all they weren't like all big. They weren't all acting big or talking big about it. They just respected the law concerning that gun. I mean, concerning open carry, they weren't how can I say they weren't like rappers talking shit. You know, basically, they were more respectful. But in Texas, it's going to take a while for them to grow into it a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be where you are, Daniel. I don't know how you do it. And I have to give you your props. You're as tough as you look in your videos, man.
Well, I managed to create some distance myself when I get out there, so that helps.
Yeah, because those people are fucking crazy as shit, man. I would not want to live down there.
Yeah, actually, Houston compared to the rest of Texas isn't so bad. It's actually the blue heart of Texas, and the county is Harris County, so it makes it even funnier.
Okay, I see. So it depends on what part of what part you're in.
Oh yeah, well Houston is actually also the the most racially ethnically diverse city in the state as well, and mostly throughout North America. But yeah, there's people of all races and cultures out here, especially restaurants of all kinds. not only that, we have not only do we have Mexican food trucks. There's in certain parts of the town. There's also cupcake food trucks. There's even food trucks for halal food. Thinking, damn, that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah.
Houston sounds like it would be a relatively good place compared to the rest of Texas.
Oh yeah, it is. It is, and the women are fine. Oh, there's so many fine women out here. Actually, the women outnumber us.
Really?
Oh yeah. I mean, we got lots of nice women out here.
I think you've given me an idea of where I could escape if the what do you call it, La Palma Islands go kaboom. That's where I'll go. Houston, Texas.
Oh yeah, they got the honeys out here.
Now, what's the cost of living out there, though?
It's oh man, that's out of my area to talk about. I avoid managing the books in the house as much as I can.
Oh man, because that would be the only thing that would probably get me. If I could save up a few $100,000, that's not even humanly possible for me. I'm as good as dead. Oh shit. But yeah, if I could manage somehow, I would probably want to go down there than stay up here. Now, how is it with flooding?
There are parts of the city that do flood. I've always been very sensitive about where I want to live in the city, and I have I mean, there are parts of the city that flood really bad. So yeah, I definitely do know what parts of the city to avoid concerning that. Because yeah, I don't like that shit either.
All right, yeah, that would scare the shit out of me. That so that would also be a no-go because I can't swim.
Damn.
And yeah, it's not true that all black people can't swim, but I happen to be a black guy who can't swim.
Yeah.
And my brother could swim. He's on the swim team, but he was on a swim team. But I don't like to be in the water.
Actually, every time it floods every time it's flooded in Houston, just from my own recollection, it's like all of a sudden, the redneck on the next street over that you hated and vice versa. When disaster happens, everybody, they go tribal all of a sudden instinctively. Everybody's helping each other, like a village. That's the one thing I have noticed here in Houston when it comes to disasters like that, hurricanes, floods. especially floods.
Wow, that seems completely foreign because in New York, you're on your own. Out here, it's literally you could see someone strung out on the street dying, and it's like you're on your own, buddy. That's just the way it is.
We have our share of Southern comfort here too. When when it's in that kind of situation, disaster situations.
Yeah, that would be foreign. I mean, that would be difficult for me to adapt to the level of sort of openness and kindness because it's sort of when one is used to just being quiet and ignoring everyone, it's almost like it's very anxiety inducing to have to go to a situation where people are always greeting you all the time.
Yeah, well, that doesn't always happen. That open greeting is actually more of a choice nowadays. But I mean, yeah, there are people that are open with you, but it's not there's not that many now. Actually, in the city of San Antonio, actually they're like some of the nicest people.
Oh yeah. My folks when I was in the Air Force and my folks came for my graduation, and they were in San Antonio. My father actually said that he liked it down there. He said it reminded him of Queens, New York.
You could tell how nice the people are in the city of San Antonio by the way they drive on the freeway. They all observe courtesy signs, speed signs. They let other people pass when they know that somebody needs to speed up. All that shit. I mean, they actually observe traffic courtesy there quite nicely, like Canadians. Like Canadian people are nice.
Yeah, that seems like another potential decent place to relocate if shit hits the fan. Of course, we'd have to get Dick-nosed Ted Cruz out of there somehow.
Yeah. Well, San Antonio is like it's basically like kind of like out in the hill country. So there are high elevated places where you can live at, where you don't have to worry about the big water.
Yeah, something like that would be preferable because my thinking is as long as whatever hill you're on isn't something that would potentially have a landslide, that'd be strategically, as long as the ground is made of like solid like granite or whatever the hell, whatever hard rocky elements there are, you're probably much safer than you would be if you're in a valley.
Yeah. Well, actually, in the hill country, a lot of it's pretty rocky out there in their hills, grounds out there, so it's pretty solid.
Now, are there places where you could just like walk around and like just enjoy nature and whatnot?
Oh yeah. There's lots of countryside out here.
That sounds very nice. That's something that I almost miss. There's a period of my life when I used to just go in and out of rehab just so that I could, leave New York City and go upstate New York and see like be around the greenery and whatnot.
I'd like to visit upstate New York sometime myself because I did grow up the first 4 years of my life out there. Nice.
What part were you in?
In Saugerties. I was born in a hospital in Kingston near the Catskills, but we lived in Saugerties.
I see. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I would go to like the when I was a kid, we used to go to like the Bear Mountains around that area. It was really nice.
I still have a good memory of the snow out there, in Saugerties, and the hill behind the house where we rode the sled in. That was fun, and not only that, the fireflies also in the fall. We caught a lot of those things in the jars.
Oh yeah, yeah. This firefly season is pretty cool out here. You know, I sort of missed that myself.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was like, I mean, I was a little boy, but I still remembered all that. All the kids in the neighborhood, they had like these jars or those coffee cans to trap the fireflies in. So I mean, it looked pretty fun.
You know, I don't actually have any memories from that age.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I surprise myself that I still remember some of that from that far.
I just remember like maybe some toys here and there. I don't have what you would call a linear memory. I can't remember things from day to day. You know, I just have like a gestalt of things.
Now,
But then,
I do recall. I do recall seeing a horse-drawn carriage on the road. Straight down at the gate from the long driveway from the house, and it's like, hey, what kind of car is that?
oh man, nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I was thinking, damn, it's like, is that and it's like, do we got Amish out here? But yeah, it was a straight up horse-drawn carriage.
So
obviously, the two of you gentlemen are laboring. Thankfully, I'm just about done with this sandwich, and there's got to be something better than fireflies and Amish passing by on horse-drawn carriages, and your mudslides or whatever you were doing in upstate New York, whatever it is the primitives do up there, aside from playing various toxic waste disposal sites. Honestly. The world it deserves more than this. So let me go mute, finish chewing this. I'm almost done. And then I'll rescue everybody from the twain of you soon enough. But honestly,
I can knock out some news items.
No, God, don't do that. No, the two of you, people would rather hear you converse, but they'd rather hear you converse about something, more than these childhood memories. I mean, oh my God. It would be better if you were both traumatized and bonding based on scars. Okay, people would find that at least interesting, even morbidly entertaining. So could you at least tell us about maybe the time that, oh God, then I was in the locker room and they all butt fucked me. Something like that at least, okay? Or at least you skinned your shins or something. Jesus Christ, okay? I'll go mute now. Do something, come up with something.
All right, so I remember when I was 8 years old and I was leaving school and I saw a kid who was crushed by a car and he was screaming in agony and all these people seemed to be around him and I think it was a taxi, I can't remember. And my sister was like, what's everyone looking at her at? And I told her, don't look at it. We're just going to keep walking and walk home. And yeah, that was probably one of my first memories, seeing someone traumatically injured. And that's why I cannot drive. That's why I won't get behind the wheel of a car. So, what have you got?
When I lived in the Philippines for a while, I was friends with the people that ran the clinic where they embalmed dead people after they died. So every time my friend had a job, I went up there with them just to see how they worked. And of course, I had to keep my distance because that shit was starting to stink. Watching them work on a corpse, opening them up, taking the guts out. And of course, I'm aware that all my other classmates and all my other friends, thought that was gross or just morbidly disturbing, which I didn't blame them. I agreed with them too, but I was just fascinated. I was curious.
I'm sorry, what was this? I just put the earbuds back on and I caught something about, okay, you were disemboweling somebody and I'm sorry, this is a fellow classmate or something?
I was talking about I was friends with a guy that embalmed dead bodies in the Philippines. And every time he had a job, I always went with him. and there were always fresh dead bodies after they had gotten killed or murdered the night before.
Wow, always.
And, you know,
Where the
yeah.
fuck were you? Quezon City or Manila or some shit like that? Where the fuck was this?
Somewhere out in the province, up in the north.
Jesus Christ, it wasn't even the capital, Manila, the city from hell and shit. So I guess all the Philippines, this is what people do to each other. It's like, seriously, what the fuck? I mean,
well,
is it boredom or what?
Parts, in some parts of the country, it gets pretty commonplace.
Jesus Christ! Why don't you just come clean and say it was you? You were a serial killer, and that you were providing this guy business. That's what he hired you for, right? Are you just gonna tell me you enjoyed it so much you did it for free? And yeah, that's right. All my friends thought it was sick, but I was just fascinated. Yes, and then I provided this guy employment. And, everybody, it was good for everybody in the end. Yes. No, I'm sorry. I can't resist. I mean, God, I knew the Philippines was bad. But, I mean, this is like, it's worse than I even thought. So our lovely lady in Canada, Ms. Diane Hillis-Buchberger, says, I think that since COVID restraints have been lifted, people are going up north for recreation and do not know how to control fires, or someone is being paid to set them off. Burnt land is a lot cheaper, and without trees, they can farm or build easier. I really believe it might even be to mine for gold and other metals. I noticed a trend that people want to work from home because of COVID, and new developments are being made in the middle of forests that are Crown government lands. So Crown land is being sold to developers amongst the Crown lands. So for people who do not know this, Canada is, of course, a Commonwealth nation, and I'm not quite sure if they're a Dominion anymore or have graduated from that, but there's different status levels within the Commonwealth. There are Dominions and then other kinds of nation or national ranks within the Commonwealth. It's very convoluted, and I'd have to go back into my records to identify all of that. But this is where they get the term crown from. And so these crown lands would be like our national park lands, is what I believe. And so they're selling them the way we sold the Presidio. But in the case of the Presidio, it's the only national park land in the United States that's ever been sold, and that's because they're trying to cover up the crimes and put it into private developers' hands so that they could have all the excuse to do so. And these are, of course, the most suspicious people in the world, Lucasfilms and Disney. And at the time, it was Industrial Lights and Magic, of course, before it became known as Lucasfilms. And so altogether, it's just... You get what's going on with the Presidio, but up in Canada, I think that she says not sure if this is helpful. I think it's very helpful. I think it goes towards explaining a lot. Now, since I'm chewing the last bit of the sandwich, which is the bread part, which is what I have to make certain I don't over chew this because it's very dry, so I'm going to drink some tea with this. So my mouth is going to be active for the next 3 minutes, so I'm going to leave it to these two gentlemen again. And let's have them respond to this and say something a little bit more engaging. It's funny because normally you leave Jameson out on his own and he'll talk about, just things that would be, he'll rage. And then, and apparently women turn on to that or something, because the other day when I was coming down on him, no less than 2 ladies in chat room ran up to James' defense. And said, oh, let him rage. And I'm like, oh, whatever. Okay. If this is, I guess it serves its purpose. So, if all else fails, go back to that. But in the meantime, okay, the two of you take the stage.
You know what? I'm blaming this naltrexone that they have me on. All right. So I'm on this naltrexone because it's supposed to kill alcohol cravings and help with withdrawals and shit. And holy crap, the stuff all of a sudden the front of my prefrontal cortex is operating, and I never knew that it was unoperational before. So what I will say is, I wonder if does Canada have any oil pipelines in that they want to that they're planning, because they might be burning these fires to burning that land down to create an oil pipeline. That's another possibility. And what are your thoughts?
Shit, that's interesting. I have no idea. Huh. I wonder how the natives are thinking about that.
That's another thing that I was going to ask about. You know, I mean, I'm sure. How is this impacting the indigenous population? Because there was part of me that was suspecting that this might actually also be a war on the indigenous population, because of the recent scandals with the schools. You know, to sort of kill them off so that they don't have to, so the government doesn't have to, so that the parliament doesn't have to look bad.
No kidding.
And unfortunately, you know, here in the West, in the Americas, everyone's just genocide happy, because that's just what everything was founded on. So yeah, it's no wonder why I've given up on the human race a long time ago.
Yeah, well, it's bad. It's bad enough when they're American, and I guess I could appreciate that. Not all the peoples in the country in the countries around the world are like Americans. You know.
Well, that's true. Though it's a big world, but
it's bad enough to hate them as tourists.
But you are going to encounter a lot of the same types of evils within the human collective unconscious, and the predominant your people in the spectrum of in the spectrum between absolute good and absolute evil. Most people are going to gravitate towards somewhere towards the more evil side, with little burst of good from time to time, just to keep up appearances, because that's just what we are as a species. I mean, we're evil motherfuckers.
Yeah,
and,
a lot more attention paid to bad than good.
I've been fascinated by this group of humanoids that lived alongside humankind. Let me see if I could pull up what they were called. I had the article in front of me.
You know, being Asian, there's all kinds of different Asian groups will start naming each other to identify that group you're talking about. I mean, most people I know would say Filipinos. And, you know, I've been fascinated by this group of beings that live side by side with humans. I mean, this is where, you know, you get the worst out of everybody. Then the people just jump on that as an opportunity for smart-ass remarks. But our lady, by the way,
Well,
and I invite, of course, our friend Daniel Arola to toss back with his own jokes. I mean, it's you know, people are horrible.
these beings were called the Boskops.
What the fuck?
I don't.
Okay, that's new.
Yeah, I don't know if you're
I
familiar
have to
with
get
them.
going because it's already past 1 a.m. now.
Oh shit. Well, we love you. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Daniel, for joining us tonight. And
guys.
you know, our best to yourself. Happy birthday. Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
you got it. Thank you,
And
thank you.
you take care. Thank you so much.
All right, talk to you guys.
Yes,
All
soon
right,
enough.
later.
Hugs. Yes, bye for
Good
now.
night,
All right.
Daniel.
Yeah. And so, at any rate, before you go there, James said, hold that thought. So, Diane Hillis Buchberger says about the North, the Northern, you know, what would we call it? Slash and burn are their, you know, scorched earth development project. She says, yes, they could be doing things like pipelines. This is not good for indigenous people. A few years ago, $80 million of indigenous money went missing from Canadian government coffers. Now I cannot find anything about this missing money. That is no surprise. I'm sorry, this is just crazy making, just, you know, really angering to me. God, I hope I didn't hope I didn't offend Daniel by the smart-ass remarks I was making. I'm sure he's a big boy. He can handle it. He's you know, he's how do we say it, sturdy, whatever. But you know, honest to God, it's, you know, the gay guy I knew had it just right when Michael Matthews was his name, when I was telling him about one time I was at a bookstore which I'm sure is no longer open, or if it is, it might still be, who knows, but it's probably never open. It might still be there, but it's probably never open. But the woman who worked there, she was just lucky because, of course, the overhead in San Francisco is it's just unaffordable for the majority of people. But she happened to have a landlord who was like the product of 7 or 8 intermarriages between first cousins or something. And he was totally, just for lack of a better word, he was developmentally disabled for all intents and purposes, and just let her, have a run of the open space below, which she turned into a bookstore. And because, just a casual aside on that note was that I tend to have $100 bills. And it's just much easier for me to transport them, and I tend to prefer spending cash than credit. And so when I tried to, by the way, when you purchase even a paperback book, especially something that's off the shelves in one of these like little bookstores where they wrap it in fucking plastic so it looks all high-tony, and you're purchasing one of these little fucking things that is a used book, but because it's in what they present as mint condition, they're charging maximum for it, whatever they find on the internet. At the absolute minimum, you're going to be paying $20. So I offered her a $100 bill. We're talking for, what? We're a $20 book at least. And she said, "Oh, I can't take that. I can't break that." And, really? Are you really fucking kidding me? You can't, cash $100 for a $20 book? And it's like, oh, no, it's just too much. Then when I put it back in my wallet, she says, "Oh, I hope no one else realizes you're carrying hundreds. They might, crack you over the head and take it from you." And I said, "Well, I hope they have as hard a time spending it as I do." But
oh shit, that's a good one.
Yeah, but while I was in that bookstore, at one point, I knew this lady fairly well. There was like by the way, there was every once in a while, she wouldn't work, and she'd have some idiot volunteers or whatever, people she was hiring for like 10 cents an hour or something, who would take her place. Basically friends with no benefits, and these people would be like imbeciles that would sit there literally eating. And one time this old faggot, it was like he reminded me of who was the guy who was Truman Capote. He reminded me of Truman Capote. And this guy was eating some powderized jelly donut and shit. And so I don't know why people do this. It's the most repulsive thing I've ever encountered is when they get to the bottom of their little bakery box and the wax paper is covered with this powderized sugar, and they lick it off. Why do people do that? And so have you ever seen people do this? They won't do that with their plate with regular food. Nobody bends down and licks their plate clean, but these fuckers will lick this wax paper that's got the jelly from the donut or the powderized sugar. When I described that, again, to the gay guy, Michael Matthews, he said, "Oh, you should have put some of that powderized sugar on your crotch." Of course, this is not anyone I would want licking my balls or anything else. It's just like, for him to say something like that is also just as repulsive. God knows how these gay people think. But it's like, first, between him and the older faggot that was in front of me, it's just like you're between the ends of just two grills of a sewer or something. But the one thing he had right was then at one point, this is when the lady who owned the store was there, though I don't know if I should call her lady. By the way, she was gay as well, and she had a gay lover, and she, like, at one point came to one of the book-selling fairs with her hair, I don't know, shaved on the side or something. Whatever it is, I don't understand why people do that. And everyone thought it was a joke, but she wore it like that for the next 5 years. But anyhow, so she was in the store one time, and then this guy comes in who's obviously familiar with the environment. He lived upstairs. And anyhow, he was a clown, professionally a clown. This is what the guy did for a profession, like at children's birthday parties and shit. So he comes in dressed like a clown, with the floppers on his feet, and literally a flower pot with a genuine plant growing out of it on his head. So, and when I described that to my gang brother Beaver, he was like, why would anyone dress like that? And it's, you know, it's a mystery. I mean, I would die before I did that. I would knock off gas stations before I did that. And, but, you know, anyhow, the guy walks in and he just says, "Are you Filipino? You look Filipino. My girlfriend's Filipino." By the way, again, I don't think that people really understand the level of racism among Asians for each other. And when I said that to Michael Matthews, he's been in San Francisco long enough. He understands. He says, "Yeah, that's like saying, are you a piece of dog shit? You look like a piece of dog shit." You know, I mean, it's to your average Asian. By the way, if people don't know this, okay, Filipinos are anthropologically classified as negrito. And so they are to the majority of Asians, like East Asians, like Koreans and Japanese and Chinese. They look on the Filipinos as the niggers of the East. I mean, this is not, you know, I don't feel that way, but I will confess to the fact that because I grew up so exposed to so many Filipinos in the military, that it took me a long while to get over my prejudice based on my experience with Filipinos, that because so many of them get involved in government jobs where they can never be fired, and they've just making it a career because as a colonized people, this is how they cope. They've coped by basically taking advantage of government jobs whenever they can, and then they send money home, and you know, others, the women in particular, become healthcare workers. And worst of all, for them, they might become basically slave labor in the Middle East, where they're hired by Arabs as maids, etc., and treated as animals. I mean, it's horrific. I mean, what these people suffer from.
I've seen videos of what they do to the maids. It's horrific.
Thank you. I mean, this is so. Believe me, I'm not coming at this from. I'm just saying from the average Asian reflex. The racist reflex would be like the guy's coming in. He says something like that. It's just not what you do. And when you know, what are you gonna do? The guy's dressed like a fucking clown, and it's like you know, it's like you can't take anything he says seriously. It's like you just have to move on. But when it comes to my point with all of that, fuck, what was my point aside from the fact that you know, at what point, by the way, did you two start degenerating into the talk about the fucking snow slides and the fireflies and shit? You know, what was it that devolved everything to that point?
Well, we were going.
I mean, it's you, for God's sakes. I mean, most of the time, it's like you can come up with just the most repulsive fucking subjects imaginable, and I come back and you guys are onto that shit. It was like I couldn't even believe it was the two of you. It was like, what the hell happened? But
what happened was I was asking him about certain places in Texas that would be like more livable if I wanted to get the hell out of New York.
Yeah, nothing for you. Jesus Christ. I mean, look at them. Jesus Christ. You know, unless you walked around with a big tacky cross around your neck and a fucking Bible with a nice big gold cross on it so everyone would know what it was. You know, what the fuck would you do in Texas? I mean, you would die. Everyone around you would be going, "Hey, let's talk guns, man. Yeah, hey, let's, you know," oh God, people you'd see guns on the back of people's racks on their pickup trucks. You know, you'd be driving behind them and they'd be throwing out beer cans to see if they could land it in the bed in the back of the truck. This is what they do. And those beer cans will, of course, bounce off and then bounce off on your windshield. You'd wind up having road rage. At that point, it would be you or them. You know, it's basically you'd become some kind of mass murderer before you know it, just to cope. Yeah, why? What on earth was on your mind to even ask that question?
What was on my mind was La Palma is going to go
that, yes.
and I'm going to die.
But at least it's a home that you own. I mean, when your parents do die, I mean, Jesus Christ, you were so decades ahead you're light years ahead of everyone else. I mean, oh my God, when I think about your situation, it's really envious. Honestly.
I have a great situation. I love my situation. I've part of this is deliberate because I want to be able to continue to practice my sorcery. And if I'm working, doing the 9 to 5, I get a normal life, girlfriend, and all that stuff. This all goes out the window.
Oh God, I almost prefer to go back to the fireflies. But yeah, you do understand though at some point when you do inherit the home, unless they give it to your sister or your brother, or it's split up three ways and something has to be arranged. I mean, the fact that your parents own the property, even though they're still paying off the mortgage, you said you're in a gated community, no less, and maybe
Yeah.
wonder about some of the people around you with their boom boxes and whatnot. What ethnicity are they? If you're in a gated community, is it very diverse, or is it?
It's very diverse. I have people who look like they come from the southern South and they're white, and I'm like, does that person live here? I have we have a good Chinese population here. We have a good Hispanic population here, Black population. You know, it's just all over the spectrum here. So it's a fairly nice community. Of course, sometimes the guys do their targeted individual shit, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to take it personal. And those will be the same guys who shake my hand, be like, "What up?" Some other days, and it's like, okay, yeah. Today you're being friendly. Tomorrow you're going to be like, I don't know you. Yeah, well, you know that.
Well,
that
typical
usually
neighbors.
happens.
Yeah, that's typical
Yeah.
neighbors, and it's probably for the best.
Well,
You don't want to get to know your neighbors too well.
No. I really don't. They're. It's. I live here. It's one of those things where I see the strategic value where I am, because it's at the top of a hill. So rather than being in a valley, if some sort of massive flooding comes, unless we're talking a mile-high wave. Now, if it's a mile-high wave, then we're fucked. You know, basically, there's just no escaping it.
Yeah, but
And
barring that- go on.
I've religiously replayed the scenario in my head over and over again. I just see the water just creeping up on the land and just washing all the cars away, going through the buildings, and just whoosh, and just almost like a rising wall of water that seems like it never ends. You know, I've played this in my mind.
Yeah, creeping would not be the word for it. It would be sweeping, not creeping.
Yeah, well, we're talking probably like almost 3 times the speed of sound. I don't know.
It's the speed of a jet plane. Yeah, this is like you would not be able to really.
There is no outrunning it.
Yeah.
There's no driving.
Thank you.
There's no outdriving it. It's when we're talking about sonic speeds, kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah. It's frightening. Believe me, this is serious stuff. By the way, I'm very happy to report that, by the way, Dune Pilled in the chat room, yes, we are live. And Nancy Volker, if she's still there, she says, sorry, I have to go. It's my bedtime. See you all later. Mwah. Hey, honey. Love you dearly. So glad you were able to join us. And so it's a Sunday night. Usually there's higher numbers, and our numbers are holding pretty good. And I do want to acknowledge that. And as for Dune Pilled, maybe you could take a look at his sigil in the chat room. Maybe it's just something he did with Etch-a-Sketch or something, but it may have some meaning. Maybe you could ascertain what that meaning is. Just curious. But he seems...
It looks like a triquetra with a triangle in the center of it and a circle around it.
Okay. Whatever the guy seems to find some significance in it. Yeah, go on.
It seems innocuous for the moment. I like the color scheme. I like the green, blue, purple because I vibe with cooler colors. I for some reason do not like the more organic colors because they just remind me of bloody guts and shit.
Okay. Which brings us back to, yes, at some point you will likely inherit the home, and then you've got a nice place to take girls. Hopefully not to sacrifice them and draw out their entrails in some sort of ritual, but it's not the direction you go in from what I understand anyway. You tend to use your rituals in a more constructive manner. And they don't involve human sacrifice, particularly. Well, at least let people know you would never victimize young girls. As a matter of fact, I don't think if you're not going to victimize young girls, you probably wouldn't victimize anybody. Because what would be the point of sacrificing old ladies and old men? I mean, certainly nobody would want men in particular in general. And
I don't need to sacrifice people.
There we are. Thank you. That's
You know,
just
for what I do, it's not required for me to sacrifice anyone. I haven't come across anything so far that requires human sacrifice. So, and if I did, I would probably scratch my head and say, okay, moving on.
Yes, thank you. There, that comforts our listeners. And with that, let's check how much time we have. Though, I understand now why you asked the question about Texas, and then from there it went to upstate New York and the fireflies and shit
Yeah.
and childhood memories and. Again, hopefully Daniel was not offended by what I said. By the way, you can go back to that, what you were talking about, at least round that up, because Our Lady Diane Hills Buchberger says, are the people who lived beside Homo sapiens, Homo capensis, that the guys were talking about? So she's asking if that was what you were referencing. So you can go back to that, finish that up.
Okay, so this is a species called the Boskops.
Okay.
The story goes, 1913, two farmers were arguing about the skull they uncovered. Apparently, the skull size was extremely huge, much larger than a human skull. Let's see, 1,832 cubic centimeters. I don't know how to interpret that, but numbers aside, you know, they have a drawing of a depiction of the skull. Basically, the facial structure would be more like a child. They say they keep saying that.
By the way, while you go on with that, I'll go mute for a few moments. I'll be back. I'm going to pick my teeth now that I finished the sandwich, so I'll be right back. But keep going. You know,
gotcha. Now, the distance from Boskops to humans is greater than the distance between humans and their Homo erectus predecessors. So these were probably very advanced. Some they question whether it was caused by hydrocephalus or some other diseases. Now our fake. Let me just see if I could browse this for the pretty much the nitty gritty of the stuff. Basically, they're arguing that because the Boskops has a larger skull and a larger cranial vault, that they had bigger brains. And so they're saying that humans with big brains, you know, and perhaps great intelligence occupied a southern Africa in a not so distant path, and gave way to smaller brain, less advanced Homo sapiens. That's us. So apparently these things were more advanced than us. Their brain size range from 1,650 to 1,900 cubic centimeters. The average was probably 1,750. Our brains are roughly 25% larger than that of Homo erectus. Theirs is larger than ours. Basically, their prefrontal cortex would be 53% larger than ours. Now, of course, our prefrontal cortex is linked to some of our highest cognitive functions. So it goes to show that they're assuming that because they had larger brains that they were smarter. Of course, I also brought up that there are other factors that go up into intelligence, which include how the white matter of the brain and the number of folds in the brain. Because if you were to look at Einstein's brain, for example, his brain was the regular size of a regular human brain. It just had more folds and more white matter, which made him more intelligent than other people. So I was arguing, you know, I argued in a comment that just because the brain is larger doesn't necessarily mean that the thing was more intelligent than us. I mean, I'm sure whales have a larger brain than a human brain, right? Of course, we don't know how intelligent they are because we don't have a way of gauging their intelligence. So that's also something else to come to mind. But basically, they're saying that the Boskops was able to possibly process more things at once than we're able to do. They were probably able to process many more things than we have the capacity to. And so why the heck would these creatures have died out if they were a hell of a lot smarter than us? And that actually is somewhat unsettling when you think about it, because is us advancing then, if we're getting smarter and smarter, is the ultimate outcome of intelligence extinction? I mean, I wonder. I think it's probable. So we'll see what that we'll see what happens, what they uncover from this in any further developments, and that basically rounds that off. And it goes without saying that it's possible that some of these things might actually still exist in the inner Earth, you know, because we don't know what's down there, what's in there. And the sort of Unterland is something that I would personally like to explore someday, if possible. I don't know how I would have a means of doing that. I don't know how I would go about doing that, but I certainly don't want to be on the surface when this place becomes unlivable, because it seems like right now we're just being exposed to fire, water, sacrifice. You're either going to drown to death or burn to death. Choose your pick. How do you ask someone whether they would rather drown to death or burn to death? I don't know where to go with that. But I would say one thing's certain, that based on all these things that have been going on, we are fucked. Of course, there is some good news. We have evacuations lifted as progress is made in the western wildfires of Oregon. We'll see how long that lasts. Containment of the fire was up to 74% on Sunday, as it was 56% contained earlier that day. That said, what does that matter when you have like a freaking 100 different, well, more than over 100 wildfires going on in Canada simultaneously, the size of the United freaking States? Jeez. I mean, if you were to take all those fires that are going on in Canada and simultaneously bring them all here in the United States, the entire United States would be burnt, except for Alaska, of course, because Alaska's freaking huge. But yeah, there's no way out. Honestly, at this point, I might as well make peace with death in New York.
Oh my God. Yes.
Well, at least I'm being optimistic.
Yes, that's right. And I think that's a good attitude to have. I mean, honestly, better than dwelling on the negative and trying to seek a way out. It's almost better to kind of accept that it may be inevitable. But I hear what you're saying. Honestly, there is, of course, no safe place. Certainly, you've heard the allegory. There is definitely a historical lesson from a gentleman who was seeking actively to escape war. He felt that war was the great bane on humanity, and so he sought a place that would be free from war, that he would move to and establish himself. And this was in the 1930s, or I believe, and this individual finally bought an enormous plantation on the island of Guadalcanal. This was, of course, only to suffer come a few years later the Japanese invasion, the American counter-invasion, one of the great climactic battles of the islands in World War II. Sometimes I hear that as an anecdote, changed to different places. There were, of course, French people who had plantations in Indochina who never thought that would become the battleground in a war, and then they suffered, of course, no less than 3 Indochina conflicts, the 4 really, if you count the Japanese invasion, the wars with the French, and then the Viet Minh struggles against Indochinese colonialism, the American War, and then the invasion by the Communist Chinese. Vietnam was subject to nonstop warfare for generations. There's no real safe place from war. There's no real safe place from disaster. You do have to kind of make a stand somewhere, and just whatever happens does happen.
Yeah. And I think I would be more as far as comfort level in states, I would probably be most comfortable dying in New York than any other state. So I can sort of accept that.
Yeah. I mean, that's important. And just taking a look here at some various messages coming in. What were you? Did you finish talking about that particular subspecies of Cree?
Yes, I did. Yeah. I did. And I even came up with the idea. It would be interesting. Well, I did come up with an idea when I made a comment on Facebook about it, but then I now realize that it's a very bad idea, because my idea was, well, if we had some sort of genetic material of the thing, maybe we could sort of clone the Boskops, and the only way to really determine how intelligent it is and what type capacity it had would be to observe it. Of course, if we clone it and bring something that's far more intelligent and far more capable than us at many things, we might just pretty much be bringing in our own demise. So I had to take that. So I had to look at that and say, yeah, okay, maybe we'll just wonder what could have been rather than trying to bring it into the here and now. Because we already have people who are crazy enough to try to clone like ancient armies and shit, like that crazy piece of shit in Russia.
What's going on with that? Did I miss something there? Who's trying to clone ancient armies in Russia?
Well, no, there was some Russian general who wanted to like clone some ancient what do you call it?
But by the way, I am not skeptical of this. This is something that sounds just like them. I mean, this is along their lines. Yeah, go on.
It was an old article in Popular Mechanics where they wanted to clone like some of the greatest soldiers.
Okay.
Of some sort of era that was long past.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself,
that must have inspired the G.I. Joe cartoon where Cobra Commander was doing that. That probably was the inspiration for those episodes.
I mean, I'm more or less thinking, why am I not surprised?
Yeah, no, it's something that's along their lines. That's how they think. That I completely believe that. If someone tells me that they understood that this was something coming out of Russia like that. By the way, one of these days I'll go more deeper into it, but. Did you ever hear of Day of the Triffids? You're familiar with that novel or the?
No, not at all.
Oh, you might look that up. It's not particularly fascinating, and it's but it's a classic British science fiction novel. It's not something to read because all British science fiction novels are boring as hell. They're completely, well, not all of them, but the overwhelming majority of them. You have to either be in a mood where you're just kind of like, okay, this is fireside reading. I'm going to read this, and it's going to be just kind of like a waking nap to me, or whatnot. But they're obsessed with storytelling, and so when it comes to that, they. Put me to shame. They'll go all around the block and back before they get into any point, and usually they would never reach a point that you would think was a point worth making. But Day of the Triffids was about a Russian biological experiment in botany, agricultural plants that were that went out of control and basically wound up sweeping over the world with these voracious ambulatory plants that are eating people. And so they made several, you can look this up on YouTube, they made several TV series about it, or television specials about it. These were all BBC, of course, because it was a British science fiction piece. And so that really fucking happened. Russia is being overwhelmed with a plant that I could get into, and it's a voracious plant that they have no way of really controlling, and it will probably ultimately break out of Russia and overwhelm large parts of the earth. And this was all started because the Soviets wanted to find plants that would grow anywhere so that they could grow crops in the fucking snow and shit, and use their unarable, their grossly unarable land to actually yield food and become a food exporter like the United States. Now, ultimately, this will happen with the...
Is it the giant hogweed?
Yes. How did you know of that? How'd you know of this?
Because I'm looking at an article from the New York Times about it, dated from October 3rd, 2020, right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. You got it. Yeah, it's Sosnowski's hogweed. Its Latin botanical name would be Heracleum or Heracleum Sosnowski, and but everybody just calls it hogweed, and so it's like kudzu, which kudzu Kudzu, which people can also look up, and kudzu is the plant that ate the South, that was brought out of Japan. So kudzu was a vine brought out of Japan that just in the South just mutated to monstrous proportions and overtook highways and shit. And park your car long enough, it'll grow over your car. I mean, that's so they've managed to try and convert that to biofuel, and also to make a tea out of it. They have to try and find things to do with it since it's ubiquitous and everywhere, and overtaking people's homes. So this is what they're going to have to do in, Russia.
Well, there you go. There are plans to become, Europe's agricultural center is going to fall flat on its face.
Yeah. There you have it. And instead we get the Day of the Triffids. Again, that's so fucking Russian, right? Everything
it
just
so is.
Everything just gets totally fucked up. So obviously they have their own problems, and they're trying to drag everybody else down with them. But if we could just, push them back into anarchy and warlordism for long enough where they leave the rest of us alone, then, at some point we can, move in there to intervene and establish a matriarchy, and, at least everybody will be happy after that. Once you get the men out of power there, everything will be fine, really.
I would go as far and say that their land is cursed.
If so, everyone's is. Look at the United States as one giant Indian burial mound, right? Because of the genocide, the Western Hemisphere.
That. And I mean, we're going to pay the price for that, and of course the Russians are going to pay the price for whatever horrors they did, and everyone's going to pay the price for it. And it's very exciting to live in these times to see how it's going to happen. Granted, I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a victim of it. But hey, what can you do? I mean, if you want to be a spectator, if you want to be in the front row seat, you got to deal with the backlash, I guess. That's part of being incarnating as a human.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not to say that I was ever anything else but human. I'm as human as they get. I was probably human a million times over.
Well, definitely. I think that what we're on to now is important. I do want people to understand that. Let me get into, I should be in the headspace to dive into the monologue, but not just yet. It's 11:43, we might as well wait till the top of the hour, and I can start at midnight. And you can't believe that Dune Pilled was saying, is live still? I guess. I know. I guess it's hard for people to tell, right? Because we're on throughout the night, dusk till dawn. Go on with something else that you think deserves our attention. I mean, at this point, you can do a little news reading. It's not something I'm going to mind.
All right. So we have the infrastructure bill. I'm not sure how relevant that would be. I mean, it sounds like me going into that spiel would be a little bit on the boring side.
What was this again?
It's in the senators produce a $1 trillion infrastructure bill.
Yeah, that. Yeah, you don't need to go into that.
Yeah. That's about as nah. We need some sex and death.
Yes,
Sex and
something.
death.
Yes, something along those lines. Anyhow.
Of course, there's all this Olympic stuff, which is just relatively boring because nobody dies in the Olympics. Let's see where people are getting slaughtered. I hope I'm not doing any disservice by being a little bit on the more animated side.
No, don't worry. Diane says, this is, of course, Our Lady in Canada. She says, if the elite did not play all these games, can you imagine what this world would be like? Of course, the angle she's coming from is what a wonderful place it would be. Again, we could also come back with how boring it would also be.
I don't think it would be a wonderful world at all because it's just something that's genetically human, to fuck things up. We just do that. It's just what we do. There's not even a reason. Oh, here's something interesting. We have Berlin protesters decry coronavirus measures, 600 detained. Because they're all on that freaking
right wing,
and they're all on that fucking Russian bullshit.
Thank you. Which then again, Daniel was sharp enough to bring up, that reminds me. Let me enter this into your private chat. You can discuss this, of course, with our listeners. If I'm able tonight, I should get into this, as I said I would. And maybe that would provide some in-depth concerning Australia, some in-depth insight. This will require some explaining, of course. So basically, I will explain in time in Arc of Narrative tonight. In the meantime, let me get this over to our man, Jameson Reese. And then try and get an illustration over to our man Daniel, just to thank him for being on tonight during his birthday, a kind of birthday ELO. Now that, of course, I'll count on you to look at that in your private messenger on Facebook, and that is, of course, World Power Blocks. This was done by a black power advocate in the United States, a black man, who is trying to outline the areas of the world which are black. That square in the middle of Australia is what I added as what would be pretty much the definitive boundaries if the Australians were forced to create a black homeland for the Aborigines in Australia, who are, of course, black. And I'll try and put that into some perspective tonight, and that would require, it'll require some explaining. As a matter of fact, it'll require a few more illustrations being sent to Jameson Reese, whose responsibility will be to help me describe that to our listeners. And that will help put Australia a bit more into a perspective that people have never seen it in, but which it desperately needs to be seen in. Let me give one last try at, of course, trying to provide our man Daniel with some a little something here as a birthday image. And, honestly,
All right.
If it were me, I'd prefer somebody send me pornography. But, of course, I'm not going to do that in his case because, it can be misconstrued. Go on with what else comes to your mind, son, with something you might bring to our
what I will say is I really am not a fan of his outline as to what the world should be. Is this what the world should be like, or what it is?
Oh no,
like?
he feels that this is what it's, I guess, both is and should. In other words, he's a black American who was trying to emphasize that there are large parts of the world that are black and unacknowledgedly so. In other words, nobody's really acknowledging these black areas of the world. He wants people to know that they're black, but of course, because the map is so small and because you can't really see the Pacific Islands, what is missing is really Melanesia, which are the Pacific Islands that are black. By the way, the word Melanesia, for those of you who haven't gotten by the very name the term melanin, that means the Black Islands. And so the Black Islands in the Pacific are where the people are ethnically black, and they are, of course, the islands that are surrounding Australia, because Australia is the Africa of the Pacific. Again, something most people don't really perceive Australia to be in. They tend to think of, well, they know there's Aborigines there, but they don't quite realize how black they are. And so as for the Australians, it's overrun by whites now. And because there was such a number of genocide pulled on the Aborigines, even though their culture survives and there are indigenous Australians, people just don't often think about them. They're not in sight. Nobody really pays attention to them. They're an invisible group. But all the islands around Australia are black people. And so this is what I've presented before about Australia being basically a white supremacist nation. This is the realization of a kind of white-dominated continental fantasy come to life that Americans had fantasized forever about Africa. And so that's being realized in Australia and its environs, because the Australians, in order to try and counteract Chinese influence, are asserting more and more influence on the Black Islands around them. So this will be a battleground for the future between the Chinese and the whites of Australia. The Chinese of Asia and the whites of Australia will be a battleground for those Black Islands. Of course, the real victim is the blacks on those islands.
And, yeah, I was about to say, and the blacks are what, just property that they're going to acquire? I mean,
it's
more or less.
It's the same kind of choice that the blacks had in the American Civil War, right? Between the North and the South. There's no good guy or bad guy here. You're fucked either way. If the North had won the war and a Confederate state soldier hadn't blown Lincoln's brains out, the blacks would have been completely deported, and they'd be in a supermassive biological toxic landfill called Liberia today, which originally wasn't all that bad, but became more and more so after the Americans kept fucking with it by sending in, former American Army veterans to kind of, who were black, to purposefully fuck the nation over and turn it from what was an undeveloped third world nation, but livable and somewhat idyllic, into a cannibal hellhole. And of course, the Americans kept pumping diseases in there. Let's not forget that. They had Monkey Island right off the coast, where they were, breeding diseases to infect the black population with, like, Ebola, which emerged out of that island to infect the area. So this is what I'll try to outline a bit about the Asia-Pacific Islands, and this is where things get, just really, it's just frustrating. It's something that it's hurtful because it's so unjust, and it's so just monumentally alarming. You're stuck in a situation where these black people have never had a chance to develop their own civilization on par with what we deem such, but they had their own cultures, and their own cultures were definitely far more in tune with nature than what we have. And so this is part of the problem. You've got now this problem of everybody is now fighting for them the way people were fighting over Africa, or the way the North and the South were fighting over slaves. It's a replay in the 21st century of something we thought had died with the 20th, something that we thought was over.
And so now you can see why it's easy for me to say I'd like to just see the human race pooped. Even though I'm not going to say that, you can understand where that sentiment comes from. The sort of hopelessness of it all.
Well, let's not say that it's that hopeless yet, but obviously the The frustration is there. Everything is kind of, still there's plenty of room for something. I still think that there's going to be positive potential out of all of this.
But the positive are going to be like they're going to be the exception, not the rule.
Well, we'll try and make it the rule. I mean, obviously, for instance, now, admittedly, my idea of a better future is not necessarily the idea of a better future most other people would have. I have a profoundly different perspective on what is a positive thing. For instance, I feel a future where there's a lot of conflict, however, rather contained in a Cold War sense, would be okay for development. I believe it would be ideal for
even if we were to get to the World War II sense, to the point where we were like lobbing nukes at each other, it would still be all right. Because I mean, at this point, what we need is a sort of break from ourselves, and the only way we're going to do that is if we start killing each other off in mass.
Well,
this is all I could think about. I mean, maybe it's a shortcoming on my part, but
look, I will say this much without people reading too much into this. There are billions of people on Earth, and if millions are to die, mankind is not going to suffer as a species.
No, I'm talking about billions.
I understand that will probably,
like
unfortunately,
4 billion, 5 billion.
Unfortunately, that's all too likely too. I mean, we're likely to get that.
Well, that's very likely. We're looking at that right now.
Well, I don't know, but it's definitely, the potential's there. Yeah, the potential is definitely there. We can easily get to that point, and I just think that of course we're going to try and constructively. I think the best thing to do is to try and constructively see to it that our population is resettled on other planets in the solar system to a degree. We'll still have billions on Earth, but hopefully if we can also ultimately move hundreds of millions into space, which it sounds like a extraordinarily tall order, but with state mandates and full state mobilization in competition with each other, it's not implausible at all.
I'm glad you brought that up, but that brings to mind a sort of Gundam scenario.
Yeah,
in a very real sense, and the odd thing is, I could sort of see humans in space devolving into war with humans of people on Earth due to this sort of kind of same reasons that they went into in Gundam. I mean, I'm not saying that it's hopeless. I'm saying that's better than no future. That's better than no future at all. Don't get me wrong. I mean, shit. I don't really think human extinction is a very good solution right now.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of, by the way, has Daniel been blocked on Facebook again? Just curious.
Daniel Aroa?
Yeah. I was just curious. I sent him something and it says sending rather than with you. It just went with him. It says sending, like he's like like he's not there or something. It could be, who knows. I just figured he's blocked on Facebook so much. Maybe something's going on with his.
He could just have his phone disconnected and he's like doing something else at the moment.
He would go to his laptop, I think. Anyhow, I'm not going to dwell on it. I was just saying him a little something for his birthday. Anyhow, so it's let me just follow up with that. Happy birthday. There we are. Happy birthday. This is obligatory, but oh my God, he's 49. That's, I can't believe that about these guys. And it's like they're like, what was your age again?
I'm 36.
Jesus, you're so much fucking younger.
Yeah, I'm relatively a baby.
Yes, Yes.
Well, not
Okay. Let's get this back to you, and let's see if we can get some other images your way that would be a propos towards the subject. Then I'll try and get onto the subject.
What I will say is I don't like the idea of being in the South. I know he puts New Africa in the South. No, fuck the South. I don't want to be in the South. I want to be in the Northeast.
Does he name it New Africa on the map? Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
He names it New Africa with a K. New Africa.
Right, which is proper. I mean, the Africa should be spelled with a K. The C is a Europeanization and an Arabicization, both of which are disrespectful to the local languages. There's no local language in Africa that uses the C sound. They use the K. So let me sip some tea here. And then get some maps of Melanesia that will help put this into some perspective for people. Let me go down to the M's in my file and then provide people some perspective here, which will help, our man Jameson Reese will help to describe this. L-M-N-O, so there we are, a little bit further up there we are, Melanesia. So let's start off with this map, then I'll go back to, okay, control, and then there, I provide you a number of maps that will show some sense of here we are, perspective on all of this, where you begin to get a greater understanding of the subject in question. Let me see up here. Here we are. Okay, now a little bit further out. Okay, this one would help. Aside from all of that, okay, so I'll send this to you now and then put this into some explanatory context for you, and then begin to talk to a little bit about this to our listeners so they begin to understand exactly what we're saying, because initially it's going to be hard for them to understand what I'm speaking of course. Okay, so now I will press open, and that should open this, and then I press enter, and it says the type of file you're trying to attach isn't allowed. Please try again with a different format. Okay, I'll close that, and hopefully you get some of these files. Now, some of them...
I have the one with the Marshall Islands, the Northern Mariana Islands, the one that's in black, white, and gray. The Cook Islands, New Zealand.
So let's take a look at this now. One of these maps you should have starting right beneath the world map. There should be this old map that shows Australia kind of zoned off. Let me refresh the page and see what may have or may not have reached you. Let's take a look at what I see here. And shit, all I see is that gray map. Is there something else you see besides that?
No, just that one.
Oh, shit. Okay, so that means got to go back down to Melanesia and start again with a few other maps, and maybe just do them one at a time, which I was hoping to avoid. Okay. Melanesia, here we are. This one's a good one, and let's see if I can do two at a time. Or three, and open that up and see if type of file you're trying to isn't allowed. Holy shit, what the fuck? So, by the way, did you just hear that bang behind me? That firearm?
Yeah.
That's a...
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, that was some kind of firearm, explosive, device. And, we get them going off here all the time at San Francisco, after all. So honestly, I get more of that action than would be seen on our man Jameson's side of the fence. And so now he's gotten another map, which is, if you could describe this one.
This one has the green, Malaysia's in green, Micronesia is in like a sort of lighter green.
Okay.
We have Polynesia in a pink.
Right, and then Australia is in yellow. Okay, and
Yes.
good. That gives you some idea. Now let me see if I can find the other old map that really just kind of drives the point home. Here we are. This is the one that is so important. Now, if you take a look at this map, this old map, there's going to be two maps there. And one should be, let me see here in terms of what I'm sending. So everybody, we're going to describe this so that people know what to look up. And if people look up Melanesia, the problem is most of you are not going to find anything that will make any sense to you. You're going to see like a few islands in the Pacific, and you're going to wonder what the big deal is or why these are significant or exactly what is going on at all. So this is why it's important for me to put all of this
We're
in.
literally talking about hundreds of islands here.
That's correct.
These are a lot of islands.
Yes, these are a lot of islands, and they are, of course, many of them are different in the sense that they're populated by different ethnos, but the islands that are the most significant strategically in the sense that we're addressing is the Black Islands, those inhabited by the blacks of the Pacific. And so the blacks of the Pacific are basically being subjected to a new battleground for control of their homes. Let's see if we can get this one over here. This would show the arc of instability in that area of the world where there's terrorism, asylum seekers, failed states, assassinations, riots, tribal conflicts. So this should be, gangs.
Military coups.
Yes, that's right. And so,
Failed states.
yes, you can read that out loud to people. And this is predominantly in the Black Islands, the Melanesian Islands. These are where the Communist Chinese are now in active insurgency, combating the white supremacists of Australia for control of these islands. In the middle of all of that is New Caledonia, which is a black colony of France, which most people are unaware of, and unaware that France has a black colony in the Pacific. Most people are. You might remember I said that woman who was my instructor in modeling was Sylvie Michelle Quachenbaum, and she was born in New Caledonia, and that's where she was born was on this Black Island. And so of course there's many other ethnicities there. It's a very diverse population because many people were brought from other areas of the Pacific for labor, but the small white population on it is white French, and New Caledonia is trying to seek independence from France. And the Australians, of course, have it's just crickets. They say nothing on behalf of the black New Caledonians because they have their own black people that they're ignoring. So,
the Aboriginals, who they're actually quite cruel to. They're horrible.
Well, in all fairness, what happened was that there was as we developed a kind of modernity in Australia, then what happened was that there was a tremendous sense of liberal guilt. And so then what you had was the Australians opening their Olympics, for instance, with a kind of an Aboriginal individual who was lighting the Olympic torch. And because there is a sense of guilt, the overwhelming...
that's just what America did with throw a black man on TV, placate the niggers. That. I mean, it's like seeing the same goddamn thing over again. It's like, you know what? Fuck this world.
Oh yeah.
I honestly want to see it all fall, all of it, into sheer chaos.
That's a predictable.
Annihilate.
We got enough chaos going on. Let's try something a little more challenging. That's an easy fallback. It's easy to say that, and let's.
Well, what would be challenging would be the fact that this would possibly. This can potentially serve as a powder keg for a new world war, which would be a positive.
Well, okay. Let's try and look at something Now, what I'm going to say is not necessarily positive, but I'll try and outline this to people. Now, the other map that I've provided, Jameson, is a racial map provided by the Germans of a map of the races of Oceania and Australasia. That is a German map, a ethnic map produced by the Nazis. And then we have, of course, Melanesia as Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, New Caledonia, Fiji, and the Coral Sea Islands, which are essentially unpopulated. But New Caledonia, of course, is the black colony of the French in the Pacific. So all of that, I'll go a little bit further up, and you'll see those white islands. They're colored white on the map between Papua New Guinea and Cape York. This is the one with the little flag in it. Do you see that little blue map that's kind of like, large blue map that's got kind of like, it's between the two old Australian maps. There is that blue map where you see that little flag. Find the flag that's green and blue and white.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Just so
I do not see the one with the flag in it.
Okay, so we'll do screen share on this one. So we're on Skype together. I'm going to do a little screen share here for a moment. There we are. Start sharing. And you can see my cursor moving around your diabolic SpongeBob, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, there we are. This map is what I'm talking about. Okay. So I did send you that. This is your it's your inbox, so you've got it. Okay.
No, I do not have that. I do not have that in my inbox.
What? Let me refresh this and see. Let's take a look at this. Refresh this. You must have that. Okay, we're gonna find out. Let's take a look. So I refreshed it and let's see what he's got. Oh, he does not have that. Holy shit, you don't have that. Okay, so let me see if I can get that for you. And let's cut the screen sharing to people because that is an important map. And so let's stop sharing. Okay, let me go back to grab that for you and again push that through. This might be the image that they keep saying they cannot share for whatever reason, which wouldn't surprise me. But if that's the case, I'll have to show it to you on screen share, and that way we at least make the public aware of it. And so, okay, I'm going to give this a try. It says the type of file you're trying to attach isn't allowed. Please try again with a different format. Okay, so what do we do? What I need to do is download that image. What I'll do is press enter and then save the image as a JPEG or something, or screen save it or something. Take a shot of it and screen save it. This is so frustrating, but nevertheless, so people can understand this, we're showing parts of Melanesian islands that are not recognized by the rest of the world, but which Australia has been forced to recognize. So they, in a sense, by giving them autonomy, they essentially have a kind of autonomous government for what that's worth. But they are also, many of them go to the mainland of Australia for employment because there's no real economy on their islands. So let me file this as a JPEG, and this should go through JPEG picture here, and this should go through as I'll just say melon, and that's in my comics file. And all right, now let's try this again. Refresh this page, then I'm going to send it to Jameson Reese, and then let's go over to the comics file. And so people who are getting tired of listening to this, hey, part of life, right? This is the struggle to communicate. There needs to be visual aids. I wish I could share them with all of you, but this way Jameson will help describe them. There, now you must have that. So
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have it.
So these are the world's most unrecognized black islands. In other words, when you take a look at Melanesia and those other island nations or states, such as New Caledonia, now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to screen share again for a moment so I can act the part of the teacher here for a second. You see the cursor moving, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So that people understand this, right now, if you go to a map of the Pacific and you look up Melanesia, most of you will run across this. You're going to run across a series of islands, and New Caledonia is the black colony of the French in the Pacific. It is, compared to the rest of the islands, highly populated. In fact, densely populated compared to the rest. Vanuatu is right above it, and above that is the Solomon Islands. And to the east of those islands directly is Fiji, and then to the northeast of all, northwest. To the northwest of all of them is Papua New Guinea. Now, for people who don't know, Papua New Guinea is like half an island. It's a very large island. It's cut in half because Indonesia occupies the other half, where they're committing genocide of their black population. Oh joy! And how totally fucking predictable, right? And
Yes.
and but here you have both Bougainville, which is right here, and it's just cut right by this border. Bougainville is trying to join the Solomon Islands, which it has much closer cultural ties to. And they're all black, but its cultural ties would be like different tribes in Africa. Its cultural ties, they're more close to the Solomons. And then you have New Britain and New Ireland. For those of you who don't know, you can look up Francis Bacon. And Francis Bacon wrote a book called New Atlantis. And it was all about the conquest of nature and the total subjection of nature to science, to the point where people were conducting experiments on human beings as if human beings were other animals. He envisioned New Atlantis, this colony of scientists experimenting on human beings, as New Britain. That was the foundation for his utopia. This was, of course, occupied by the Japanese in World War II and had one of the major Japanese air bases, something like, we're talking about tens of thousands of Japanese stationed here, 70,000 Japanese at least at Rabaul, probably more. The Americans couldn't even really go near it in terms of their invasion priority. So it lasted throughout the war without being taken, even though combat around it was intensive. So this is what people are mostly going to see, and they're going to think about the Battle of Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands and Bougainville and all this stuff. And this is, basically what they think of when they think Melanesia. And but this is not how people originally viewed Melanesia. But by the way, at least Melanesia has this. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 independent nations and one colony of a European nation. But Papua, Solomon, Vanuatu, and Fiji, these are all independent nations that are black in the Pacific. The unrecognized black nation state in the Pacific is the islands of the Torres Strait, essentially. And this is, of course, they're colored white on this map, of course, that goes without saying. And they're between Australia and New Guinea, and they're a bunch of islands with their own little flag, and they are considered an autonomous province of Australia. In other words, they're kind of left to govern themselves, but Australia runs their defense, and their economy is slave-circuited to Australia because most of them go to the Australian mainland for jobs. And it's right between the northernmost point of Australia and New Guinea. And so they're an unrecognized black island nation state, or rather a state of Australia. Now, what's interesting about them is that since the Australians just said, fuck it, let them be self-governing, and we're not really going to do anything with them, they can come to Australia for jobs, this is what needs to be done with a black heartland in the middle of Australia. That's why I put that black square in the middle of Australia.
Yeah, so, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Thank you. We're at least
because this would allow them a place to escape the ravages of whatever war would potentially break out over these territories.
Beyond that, of course, their heartland is based on Ayers Rock, which the Australian Aborigines believe to be the center of the world. So their religious mecca is in that center of Australia. So Ayers Rock, by the way, is one of those rocks where if anyone takes souvenirs, all of the locals warned them, don't take souvenirs. You'll have nothing but bad luck. And people keep taking souvenirs. And the Australian National Park System will tell you that they're the only national park system in the world that keeps receiving in the mail hundreds of souvenirs every year from people who have taken things out of that park and their lives have been devastated ever since. And they send whatever they took out of that park back to Australia. So gives you an idea of the potency of the Aboriginal Dreamtime magic, or whatever you want to attribute it to.
That's basically sacred ground.
Yes, yes. So this makes sense.
So there's no lie. There's no lie when they say that's the center of the earth.
Certainly not. Yeah, it's the center of their earth. It's certainly their world, and I think that they've certainly got it protected by some kind of mojo. The Japanese would call that kami, or resident spirits. And so the resident spirits don't want to leave, and therefore the idiot white tourists who go over there and they pick up, stones and whatnot, and take it with them, they have nothing to show for it but suffering. And so do bear that in mind if you ever decide to visit. Now, in terms of down here on the island states, what we have down here is the center of what is much of the ancient culture of the Pacific that was the basis for so many other cultures. This, well, fuck, I'll get you the article on it. This way I can talk about it to our listeners. But here's what's more important. This was the point I was going to make. Do you see this map here? This old one?
Yes.
Take a look at that.
Yes.
Now that says Melanesia. In fact, all of this is Melanesia. So just so people understand this, this is where the true horror comes in. This is where, unless you see this map, you're not going to get it. But this map pretty much outlines all of Australia and Tasmania. Not New Zealand, but Australia and Tasmania, along with New Guinea, along with all the islands that we talked about, Fiji and all the rest surrounding it. And they were all Melanesia, meaning that when the explorers first reached this part of the Pacific, they recognized all of this was black. They said this was the Africa of the Pacific, and then all of it was called Melanese, meaning black land. Everybody there was dark-skinned. So it's gone from what was once... This would be the equivalent of if the whites had succeeded in exterminating so many blacks on the continent of Africa that nowadays when people think of Australia, all you think of are whites. It would be like that with Africa. It would be like if you thought of Africa and all you thought of was whites. That's what Australia is now. Australia is a black continent. This is what people need to understand. It is the Africa of the Pacific, and the whites who inhabit it have simply managed to kill almost everybody off until, well, granted, the miracle is there is still an intact Aboriginal culture. The overwhelming majority of them are on welfare. But if they were given, effectively, they do dominate the heartland anyway. And you'll hear stories about this where some white guy, his truck will break down in the middle of the heartland. Some Aborigines will come and say, hey, you need some help, mate? And, and they'll basically beat him up, steal everything he has, and leave him to die. And then the white guy will, somehow crawl his way all the way back to civilization. And people say, oh, what the fuck happened to you? Oh, God, two of the niggers beat me up and left me to die. I mean, you hear these stories once in a while with the whites who survive. So it's not like they don't have some modicum of control over their environment in the heartland. So it's let's just put it this way. You may as well just make it official and just say, they've got an autonomous region in the heartland anyway. But understand this much. They don't have any reason to love the white man, even though they're getting welfare from the state.
Well, honestly, nobody has any reason to love the white man, but...
Don't tempt me to go there. But again, when you see that combined with the this arc of instability and what's going on in this area, things are already happening. And this was 2007. This map was published the year my father died. The year my father died, and things were hopping then. So things have only been getting worse, but things get more intriguing. And so let's, let me stop the screen share for a moment and look for something to send to our man Jameson, and that will bring us to... Yeah, go on.
Well, all right. Well, before you do that,
Need a bio break?
Yes, yes,
Yes, I'll hold the stage. And see, George Knight is out there. He's certainly welcome to come on for a few minutes if he wishes. And but in the meantime, let me get this over to our friend here, and this should give people some idea of what I'm talking about. This is going to be the kind of like the killer mystery that comes up when it comes to these subjects, is because my native homeland and heartland of Taiwan does fit into all of this, because all of these Pacific cultures, well, they source out of Taiwan, which begs the question as to which skip, by the way, all of Taiwan's quote unquote Austronesian descendants. They have nothing to do with Australia. All of their migrations essentially skipped Australia. And so where do all of these blacks come from? Do they emerge out of Africa, or do they emerge, like, did the Africans colonize the Pacific a long time ago, or is this something else that was going on? It's truly an ethnic mystery. The DNA studies are not necessarily providing any kind of answers, but it's definitely something that I'll do my best to try and put into some perspective. Okay, give me just a second here to then find some of these other things to bring up. Let me see. Nisha, that's what I'll enter for the search phrase. And there we are. Okay, this must be what I was looking for. And through this, I'll probably be able to provide something. And then I will, talk about that. And then go into, what I was going to tonight from Monologue. I thank everybody for their incredible patience with me while I mumble through all of this. But it's definitely something that you've never heard of before, and it's a difficult topic to cover. It's one of those things that's difficult because there is nothing effectively written on this topic, or certainly not nearly enough. I had a thing brought to my mind that I hadn't thought of in ages when I was basically trying to look up anything on this topic in terms of mapping. It brought to my mind a war which my mother had spoken of, and which, unless you knew what to look for, you would find nothing about in English. Certainly no books are written about it in English. So it's one of those subjects where, okay, our man Jameson Reese is back, and so he will be, of course, speaking with us. Now let's see if what I can do is kind of mail him certain aspects of this fascinating Lapita culture, and this is where the things get really interesting and challenging. Now, again, interestingly enough, I find absolutely what I had taken and tried to preserve in my own records about this. It doesn't seem to be anything that is coming through. So, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send this to both our man Jameson Reese and myself, and his email address again. If you can enter that into the private text box, what your email address is again, or you can say it out loud if you wish. Everybody knows mine. So, what was your email address?
All right, I'm putting it in the box here.
Okay. Let's see if I can.
Oh,
there
wait
we
a
go.
minute.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, good. There we are. Okay, so hopefully I've got that on record. So let's try this. There we are. Okay, so we've got it. So let me send this to you and simultaneously to myself. And let's get this back to, what the hell is my address here? Okay, let's go. All right. And, okay, give me just a second here. And everybody who's listening, I want them to know that we want to know that you can hear us. Make certain that you let us know that we are coming through loud and clear. Good. Now let me press this send button. And there we are. So it just reached me. Tell me if that reached yourself. And that would be appreciated. So let me go over to my inbox here. And there we are. Good. Okay. So has it reached you? Your email?
Not yet.
You're kidding. Refresh your page. It should be there by now, theoretically. Okay.
Give me a second. Refreshing. Taiwanica. Yeah, I have it now.
Okay, should say Taiwanica. Now, when you open that up, here's what we have. Taiwanica. It's going to say, if you scroll down, it's going to say Lapita Culture, Explorers of the Southern Oceans. Now, one of the things you'll want to do is scroll way down because there's this huge blank space I could do nothing about. And the first thing you're going to see is, do you see that pottery? Okay. Tell me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, once you know that there's other stuff down below the pottery, then you're set. But basically go down a little further and you'll see that woman's face. See the sculpt of that woman's face? Yes. There we are. Reconstruction of the face of a Lapita woman. And as it says, she had thick lips, wide nose, straight hair. And, of course, the one thing that people may not know about the Melanesians is these are the only blacks in the world you're ever going to find that readily genetically pass on blonde hair and blue eyes. So they have straight hair, they're blonde-haired, they're blue-eyed. And if you look further, go back to the upper part of the map, there's one place they all source from. It's Taiwan. So all of these black people throughout the Pacific with blonde hair and blue eyes, sourced out of Taiwan, millennia ago, and conquered the Pacific in the world's first empire. And like the man who just writes on it briefly says, that thousands of years ago, this is akin to going to the moon or Mars for modern man. And then you can go further down for further information on these peoples. But they all source out of Taiwan, these Austronesian peoples. And there's a much larger map down below, which you'll have to click on to see. But there is the heart and hearthland of that culture that made it all the way through the Indian Ocean to Madagascar, as well to Easter Island, which is on the other side of the Pacific, Rapa Nui. They skipped Australia, yet Australia is the Africa of the Pacific. So was it blacks out of Africa that interbred with these peoples to produce the, it's all a mystery. But this is where...
well, there is a theory that argues that even the blacks from Africa come from area around Australia.
Well, there you go.
Which I'm starting to see makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Perhaps the actual starting point might have been Taiwan. For all we know.
Yes, it's the situation. We do know that the Austronesian cultures, based on their pottery, based on their agriculture, we know they come out of Taiwan. The cultures, the ethnicity might be something different. Maybe the culture comes out of Taiwan, but the ethnos might either emerge out of Australia or out of Africa. It's so this is where you get this conflux of, just because someone is of a certain race, their culture might be completely different. In other words, they might have acculturated under the basis of another cultural system, even though they are of an ethnicity. So there we have that. And again, let me try and...
I'm glad you emphasized that, because that's something that I believe a lot of white Americans need to hear.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, they certainly do. And this is part of what makes all of this so loaded. It is so emotionally loaded, and it is also loaded with a kind of we don't know exactly where to go with this. Most Americans don't, but this is like we're facing another Pacific War. Most of these people are unfamiliar with what's going on with the world around them, and exactly why all of this is so important. So what I'll do now is send another email here, and let's take a look and see if this goes through. So let's try this again to our respective addresses. And so got JMOs here, going to BCC myself, which is going to be, okay, there we go. And now here comes another email. I will send this and press the button. So here's the send button. Now tell me if you received this one. Let's see. I'm going to check back into my inbox. And, oh God, how do I get to the inbox? Okay. How do I do this? Tell me if you get the email, by the way. And here's how I do it. This is how I get to the inbox. Okay, got the other one. This one should say Sinoviet Melanesians, the ethnically black island nations of the Pacific, through the Torres Strait Isles to the Arafura Sea. Okay, plus New Caledonians are black. So if you open that, again, you've got this enormous space between one part to the other. But here you'll see at the opening, it will say basically described by far the most extensive nation upon the earth, Pacific Islanders. The term Melanesia, comes from basically islands of black people. And then if you go further down, just keep scrolling down, and within a short period of time, you're going to see these black kids with blonde hair and blue eyes. So if you scroll down, you will see that.
Yep.
So
I see it.
Yeah, and then it will say Australia is part of a black region. It should recognize Kanaki, which is the black people of New Caledonia. So that this is the politics right now where we're at. We have a black European colony, which is next door to Australia. Australia is effectively a white supremacist nation that has so conquered its black continent that it is now effectively, when people think of that continent, they don't think about black people, they think about whites. So when you meet an Australian or expect to meet an Australian, the first thing that's going to come to your mind will be a white man or woman, and you're not going to think about a black person, because Aboriginals, well, how would I say this? How do you say that properly? Aborigines of Australia, or Australian Aborigines, very seldom travel outside of Australia. As a matter of fact, I've never heard of it. To tell you the truth, I'm sure it happens. I've never, you never hear of it very much. It must happen, but it doesn't seem to be like most of them need to go there. So it's a topic that obviously this is something that we are just touching the tip of the iceberg with this, but this is an incredibly volatile situation. So let me get started, and I'll check the live stream and see how much time we have remaining. So it's about, we've been on for about 7.5 hours, and so that gives us about 8 to 9, 9 to 10, about 4.5 hours left, approximately. Karen O'Connor says, "Morning, Doug, love for you." She says, stupid new phone. Okay, so hi all from Karen and new baby, Lily Louise, and Barry from Dublin, Ireland. Hope you've been well, Douglas D. Mwah. Yes, honey. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And I remember I got into a cab with an Irish, this is probably after my father's death, but my mother was still alive. I know that much. And had an Irish cab driver once, and we were talking about Ireland, and he had mentioned some city in Ireland where they elected a black mayor. And both he and I came to the same thought at the same time, and we vocalized it simultaneously. We said, "The last mayor must have been bad." The Irish too. As a big fuck you to him, they elected a black guy.
That actually, given the given the sort of views that Irish usually have on black people, yeah, that's probably definitely the case.
But of course, you know that this. By the way, always assume this: whatever kind of people you meet in America who are like Irish Americans, Italian Americans, honestly, they're nothing like the people in Europe, and the people in Europe are completely different. If you went to Ireland, you'd be amazed at how liberal everyone is, and how just you know, how welcoming they are, and how much hospitality you would get. Of course, that's not, you know, that's so long as probably you're not moving into the neighborhood, but you get
Yeah,
my
and
point.
as long as I'm not like, as long as I'm not dating their daughters.
Yeah, well, you know, it's really hard to tell in a place like Dublin, like the capital, that probably wouldn't even count. I mean,
Oh, all right.
you know, a
So
place
that
like,
probably.
yeah, honestly, a place like London, for instance, you know, you'd be hard pressed to find a British skinhead or bigot in London, in terms of like somebody trying to impose racism or something like that. I mean, for God's sakes, you know, if you walk down the street in London, there's neighborhoods where you would never hear a word of English. So it's like,
Oh yeah, yeah. London's a completely different world now. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right about that.
yeah,
You
and
know, those places probably are probably way more hospitable to someone of color than America is.
yeah, yeah, and but in terms of the when most Europeans are going to be profoundly more tolerant and liberal than Americans, you'd be amazed. But then again, this is because they don't have like black communities that they're contending with, and this is by the way, I'm sure again you'd probably be cheered at the news here with all of the devastation caused by the floods. One of the hardest hit was Belgium, and hundreds of people you know, died, and yeah, couldn't think of it happening to a
Yeah.
nicer group of people. So sad.
Oh yes, yes, of course. I mean, these are the people who had Leopold II.
Yeah.
So it's a karmic retribution. Yeah.
Oh, at least, and it honestly, and the nation should not exist. I mean, there's no such true nationality as Belgian. These are people in the north. They speak Walloon, and in the you know, or maybe that's the south. But you know, half of them speak Dutch, the other half speak French. It was this buffer state created by the British simply so they could have a foothold on the continent. And, you know, fuck them and fuck everything that resulted from their goddamn bullshit, you know, redrawing the lines on the map and the creation of a fucking king who had a dynasty that was generated out of sackcloth, you know, out of nothing. And this would explain a lot towards why he was so genocidal. These are people who were out to prove themselves to the rest of the European world, and they felt that the way they could do that was by the brutality of inflicting themselves upon other races in the world, and you know, they deserve not to exist, and to have their populations absorbed into France and Nederland. Actually, Großdeutschland, or Greater Germany, really. But so there we have that, and so to go into this subject so that people get an understanding of what we're talking about, basically, there are 3 Pacifics for those of you who didn't know that. There is Micronesia, Polynesia, and Melanesia. And Micronesia, of course, is made up of small islands, hence Micronesia. Polynesia is made up of many islands, hence Polynesia, as in polytheist, as in I believe in many gods, or polyamorous, in yeah, I fuck anybody. And of course, Melanesia is inhabited by black people. So these are the 3 major regions of the Pacific. And of course, what many people may not know is that there's a certain kind of shall we say, imperialism even on the part of these islands with each other. And Jameson Reeson is back with us. He had to turn the fan down, and that's understandable. But anyhow, so what happened was this year, in fact, just last month, Taiwan, my nation, my true homeland and heartland's foreign minister issued a stark warning about the potential of communist China launching a war against Australia. And that is the crux of the matter in which these people are on the battleground thereof, the front lines thereof, is the next Pacific War, which could quite likely be a Sino-Australian conflict. So it was Dr. Joseph Wu who in the Ides of June, the middle of the month before last at this point, since we are now in the month of August, who spoke to the Weekend Australian press conference and said that China is preparing for war, and his words, we all need to be ready for that. The new phenomenon, and I will translate from the Chinese as to what he said, though he did speak in English to the Australians, and I could just as easily read from that. In fact, I may as well just go there. He said the new phenomenon we are seeing is part of what I would describe as China's gray zone operations, where it sends in its maritime militia, large fishing boats, armed, operated, and following the orders of China's Navy to harass and intimidate their perceived enemies. And this is something Australia hasn't experienced yet, but it is coming. And so he was emphasizing what many people in the West are not familiar with, but the Filipinos and people bordering the South China Sea are, which is operating in the gray zone, which allows China to deploy armed forces to foreign territory, even though Beijing denies the existence of its maritime militia. This isn't the first time that Dr. Wu has spoken about these activities, because he was speaking to Britain's Sky News earlier this year when he said that the military threat from China was growing through misinformation campaigns, hybrid warfare, and gray zone activities. And from what he told Sky News back in April, he said, and all these seem to be preparing for their final military assault against Taiwan. And of course, he was emphatic in saying, this is our country, this is our people, and this is our way of life. We will defend ourselves to the very end. Anyhow, China has utilized the tactics he's described in the South China Sea, and Dr. Wu has warned that the Communist Chinese Empire has every intention of spreading beyond and closer to Australia in the Pacific. And he pointed out that the year before yesteryear, 2019, China reestablished diplomatic relations with the Solomon Islands for military purposes. And this is something he warned that everyone needs to pay close attention to. By that he means, of course, the United States and Japan and everyone else. Now, like Australia, Taiwan has seen tensions heighten between China. And Dr. Wu has added that war is a very legitimate possibility, which could spell disaster, not just for Taiwan, but for the rest of the world. So this is Taiwan's foreign minister speaking in a very official capacity. That needs to be taken into account. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute has their executive director, Peter Jennings, has confirmed to the Weekend Australian, which is a circular, that Dr. Wu's concerns over gray zone warfare are completely legitimate. And he said that we've known for years now there's been a Chinese military interest in seeing if they couldn't establish some type of base in the Pacific region. Given the sort of spread of Chinese interests in the region, that's definitely going to start to encroach on Australian waters, probably starting around Papua New Guinea, okay, which is that nice big black island up there in the Pacific that is is where we're probably going to see a lot of action. Now, let me see if I can find this. As a matter of fact, I think this is something I will also send to our man, Mr. Jameson Reese. And the reason I would send this is because it helps to emphasize something that I am presenting to our listeners. He can, of course, at that point kind of present a description, and that always helps when he needs to. So I just press the send button on that, and when he receives it, I'll ask him to open it. So be on the lookout for that. And let's see now, I'll view the message. The title should be "A Major Military Engagement" is what that should start with. So if you take a look at that, Jameson, check your email, see if that comes in. That would be appreciated.
Let me reload.
Okay, good. There we are.
Got it.
Okay, so if you open that, the French armed forces are planning for what they call high-intensity war, which means real war. That means World War II style war. And the subtitle here is, "After a decade of counterinsurgency, plans are changing." But what is causing the French to do this? Well, whatever they say in the article, really, they would, of course, concentrate on the Mediterranean. They would concentrate on the European theater of conflict. But the reason why is because the French have a black colony in the Pacific, which is now directly threatened by the Communist Chinese Empire. This is what's provoking the French to prepare for major war, for World War II level conflict, so that people understand the seriousness of the situation. As Jameson Reese now has an article which provides some context for this. Again, this is not someone like myself grooving off of fear porn. This is something that people are preparing for. And, of course, you could argue that everyone is feeding on fear porn at the highest levels, and this is what causes wars to happen. But the reason that wars are becoming inevitable is the Russians have made it so with the Africanized swine fever that they unleashed in China, which destroyed their food supply. The Chinese are now trying to control as much of the Pacific for seafood as possible. This is not something that is outrageous or my imagination running wild. This is simply the facts of the case. This is how desperate the people of the mainland, the Chinese people of the mainland, are at this point. Of course, we should all be cooperating to try and provide communist China food, but everybody has their own problems to deal with. And look at what's happening in Europe with being racked by floods, and obviously everyone has their own problems to tend to. This is what's going to also result in war and render war inevitable. If people don't understand the seriousness of the situation by now, hopefully they will as I continue to present the situation to them. This is, of course, where we're at, and I think that none of you really appreciate the direness of the situation, so I'll try my best to present it to you. And if anyone needs to convince themselves, let's take a look at, just look up on any search engine, let's look up Chinese maritime militias, and hopefully by then you will be impressed by the graphics you run into in terms of just visual photography. If you take a look at Chinese maritime militia, just look that up. People's Armed Forces Maritime Militia, you will find out this is essentially a branch of the Communist Chinese military. If you look that up, again, Chinese Maritime Militia, you will run across People's Armed Forces Maritime Militia. This is a branch, an armed service of the Communist Chinese government. And if you click on images, you're going to see, or should see, fucking photographs.
Their insignia.
Click on images and you're going to see pictures of these armed fishing boats. Okay, so click on images and tell me what you see. You should see images of these armed fishing boats. Yep. Let me try and get some for you so you get some idea of what we're dealing with here. And here we are, save image. I'm going to save this and...
Yeah, I see that. I'm actually looking at them.
Okay.
Oh, crap.
And you see how many of them there are, right? And,
Yeah.
yes.
There's a lot
Yes.
of them. This is a major operation. We're not talking about a minor skirmish here. We're talking about an operation that is literally going to be the powder keg for World War III.
Yes. So understand that these are just armed fishing boats that are being dispatched by hundreds. I mean, these are like hundreds of fishing boats that are all armed. They're all militarily trained, and they swamp local coast guards. You know, these are people that can put up a battle with the local coast guards that will basically be impossible for your average Coast Guard to deal with. Now here's another image. I'm going to, there's so many of them, they become very how would I say it, they're somewhat overwhelming, but they're definitely, the one thing that's in common with all of them is that you become impressed by the sheer number. So let me Sino militia will be the others, and here's two images, and I think that these do at some level of justice. I'm not sure if that's anything that can, but let me put these into the private message box of our man James, and I'm sure he's seen things similar to this, but let's take a look at the right file that I stuck these in, and that'll bring us down to, here we are, and here we are, Sino Maritime and Sino Militia. So I'm going to enter one, and press the enter button, and then another Sino militia, here we are, then the other, and then you really get some idea of the vastness. Now, these should be visible to Jameson Reese now, both of these, and
wowza.
Yes,
yeah,
he can give you...
Yeah, they got them by the ththousands, if not even freaking tens of thousands. And millions probably. Shit.
Well, there's certainly on an operational scale, any local Coast Guard could suddenly find itself confronted by hundreds of these vessels.
A few Coast Guard ships or cutters are not going to be able to do anything against anything of that scale.
Yes, and these people,
you would need an armed navy.
Yes, and these militias are fishing people. I mean, they're trawling your local waters for the food to take home. So this is, imagine, this swarming into your regional waters and taking a good deal of your local fish that could devastate your economy. This is something that, this is what the Taiwanese foreign minister is warning people about. So this is where we're heading, so that people get an idea of the seriousness of the situation. Now, again, what we're dealing with is, China's being discussed by the G7 leaders. They've reached a consensus on the need for a shared approach to communist China selling exports at unfairly low prices and to their human rights abuses. And of course, President Joe Biden's administration has taken a confrontational stance to communist China. One of his senior officials, who was speaking on condition of anonymity, has confirmed that the leaders of the group of 7 world's largest advanced economies have also agreed on the need to coordinate on supply chain resilience to ensure that the democracies are supporting each other. Of course, that becomes a rather hollow word when we talk about a place like Australia, because we are at that point dealing with, it's a democracy, but it's a democracy in which you have a overwhelming white majority, and the Aboriginal people are somewhat, I'm sure they have the right to vote, but they're marginalized by sheer numbers, and that their needs are vastly different from those of the white population, primarily in the cities. Of course, Australians are notorious for having a very outback population of rather semi-independent whites who get supplies literally delivered by plane, etc. But I think people should get my point. Obviously, it's a white society. There's no denying that. And so they occupy what was once an entirely black continent. And so they are part of this united front. But when this war comes to its conclusion, as wars inevitably do, I have every confidence that the communist Chinese empire will suffer either containment or regime change. And in either case, you're going to be left with this regional superpower of Australia that will be dominant over Melanesia. And as I said, probably of necessity extending its dominance, because the Melanesian islands, whatever resources they may have, they're not economies in and of themselves. They're not a market for Australians to sell products to. They are simply buffer states. In order to have any market or a population for a labor base, the Australians have to basically, for all intents and purposes, absorb the Philippines. And in order to do that, they would have to sunder Indonesia, the very large and very aggressive and militant Islamic empire directly north of them. And they would have to do that while they're still in the military superiority range with their technology to be able to do that. And it's foreseeable in a condition of war, a state of war with the communist Chinese. It would be easy to see with allied support from the Japanese, simply on the basis that the Japanese are trying to contain Australia. The Japanese are trying to contain China first. Inevitably, this is my foresight here, inevitably the Japanese will be trying to contain Australia. But until it comes to that point, the Japanese will be taking on China first. By the way, I saw this one article that just, I was howling with laughter. For those of you who don't know, obviously there are conflicts between these East Asian nations besides China and Japan. Taiwan has its own arguments with Japan, which got settled to a degree. The Taiwanese were arguing with Japan over two islands, or, a set of islands, basically two, and some rocks that are near Okinawan's southern island chain, the Ryukyu's island chain, the tail end of the whiptail of the Japanese archipelago, borders Taiwan. And there's two islands the Taiwanese claim, as well as the communist Chinese. And so there were big arguments with Japan over this, and the Japanese finally settled to allow the Taiwanese to fish there, but the Japanese retain strategic control. By the way, I was getting some glitches there in the audio. Were you trying to say something, Jameson?
No.
Okay.
I had to turn my mic off because I was stretching to move this shirt.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay.
Yeah.
And just so people understand, the Taiwanese that are the funny thing though is South Korea, and not to disparage the South Koreans, but the South Koreans of course have a fairly large navy with their own effective aircraft carriers, what they call helicopter carriers, and so they've been trying to extend their ADIZ, their ADIZ, which is the Air Defense and Identification Zone, and they've been extending that deeper into what they call the Odo Rock, which they actually occupy. It's this rock in the middle of the East China Sea, and the Chinese claim it, the Japanese claim it. And so there was this one article I saw in the English. I don't know which nation it sources from, but probably Malaysia or something like that. It was translated into the English, but it came out just right. It said, the South Koreans are bringing their shrimp into a whale fight, meaning that, of course, Japan and China are the whales and South Korea is the shrimp. And this is like where we're at with that. South Korea is kind of like a medium-range power, extraordinarily powerful for a medium-sized nation and a developed economy. If they were to go to war with the majority of nations on Earth, they would come out on top. But compared to China and Japan, of course, they're very much caught between a cock and a hard case, as they use in the prison terminology. But just so people understand this, there's all these conflicts going on in Asia, but of course, the most immediate conflict everyone is facing is with China in region. And China is definitely, they are trying to contain China now. They're holding joint military exercises, which are aimed at containment of China. The French, the Japanese, the Americans are holding joint exercises. But in the end, if communist China is repulsed and there is a regime change or they're contained, the end result is that the Australians would be left in a position of incredible power at that point, which they would likely take advantage of simply for the sake of maintaining their economy in the world, which of course is not really part of the rest of the world. Their economy, of course, think about it for a second. You don't buy products from Australia. It's not that, no, you don't really buy produce from Australia. Honestly, if you think of Australia, the only thing you would think about is tourism. And that's really dying down as an option with all of the mega fires that consumed the continent and killed well over 1 billion animals. I mean, what do people go to Australia for if they're tourists, right? Most people go there to see the animals. I mean, well, if you're not going there to fuck white people, then you're going there to see the animals. And so this is like, they don't really have that now with the kind of climate change that's ongoing. So they would need to establish an autarkic economy based on regional labor, and the place with agricultural produce that can be sold, or something that where you'd have a plantation economy, would be the Philippines. This is why we're going to see the emerging new power base in the Pacific being Australia. If China becomes, in the post-communist China, becomes a world power again, it will be by a kind of extension of itself to other parts of the world rather than in the regional Pacific region, because China really doesn't have an outlet into the Pacific the way that the Japanese do. The Japanese archipelago dominates the Asian mainland more so than the British Isles have ever dominated Europe. The British Isles off of Europe have never really contained Europe the way the Japanese archipelago contains mainland Asia. It can literally block all access to the Pacific. So in terms of Japan, it's in a position where it can do that. So with the kind of situation that we're undergoing now, it brings up something like Fiji's importance to Australia, because maintaining influence in the Melanesian Islands, of which Fiji is one of the most significant, that's a strategic imperative for Canberra, which is, of course, the capital of Australia. So it brings us back to Australia, that it's not part of the G7. So when you talk about the G7, Australia is not a part of it because its economy is not that large. Yet you look at its domination geographically of so much of the Pacific, you obviously see this is going to develop in the future, that there's going to be something that emerges out of Australia as an economy because it's inescapable otherwise. So with the G7, which again Australia is not a part of, there was a unanimity in terms of a willingness to call out human rights abuses and violations of fundamental freedoms in communist China. There was a commitment to take action in response to what the G7 is seeing, even though it's not necessarily anything that is an official alliance. It is still a far cry from 3 years ago, when the final communique of the G7 made no mention of China at all. So under the legal structure of the World Trade Organization, the designation of China as a non-market economy allows its trading partners, including the United States, to use a special framework to determine whether China's exports are being sold at unfairly low prices, and if that is found to be the case, to apply additional anti-dumping duties. And then, of course, this is what brings us back to what's going on with China encroaching in Australia's backyard. You've already got this kind of trade war going. Well, you've got an actual trade war going that was started by Trump. And Melanesia, of which the island of Fiji is a part of, well, as I said, it's one of 3 subregions of the Pacific, along with Micronesia and Polynesia. It's arguably, strategically, the most important battlefront, as can be seen at the moment. And in addition to the Australian and the French holdings, you've got that subregion as home to 4 independent black countries: Vanuatu, the Solomon Isles, Fiji, and Papua New Guinea, and potentially a 5th, with Bougainville seeking independence. Now, on the world stage, as I said, Australia is not part of the G7. It's a middle power at best. But in the Pacific Islands, Australia is a superpower. It serves, if one were to listen to the Australian side of things, in other words, most Western media would just propagandize for the Australians reflexively. Oh, they would say, well, Australia is a major source of aid. It's a hungry market. It's a stalwart defense ally for these tiny nations. That's like saying South Africa provided blacks employment. Basically, yeah, the Australian economy dominates the subregion of Melanesia, which has long time always been a key backstop for U.S. dominance in the Asia-Pacific, which is now waning. But China's increasing presence in Melanesia's resource-rich economies and China's infrastructure outlays, along with their signs of nascent military ambitions in area, well, let's just say it for what it is, their maritime insurgency, are now threatening Australians' preeminence in the region, and by extension, that of the United States. Just like in World War II, where America's ass was saved by the Australians, that's the role Australia plays today. And both Australia and well, you really couldn't call them a U.S. ally, but New Zealand, they've attempted to, not to disparage the New Zealanders, mind you. I've said the New Zealanders are far more commonsensical in their rejection of the American empire than the Australians. But they've attempted to stem China's spread by leveraging their historic, well, what used to be historically large outlays of aid and defense assistance, as well as their regional diplomatic role, but Australia's own economic ties with China from the past, as well as internal pressures to cut international aid. All of this may play towards Chinese dominance because the Chinese are willing to put out the money. So for that reason, since Australia wants to keep control as China is encroaching into their backyard, as they would see it, well, since the beginning of 2018, the Australian Turnbull government, they've renewed their efforts to assert Australian control and dominance in the Pacific, and in direct response to China's takeover of the islands in the South China Sea and China's growing presence in the South Pacific over the last decade, Australian influence still exceeds that of China. I mean, China spent maybe 2.3 billion United States dollars on aid projects in the South Pacific by now it's been about 14, maybe 15 years since 2006. The last time I checked on it, while my father was still alive, and I had some free time to do so, but Australian spending by the year 2018 had outmatched Communist China's in terms of Pacific aid and assistance for 2 years by then. So starting around 2015, the Australians really started spending. And Australia's ruling class has always seen the South Pacific as its backyard, and along with the U.S. alliance, keeping rival powers out of their region is central to their military and strategic concerns. Yet, of course, some would argue that far from creating regional security, Australia is interested in maintaining its own economic interests and geopolitical control. So that's producing growing imperialist tensions and militarism across the South Pacific. Australia's ambitions, which are similar to China's, and maybe a way to kind of comprehend this is that if you look at Australia's brutal history towards its Aborigines, and there's no reason to necessarily feel that their attitude towards blacks outside of their continent would be any different, understand that they have treated the Aborigines in the past the way the communist Chinese are now treating their Uyghur Muslims. So you've got, when China expands and people know about what they've done to the Uyghur Muslims, everybody says, hey, there's reason to be scared. Now take a look at Australia, and since their recent push in the Pacific is basically an open secret, I mean, their 2017 foreign policy white paper, I mean, it's deemed a white paper for a reason, proclaimed that Australia will engage with the Pacific with greater intensity and ambition. You know, people back, if you heard the Japanese say that back in the 1930s, they'd say, that's open conspiracy to plan war. Turnbull has scrambled to seal a bilateral security treaty with Vanuatu's Prime Minister, Charlotte Salwe Tabi-Mazmaz, and that was back in about 2 years ago. That was following media reports earlier in April of 2018 that China had approached Vanuatu about establishing a permanent military base there. And so the security treaty that Salwai Tabi-Mazmaz established with Australia focuses on maritime surveillance and includes a commitment to Australia training 200 of their police officers. By the way, that doesn't sound like much to you Americans, but bear in mind these are, this is fucking Vanuatu, where, you know, what's their population is like what? I don't know, but it can't be much. 200 police officers is a lot. And of course, Turnbull has also pushed to lock out the Chinese communist company Huawei from building a high-speed undersea internet cable to the Solomon Islands, by Australia offering 200 million United States dollars of foreign aid to fund their project, along with another internet cable to Papua New Guinea. So Australia wants to stall China's ability to gain any Pacific foothold through its strategy of debt diplomacy, which is where all communist Chinese firms fund the construction of major strategic maritime ports and facilities and then acquire total control due to the inability of any of their recipients to repay any loans, like they did in Sri Lanka with the strategic port of Hambantota, I believe is the name of that port in what we used to call Ceylon. And in June of maybe about 3 years ago, the foreign minister, Julie Bishop, raised the need for a reformulation of the Bikitawa Declaration, which was an agreement established at the Summit of Pacific Forum leaders back in the year 2000, which established principles for dealing with civil unrest, among other things. That declaration was used as the basis for Australia's military intervention in the Solomon Islands in 2003, while both my parents were still alive. That was known as RAMSI, all uppercase initials, an acronym, RAMSI, which stood for Regional Assistance Mission to the Solomon Islands. That meant the Australians invaded. Now, Ramsey resulted in a raft of Australian diplomats, military, and federal police being dispatched to islands over the course of 14 years. And at the conclusion of Ramsey in 2017, just as Trump was running for president, the former Liberal Prime Minister of Australia, John Howard, who was responsible for sending Australian military and troops to invade Iraq back in 2003, where they got stuck ever since, he described the Ramsey Initiative as one of Australia's and my government's finest foreign policy achievements. I mean, they invaded an island, for God's sake. But Howard's celebration of the Ramsay model of Australian interventionism, it can't hide the deep-seated local hostility created by a white invasion of a black nation state that is supposedly sovereign. So in April of 2006, a year before my late and sainted sire's death, before George Dietrich died, a riot in that country's capital of Honiara, I believe it's called, that resulted in the injury of 30 Australian police officers who had been deployed as part of the Ramsay mission. 2 of them died, with one Australian Force Patrol officer shot in the back. At the time of that quote-unquote riot, most people would call that a battle of the resistance. Well, the Australian Prime Minister at that time, Michael Sogavare, was outspoken. Well, no, that was the Prime Minister of Vanuatu, forgive me. I'm trying to look up this guy's quote, and it was Michael Sogavare, the Prime Minister of Vanuatu, who was outspoken in his criticism of Canberra and Australia's handling of his homeland situation. And so basically this guy was egging on the resistance. By the way, 30 white Australian police officers being critically injured in a action like that, that's no fucking riot. This is a combat action in which, as I said, 2 of them died, 1 of them shot in the back. This is combat. This is not a fucking riot. When do you ever hear of police in combat uniform dying in America? I mean, that's just unheard of. So following that battle, what the Australians propagandized as a riot, the Solomons government decided to launch an inquiry and report into the causes of these riots. And facing interference by the Australian government, they expelled Australia's top diplomat, the High Commissioner Patrick Cole, from their islands in September of 2006, a year before my father died. And despite Howard and the softer supporters claiming that Ramsay was a humanitarian success, as the rest of the white world sees it, more than half of the population remained without access to electricity throughout 2016, just as Trump was starting his campaign in the States. And although the details of a reformulated Bikitawa Plus declaration were yet to emerge publicly, but then again, I haven't checked back since a few years ago, the International Development Minister, Concetta Fire Avanti Wells, he has a hyphenated name, meaning his mother kept her surname and hyphenated it onto the guy she married. Well, this, of course, is a Vanuatu national. Again, he's their International Development Minister, Concetta Fire Avanti Wells, and I believe it's actually a she now that I think about it. She told the Australian, which is a circular, that there had been discussions on cooperation around defense, policing, and law and order. Well, it reminds you a lot of the United States, doesn't it? Well, the Australian government clearly wants to use the, it certainly wanted at the time to use the Pacific Islands Forum in Nauru. That's spelled Nauru. It's where I would have been stuck if I had been stuck in Australia. They probably would have deported me there. That is, like, for lack of a better word, I don't know how to describe it. Nauru is like the world's greatest tragedy. I mean, if you look up Nauru Island, Nauru, you've got this little island that for a time was the richest nation on earth. Per capita, each one of its citizens had more money than they knew what to fucking do with, and they had nothing to do with it because they're on a fucking little island. But they got it all from all of the bird shit that had accumulated for millions of years on their island, phosphates that America and the rest of the world wanted for chemical use and fertilizer. And so with the rest of the world trying to improve their agriculture, that island may as well have been covered in gold. And so when they took all the phosphates out of Nauru and left it an island with an empty pit in the center and nothing left, they took out all the, creamy nougat from the eclair and left it hollow. The islanders were left trying to invest their money towards the future. And I'm sorry, but this is going to, as a person who's part of a culture that's just streetwise and cynical, you look on the naivety of the people of the island of Nauru and their leaders, and you are left aghast. The only conclusion most people would draw is that they are really stupid natives. They invested their money in things like New York City stage plays and shit. If you can believe that. I'm not joking. And they lost everything. And they're back to being an impoverished island that's basically a colony of Australia, where Australia dumps their illegal migrants and deportees to await hearing before they're deported completely back to Afghanistan or wherever they come from, Pakistan and shit. And they're left in the abandoned phosphate pits where they're kept in encampments, rain-soaked tents and shit. Because, the center of the island is fucking all hollowed out. So the pits fill up with, rainwater. And they're left to basically, up to their knees or necks in floodwaters during the rainy season or monsoon season on the island of Nauru, while the rest of the people live in this circular little island with this state-of-the-art interstate fucking freeway built on it when they had all the money they had. And they built, for lack of a better word, a 8-lane freeway running around this island in a circle. And all the cars are basically in front of everyone's yard on tinder blocks because they didn't really know how to take care of them. It's like the Appalachians out in the middle of the Pacific. It is just awful. It is like the future for Nauru, however, is unbelievably bright because Nauru is on the equator. And if we were ever to start building cable vaders, by that I mean cables literally extending with elevator cords from the Earth itself out into space, so we could avoid all of the supermassive expense of sending ships into space by conventional rocketry. You would want space elevators to avoid that, to just go out of that gravity well without that, because say, for instance, someone wanted to dump nuclear waste. Let's say they said, let's take nuclear waste off the planet. Let's dump nuclear waste into the sun, which is a nuclear furnace. The sun is an active nuclear furnace. If you dump nuclear waste into the sun, that is, not going to hurt the sun. And the sun will just devour that and convert it back into more energy. It's what it does. Say if you were to do that, that would be like sending a Cadillac to pick up your garbage, and every Cadillac that was sent was going to go into the landfill along with the garbage. And so you had to have a new Cadillac that you would purchase every time they picked up your garbage that would go into the landfill with your garbage. That's how expensive it is to do space travel with conventional rocketry. That's the equivalent of how useless it is. It is, you may as well not be. This is why when I give you that analogy, when you have these rich men with these rockets taking off into space, now you understand why I hold that in such contempt, why Jameson Reese intuitively sees that for what it is, as just masturbatory bullshit and, rich white guys getting off on just, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but it's stupid as fuck. It's not something that's going to help anybody. So the only way you're going to get a space economy going in hard vacuum is to get space elevators going. So in order to make them as practical as possible, you want them on the equator, which bulges out from the planet. Our planet is not perfectly round. It bulges at the equator. And therefore, when you stick these cable vaders on Earth that extend into space, they're going to have to extend from the equator to be at their most effective. Now, what kind of land is there at the equator? One of the perfect places to assemble such a cable vader would be on Nauru Island, which is right on the fucking equator. So Nauru Island has a potentially extraordinarily bright future as one of the primary spaceports for planet Earth. Until such time as whoever conquers them, they're in Australian trust territory, basically. So likely the Australians could do this and render themselves a space power. Then you have a situation in which that would give Australia an economy that, if they were to do that first, no one else on Earth would have. That would make Australia one of the most powerful nations on Earth. So Nauru Island has that potential, which is a lot better than their original idea of basically becoming, believe it or not, they were seriously investing in this. They were going to become the pornography capital of the world by purchasing .tv, which was a internet address, and that was essentially one in which they would basically try to monopolize the world's porn. Now, this wasn't a stupid idea like the New York stage plays, because there's demand for porn. But the idea that they could monopolize it, that was a bit out of anyone's league. I mean, it's porn. It's like, how do you monopolize porn? So that didn't go anywhere. And that just showed that they had really nothing else to do on their little island other than to squat down all day and jack off to porn on the internet. And so they dominated it in that sense, probably. But other than that, their future may lie with space, in which case their entire island would become an extension of that cable vader, and that would be the best thing to happen to them. But basically, following the Australian government's Ramsay experience, they had this Pacific Islands Forum that was held in Nauru in September of 2018, now that I remember. And so they used that, if I remember correctly. We could check up on this by looking it up. They were trying to, they had every intention of using that, last time I checked, to update the declaration, the Bikitawa Declaration, to upgrade it to a Bikitawa Plus, in order to deal with Communist China's influence in region. The one thing I do remember distinctly was that following the conclusion of Ramsay, a new agreement was struck between the Australian Federal Police and the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force, the RSIPF, in April of 2018. And in April of that year, Australia also sent 3 warships into the South China Sea for military exercises and increased the number of American troops, quote unquote, ready to fight, meaning on ready deployment, a force in readiness at a permanent base in Darwin. Darwin, of course, being that's Australia's Pearl Harbor. It is like where one of their biggest, if not their largest, naval base, and that was bombed by the Japanese in World War II. That was one of the first places the Japanese bombed. Indeed, the Japanese dropped far more bombs on Darwin than they did at Pearl Harbor. At any rate, of course, it's easy to see from the perspective of Communist China or regional blacks in the Pacific that Australia's own imperialist interests are creating a more dangerous political climate and a militarist trajectory in the Pacific. This is not to condemn them, but simply to put it in context. I'm not, Communist China is no better. It's like, if you are a black person living in that area, I just don't know how they feel other than a sense of incredible, I wouldn't say hopelessness, but these are very challenging times. It's like being a black person in North America at the time of the American Civil War between the states. I mean, if you were cheering on the Union Army, you're a fool. And those blacks who were fighting for the Union were being exploited as readily as if they were slaves in the South. And like Jameson Reese says, wouldn't want to be in either place. Now, as has been pointed out and is headlined in some of the articles that I've linked to our man Jameson, Australia is part of a black ethnic region. It should, of course, one would think it should recognize the Kanaki, which is the New Caledonian black ambition towards sovereignty, towards freedom from France. Meanwhile, France conducted a major crackdown in their little-known black colony of New Caledonia. So if you were to look up New Caledonia, it's basically south of Fiji and east of Australia. And France's Socialist Party government, well, it wasn't too long ago, back in 2016, you know, about the year that Trump was beginning his campaign to run for presidency, that France's Socialist Party government at that time sent 53 extra police to New Caledonia. Bear in mind, this is an island. When we're talking about sending over 100 police there, that's a big deal, okay? And they sent them there in February of that year, 2016, amid what were then high-level concerns over quote-unquote growing lawlessness in that small French Pacific territory, which has a population of less than 300,000. By the way, think of the population of police in the United States compared to, 350 million Americans. We have legally recognized at least 350 American citizens holding U.S. citizenship legally who live here or have residence here. The number of police compared to that amount of people is incredibly small. This is why they're so militarized. They have to maintain psychological dominance. I'm not justifying what they do, but this is why they go all out for pull the trigger, put them down. Their concern is if we don't put them down now, they're going to act up en masse and kill us all. So the police react like a force under siege because the amount of people in the police department is so painfully small compared to the number of the baseline population. This is why they react with brute force, extreme measures, and are armed to the teeth as a operative military state within a state. The only way to end that is to start a draft for a national police force so that you have enough police to be everywhere. And like I say, make it an all-female draft so you don't get a bunch of testosterone-filled, trigger-happy men shooting everything in sight. Women just do not normally do that. And trained in physical restraint and social intervention, basically a kind of holistic integration of society would be foremost on their minds. With the right indoctrination, they would be a social welfare force, meaning they would be looking out for the social welfare rather than basically going around killing people. But anyhow, you had this special policing unit. We're talking about a combat detachment deployed from France, and it was supposedly, get this shit, the French said it was to combat youth delinquency in New Caledonia. That means bust young niggerheads, people, which meant intensifying police repression against marginalized black youth, particularly the indigenous Kanaks, the blacks of New Caledonia, who suffer high levels of unemployment and impoverishment. So that deployment was announced early that year that I checked into it at what you could only describe as hastily convened talks in Paris at the time. They involved the Interior Minister, Bernard Cazeneuve, the Justice Minister, Jean-Jacques Yervois, and the Overseas Minister, Erica Baritz. And that followed several days of intensive unrest in New Caledonia as a French territory. The main road south of Nouméa, the capital of New Caledonia, was blocked by dozens of burned cars at the time that were stolen during clashes between the young Kanaks and the security forces. And so people understand this. This is the name they're called by. I'm not using like some Polynesian version of nigger, okay? And so that closure of that road left more than 10,000 people without normal deliveries of food, medicines, and fuel for 3 days. Imagine going without that for 72 hours. Again, this is war. This is a open rebellion. This is a form of black resistance. And I don't mean to use that in the tacky sense of like, close the black fist. Black resistance, motherfucker. Resist the power. Resist the man. I mean, this is like, think of this in this specific context. And, like Jameson Reese says, it needs to happen. It seems tacky when you think of it from an American perspective. But think of this in the Pacific, and honestly, think about this, and nobody ever thought of this shit in World War II. Honestly, when you think about World War II, and you think of the Japanese and the Americans and the Australians battling each other on these battlefronts, have you ever heard anything that there were blacks on these islands? Did you even know? I mean, you knew there were natives. And of course, you probably thought of blacks with bones through their noses. But no one ever thought about, well, what about those people? Like, if the Japanese had maintained their presence in those islands, you can bet your sweet ass, no matter what the propagandists tell you about how brutal and awful the Japs were, quote unquote, just go on and on about that shit, their fate would have been infinitely better under Japanese dominion than what they've got now. Between the communist Chinese and the white supremacists of Australia, you could bet your sweet ass if they were given a choice for the Japs, they would have taken that. Honestly, and of course the French colonialism that the New Caledonians are trying to overthrow, they wish the Japanese had liberated them. Don't ever think otherwise. So the Japanese, to my knowledge, never invaded New Caledonia. There may have been some scouting patrols, may have been some insurgent units, in other words, some insertion patrols. But like Jameson says, he doesn't pity Europe being sunk and burned by nature, which is ongoing right now. Unfortunately, a lot of that is hitting Germany, which is very unusual for them. And they don't usually experience that kind of thing at all. They need this because the Germans need that to just get their ass out of the bucket seat, just to get them off the fucking couch, honestly. Their problem is like the Japanese. The Germans and the Japanese have just had it too fucking good. I mean, this is what happens when you win a war, right? I mean, their lives have been too easy. They need something like this, all right? The Japanese needed Fukushima Daiichi. They needed a real kick in the ass just to get them off the couch, honestly. Stop playing video games. Get back into your uniform and start drilling again. We're headed towards a world war, for God's sake. And you can bet your sweet ass the Russians and the Chinese are drilling every goddamn day. In terms of these clashes that I'm describing near the township of St. Louis in New Caledonia, they were triggered at that time by the fatal shooting of a 23-year-old man in what I believe was January of 2016. We could probably look this up easily, but I think my memory serves me right. And that's when French prosecutors, claimed a colonial police officer, fired at the driver of a van traveling at speed towards one of his colleagues, supposedly trying to ram him. It is a kind of, an assault with a deadly vehicle, which is assault with a deadly weapon by any definition. Now, the following day, 5 police were injured after being shot at. By the way, imagine hearing this in the United States. If you heard 5 American cops were injured in a gunfight where they were all shot, you'd say, you never hear about anything like that. Well, in New Caledonia, Yes, all of this was allegedly by armed youth, of course, all black, when they tried to clear roadblocks, the police, that had been set up by the young blacks in retaliation. So that main north road from Noumea, capital of New Caledonia, was also blocked by burning cars these young black kids had stolen. So the family of the slain man, they challenged those police claims about the circumstances of his death. Now, they have their own chiefs because they're a Pacific Island, and at that time, Roche Wemitan, the Kanak Grand Chief of that area, said that there were witnesses and an official complaint was laid at that time in an effort to uncover the truth. But at the time, seeking to outdo President Francois Hollande's administration, the right-wing former French President Nicolas Sarkozy, who was at that time a candidate in what was to be 2017's presidential election in France, he immediately demanded compulsory military service in New Caledonia to curb crime. So Sarkozy told Les Nouvelles Calédoniennes, their local circular, and as Jameson Rees says, always the right faggots, he told the French circular in New Caledonia that military training should be mandatory for youth over 18 who are not in education or employment. And he also proposed lowering the age of criminal responsibility from 18 years to 16 years of age. And that means that, that would be like in the United States, lowering our age of criminal responsibility from 18 to 16 years. And he wanted this done in order to, his words, end the ruling socialists' culture of impunity, where they allow the blacks to do whatever they want. I mean, okay, for a French man in Europe to be saying this about a black colony in the Pacific in the year 2016, 17, this is the 21st century. And most of you don't even know this is happening. So Radio New Zealand reported that New Caledonian politicians were actually welcoming that crackdown at the time. The Republican Party of New Caledonia proposed increased public surveillance, a restriction on alcohol sales, and, of course, harsher penalties for young offenders. The former territorial president at that time, Harold Martin, said that Paris was no longer playing down the seriousness of the problem, but predicted it would not stop young Kanaks from raiding the Noumea area. In other words, he was saying these young blacks were raiding the capital of New Caledonia. Raiding, I mean, that's a term you use for, like, wild Indians. I mean, this is like, to hear these colonial terms in the 21st century, again, your head ought to be spinning by now. And so Wamitan, who was the, goddamn, every time I open these fucking water bottles, they have mild carbonation, so they spurt all over the fucking place like I'm opening a champagne bottle. It's disgusting. I hate this. It wastes what few paper towels I've got left wiping up this shit. But at any rate, Wamitan was the local chief. He was not opposing the crackdown. He did say that customary authorities, if Wamitan, let me see the cast of characters here. If I can look these people up, Wamitan may have been the French white guy who was in charge of the territory at the time. But it's definitely let me see, the chief's name at that time was Roche Wamitan. He was the Kanak Grand Chief of the area. So what he had proposed was that he said customary authorities, which would mean the indigenous Kanak leadership, is what he's referencing. He said they needed to be tied into any new measures. In other words, they needed to be brought into the loop. And in other words, people need to start communicating with them about what happens to their young men. So he was criticizing some of these proposals as, like, well, his words to describe what the French were advocating are trying to promote as a solution. He said that it was using a hammer to kill a fly. And I don't think there's any better way to describe it. But all those incidents, they pointed to explosive social tensions as the economic crisis was impacting Kanak youth at the time. I can't even imagine what it's been like with COVID since. And those clashes that were taking place in impoverished areas, they have occurred with increasing violence, certainly in the 2 years preceding the time that I'm talking about. And in March of 2016 or 2017, about 40 police were deployed. And again, this is an island. When we're talking about 40 police on an island with a population of less than 300,000, that would be the equivalent of sending 1,000 police into an American city. Do you understand what I'm saying here? You get the enormity of this response. You've got almost 100 police deployed against youth that were deemed responsible for break-ins in the St. Louis area, where they were trying to break into white houses to, for all we know, steal food for their families. Well, shots were fired at a police armored vehicle at the time when it sought to recover a stolen car. Understand, even if they're not going for food for their families, say they're trying to steal money and, can you begrudge them even that? I mean, honestly, short of, raping the white woman or something, I mean, it's hard to imagine not having some level of sympathy for an indigenous population whose land you're on. After all, it's an island with a limited amount of real estate. If the best parts of it are taken by white colonists, Jameson's saying they should just torch the white homes. But these, now get this shit, law and order measures, okay? Does that sound familiar? Brings us back to Trump and what he was trying to institute here in response to the young black men. Well, these law and order measures in New Caledonia were being instituted as the native people were being thrust into struggles over jobs and living standards. This followed a 40% drop in the global price of nickel, which is a major resource extracted from New Caledonia. And major job cuts were underway in the mining and processing sector, which floated the New Caledonian economy. They are a colony. They are a mining colony. And of course, the November of the year before, 2015, the New Caledonian president, Philippe Germain, and you can bet your sweet ass he's not black, he warned that the closure of that nickel refinery in the Australian state of Queensland would lead to widespread civil unrest because many New Caledonians went to work there. And New Caledonia's own mines were the main suppliers of that smelter before it was shut down that year. So you see, their economy, even though they're French territory, is incredibly connected to that of Australia. And hundreds of workers at the Société Le Nickel, the Nickel Society processing plant in Noumea, the capital of New Caledonia, they struck, meaning they held a strike, and they set up pickets in November of 2015 to oppose the loss of 60 jobs, which here in America would sound like nothing. But again, you're talking about a population of less than 300,000 on an island. That's like 60,000 people losing their jobs here, okay? And they were all also striking in protest against a decision to delay building a new power plant for the smelter. And so the union shut down that strike while steering workers behind the demands of the Republicans to lift export restrictions at the time. The August before then of 2015, truck drivers from the mining contractor Union Contre-K Mine, who feared for their jobs, they blockaded Noumea, the capital of the island, for 3 weeks, demanding an increase in approvals for exports of ore to communist China, which was their main source of income. So they're economically just as dependent on communist China buying the resources. See, this is the battleground between China and Australia. Who's going to buy their shit? Well, the Chinese have the population, and the Australians really have to gain a population if the Australians conquer the Philippines and have a Filipino colonial population themselves, then they've got a population base in which they need more resources and will then be paying more outside of simply diplomatic dominance. They will be paying out of necessity more for more resources. This is something that they will also then have mines in the Philippines, of course, and this is something that they may not want to overmine because the Philippines had tried to preserve the ecology. Obviously, New Caledonia has its own ecology, but they've also got established mines. So they got to sell to somebody, and the Chinese want to buy, the Australians want to buy, and then who are they going to call on to ultimately provide the military backup for who secures the resources and secures the supply chain? This is where the battle for the Pacific begins. So at the time that I checked a few years ago, the KNS, the Koniambo nickel plant, that was owned by the transnational Glencore Extrata and the northern province's Société Minière du Sud Pacifique, the Society of Minerals of the South Pacific. Well, they axed about 140 positions from their workforce of 950 people. Again, we're talking about, proportionate to their population, this was enormous. A bunch of men suddenly on the loose without money. So a court actually temporarily halted the first tranche of 47 sackings at that time, saying the company failed to follow proper procedures, because the court knew if these guys all go unemployed with nothing but time on their hands and no money to spend, you were going to have people running rampant and crime increasing for obvious reasons. So political tensions were building back then amid the preparations for their referendum on their territory's independence. And it was November 7th of that year, 2015, that the French Prime Minister, Manuel Valls, was chairing a meeting in Paris attended by New Caledonia's leading pro- and anti-independence politicians to discuss the plebiscite. And under the terms of the 1998 Noumea Accord, the vote had to be held in November of 2018, which brings us back to about the time that you had so many of the conflicts I was describing with Australia's invasion of Vanuatu. Now, according to Radio New Zealand, at the time that this was being discussed, that was when Valls was expressing concern that the unrest exhibited near Noumea in weeks up to that point was going to be unleashed again for obvious reasons. Because in the month before they were even discussing all this, you had about 5,000 people rallying in Noumea. I mean, again, for the population of that island, 5,000 people there are like literally 5 million in America sweeping the capital. Imagine 5 million people overwhelming Washington, D.C. This is what happened in Noumea. Basically, a large portion of their population swarmed the capital, demanding that Kanaks, that blacks, be automatically enrolled for the vote. Now, try and wrap your brain around this for a second. Imagine, 5 million people swarming our capital saying that blacks should automatically be enrolled for our vote. I mean, this is something that blacks in New Caledonia, as a colonized people, have to apply for the right to vote. And the role at that time, and we're talking about only a few years ago, was restricted to long-term residents who were also on the general electoral list. But the Kanaks have what's called a customary status. An estimated 25,000 are not on that general roll, or weren't at the time that I last checked in on this, and they were at risk of missing out and therefore would have been unable to vote for their own independence. And of course, the French were responding with their own claims of fraud. Oh, isn't that an echo of the Republicans in the U.S.? So the French authorities were saying that there was fraud in the vetting process. And this is their way of denying votes to the blacks. Bear in mind, this demand for independence has a long history. In 1984, the Kanak Socialist National Liberation Front, the FLNKS, or the Flinks, they launched what was then probably the preeminent postmodern struggle of that time for independence by proclaiming a provisional government. And at that time, the French settlers, or Caldoches, they retaliated by killing 10 Kanaks in an ambush at Yingeni. Yingeni, that massacre of 10 blacks, that would be like killing 100 blacks here in the United States or more. All of the accused, all of the white terrorists who did this in New Caledonia were acquitted by their capital court in Noumea. The massacre was followed by the murder of a prominent Flinks leader, Eloy Macora, by paramilitary marksmen, meaning French militia. In other words, French white supremacist terrorists. His death sparked riots and barricades throughout the territory, and those tensions climaxed in April of 1988 when a group of Kanaks captured the gendarmerie. That means the police headquarters, their armory, actually, where they kept their weapons, on the island of Ouvea, Ouvea, killing 4 policemen and taking 27 hostages. Again, proportionate to that population. As Jameson says, this is literally blacks versus the rest of the colonizing world. But imagine somebody killing, dozens of policemen and taking hundreds of hostages at a police armory in the United States. As Jameson observes, Republicans everywhere globally are anti-black. Yes, this is the ugly truth. Well, anyhow, when these blacks occupied that New Caledonian island with all of these police hostages, it took some 300 elite troops flown in from France itself to storm a cave where the Kanaks were holed up, and they killed 21 of them. 2 police died. The troops then, by all reports, tortured and beat civilians during that operation. Imagine, again, proportionate to the population of an island, this would be like flying in 3,000 or 30,000 troops into an area of the United States where they killed hundreds of blacks and then beat up the local civilian population and tortured and interrogated the rest. I mean, this is apocalyptic. And so the deep divisions over independence, they continue. The 2014 elections saw a victory to 3 anti-independence parties, which were named Caledonia Together, the Front for Unity, and the Union for Caledonia in France. These are all French puppet parties. And together they won 29 of the 54 seats in the New Caledonian Congress, but just 49% of the popular vote. They won less than 50% of the popular vote, and yet they're running the government. Again, just like what you see here with our electoral college. Well, with a permanent military garrison of 1,500 troops, New Caledonia remains vital to France's imperialist geostrategic positioning in the Pacific. And after years of lobbying by France, New Caledonia and French Polynesia were comparatively recently, just in the past few years, finally admitted to membership of the Regional Pacific Islands Forum in order to boost moves led by American allies Australia and New Zealand to counter communist China's growing influence. So these black residents, these indigenous populations, want to be independent of communist China. And I think that's understandable and that's established. And now let me see here. Oh, there we are. This is our friend George Knight, who is somehow answering through the account of Sarah Brooks. Oh, that's his wife. Oh, hey, God bless you, honey. Hey, nice big kiss to she. And Sarah Brooks was replying a nice big thank you and an a kiss for what I said on her birthday post there, put up by her husband, that lad she snatched from the cradle, George Knight. And Sarah Brooks is this wonderful individual, and she is, of course, the wonderful wife of George Knight. And she's very cautious, doesn't want him talking too publicly to me, because, of course, you know, he's the son of Hitler after all, and who needs that grief? And what that can bring on. But eventually people will discover it's comparatively safe. By the way, there's Karen O'Connor saying, message got deleted somehow. Anyway, we here in Dublin and most of the Irish are not bothered by skin colors at all. Although of biracial new children up to 35 years and over since other ethnic groups came to settle down in Ireland, I myself welcome whomever wants to live here or anywhere. Who has the right to say you can only go here or there? Who are fucking they, Douglas? Do you know? Laugh out loud. And Jameson Reese says, honestly, I'm considering that Ireland and Scotland are places the elite were fleeing to, or so I was told. Well, certainly a number of them. You know, they're definitely interesting places, and Ireland will probably almost certainly be united soon, and Northern Ireland will become a part of Ireland. Scotland is seeking independence from England. England's going to be left in a ruddy, bloody mess, and allying itself very likely with Russia and Australia. As a matter of fact, these things are almost inevitable. These are geopolitical foresight foresights that I have, previsions, if you will, based on simple geopolitical logic, and the kinds of policies that you see manifest. Brexit Britain is, by its very nature, Brexit is based on racism. So they are going to align with Australia and, of course, the Russians. I mean, these are racist nation states. And our man Jameson says he'll be right back. But I'll continue with my analysis here. Let me check into live streaming to ascertain the time we have left. Okay, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 3 hours left. So again, I'll continue in the direction that I'm going. Let me check in to see how we're holding up with numbers. And glad to see that we've got the numbers seem to be holding up well enough. And yeah, they're maintaining, they're holding steady. And let me check that out, of course, with the amount. Wow, we had kind of an increase there. And then, and our number of upvotes is increasing. Definitely appreciate it. God bless you all who support myself. And of course, as our one friend calls them, the Cthulhuids, do their downvotes and make certain to hit the like button simply to counter them, if nothing else. But honestly, I know that the people who do that, they're very supportive of me. They're wonderful people, and God bless them all. And again, for those of you who are wondering about the photographic image embedded in a thumbnail of live stream, of course, that's my reaction to nearly swallowing my tooth, my crown, the temporary dental crown, as it fell off and fell down into the back of my throat before I regurgitated it. Okay, and so understandable expression with that. We go back now to discussing the front lines of the next Pacific War. Well, hell, the ongoing Pacific War, as it already is. So when it comes to what's going on in New Caledonia, Australia's unnuanced support for French dominion, it's unhelpful in a region, the Pacific region, the Southwest Pacific, where decolonization is unfinished business. And because of that, kicking the can down the road That's a time-honored solution to deadlocks over statehood and identity, whereupon, hoping that time, consultation, and money can all end up in agreement. But in New Caledonia, the French territory of 290,000 people in that Melanesian island chain to Australia's northeast, the road is running out after more than 2 decades of this can kicking. The time is coming, well, perhaps it's already come, for Australia to take a clearer position. And on the 4th of October, in the year before yesteryear, well, just yesteryear actually, the 4th of October in the year 2020, the second of 3 referendums on independence, promised after 20 years of peace building, saw a sharpening divide in popular sentiment about staying under the French tricolor, the French national flag, or in this case, their colonial flag. And just over 53% of voters said non or no to independence, down from 56.7% in the first referendum in 2018. The trend suggesting that a third referendum expected next year, in the year 2022, might see the we vote, the yes vote, rise from October of yesteryear's 46.7% to parity or even a narrow majority. So such a prospect has some observers fearing a return to the communal violence seen in the late 1980s, when the indigenous Kanak blacks sought to follow their Melanesian counterparts in Vanuatu, the Solomons, and Papua New Guinea into independence, and the French settlers mounted armed resistance. Now, it culminated, as I said, in 1988, when the Kanak militants took the French police as political hostages on that small island of Wivier. The French forces, well, French special forces, went in with significant loss of life thereafter. That horror led to a 10-year peacemaking effort, the Matignon Accords, signed by the French loyalist and Kanak leaders, extended by the 1998 Nouméa the Nouméa Accords. And so, in terms of October's vote of yesteryear, that saw the territory still largely split along the indigenous versus settler divide. The we vote dominated in the northern part of the main island and the Loyalty Islands to the east, where black Kanaks are concentrated. The non, or the no vote, prevailed in the main islands south around Nouméa and the smaller white settler enclave. I would say when that happened at the end of last year, the question then became, where it is now, where to now? So under these accords, a third referendum must be held if requested by at least a third of the New Caledonia Congress, its legislature. So the earliest request can be in April for a vote in 2002. And so April of this year has passed, come and gone, and April, May, June, yeah. And so we are left now with what I believe has been a setup towards next year's referendum. The pro-independence Kanak parties have the required numbers, and they have demanded it. And the loyalists, seeing where the numbers are trending, they started to balk at it. But yesteryear, Sonia Bakke, a conservative loyalist who is probably still president of the southern region, has said that it even carries the risk of civil war. So some loyalist elements have now began urging new negotiations on some kind of middle way to avoid holding that third referendum. And a more hardline element, they want a vote on scrapping the accord in 2022, bringing the 40,000 more recent settlers onto the local electoral roll and thus outvoting the Kanaks, their indigenous blacks, for good. But some compromise has been stirring on the Black Kanak side as well. And it was in that month of the closing months of yesteryear that Rosh Wamitan, that Kanak who has been a signatory to the 1998 Accords and is now probably still president of New Caledonia's Territorial Congress, he floated the idea of independence in association with France. And this would perhaps resemble the ties of the North Pacific states of Palau, Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands with the United States, which extends defense, funding, and social services while still holding their own United Nations membership. Each one of those territories has their own UN membership, while the United States provides their defense, their funding, and their social services. So they're all on the American tit, the dole, and yet still have representation in the United Nations. You might ask, what the fuck for? Well, they got to have that because the Americans don't allow them to fucking vote. Now, personally, if I had my way, I would let them vote here in the United States and let them have representation in the United Nations. But then, you know, the white reactionaries would say I'm generous to a fault. I'm the enemy. I'm one of the coloreds, right? But okay, give me a second here so I can change it to my my sweatshirt because it's beginning to, the temperature drops precipitously in San Francisco, and believe me, it's a bitch. You don't want to be here when it gets cold. And as far as I'm concerned, it's almost always cold. I can't understand how people are, basically baconed to death where they're at, but such is life. They're definitely people are hot in the rest of the United States, and of course half Canada's burning, the Pacific Northwest is burning. My golden California is burning, the rest of you are, well, you guys are hot from what I understand. Everyone's complaining about the heat. Burning though we may be in California, it's not providing me any warmth. So let me get my little heat collar on here, gifted to me by Lena Shea. And of course, this is what balances out the perspective I have on her as an absolute cunt. And so at least, she provided some things that enhance my quality of life. And I try to bear that in mind instead of my resentment. Okay, to get back into what I was discussing. And oh my God, to think that I need to go to the dentist today. And like I said, I may bloody well skip it and go to sleep and just go to the dentist on Tuesday. Then we'll see how that works out. Do maintain me in thought and prayer. And of course, that's it has its effect. It does work, and God knows how that will help, but I'm sure it will. And France itself, in terms of the New Caledonia problem, our issue, it looks ready to adjust, and because in 2018, President Emmanuel Macron visited New Caledonia before the vote, expressing pride in their decision to remain with France. Of course, that was brought about with a lot of terrorist paramilitary force, but this latest time, yesteryear, when the question came up, Emmanuel Macron stayed away. And afterwards, as noted by Denise Fisher, the former Australian Consul General in Noumea, he just referred to the success of the Second Democratic Rendezvous as a sign of confidence in the Republic. He promised to organize a third referendum if that was requested, and urged the territory's people to think hard about all scenarios after 2022. Meaning, you don't want to be left hanging as ripe fruit, low-hanging for the plucking by either the Australians or the Communist Chinese. The French Territories Minister, Sébastien Lecornu, he appeared set on encouraging flexible thinking when he arrived in New Caledonia yesteryear. He said this binary question of a yes or no to independence is not the answer to all the questions raised in society today. Now, that is so bullshit. It is so like, oh my God, the idea that you can stave off people trying to attain independence by saying something as just non-committally silly as that. Anyhow, so the real tech geek, he confirms what Jameson Rees has understood, that yes, many elites have been buying up land and castles in Scotland and Ireland. Well, there you go. That's what a keynote did. And so he's certainly a member of the elite. And yes, that is true, as we suspected. And of course, they all try to make themselves look like the locals. So they all claim they've got some kind of Scottish heritage, and they put their kilts on. And of course, they do the Irish equivalent of that, which of course, if I truly was seeded by my the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, then I probably have some Irish blood in myself. Then that would mean that well, fuck, what does that mean? It means like maybe I have some kind of genetic claim to a castle in Ireland as well. I highly doubt it. And but it's amazing how people do this. Let's buy up a castle in Europe, and they don't deserve to live there. Oh my God, these nations should be nationalizing their castles as state property. Their castles need to go to local nobility, not some fucking foreigners coming along and buying their shit up. It's like how desperate can you be to sell your heritage like that? But at any rate, such being said, how much time do we have left? About 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 2.5 hours left. And let me continue with where we're heading in terms of bringing this all into explanation for you, putting all of this into a context. Now, as I said, the New Caledonia's region has stepped into this debate. Vanuatu's opposition leader and recent foreign minister, Ralph Regenvanu, yesteryear urged more contact with loyalists to convince them New Caledonia can be a viable nation state. And he noted that this camp often cites his own nation of Vanuatu, which it was a former Franco-Anglian condominium, in other words, a British-French co-ownership, and then it became independence, and so people can often point to that as a bad example, a example of independence where the independence has proven dire or of negative consequences in terms of the experience of its citizenry. And, of course, Regenvanu told Radio New Zealand at that time, for us, it is quite amusing because we think we got a very good development model happening here. And that is, something that I'm happy to hear them say that, because obviously a lot of the colonists, the colonial powers, they don't want this to happen. In that context, Australia is looking oddly more pro-French than the French, meaning pro-revolutionary. Our friend Jameson Reese is back, so glad to have him back with us. I'm hoping I can make it through the next few hours, because knowing I have to get up in the morning, or at least pretending I'm going to try to go out in the morning to get this dental work done, I feel fucking sleepy just thinking about it. Oh man, this sucks. It's like Jameson Reese, when, you thought you had to go to get your fucking enema or whatever you were going to do. You kept falling asleep. This is how I feel right now. Holy shit.
It's the appointment fatigue.
Yeah, appointment fatigue.
The pre-appointment
fatigue. Yes, it fatigues you just thinking about it. This fucking sucks. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I feel like, normally I don't feel this sleepy. What the fuck? Oh god, I hate this shit. But anyhow, so like I said, Vanuatu, they think they're doing okay. But the French, or the whites on New Caledonia, keep saying, see what happens when all those blacks got their independence? Now they're living like shit. And, they think, well, we're not doing that bad. But at any rate, for those of you who don't know, like I said, Vanuatu was once run by the British and the French in tandem. In other words, the French and the British ran it together. That's how it attained independence, actually, ultimately, was because, they just got the whites to fight each other and then said, we're out of here. As I said, Australia is, in this context that I've articulated, Australia's looking more pro-French than the French themselves, because in a statement on the latest referendum result, the Foreign Minister of Australia, Maurice Payne, said, we recognize the choice made by New Caledonians to remain a part of France, herself so declaring that Australia values its close relationship with France as a like-minded partner in the Indo-Pacific region. We welcome France's ongoing commitment to the Pacific and its significant contribution to regional security and prosperity. Yeah, when they're not killing blacks. Anyhow, not a word in that comment, of course, about the, them black Kanaks and their aspirations. Two things are at play here. The Communist Chinese Empire has Australia spooked about the Pacific to the point where it is open to French duchessing that they are a significant counterweight through such things as the comparatively recently proposed FIA, or France, India, Australia Axis, and the appointment of a French ambassador for the Indo-Pacific region. This is a new French position of government, because who the fuck wants to be that ambassador to the Indo-Pacific region? Well, at any rate, the Australia is, of course, they're huge customers for the French arms industry. I think that says infinitely more about the situation than anything either nation can say. And now, as I've said, in terms of what's at play here, we have, of course, the Kanaks. They're oh God, how would I say this? What about the blacks on New Caledonia? What can be said? I'd say that, as I said, there's this recently well, was proposed last year. FIA, France, India, Australia axis. And you had the French themselves appoint an ambassador to the Indo-Pacific region. Both India and Australia are, of course, big customers for the French arms industry. By the way, Jameson Reese says I more or less applaud them compared to what's going on here. Is that what you're saying? Could you clarify, elucidate on that, Jameson? Thank you.
Well, what I mean is that they're actively resisting, whereas in the United States, I don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Thank you. No,
we're just waiting to get impaled and used as property again.
Yeah. Well, I doubt the Americans have the balls to legalize it. It's more.
Yeah, but
like,
then again, the Americans don't even legally declare war.
That's
they just
true too.
invade. So I mean,
yeah. Point well taken. Point well taken.
When did legality ever get in their way?
Yeah, good point. Touche. That's okay. I see what you're saying, and yeah, I hear you. So the New Caledonians are trying to vote for independence. The American version of that would, of course, be to create a new Africa, which, as Jameson Reese says, if it's going to exist, it's going to have to integrate the East Coast further up the coastline. That would connect to the Black Belt in the Dixie. And I have no doubt that this can be done, and that it's viable. And the biggest problem will be that many white pockets of population will be left kind of stranded in a sense. This is why you'd have to have a Bosnia-like situation where you'd have a foreign peacekeeping force to ensure.
Well, the thing is that we blacks are usually more inclusive of others from the outside than whites are to others from the outside. So we're more or less not going to wind up massacring them or anything.
I believe you, but it would be hard to convince them. Certainly,
well, I mean,
they probably know that they deserve to be massacred. So wouldn't they assume? You wouldn't blame them for assuming they will be.
No, but of course, if they were to attack, then they'd have to be put down. It's just the inevitable thing. Is that you bring up a good point, because I wonder if this isn't somewhat an ethnic attribute that they share. Is this sort of paranoia?
Of course they do, because obviously they're not in total irrational denial of what they've done. They're well aware of this. Is what people didn't understand what I was saying when I said that when the Klan organized, their concept was they were protecting white people. It sounds incredibly offensive to your average black American, but they were thinking of things like the Harper's Ferry Massacre, when black slaves were led by John Brown, a white fanatic. And if you look at illustrations of him, he has this impressive beard. He looks like a biblical patriarch, and he led the blacks on a mass murder spree where they were killing babies in their cribs, white babies in their cribs. So it's not like this didn't have a precedent that was extremely.
Oh yeah, and you're right. I'm pretty much aware. It's I honestly don't know why anyone black would take offense to that, because it's given the times, it's like it's you or me. Who's it going to be?
Right.
It is what it is. It's war.
Yes. Yeah. And so like I said, the Bosnia situation is what stands for me as a kind of example where you have a foreign peacekeeping force, one that would be more protective of one group and one that would be more protective of another. I envision the British as more protective of the whites in the South, whereas the United States would be the United States that I envision would be one where racial hybridization would be almost requisite. In other words, just the side of being required, where you would be forced to interbreed. And that would, of course, have to have its exceptions in terms of the Native American population. You wouldn't want to breed them out of existence. But they would have separate sovereign nation states to affect very autonomous areas that would hopefully be in alignment or alliance. But the United States would support the blacks of the South with an independent nation that would stretch in a black belt into the North or the Atlantic seaboard. And the whites would be supported by the British, which, the white Confederate states were almost recognized by the British Empire. So that would actually have basis in history. The white South has a British connection, in other words. And so that would at least lead to a kind of balance on the North American continent between those two populations. And with two foreign sponsor states, that would at least force international investigation into various incidents. Certain incidents would happen, but it would at least, like Bosnia, result in United Nations peacekeeping intervention. Now, in terms of the Pacific, both India and Australia are, of course, big customers of the French arms industry, which adds to the French influence in the Indo-Pacific region. And indeed, from a narrow military power balance perspective, it might seem attractive to keep a significant Western naval power like France watching over a vast stretch of the Pacific. For those of you who don't know, by the way, that depending on how you assess naval forces are based on various components that are dependent on the nation's maritime strategy. And trust me on this, people, aircraft carriers are not a sign of your naval capabilities in the sense of combat effectiveness on the high seas. These are colonial weapons where they're used to deploy against populations in rebellion or hostile populations in underdeveloped nation-state areas. They are not combat capable on the high seas as people would think, because the carriers are so fucking vulnerable. They're surrounded by an entire fleet just to protect the goddamn carrier, and still in combat exercises, naval maneuvers, which are simply war games, they're constantly sunk. Forgive me while I try and unwrap this fucking cord here while I'm talking on this subject. It's honestly one of these things that it's maddening, so I'm trying to just enable my ability to speak without dwelling on this cord that's literally around my neck, because I've got this neck heater on for my neck and shoulders provided by Lena, which of course provides me some sense of obligation towards her that explains why I don't, go out of my way to, obsess on her in a negative sense, but try and see the positive she did in my life. Of course, it's connected to an electronic cord that is twisted as hell and just, kind of drags my neck down unless I unwrap it. But when it comes to naval components, the force projection factors, in other words, the ships that compose a navy, they can be very different with each navy. And certain nations need a more carrier power projection than other nations. Now, France is a colonial power, and because France is a colonial power, France has usually maintained carriers. So if you're looking at the basis of this kind of conventional weapons assessment as kind of a power projection in which you're assessing naval power and say, well, that makes this Navy a modern fleet in being, a modern fighting force on the high seas, obviously, since the former Soviet Union and now the Russians have basically only one fucking carrier, then you would say, well, they're not that big a navy. And whereas Japan, its carrier fleet is comprised of carriers that are as large as their World War II carriers, equal in size to their World War II carriers, you would say, well, they've got a large fleet. It's probably the last time I checked, the second largest in the world next to the United States. Of course, China would have far more boats by sheer number, but they don't have threat projection capability the way that Japan's carriers would have. And in this case, the Japanese carriers count because they would be using them to project force against mainland China. In other words, this way they could go deeper in theater than they could simply by bombing out of Japan itself. They could actually attack parts of China that would otherwise be inaccessible if they were simply deploying from Japan's home islands. And they can use this for other countries. They can deploy force in other countries. But remember, there's still colonial projection armaments, attack carriers. The Japanese have them. The French have them, usually. The Australians have had them. And of course, the Americans, this is all they concentrate on. So they can just fly and all over the world and attack people. But that doesn't mean their attacks do any good or that they're really accomplishing anything with those attacks, but they have that. But do bear in mind, what most of you Americans don't know, is for all the carriers the Americans have, at any given time, half of them are in port and under repairs. So instead of 14 carriers, like you theoretically have on paper, at any given time you've only got 7 in operation. And with other nations, that is maintained more constantly. But anyhow, because of this, France, for the longest period of time, actually had the second largest navy in the world compared to the United States. So this France, by the way, for those of you who don't know, has colonies all over the world. In other words, it's got islands all around Melanesia or Madagascar. It's got islands in the Antarctic. It's got, an island off the coast of Mexico. It's because, in case you don't know it, they used to occupy Mexico, which is why the Mexican Independence Day is the day they kicked the French out of Mexico. But the French kept an island in the Pacific off the coast of Mexico. And they've got, of course, French Guiana, some French Caribbean islands, a lot of influence in Africa. So they have, for this reason, they rationalize a large national navy. So they are a world power and a nuclear power at that. France has about 80% of its present EEZ, or exclusive economic zone, is in the Pacific. So understand this much, that when it comes to free coastline and open seas, France is, of course, surrounded by nations in Europe, like Britain, Germany, Italy, Spain. It's boxed in by European nations, and it's free access to the high seas. It's mostly in the Pacific, and around its islands, it has an exclusive economic zone wherein it can fish and mine for natural gas and minerals and other resources. And, 80% of that shit is in the Pacific, not in Europe. How would I say this, however? When it comes to the Morrison government at the time in Australia, that I'm going back to all these hostilities, it was running counter to their signature initiative, placing Australia in the Pacific View Valley. That's the Fijian word for family, View Valley. And they were trying to say that Australia was part of this Pacific View Valley by saying, well, our continent, it was all black once. So as if that could elicit the sympathy of black people in the Pacific with a bunch of whites who took that continent away from their own people. But, they were trying to say they're part of the Pacific family, the View Valley, because of that. And the Melanesians are that family's most numerous people. They will actually, I don't know if anyone realizes this on the basis of how I'm saying they've suffered atrocities and invasions and exploitation, but demographically, the blacks in the Pacific will be outnumbering the white Australians later this century. So that means that the white supremacist population in the United States is declining, in Australia, it's declining and becoming more of a minority. And because of this, the Melanesians, the black people of the Pacific, take decolonization of their Kanak brothers very seriously. And the Australians should show that they do too. A more constructive approach would be to join regional leaders like Reagan Vanu in trying to convince loyalists to French colonialism that a new independent state of Kanaki, with continuing French support and encouraged Australian investment in its struggling nickel industry, might not be a bad thing. Certainly better than otherwise inevitable civil war and open conflict. For Australia, it would preempt malign influence from the Communist Chinese Empire or anywhere else and show their recognition that they are, as Reagan Vanu had told them earlier. As a matter of fact, just yesteryear, that Australia is part of a black region. And this brings us back to those Torres Strait Islanders, those little white islands, as colored on the map, in that map that I sent to James and Reese, between the northernmost cape of Australia and Papua New Guinea. Between the islands of Papua New Guinea and Australia are all these little islands that Australia effectively owns, but doesn't really administer. In other words, they let the blacks run their own affairs, but they've got total control of the destiny of these islands, but they don't really, care to invest energy in running these black people's lives on those islands. So the Torres Strait Islanders are effectively an autonomous black state that is unrecognized by the rest of the world, which is what it should be in the heartland of Australia itself for their Aborigines. And their experiences of this, what you would call a contemporary or a postmodern out movement. They're moving on to Australia for jobs. That's the experience for them of living in two worlds. The out movement of Torres Strait Islanders from their homeland, their home islands, to the Australian mainland, it's increased as people there have sought opportunities and services that are simply unavailable locally because the Australians never invested in, creating an infrastructure for them. And so that movement's just part of a wider problem faced by islanders in different locations who have migrated in response to a range of pressures, including poverty, inequity, political reforms, obligation and expectation, environmental pressures like the rising sea levels, personal freedom. And as the Torres Strait Islander migration is considered internal, in other words, they're supposed to be part of Australia anyway, this predicament tends to go unnoticed, and the experience is absent from most social work literature that you find, say, for instance, about Native peoples in America or the like. So you would find social workers in Australia studying perhaps the dependence of Aborigines on social welfare, but you wouldn't find much mention about the Torres Islanders because they're semi-independent. So the two worlds, the island life and the mainstream, that's a work in progress. But with New Caledonia, on the other hand, right across from Australia, you've got a Melanesian land with, thanks to colonialism, a vibrantly diverse cultural heritage forged by all the peoples who have played a role in that country's history, the native black Kanak people and the many communities from Europe, Asia, Polynesia, and Reunion Island off of Africa. That's quite a diverse multicultural mix. But the population of what the census in 2014 estimated was 2,607,840 people was estimated, back in 2009, at being 40.3% Black Kanak. That's a lot of people in the population. That is, if you can imagine a 40.3% Black population in the U.S., if you think there's black shows on TV now, but there's Vietnamese that live there. About 1% of the population is Vietnamese, anyhow, so there you go. I could go on about this. The population of historical European origin, the Caldoches, they come from convicts, people who were sentenced to exile there in the past, who ever since had children, the descendants of convicts. Maybe even the French are still sending convicts there. I don't know. But there were, of course, free settlers and adventurers who have tried their luck as traders or breeders. They have a strong sense of belonging to that island that stems from the idea that their ancestors contributed to the mining, agricultural, industrial, and commercial development of that territory, often in difficult conditions. The native blacks, the Kanakas, they're what would be considered a brown-skinned people of mixed Melanesian and Polynesian origin, whose ancestors were, of course, the original New Caledonians. And so the French writers have referred to them as indigènes, the natives, or the Kanakwes, from the Polynesian word Kanaka, which simply means man. Of course, they dislike the term Kanakwe, so don't use it. By the way, it's only recently that I found out that gypsy was a racial slur. Okay, the reason that this so made me angry was because the correct name for the so-called gypsy people, and if you started this conversation, say for instance with Peter Moon present, he'd have to jump in because, of course, if you're European, the most that, say for instance, any Western European knows about Romania is that gypsies come from Romania, is what anybody in Germany or other parts of Europe would tell you. Western Europe, they'll say, oh, gypsies come from Romania. And the Romanians, there's the one thing they hate most on earth is they're gypsies. Well, okay, what they're all referring to is the Romani population, okay? And the population tried to establish their own independent nation state in Somaliland, just like the Israelis established their own nation in the Levantine, the Jews, rather, who occupied and created what we call Israel. So the Romani deserve their own nation state, but their problem was they didn't have the power and the lobby to sue Germany like the Jewish people did after the war and, get themselves all kinds of reparations. So the Romani remain impoverished. But gypsy, it turns out, is like, that would be like calling them nigger. This is their term for nigger. And then you see Pacific Rim, and the film Pacific Rim with its, fucking giant robots. And the star of the show is the giant robot called Gypsy Danger, which is like a code phrase, GD, for this stupid Gundam robot piloted by, the way that they show that's being done in the Pacific Rim film is so stupid. I just can't believe that they, people who are like running motion sensors and moving inside the robot, there's a logic to that. But yeah, that's like James Reese says, it's like saying nigger danger. So when you see that film, do your best to educate people around you and tell them this is not right and tell them that, what they need to start saying in that film is Romani danger. Its director, by the way, is an asshole who's Spanish, but he's liberal Spanish and anti-fascist. He's the guy who made the anti-fascist propaganda film you forget it. Yeah, he says it's the worst insult to the mecha genre I've ever seen. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So there you go. And so there you have it. And understand that we need to educate ourselves on how other people feel about how they're referenced, and learn to respect that, honor that, and respect that. By the way, for those of you who are interested in turquoise oceans and blue skies and white beaches, all your dreams that you've ever had of the idyllic Pacific, that's all Melanesia. You would find all that in Melanesia, the kind of Pacific iconic landscape that you were raised to identify as specifically Pacific in nature. Melanesia embodies that. I mean, this has got to be some of the most beautiful landscape in the world, but it's much less politically coherent or culturally connected as a group of territories than Micronesia further north. In fact, as an outsider, a tourist, you would probably find it hard to identify any unifying thread or even very much in common between these different black cultures. I mean, in the 19th century, they were all invaded by Christian missionaries and formerly colonized by European powers, and as I said, Britain and France together shared sovereignty over the New Hebrides Islands. The New Hebrides are today's Vanuatu. Except for New Caledonia, all these countries finally won independence, except for, of course, the Torres Straits, perhaps. But then that would be very difficult to maintain an independent nation-state economy in the Torres Strait Islands. But they need to be recognized as what they are, a Melanesian culture all their own. But Fiji won independence in 1970, Papua New Guinea in 1975, the Solomon Islands 1978, Vanuatu in 1980. Imagine that. I mean, that's like when I started going to fucking high school. So it's like yesterday. And in New Caledonia, you've got this steady transition of powers to a local authority that began in 1998. But the referendum for independence, that's still ongoing. So again, the vote will be next year again, third vote. And of course, New Caledonia is culturally very French. It's also the richest of the Melanesian islands, thanks to the discovery of nickel ore. And Noumea, the capital, it would feel like a wealthy and sophisticated city like you would find in France. There's tarmac roads, modern architecture, office clothing, French high-end fashion brands available at boutiques, on display in their windows, French restaurants, French attitudes. And Vanuatu and Fiji, they would be more of a mix of modern and traditional. They would talk about poison, but in the Solomon Islands, that's not a drink. It's a betel nut, which is chewed and spat, and it gets you higher than a kite, like fucking cocaine. Turns your teeth black. So you probably don't want to partake in that. But if you did partake in that, you'd find yourself being able to do a lot more than you ever normally were able to do. And betel nut is, it's addictive as hell. And if you get started on that, well, that's likely to be a part of your life for some time to come, just like the cat of Africa is part of my life. And you can look like the cartoon Beetlejuice, yes, which is where I'm sure that whole thing was inspired by. When you chew and you spit that shit, it splashes streets all over the country in the Solomon Islands with a bright red stain. Solomon Islanders, they're very poor, and along with the Fijians, they They glory in wearing garish shirts and dresses, but there's no 3G, and we're talking third generation electricity or communications rather. So you're going to have very little Wi-Fi. So the music would be more like, well, it's where reggae, probably had a great deal of influence from. Well, in bars and taxis, you're probably going to hear a lot of country and Western music. Not always global classics, but local takes on that. In a local dialect, or in New Caledonia, it'd all be in French. But as a tourist, do be forewarned. It's Jameson says he'll pass on that. Most people would consider Vanuatu the disappointment of Melanesia. That it has some outstanding attractions, notably Mount Yazur, on Tanna in the far south. Where you can peer over the lip of this volcano that erupts several times every hour of every day. And you can see the molten lava bubbling red hot just 400 meters below. I mean, this is something that, most tourists will probably be, aside from that, the beaches are white. And the ocean, of course, is turquoise. So all of this is, part of this is what you'd be looking for to escape civilization. You're escaping civilization itself when you go to these places. But this is, of course. Now, the question that needs to be asked would probably be this geographical concept that some would claim would be based on outdated European ideas of race. So some people might ask if Melanesia really exists in the sense of a land of dark-skinned peoples, because the concept of Melanesia begins with the 18th century European concept, the theory that some people would claim poses a construct that the indigenous populations of the Pacific Islands, of the nations that we've articulated throughout Arc of Narrative so far, that these people have darker skin and are thus a different race than the inhabitants of the islands grouped as Micronesia, the small islands, or Polynesia, the many islands. The anthropologist Paul Sillitoe, and that's the guy's name, Sillitoe, Sillitoe, he described Melanesia as black islands as a historical category, which, albeit subject to arbitrary boundaries, because Australia was originally included, and Fiji is sometimes excluded because of people just being ignorant. They say it's become legitimized by use. The Papuan philosopher and a member of the Melanesian Alliance Party, MAP, the MAP, Bernard Narokobi, he's written that though Melanesian history lacks the binding effect of the written word or the naked power of the gun, that being a reference to centuries of foreign intervention reflected in the, just a kind of West-centric perspective imposed upon the colonized peoples, there is a common cultural and spiritual community that does exist regardless. Of course, these people were literally in the Stone Age, sticks and stones. In 1959, a group of French documentary filmmakers arrived on an island where men still literally lived in the Stone Age. And like various explorers before them, the makers of that documentary, which was entitled The Sky Above, the Mud Below. The Sky Above, the Mud Below, that was the title. They found that the past can be a foreign country in an almost literal sense. Across Melanesia, stone tools were still being used in the 20th century, which, coupled with the region's lack of organization into the type of nations found in Polynesia, led to judgments of barbarity. And, Yet it was this region that was among the first to develop agriculture on Earth. Thanks, of course, to the Taiwanese influence. And, of course, it's in a very real sense a modern babel of languages, a linguistic shatterbelt. The Melanesians have a certain ill-defined sameness, but language is definitely not the glue that binds, with probably around 1,300 languages spoken in region. That doesn't include dialects. Papua New Guinea is considered the most linguistically diverse country in the world, with and many of its, well, it's got over 850 languages, and many of them are Creole. In other words, like unser Deutsch, our German, from the German colonial days, kind of German up to the first grade level or something like that. And they are color-coded. They are basically, well, skin color means a lot. That's the very name, right? Melanesia, a land of colored peoples. And so that's where we get into a kind of race ranking. And when it comes to that racial ranking, the ideas of racial superiority were inherent in the division between Melanesia and Polynesia. The light-skinned Polynesians were considered more civilized and attractive than the darker Melanesians, who were described as frizzy blacks. And that furthered an enduring tradition of European romanticization of Polynesia, through Paul Gauguin's Tahiti paintings, for example. The Melanesian islands were also ranked according to their perceived similarity to Polynesia, with Fiji often preferred due to its history of contact with Tonga. So as a kind of trans-Pacific region, this brings us to the subject of trade in these islands. So you basically had the trade they conducted with each other. And so Jameson says these skin hierarchies, they're cracker constructs. I mean, it's part of Asian India too. So it's not the whites alone in that. The Asian Indians tend towards a kind of lighter coloration for the higher castes, and a darker coloration towards the lower caste. But at the same time, southern India is basically a black culture, and most of those caste systems are more up in the north. So, India that's a construct. I mean, they're on the same subcontinent, that superpeninsula of India, but they're very different cultures there. And India is that's a construct. I mean, I would have to say India is kind of like a combination of cultures forced together under an imposed idea. And so I foresee that breaking up. Anyhow, in terms of when it comes to the what's going on in Melanesia, you've got this, one of the things that renders them so important to our experience would be their cargo cults. And this is because they are so reflective of much of what we have going on in the Western world. Now, of course, I could go on a bit about their ethnic strife, or whatever cultural solidarity they have, their cultural disparity, and their political solidarity to a degree in the Melanesian island world. Of course, their very significant environmental importance, their importance to the environmental health of the Pacific Ocean. All of this I could go into, but definitely one of the things that I think is the most important as applicable to our own experience would be the cargo cults. And that is something we caused, and yet at the same time, without conscious volition, we emulate in the Western world in our own way. Now we've got 2 hours remaining on the time that we have to speak of this. So let me go a bit into these cargo cults, and I've gone into them a little bit before, but I feel it's necessary to go into these cargo cults again. I want to emphasize, of course, that one of the things that I have to prepare for is, trying to stay awake until I see my dentist. And because I'm already falling asleep, I don't know if I'll make it that far. And I could take this opportunity to take a break, but I think it's important to talk about this and kind of bring this, in that sense, back into our own experience. And then go into, why I come to some geopolitical conclusions that I do, etc. So let's get into that. Let me try and pull my head out of my ass. And do me a favor, people. It always motivates me to see activity in the chat room and activity of people contacting me via the Facebook, the comments left on the Facebook promotional banners, etc. Leave an entry on Facebook or here in the chat room, and that will help motivate me to get feedback. It's always good to get feedback. I know people are out there listening. I see the numbers. But having feedback from my listeners, that's always wonderful. Nothing beats that. So definitely appreciate that. While I go into these subjects, helps to keep me awake. Okay. Going into maybe a little bit before I go into the cargo cult, a few other things to bring up about Melanesia. There was a king of the island of Fiji. The first United Kingdom of Fiji was under the King Seru Ebenezer Kekoba, and he was a cannibal warlord who declared war on Christians before converting to Christianity himself in 1854. Now, because he was beset by problems, he repeatedly asked the British to establish Fiji as a colony, and Britain agreed in 1874, having previously thought that Fiji was simply too isolated to warrant colonization. So the end result was that it took a long while before Fiji became independent from the Brits again. And ultimately, once they did, then ultimately their royal kingdom, they abdicated their throne. And they became something like a democratic republic or something of that nature. I mean, I'm sure everybody has their argument with whether to define some of these governments as actual democracies or the like, but they do their best. So aside from that, of course, the ocean, along with the canoes to cross it, those play a big role in Melanesian history. In Fijian folklore, the Kaunitoni was a canoe that carried ancestral founders to the island. And so the Spanish, honestly, when they basically found gold on their arrival at the Solomon Islands in 1568, they thought they had discovered the source of King Solomon's biblical wealth. And that's why they named those islands the Solomon Islands. So from 1865 thenceforth, boats facilitated the colonial practice of what was called blackbirding, which meant transporting people through deception or force for the purposes of labor. and large numbers of Solomon Islanders and Vanuatuans. They were taken to Fiji to work on various, plantations. Cotton plantations, as a matter of fact. That's why the word cotton picking is considered such an insult. When you hear people from the Deep South or, these European colonial backgrounds using the term cotton picking to refer to something like that cotton picking motherfucker, or that basically they're calling you a nigger, or whoever they're referencing by that, because blacks were transported to pick their cotton, no matter where these people set up their plantations. Now, of course, it's not unique to Melanesia, but you had a widespread practice of headhunting, and the British missionary, and this was in 1901, at the beginning of the 20th century, Harry Moore Downsey, who estimated that he saw no less than 10,000 human skulls while accompanying a punitive raid of the Papuan island Goa Ribari, which was itself a reprisal for the islanders' murder and consumption of missionaries. And in his 1914 study of Melanesian society, the anthropologist W.H.R. Rivers noted that the skull cult was particularly prominent in the Solomon Islands. Now, as a symbol of a person, the skulls of enemies have become the chief object of warfare. Well, that was his studied conclusion. So what you had was many of these islanders, if you can imagine, over the years, these are small population bases. You're talking about what? Like I said, thousands of people on an island, not millions. And in literally one single island, these smaller ones, you're only talking about maybe dozens of people, scores of people, hundreds of people at the most in some cases. When an island, you see a stockpile of 10,000 human skulls, well, people have been killing each other and cannibalizing each other for what must have been a very long period of time. That's gotta give any foreigner the chills. But definitely, this is, it's a place where it's in many ways not for the faint of heart. So in terms of the ethnic conflict on the Solomon Islands itself, you've got, of course, different ethno-linguistic groups that are in conflict with each other. The people of Bougainville have sought full independence from Papua New Guinea rather than a union with the Solomon Islands. But basically, that's the country that encompasses the rest of the archipelago in which their own island is located. And of course, it's their sentiment as to not want to become part of the Solomon Islands is, well, it's not difficult to understand. The Solomon Islands is a poor and unstable state beset with enough ethnic conflict where it was internationally rationalized that the Australians could invade and that would be a good thing as the rest of the world saw it. And their troubles intensified in the late 1980s when the feuding between the indigenous inhabitants of Guadalcanal and immigrants from the neighboring island of Malaita, they brought it to the edge of state failure. And that's why in 2003, the Honiara government requested international security assistance. And that's when Australia, New Guinea, and 20 other Pacific Basin countries responded by sending a sizable peacekeeping mission that was dubbed Operation Helpin' Friend. Helpin' Friend. That's pidgin English for help a friend, which is okay, don't even get me started on Pidgin English, okay? We've been over this, and James and Reese and I conclude this is conspiracy by the white men to look all, to make all colored men that they teach this Pidgin English to look as stupid as possible, and sound as stupid as possible, and in that they've succeeded, and and it's tragic. But while reestablishing basic security through this Pidgin operation, they did not generate stability. And in 2006, the rioters in Oniara torched the Chinese commercial establishment after rumor spread that Chinese business people were bribing members of parliament, and that the People's Republic of Communist China at that point had to send in chartered aircraft to airlift hundreds of their own citizens to safety. That's when additional troops were deployed from Australia, New Zealand, and Fiji, but the Solomon Islands government still fell, and its economy plummeted. Well, I could only say consequently thereafter. I mean, that is, of course, to be expected, right? Your government falls, your economy is not going to prosper. Economy relies on stability, and, well, there you have that. But the turmoil that I'm describing of the Solomon Islands, it's not unusual in its locale. You've got ethnic strife, governmental instability, general insecurity. Well, that characterizes basically the immediate neighborhood. And as a result, it's Australian commentators that have dubbed it, well, the area, they deem it the arc of instability. This is something that I provided J.M.O. Reese a map of. And if you were to take a look at this map, and there are explosions from one end of Indonesia all the way to Tonga in the middle of the fucking Pacific until they run across islands that are under direct influence of New Zealand, and that's across the international date line. So let's just put it this way. It's basically all the way up to the international date line, and then leaking a little beyond that into the Western Samoa. That's where you've got these, well, assassinations, riots, military coups d'etats, tribal conflicts, civil war, gangs, you know, it just could go on and on. Failed states, basically. Gang war and asylum seekers that continually try to take off and make it to Australia. I guess because that's the biggest thing you can fucking hit in the ocean, right? The biggest hunk of sand. Coming out of the Pacific. So there you have that. So this politically fraught region, this arc of instability, extends from eastern Indonesia through Melanesia to western Polynesia. But of course, as evocative as that phrase is, it's ambiguous because, well, other people have deployed it elsewhere, including Central Asia and a vast swath of the planet extending from the Caribbean basin to Southeast Asia. It could be considered part of this arc. The Third World throughout the Cold War was considered the cockpit of conflict. So, with that in mind, this is, I guess, what you'd call a bad neighborhood. The ghetto of the Pacific. And that's what brings us back to the irrationality of the cargo cult, which finds, well, it follows a certain logic of its own, but not necessarily any logic that effectively works. So this is what brings us back to, well, an unexpected consequence of Western contact. Melanesia's cargo cults, they're a form of religion unique to the region. Because noticing that Westerners regularly received shipments of cargo, a belief emerged among the islanders that performing certain rituals, such as building an aerocraft's runway, would also yield such riches. The exact origins of the cargo cult phenomenon are, well, unclear to most whites, but I'll provide them. They became well known after the Second World War. Among the most famous cults is the still active John From cult in Vanuatu. And that name possibly derives from an American GI stationed on the island during the war. Ergo, John from Texas, to John From, F-R-U-M, as in, Pidgin English. Now, members of that cult believe that goods meant for them that are intercepted by the Americans, the cargo that should be coming to them, will one day be returned. So it's very, very sad. And there's no other way to describe that, but I'll try to put it into a context where you have a better understanding thereof. Understand that in the Melanesian islands of the southwestern Pacific, the millenarian quest for the gods, they took the form of these cargo cults, and it was directly responsive to the eruption of Europeans into tribal life that was quite literally inexplicable to the conservative native cultures of these islands. And by conservative, I mean they conserved nature, as in conservancy. And they had to ask, who were these white men? Why were they so rich and so powerful? Of course, the missionaries said the white man's strength came from God and Jesus in particular, but even when natives converted to this Christianity, they remained poor and weak. Eventually, out of their first-hand observations, mangled Christian doctrine, and native lore, tribe after tribe discovered what they felt to be the truth. That God, which in New Guinea is sometimes called God Manup, in syncretic union with the chief local deity. In other words, they were originally worshipping the great god Manup. And so Christian God merged with that god is God Manup. And, they felt that, God meant for the natives to have the cargo, which is, all this shit that came in crates that the whites were getting, especially in World War II, where they got nonstop shipments of this shit, fine weapons, liquor, clothing, and so forth. Like the missionaries' wives would get delivered to them. And they felt that God Manup had sent the missionaries to bring this shit. However, missionaries were greedy and diverted the cargo, all the cargo, to themselves, and lied to the natives about it. That's what the natives felt. So if the Melanesians could discover the secret way to order cargo, like you do on Amazon, only they're trying to do this without any internet, well, this is where they decided to take it upon themselves to open Rat Bilong Kego. Now, open Rat Bilong Kego would be in their language of the Papuans. And like I said, we're talking about 800 different fucking languages here, but this is the one my dad related to me, the tribe he spoke with. They said, open the road to cargo, whereupon God would send them all the good things, and usually punish the greedy white man with a cataclysm. And who couldn't celebrate that? Now, to open the road of cargo, often the entire tribe would have to reform its ways. Sometimes these reforms involved destroying all native food, idols, or weapons to demonstrate complete faith in the arrival of superior cargo replacements. And this destruction merged with missionary magic and traditional offerings to spirits as the Bilasim Tabor, the decorated table ceremony. That was the most common manifestation of ritual to bring cargo into one's world. They basically burned the sacrifice on a table set in European fashion, including a white tablecloth. So, calling the cargo, this also took a European form. It involved building replica airstrips or dockyards out of palm fronds, bamboo, gourds, and other local materials. As a matter of fact, let me shoot an image of this to our friend Jameson Reese, and he can help describe it to you all. And let me see if I've got this here on file where it's readily accessible. And this gives you an example of how far they went. So, Jameson, if you could access that in your private messages and describe that to our listeners. I don't think that, by the way, I hope to hell he's awake. When he had an appointment. There he is.
I'm surprisingly still up.
Oh, thank God, yes. So there you go, my man. So this is an example of the cargo cult and the capacity they have to make it real. And what's missing from this is they noticed that all the white pilots had headphones, so they make those out of coconut shells. I mean,
holy shit, that's actually very impressive.
Thank you. Thank you. It is. This is what
my God.
This is what my father was telling me about. Yeah, and this is like, you know, they built replicas like this, strawmen that look just like, you know, the president of the United States, thinking that if they could build a replica of him, that somehow his power would be, you know, blessed upon them, and they could.
They'd have to burn that effigy.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah, and you would hope they did ultimately with enough disappointment. But yeah, so there you go. All these local materials went into doing what they did. They constructed. By the way, describe this to them. They built a biplane here that looks like
It looks like a complete replica of a biplane. Except it's made almost entirely of. It looks like almost like a biplane made of hay or some kind of
palm fronds.
Yeah, palm fronds. I mean, it's the palm fronds look like they look like they could. Well, they look very much like hay. Palm fronds look like hay, and the structures. You could see like the bamboo as like holding up the two wings and whatnot. This is very, very, very detailed.
Yeah,
there's nothing primitive about it.
Thank you. It's very impressive, and all that artwork, all that energy. It's like it's like their version of the Europeans building Gothic cathedrals. This is like they're doing all this with their local materials, and what they do with that is incredible. There's
absolutely no way you can. There's absolutely no way looking at this anyone could consider them primitive people.
Thank you. These are ingenious people. It must be remembered in their own right. And although the first cargo cults emerged in the 1890s in New Guinea, it was the dislocations of World War II that sent the whole southwestern Pacific into apocalyptic ferment. The invading Japanese were seen as avenging angels, or interpreted as demons, or some tribes identified them or misidentified them as disguised or cursed Europeans, or the spirits of the dead. The Japanese were mostly seen, of course, as the avenging angels because they would take the Europeans and behead them. And therefore, the cargo cults identified them very much as a blessing. But the counter-invading Americans, of course, both reinforced the as I said, with the Japanese executions of the missionaries in particular, they bought by that action. They impressed the black Melanesians, and in that sense, gained their loyalty. But at the same time, aside from the non-white Japanese, when the counter-invading Americans took the islands, you had these multiracial forces that deeply perplexed the cargo cultists, especially when they saw black Americans, and they were forced to introduce further complications into their narratives. The overwhelming wealth of the Americans, they reinforced the utopian theme of the cargo cult as much as the Japanese execution of their European oppressors did. And all across New Guinea and as far east as New Caledonia, the tribes knew that the new age of cargo magic and cargo paradise was just over the horizon. And so they began to build effigies of our presidents and base their technology on what they had seen of planes that had landed. But basically, the concept is, in terms of magic, it's extremely practical. It's a grounded kind of magical cosmology of cargo belief. The magic is supposed to get you stuff, and vice versa, stuff is supposed to get you magic. So basically,
that's what magic does. It gets you stuff.
There we are. And so you have to adjust for inflation, of course. I'm not being facetious here, but basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to redirect cargo from heaven, they're operating on World War II level exposure to our technology, so you've got to kind of adjust for inflation, and so they've been making more and more of the types of planes they saw at the time, leading up to World War II and after. So basically, they use these bilasim tabol, or white table ceremonies, and basically they have to burn some food, liquor, tobacco, and basically by burning or consuming that, then you summon spirit or a blessing or applicable spells. God Manup, of course, doesn't charge European prices for local table magic. That would be usury. But basically, they do what they do according to a logic, as my father described it. And as befits its name, cargo magic doesn't really work on single items. It attracts them in bulk. So basically, you've got to think big to make bulk shipping worthwhile. You basically, to make all this bulk shipping worthwhile for God Manup, because he's a very busy man after all, you take a mixed lot of cargo, including clothing, European food, liquor, machetes, flashlights, and rifles. And basically, you're asking for a ton of all this good shit in return. A ton of cargo is enough to clothe, arm, feed, and support 250 people for about 40 days. The trick, of course, lies in getting the cargo to the summoner, and this requires the cargo magician to construct or cause to be constructed a suitable reception point for the cargo, such as a dockyard, a lighted drop zone, or even a full airstrip. And therefore, the cargo magician must expend days in construction, and that would bring you a return for your energy expended. That's the kind of economics that we're dealing with. And with that, Hopefully you get a little understanding. Now, I understand most of you are going to be not only skeptical of this, but you're going to be quite contemptuous thereof. But basically, these cultures are trying to summon a 1-ton parachute drop. Basically, something like they know what they're thinking of. They visualize it as something like my father described as $4,000 in cargo dropped in 5 400-pound loads like they used to see in World War II, each hanging from a $100 parachute. So in order to get all that, since they didn't have 4,500 US dollars, they would expend instead about 9 days of ritual between 4 cargo magicians and clear, enough forest for hexes, well, flares and beacons and flags to kind of hex down their desire. And of course, some of them had every intention of trying to summon a fully loaded DC-3 or C-47 with about $12,000 in cargo on an $83,000 airplane. So about 4 cargo magicians would spend a little over 6 months, about 190 days, having their tribe clear, build, and decorate an airstrip. Like our friend Jameson says, they ought to get the cargo just for the just on the aesthetic, the basis of their sculptures alone. And I agree. I mean, this truly is an art. Now, once it's built, however, a cargo dockyard or airstrip, it halves the energy cost for future summonings because God Manup now has an address in his files, right? And so the parachute drop zones aren't addresses, so they never go down in cost. But to summon a fully loaded PBY Catalina with about, well, $8,000 in cargo on an $87,100 airplane, well, then my dad would say about 4 cargo magicians would get together and basically take only about 96 days of ritual clearing, maintenance, and chanting into their gourd radios to conduct their summoning. Now, there's various components that might cut down on the needed energy for cargo magic. Usually things used by Europeans primarily or exclusively. So many cargo magicians spent months looking through European books for the true name of God or another osa, meaning a true ritual, such as the Europeans would use to make cargo. Basically, you've got these guys doing ceremonial reading from procedural books that would basically consist of U.S. Army field manuals or railroad schedules. And this would, of course, cut their time needed for oration. If they could find the true name of God, it would cut all requirements by 90%. My father related his experiences with these people as a quartermaster, a kind of supply expert of on his own right, and just how this impacted the magic of these people because you couldn't speak to them in terms of anything else. It had to be in these terms. And of course, Jameson says if they start dropping out these, let me see. Actually, you can say that to us personally rather than my reading it out loud, Jameson. You can tell the people what your observation is.
Well, what I'm saying is if their magic actually starts to, cause like planes to fall out of the sky.
Yeah.
I will definitely need to consider hiring them.
For some schematics, yeah. If they start dropping out commercial airlines,
with that level of magic, then they've caught my eye.
Well, they've been doing it for so long by now. Something must be working for them. They must be getting some kind of return for this to continue. So,
Well, I wonder if some of these missing airlines that have happened might have been over those islands.
you really have to wonder. It's honestly, it's a fascinating concept. And is that the case? Do some of these disappearing planes or boats, do they wind up bringing cargo to these cults? It's honestly, the way they go at it, there must be feedback that has led them to continue. By the way,
Yeah, because if there wasn't any return, they wouldn't keep doing it.
thank you. Thank you. Anyhow, K. Melaton says, Doug, I don't get how only 1/4 of 100 people are listening to you drop real fucking knowledge and real history. Are the other 7,899 billion people retarded? I never miss a show, bro. Thank you. Well, God bless you. But to tell you the truth, the numbers, when they show the concurrent viewers and you see about 25 concurrent viewers, like I'm seeing right now, and like Kay Maylatin is also seeing, believe it or not, that is an average. That's simply an average. The reality is that the number is actually much higher, and you can see that when it uploads. So when the video uploads, then what you have is a kind of more aggregated number of people who have been listening throughout the show or tuning in repeatedly. Now, at any given time, what they do is they average really down. They really average down the numbers so that people look at the live stream, and I guess they do this so people don't get their hopes up or something. But you know, you don't want people like thinking they're hot shots with a fab audience. I'm doing, comparatively speaking, I'm doing good. Go on.
Heaven forbid they heaven forbid these YouTubers start asking to be monetized.
Oh God, well, you knew my experience with that. I mean, we still can't get our money out of that. Fucking what we got in there was a little over, close to $200, I guess, and it was just we couldn't get it out of there. We don't know how to get it out of there, and so it's like, and then Google keeps reaching in and taking its money, taking that out of that. So fuck them. I mean, so just don't monetize, because then they start pushing the commercials on it, and then people bitch because they can't stand the commercials. I mean, you may as well not be monetized, because obviously, if I knew how to get the money out and it were practical, then I'd do it. But it's proven to be just, it's not worth pursuing, and honestly, we're better off with what we're doing with the books and everything else. There are some people who have asked for interviews that Our Lady Selena Khan will check into the background of. There's somebody who's asked for an interview with myself recently, and let's take a look at his invitation here. So she'll check into his background, and she'll give me her impression of him. But I forwarded this to Peter Moon. He said he got the same request, and he doesn't seem to have responded to it at all. So I'm not quite sure whether he thinks this guy is not worth his time or whatnot. But, I'll count on Our Lady Selena to make my decision for me. Let me take a look at what this guy is saying. And here we are. Easy Speaks Not. I mean, odd name. Easy Speaks Not. Easy spelled EAZY. And then space. And then Speaks Not as a single word with an uppercase S and N. Easy Speaks Not at the speakuneasy@gmail.com. Mr. Dietrich, I'm reaching out to you for the second time to possibly get an interview with you. I heard your stories of the Presidio, and it would be an absolute honor to get an interview with you on my podcast. I'm big on sharing stories, and I'd really think you'd be a cool person to interview. Please let me know, as this is my second request to you, sir. And respectfully, the Speak Uneasy, U-N-E-Z, and in parentheses it says Russ. And of course, says he's actually emailed myself before. I know someone did, and I had planned on responding, but I became so overwhelmed with, all this tooth shit and everything aside from that, basically, I got subjected to everything except catching COVID. Let's hope I don't jinx myself with that. And, well, at least I got the shot. So, with so let me see this. Let me see if I can find this in the Is this site you want to visit? Oh, fuck. Let me get out of here. How did I do it there? All right. Let me see if I can find his other email. There we are. Put this in the search. Get his other email up. So here we are. Here's his other interview. I'm reaching out to you for a possible interview I can have with you on my podcast. I've heard about you a few years ago and about your experiences at the Presidio. I found it very intriguing. I found your take on the surrender of Japan to the USA after World War II very interesting too. Please let me know if you're able to set up. Of course, I said just the opposite of what he's saying, but that's what he means. He just doesn't know how to express it. Please let me know if you're able to set up a possible interview or just a discussion on my podcast, sir. Thank you for your time. I hope to hear from you soon. And here's a podcast and a link to where I do live shows. So let me forward that to everybody involved. So let me do that to Selena. And since our man, Mr. Peter Moon already has contacts with this guy, he has probably had the ability to review his stuff. So let me send this to him anyway, just in case. And you'll get a copy of this, and then you can actually look over this and tell me what your impression is of this individual as well. So I've just emailed that to you, the possible interview. And since he's got some leaks up there, then it'll be interesting what impression you get of that. And okay, so let me click out of here, check out on the latest notification that I got, and then return to arc of narrative. So in the time we have remaining, which is about a little over an hour, we have a let me try and kind of bring this home to our listeners. I mean, I think people are aware now of Melanesia and its cultural wealth and basically where we are back in the States. Well, think about what we're doing. All of these Melanesians are trying to order long distance. This is their version of Amazon.com, right? And so what happened was that in our world, high tech won the pandemic, and now it may never lose, because as our world was reeling, Silicon Valley supplied the tools that made our life and work possible. And now these tech companies are awash in money, and questions about what it means to win amid so much loss. Now, in a recent interview, Mark Andreessen, who's a central figure in Silicon Valley for a quarter of a century, he told the Substack writer, Noah Smith, that we went from being pirates to being the Navy. And people may love pirates when they're young and small and scrappy, but nobody likes a Navy when it acts like a pirate. And today's technology industry can come across a lot like a Navy that acts like a pirate. So in April of yesteryear, with 2,000 Americans dying every day of COVID-19, Jeff Bezos, Amazon's chief executive, and supposedly the world's richest man, announced he was focusing on people rather than profits, which coming from him is automatically suspect, right? Anybody in that position who says something like that, you begin to suspect, I'm focusing on people rather than profits. First thing I suspect is that he's eating them. Anyhow, Amazon declared it would spend about $4 billion in the next few months, quote unquote, as Jeff Bezos said, providing for customers and protecting employees, which he said was wiping out the profit that he would have made without the virus. By the way, our man Jameson Reese, he says, can kind of see why Peter didn't respond. Oh shit! What are you seeing? Oh my god!
Well, the first link is something where I guess they have something like a Spotify or something, and it's a lot of Bible, Jesus, Bible stuff, And then the second link is like some kind of Revolution Radio type looking thing, except it's like Patriots and all this other shit. And I'm like, okay, why do I get the uneasy feeling about this?
It might be an ambush, in other words, because, you know.
Yeah, I think I trust Peter's silence on this one. I think he could smell bullshit a mile away. And I personally, I mean, catering to a wide audience is, I guess, is a good thing, but I don't really know if those are people we really want to get involved with. Yeah.
It's you know, if he's listening, the first thing I would say to him is understand we have to be healthy skeptics here about people approaching us. That obviously I have a history of people setting up ambushes, and it's one of those things where you just want to be cautious about you know, your time, who you spend it with. And we saw what happened with Nicole Froelich, and it took months before she met her, you know, proper rewards, her just desserts for her setting me up in an ambush. And this, of course, was a product of really Peter Moon himself having a dream about my mother, of all things, which, you know, just based on the sentiment involved with that, I didn't originally want to be interviewed by her, but I went for it. And then we saw what happened with that. And it was oh my God, just what a waste of time and energy that I could otherwise have spent. And then, of course, that was coupled with the betrayal by Lena Shea immediately thereafter. All of this was all part of what had been established by, you know, I keep, for some reason in my mind, Ivanka Trump keeps coming up in my mind, but I really mean Lilith Aquino. So Lilith Aquino had set this up, and, you know, all of this was part of what we described and articulated earlier. No need to relive the horror, but people understand where I'm coming from. So I'm glad you checked that out. I'll check it out myself later, maybe, or simply find out what kind of impression Selena has as well. And
I mean,
but
yeah, I mean, if it's legit, I'd say go for it. But the thing is, like, I don't know how productive it is, you know, speaking to a sort of audience that already has the sort of cognitive bias skewed in favor of the Republicans. I would,
yeah.
I would tend to just say, fuck them, let them burn.
It's a good point. I mean, and you know, obviously, again, in case he's listening to us, I'd be a bit more diplomatic. But you know, people have heard me say that forever, so it's not like it's not like they don't know our perspective on this, right? So
yeah, and you know, forgive my French. I have a hard time remembering that. You know, I tend to be very, very how do we say, stark with things. I just come right out with it.
I hear you. Yeah,
I'm not very socialized in etiquette of softening the blow.
and this is a case where, you know, at this point, why bother? They must have heard me speaking in that fashion myself, so they know where I come from. So you know what it reminds me of is there was this this program you can look up. That was, I think the channel was called Hillbilly Patriots, which alone tells you everything you need to know. But that was where Stephen Outram and Michael Aquino were both interviewed basically on the same day, one following the other directly, by this guy who had interviewed myself a year or two beforehand, or, you know, a few years beforehand. And this idiot was someone who, you know, I don't remember his name at all by now. I could conceivably have accessed it on my old timeline, but then again, the old timeline, the further back you went, it was very hard to get towards the early stuff because it becomes increasingly harder. Just, you know, the internet becomes less reactive the deeper back you go in time. So it's hard to dredge some of that stuff up. But he was like some clown. His wife was a school teacher, and but you know, what a couple of assholes they were. You know, first speaking with myself and then speaking with people like Stephen Outram, and even though that was a year or two later, And even though the guy was saying, well, you know, I've spoken to Douglas Dietrich before, I've spoken to him before, and in other words, he was trying to display some skepticism towards what Steve Outram was saying. The point is, he interviewed him, and then right after that, interviewed Michael Aquino.
I mean, if I were to analyze it, I'd say that he was trying to use you as a launch pad so he could get to Outram and Aquino. Because I would come to think that he wanted to speak to Aquino from the get go.
Yeah, I understand.
All he would have, all he would have to do is contact Aquino and say the magic words. I spoke to Douglas, and Aquino would be like, "Oh boy, here we go. I gotta."
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I understand. And it's I don't think so, because he took too long to act on it. It was like a year or two later.
2 years though. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it was just something that my impression was with him in the beginning, that he was sincere, and that just like most of these people, here's the problem: you get these people who interview people. You know, at that point, it's a stupid thing to do. I mean, why would anyone want to do that if you're trying to like base your show on interviewing people, which most of these people are stuck with, because unlike myself, they've got nothing to say themselves. Then all they can do is rely on other people. But then you're stuck constantly looking for people to interview, right? I mean, you know, you can't live like that.
I mean, they become miniature. They become like miniature Art Bells.
Thank you, which is like worthless. And Art Bell, of course, after a while, he fell into his rut, just like George Noy has fallen. These people are in a rut where they interview the same people over and over and over and over.
Oh yeah. Art Bell was notorious for interviewing this one guy. This guy who was supposed to be like this mad scientist who constructed all kinds of weird shit and had things floating around his lab.
Oh God, who? You know, I think I know who you're talking about.
Some dude who, a guy who wears glasses.
I can't remember his name, but then don't
like
forget he had all these idiots he had on. Don't forget Mel's Hole. He had Mel's Hole. That was his big trip. He had on this guy named Mel.
Oh yeah,
his fucking hole. Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah. This hole was supposed to be like a portal to hell or some shit.
Yes,
and that was debunked in such a way that it was quite hilarious.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just shit. It's like, you know, like he himself said, anyone who listens to my show and takes it seriously needs to have their head examined. He knew he was just spewing shit. So he had contempt basically for his listeners. I couldn't even remember that Australian guy's name. And then, you know, Peter Moon remembered it and he said it. And then as soon as he said it, I forgot the name again. You know, I still can't remember the Australian guy's name. I found him so fucking irritating. But you know, these people, they all deserve each other. People like, you know, Art Bell and the Australian reverse speech freak, and Ted Gunderson, and you know, all these people. They're really just, you know, people in the same pig pen. And
yeah, they're sleaze. They appeal to the lowest common denominator, which happened to be like a sort of dying demographic who have nothing better to do and are pretty much fed shit from the World War II propaganda mill.
Yeah, and they're just a continuity of that. And so there you go. I mean, it's all what a joke. And so this guy, yeah, he strikes me by what he said about Japan. He obviously says that, and your take on Japan surrender in World War II, rather than saying, you know, America surrender. It's like he's afraid to say it. It's like you said, what's the point? Well, I'll get some more feedback from, I'm glad I asked you, and I appreciate your feedback, and, you know, I'll get some more from Selena as well, and maybe from Peter, and, you know, probably it'll be a no-go, but, you know, hopefully people understand the point I'm making right now about what happened during the pandemic with Amazon. Here you had Jeff Bezos, you know, Mr. I'm launching my dick in space and shit. Watch me come, you know, in a fiery blaze of orgasm. And this guy was saying in April of yesteryear that he was going to wipe out the profit that his retailer it would have made without the virus And by taking care of his customers and protecting his employees and putting the money back in the people, he said, you know, that he was going to do people instead of profits. Of course, this is kind of typically, how would you call it? Hyperbolic Amazon announcement. It's just a shrewd public relations move to sacrifice financial gain at a moment of misery and fear. And Bezos said that this was the hardest time we've ever faced. You know, I mean, because you could just see him so destitute. You know, the man on the street wants a light, right?
I mean, yeah, everyone else is dying, and he's like flying off into space in a
thank you.
giant penis.
Yes, you could see. Yeah, you could see just how devastated he's been, and so he suggested that this new approach would extend indefinitely, and he even advised his shareholders. He said, if you're a share owner in Amazon, you may want to take a seat. And yet, at the end of July of yesteryear, Amazon announced its quarterly results, and rather than earning zero, which is what he was insisting would be the case, as Bezos himself predicted, it notched an operating profit of 5.8 billion United States dollars, a record for his company. Okay, what is wrong with this picture? Well, you know, and the months ever since have established new records. I mean, new highs. I mean, he's flying into space in every sense. Amazon's margins, which measure the profit on every dollar of sales, they're the highest in the history of the company, which is based in Seattle, Washington. You know, state up above our Lady Amanda and her Oregon. And after he stepped aside as chief executive early this month, Mr. Bezos flew to suborbital space for 10 minutes this week. And upon returning, he expressed gratitude to those who had fulfilled this lifelong dream. He said, I want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer, because you guys paid for all of this. And tell me, are you feeling good about that, Jameson? Does that give you a big, warm, fuzzy? Are you like,
I am just cackling with cynicism.
Thank you.
Because it more or less reinforces what I already believed true about, you know, just everyone who's in that position and does the same thing. He's just a cookie cutter. He's just a cookie cutter clone of what these guys do.
Yes, I mean it is like I don't. It's just the balls. It's the balls. The fact that he was, you know, it came out and said it.
Well, that he said it means that he holds his customers
and his employees in contempt.
His employees in so much contempt, he needs to literally just spray his rocket gum over their faces.
I mean, let's put that into perspective for a second. And by the way, who's ever seen his fucking little space mobile, it is a penis. It is a penis. He knows who paid for him to go to space. The world's richest man, and this, by the way, when they use that term, it's highly in doubt. I'm sure that the old riche, like Rockefeller's dynasty, etc., they're just not listed, okay? But he's the richest man we know of. Let's put it that way. The richest man we know of in the world. He commissioned the rocket, but his Amazon empire, we, the customers, and his workers, are what covered the bill. And, I mean, he really flew to space. I mean, the richest known person on Earth, the richest person known on Earth, he boarded this reusable rocket he dreamed up and funded, launched to the edge of space to experience a few minutes of weightlessness, and said, oh, now I can feel like I'm no longer a fat white man. And then he came back down, because that's what happens after you ejaculate. You know, it goes flaccid, right? You go back down. And he made the trip with 3 people who decided they trusted him enough with their very lives. His brother, Mark Bezos, Wally Funk, who was an aviator, and Mr. Oliver Damon, an 18-year-old fresh out of high school, who I assume is sucking his cock. You know, before that, Bezos' private space company, Blue Origin, had not flown its rocket with any people on board. And by going first, Bezos wanted to prove that his vehicle is safe and that Blue Origin is finally ready to make its 11-minute suborbital trips, an experience people can buy. Now, that journey was lightning fast by space flight standards. That means he's like a fast ejaculator. He's what you would call, you know, really quick on the draw. And
well, my question is, who the hell would want to pay for that shit?
Thank you. You know, but it's basically like 11 minutes and it's all over. I mean, the passenger capsule parachutes down and the Bezos brothers, Funk and Damon, they all climb out, grinning widely, like they were all fucking each other up there in a circle jerk. And the rocket's back on its launch pad, standing tall and erect after tearing through the atmosphere with a sonic boom. And
you know, it was funny because my father was watching that on TV.
Yeah.
He thought it was this amazing thing.
Did he really? Oh my fucking God! Did he?
And my mother and I started to make snide remarks, and she was like, "Why are you watching this shit?"
Thank you. I mean, did it make him proud to be an American or some shit like that? I mean, that's sad. I mean, that's really...
No, I think he was just amused by it. But okay. but my mom was like, "Why watch all these old white men waste their money?"
Yeah, I mean. Anyhow,
oh my gosh,
there you go. You know, what I was hoping was that, like the Fantastic Four, they'd all be exposed to cosmic rays and come out looking like the Thing and the Invisible Man and shit, and maybe young Johnny Fuckable, who was with them, might play the part of their invisible bitch.
I was hoping they wouldn't come back down.
Yeah, there we are. You were hoping they wouldn't come back down at all. Yeah. But you know, for them, Blue Origin had made space flight feel almost as smooth as same-day shipping. So they were flying on a rocket that, in case you didn't know it, was called New Shepard, which was named for the astronaut Alan Shepard, the first American to reach space. And they followed a similar trajectory as Shepard did back in 1961. We're talking a full half decade before I was fucking born, beyond that, actually. But the Blue Origin experience is thoroughly, well, you know, Amazon-like. I mean, Shepard was a military pilot who spent months preparing to fly his NASA capsule. Future Blue Origin customers need only show up a few days before launch for some light training on their fully autonomous ride. And, well, most people know Bezos primarily as the founder of Amazon, and in the least flattering version, he's an ultra-wealthy boss who overworks his employees and hasn't always paid his share of federal income taxes. But for Bezos, space came first. And so he remembers watching Apollo 11's moon landing on his family's television as a 5-year-old. And as a high school valedictorian, he spoke about the importance of space travel. Everyone thought he was just doing drugs, and that's what he was talking about. But if Bezos were anyone else, his story of spaceflight would be a dream fulfilled, simple and sweet. But if Bezos were anyone else, he wouldn't have been able to fulfill this dream at all. So at his press conference before launch, well, after, actually, he thanked Blue Origin's engineers and then added, this was the part that was almost offensive. Well, hell, it is offensive. I also want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer because you guys all paid for all of this. Really? I mean, it's like, rub it in. Rub it in. Make us feel bad. Because of Amazon, he is the richest person known on Earth, who controls the daily life of so many others back here on this planet, not just his employees, but the hundreds of millions of us who partake, quite begrudgingly, of the products he owns. And so Bezos benefits when we buy things via Amazon, eat things at Whole Foods, and read movie trivia at 1MDB, or rate books at Goodreads, or manage our homes via Alexa, or catch up on the news via the Washington Post, which he owns, and anytime we go online at the Amazon Web Services. We live in the world that Bezos built. And in that sense, as he floated over the earth, taking in his eyeball view, he was surveying his kingdom and adding one more dimension to his realm. I mean, Richard Branson may have beaten Bezos to space, but Blue Origin is working on an even bigger rocket because, you know, these are all... They tell us they're hetero, but they're all size queens. And
what heterosexual man is going to be obsessed with making his rocket bigger and bigger and bigger?
Yeah,
For what?
Thank you. I mean, and like I said, this is all non-functional in terms of escaping the gravity well for reasons I've already articulated.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he wants to fly people and payloads well beyond the edge of space, which is, like I said, the Cadillac delivery system for your garbage, which is goes into the landfill along with the garbage. You know, this is like something like...
Well, actually, that's a kind of brilliant marketing strategy. He could literally reap money from local constabularies tossing out their trash while flying trash into space to enjoy you know, his trashy little enterprise.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all trash. Yes.
I mean this is what we've literally devolved to.
Yes.
This is very sad. I mean, you know, I'm here thinking, you know, 21st century, you know, we're gonna have like those freaking Gundam sort of satelloid space colonies and shit, and no, we're just seeing billionaires, you know, throw their penis fantasies into space.
Yeah, and theoretically, what they're thinking is they're going to be like the defense contractors of the 21st century for NASA. In other words, just as the U.S. military doesn't build anything. The Army, the Navy, they don't build those ships and planes and tanks. This is all built by defense contractors. He's thinking that this is the way NASA is going. Of course, that's what NASA is stuck with. And so he's thinking he will be contracted by the government to bring American astronauts back to the surface of the moon by 2024. Of course, you know, NASA originally chose Elon Musk's SpaceX for that job, but while Musk joked about the situation, tweeting that Blue Origin can't get it up to orbit, laugh out loud, Bezos directed his staff to formally contest the space agency's decision, and SpaceX's contract is now on hold. So these are a bunch of white billionaires, you know, boffing each other in this dick measuring contest.
I mean, it's like those shows that my father would watch with the freaking industrialist and their wars between each other on the History Channel. And I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, who the fuck cares? You know, and they make it seem like it's, but then he had a bigger plan because the other guy had more money. It's like, okay, it's like, who fucking...
Yeah, I mean, it's oh my God, it's what, and but Bezos, obviously his flight wasn't just a joyride. As a businessman, he's already got a stranglehold on the American way of life. As a spaceman, he wants a stranglehold on our way of life among the stars. And so the day before he flew into space, he was walking around his facility in the West Texas desert, dressed the part of a cowboy with his big hat, his shiny belt buckle, his pointed boots, you know, all I can say is that you're left hating him every moment of the day. But it helps when you're a billionaire to have these dreams. And of course, he called it Blue Origin, his little space company, named for this pale blue dot where humanity arose. He gave it that name back in 2000. I'm actually surprised he didn't choose something really stupid like Big Blue Marble. But he was already extraordinarily rich then and had little trouble buying up land in West Texas to start developing rocket technology in secret. But it all went kind of downhill for the rest of us after that because we had to listen to him brag and finally get it up there. And, now that he finally ejaculated and came, he's like saying, I can do it. And if you pay me enough money, you can do it too. And as if it were worth it. Well, anyhow.
Douglas, I have a counter to what you just said.
Oh, yes. What might that be?
And I don't mean to emulate or to praise Bezos, but just compare him. If you had to sit in an airplane next to him or Bigelow, you'd pick Bezos any day of the week. 100 times over.
I'm trying to remember Bigelow. What do I remember about Bigelow?
Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, God. Oh, God, that's right. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That was on my mind. I couldn't get it out there. You dredged that out of my mind.
But it's like, Bezos is like, man, he's like, he's praiseworthy compared to that guy.
I can see the argument. I can make a case for that.
Well, what if you had to choose between him or Musk?
Oh, God knows. I mean, what kind of a choice is that?
You know what the difference is? Musk, and I don't mean to make him as a great scientist, but he's much more science-oriented than Bezos. Bezos is just like, in fact, what's very interesting is, see, this is the thing with this technology where you have to look beyond the players because, a lot of human beings, if not most, can prove themselves to be very nauseating for one reason or another. These guys get to show off their nauseating features because they're so, powerful and important. But we're moving into like Pluto goes into Aquarius in around 2024. This is what that means is Pluto's moving out of structure, authority. We'll have a different governmental attitude. It'll be more
corporate,
more socialistic, but it won't be like the Soviet Union, except maybe in some places. But what it'll do is we'll move into innovative technology. It's like Pluto goes into the realm of Uranus, which rules Aquarius. So we're going to have like astrologer once said, Star Trek type technology will begin to surface. Cell phones have already surfaced, but it'll become much more. There'll be elements of Star Trek in our world, or the technology will really step up. Now you see this so what Jeff Bezos did was very Uranian. In other words, I remember when Amazon became competition to me selling books. I used to sell books to people that were interested in these topics.
Right.
So I had my own mailing list.
Mm-hmm.
And then that business peaked around 2000, and the internet was just, really getting going there. American Online.
Yeah.
And then so I saw, Amazon is competition. Oh, Amazon completely surpassed me. I didn't want to sell those books anymore.
Right. Just
like with Duncan Rhodes, when he came along, or when I could have been a Duncan Rhodes if I wanted to, and be an information whore.
Right.
And I don't say that disparagingly about whore, but he's like, he's worrying about excluding this person, including this person, and taking the flack for it, aside from his own agendas. In other words, he's got to be a diplomat to the best of his ability so he doesn't offend people. And I said, I don't want to be a news whore. That's not what I want to do. Those opportunities were there. If I was as smart as Jeff Bezos in terms of technology, I could have been a Jeff Bezos. I mean, he delivered a service, books. It was only books, and then he parlayed that into other stuff, and he did it very well. The guy who owns Twitter, or who founded Twitter, he doesn't Jack Dorsey doing the same thing with Square. He's become a bank. He's a bank, and he's providing service to people on levels we don't even think about unless we learn about them. So you have this innovation in tech, which will just keep going and going and going. And this is what's going to change humanity. If you have Bezos, what can you do with $1 billion? Yeah, you could buy a lot of crowns for your teeth, you know. You could ease your misery, but then there's certain things you can't buy medically with that stuff. So they start buying weird stuff with the money, you know, and say, oh, I'm going to survive. And all these people, if they had the right teacher, they'd be better to, you know, go off and just study Qigong or Tai Chi and go into the mountains and just study themselves internally. Yeah. And you know, I heard the guy at Oracle had built an incredible palatial estate somewhere in Silicon Valley area that was just all aligned with Taoist temple. He tried to integrate every piece of Asian wisdom. Yeah. And he's got a very successful business, but he's a complete jackass from what I've heard. I don't really know the guy. Right. I mean, you know, in other words, they give me this, give me that, give me that.
That's how most of these guys are. I mean, that's how they get where they are. I mean, these the kind of people that they are. So
they do have intelligence and how to program or to understand the needs and how to hire programmers. And they have money. They're very intelligent.
But don't forget, there's also the opportunities that they've had. I mean, basically, Bezos may be the only chief executive of a tech company to enter zero gravity in his own spaceship this past year, but Amazon's triumph is based on pandemic shutdown, and it was that which was echoed all over the world of technology companies. I mean, you know, even as 609,000 Americans are officially acknowledged as having died, and the Delta variant is surging, and as corporate bankruptcies are hitting a peak for the decade, and as restaurants, airlines, gyms, and conferences, and museums, and department stores, and hotels, and movie theaters, and amusement parks are shutting down forever, and as millions of workers are finding themselves unemployed, the tech industry is flourishing. These people are not geniuses. They're simply in the right space at the right place at the right time. So,
they are indeed, but they take the opportunity and seize it. And it's like, it's a whole culture that I know nothing about. Joe Matheny knew quite a bit about it. And, you know, and for all of his brilliance, you know, he didn't invent Amazon. He didn't invent all these things because I think they would, you know, personally repel him. Right. You know, it's like he's more interested in other things.
Is he still with us? Or like, you spoke of him almost as if he were dead. Or
no, he's not dead. He's not dead. No, but I'm saying he's, you know, I mean, I don't know exactly what he's doing, but he had, you know, he understood this tech world really good. But I saw one comment or thing where he seemed a little, you know, at a loss and frustrated for the behemoth, you know, beastly like thing it's become, because for all of whatever genius he added to it, you know, it's still a monster. Yeah, it is still a monster, and it's got a life of its own. It's more has to do with the planet Uranus, which will just compulsively create. So you'll have, you know, people will be creating software program after software program after software program, and then it really becomes a struggle. And this is where we get into with our fourth book or whatever book it is with AI. Right. That becomes the struggle. Yeah. Because AI is autistic, you know, in general, because it doesn't, you know, it's like talking to an autistic person, or like Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man, you know, got to go to Kmart, go to Kmart.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Go to Kmart. You know, that's how AI is. If you talk to it and it's not in sync with what specifically with you're asking. On the other hand, it can serve you. It's a true golem. Yeah. It's like these questions bring back the golem, the idea of the golem of
Yes.
creating Christ and creating, and this is, you know, abortion city. It's by the very nature of abortion in terms of the golem. It's like you have, in fact, I was talking with a friend of mine who's very adept at secret societies, and basically we're talking about the moon child, and you know, we just kind of said, and he readily either, you know, acknowledged what I said. This is the whole purpose of every secret society out there, is to create a moon child, not in the context of Jack Parsons, but not unlike the context. You know, the idealized Christ would be the perfect moon child. And then with you create that, you have to deal with the mirror image, or the reverse mirror image. Right. So it's like, what are you creating? And then what happens is you get an abortive golem, like that Moonchild character that Aquino knew, who called Aquino.
Yes.
Or you know, something that's got a little more horsepower behind it. Or like I've never watched the movie Hellboy. I saw the beginning of it, something like that. And you know, you yourself are sort of a testament to that principle, where you strive.
Yes.
And I understand this, and see, and this is the one thing Preston said. He says the Montauk Project was completely fascinated with juxtapositioning the energies of the Christ and the Antichrist. You know, it's like, okay, you get one, you get this. It's almost like Dr. Frankenstein playing with the plus to the minus and the minus to the plus. Yeah. In that Wolfman movie, you know, he's like, the plus to the minus and the minus to the plus. You know, that mad grin, and that's what you're dealing with. You know, you have to stride the center path between, you know, the quote unquote evil vampire and the, you know, the bringer of light, you know, the Balder principle. Yes. And it's like, whoa, and it's like, why do we even fucking be? This is like, you know, I was playing around with electricity on Friday. I rewired a whole electrical box, which was really quite mentally exhausting, but I did it. Yeah. And you know, I'm constantly saying, don't take this for granted. Wear rubber gloves. Turn off the thing. And there were a couple times when you start going back to the box so often that you forget. I go, shit, this is live. I didn't know it. You know, and you go back and turn it off. And then you get a little overly confident. And you said, no, you don't want to get overly confident. So you're playing with like live electricity. And what the hell are you doing this for? You know, and if it gets complicated, you need to get an electrician. Yeah. And just, you know, and even they will do the same thing you're doing. Yes. Only they will get shocked on jobs because they just become familiar and overconfident. Yeah. Oh, that happens once a day.
You know, my father had an experience with a ship's electrician who would teach the young engineers, don't ever do this, and he would take the vacuum tubes and you know, switch them on a live bed of and basically, of course, you risked electrocuting yourself to death by doing this. And he would tell the young engineers, don't ever do this, and he would show them what not to do, and do it himself because he was so confident. And of course, on one of those demonstrations, he died. And so that's where my dad probably got the idea when he met the paperclip Germans on Eniwetok for killing John C. Wood. Was just an idea of, you know, get the fucker into the right environment, toss him a line. He was certainly inspired by that experience, but it's this is what happens with many engineers or all kinds of people. You'd be amazed at how all of us get cocky and crazy. It's like you know, our man Mr. Oh God, the guy whose commercial I need to read. You know, I'll read it just as we close the transmission soon enough, because we only have a few minutes left. Mr. Baron Banastenius. Banastenius is someone who, like, he was working with this horrible instrument that what is it, the wood chipper or something that, they throw the wood in there and it just grinds it. And of course, he was talking about one of these guys he employed, died by pushing the wood into the chipper with his leg, which ultimately, of course, caught his sneaker or his lace and then dragged him in there, and that's a horrible way to die. The mangling of your foot all the way up to your pelvis, which is drawn into the machine, and you're just, being shredded alive. I mean, oh my fucking God. So, I find it hard to imagine that any one of us wouldn't do that, though. It's very easy to imagine any one of us working with a machine like that and just being tempted to kick the wood in and get, feed it in there more quickly. It's very hard to control yourself and refrain from doing stupid things. But definitely, the more experienced we get, oftentimes that's not a... It's not a plus. We just get more cocky and overconfident. So I appreciate what you're saying, and certainly I think that what can I say? I don't know whether this is how it's going to work out with space travel. I don't foresee millionaires. To me, this all has to be state sponsored for space travel to work. The idea of people relocating populations into space because of idiots like this, it's beyond me, because what we're doing at that time, and I'll explain this in our next transmission. At that point, what we're trying to count on is these corporations to solve government problems, which is our population. So
yes, and this is how they're going to solve it. They're going to sell you Florida. Instead of selling you Florida real estate, they're going to sell you real estate on Mars.
Yeah.
And they'll build this prototype community, and then all of a sudden you'll have millions of people being shipped out to space. And it won't be as nice as the Martian Chronicles when they shipped all the black people out to space.
Yes.
That story. They shipped all the black people out to space in his story. So that it's all of a sudden they're going to be out there and they're going to, oh, sorry, we lost the rope. Well, we can't make it. We don't have the money to send out. So it'll be like, the woman who has a house full of cats, and she brings in the cat food, and they all descend upon, a few cans of cat food.
Yeah.
And this is what's going to happen to the people in space unless they can learn to be resourceful with what's there. And if it doesn't go that way, if they're having to rely too much on supplies from Earth, it's just going to be like a kinder, gentler Holocaust.
Well, nothing kinder or gentler about it. Most people would rather die the way the Germans killed the Jews in the camp than die out there in space from lack of supplies. Believe me. The one thing that people might find hypocritical or contradictory about what I'm saying is just the other day I was pointing out that private business had to pick up the slack and do what the government was not willing to do when it came to basically enforcement of things like vaccines, like demanding cards or whatever. This is all things that private businesses can legally do, and they can legally require their employees, or etc. I was pointing out the government could do that for its employees, but honestly, when it comes to all too many other issues, corporate social responsibility is not a solution to government problems. And in a sense, Starbucks and Domino's have tried, as our friend Peter Moon pointed out to myself. If I ever have problems with my cell phone and need tech support, go into a local Starbucks where the young people behind the counter will know far more than myself and be able to practically reprogram my cell phone for me. But such being said, Starbucks has also been essentially America's bathroom. Basically where public restrooms are hard to come by in places like New York, where both our friends Peter Moon and our man Jameson Reese live. Public restrooms are hard to come by, so it's the de facto spot to stop and pee. Basically, when Mike Bloomberg, who tried to set up a network of public toilets when he was mayor, failed in that regard completely, he finally shrugged and said, oh, there's enough Starbucks to address the city's bathroom needs anyway. Okay, this is like, okay, counting on corporations for such a basic human necessity where Starbucks and Domino's are covering the ass for public hygiene. Okay, the corporations are not going to save America, and for us to try and rely on them to do so, this is just wrong. It's not going to work. I mean, it's a problematic system, you know, when you have employees at the Philadelphia Starbucks, which is that where Salman Sheikh lives, or is he in Boston? I think he's in Philadelphia, right? That's
outside Philadelphia.
Yeah. In 2018, that's where they called the police on two black men who were asking to use the bathroom while waiting for a business associate. So there you go. Basically,
beware of black people who need to use the bathroom.
Yeah, there you have it. I mean, God knows they'll run off with all the toilet paper or something. So this is obviously not an ideal solution, and yet it's going on throughout various segments of American life. You know, I mean, oh my God, Walmart started selling low-priced insulin. I mean, so we're counting on Walmart to be the mainstay in preserving certain people's lives. I mean, this is like, okay, this is beyond dangerous. I mean, this is, but you know, look at where we're at. We're at this position now where, okay, it's good that companies accept a degree of social.
It's community, Douglas. It's about community. A community should take care of each other.
Thank you.
And so this is like part of the world community. And Walmart is a part of the world community. Amazon is an even bigger part of the world community. It's become the community. And we have to think in terms of community. And this is where the capitalists or the billionaires have to serve the public. Amazon is an incredible company in terms of what it produces in terms of service to an individual. It is just off the top in terms of what it delivers. You know, you can order so much of what you want, and you can get it cheaper than going to a store, for the most part.
Yeah,
it's a tremendous service. It also serves me as a business person because it sells my books without me asking. Yeah. So it serves me. I make money on it. I also spend money on it, and and you can imagine other people who have this infrastructure that reaches far beyond what I experience. So, and you can even go on Amazon and hustle business if you want to be selling something, or like eBay and stuff like that. So it's part. The internet is becoming part of is already a huge part of our community. And then it's like, okay, well, where do we go from here? What do we do with it? It does have useful service, you know, useful aspects to it. It's like a golem. It's like a double-edged sword. What can we do to make it better?
Yeah.
And it's completely authoritarian when it controls information, like on issues, whether, you know, it be politics or vaccines. I mean, it becomes its own authoritarian narrative.
Yes.
It's hard to, like, Trump could not buck the narrative. He could, I mean, the internet literally cut his balls off.
Yeah.
And it made him powerless.
Well, we'll see what happens. He's amassed a $100 million war chest already, and we're far from 2024 yet.
Yeah, but this to me, and this is like my perspective, this is going to be like that Austin Powers movie when he says, I want $1 million, and all the bankers start laughing over $1 million.
Yeah.
He's got $100 million. $100 million. You know, we've got internet because his support, from what I see of Trump and the cause and the people that are backing it, they keep fighting for this election in Arizona. I don't read too many of the details because it bores me. But this Arizona thing is still being hotly contested.
Yeah.
And apparently, if the reports I've read are accurate from conservative outlets, or even reasonably accurate, they've got a case. And I know they have a case in Georgia. But what good is a case if you can't execute it in a legal forum? In other words, you can't prove. You can prove it, but you can only prove it to your own people. In other words, because the people that's opposing you will not tolerate you or your case. So, like, law becomes a joke on certain levels. You know, if you're going to go in and have a business dispute with somebody and have a arbitration case or even a routine criminal case where you can prove the guy didn't do it and it's no big politics involved, okay, he's innocent. But in a case like this, it's all politically wired. And so he doesn't need to worry about, what he needs to do is do what Stalin says, is be able to control the votes. It's not how many votes you get, it's who controls the votes. So he has to, like,
who counts the votes? Yeah,
he has to count the votes to win, and he has to count. He was able to get away with it with the Hillary thing. I mean, he wasn't counting the votes, but Hillary was weak and not smart enough. She thought she had it in the bag, or whatever orchestrations might have been taken.
Well, she did, but it was the Electoral College basically that favored him with the. With its system. Its system has won the Republicans repeated elections. Yeah,
exactly. And so so if he can control this state or sway this state. And never before in politics has it become so state oriented, like, oh, we gotta make DC a state, we gotta make Puerto Rico a state because they're gonna vote for Democrats, or vice versa. So it's like it's really so you have to have control. And this is what John Lennon said when he got into politics. He said, you've got to control the people. He says, Hitler was right. You've got to tell the people what to think, because the people are just a mass. Yeah. They're the masses, and they're not going to think. So you have to be able to control what Hubbard called political area control. He's got to control the voting people, and Trump was so polarizing. His personality was far more polarizing than his politics were. Far more polarizing in terms of public response. And they just thought, this guy's he's just so detestable, that we've got a brash, braggadocious, atrocious personality versus a senile person. We'll take the senile person.
Well, certainly more people felt that there was a sense of normality to that. It is a lot less threatening, you have to admit. By the way, our dear friend, the Real Tech Geek, in the live stream, he says, living in New York now is extremely difficult for someone that has prostate problems, having to hold it in for hours sometimes. It's really difficult. So thank you for sharing that with us. That takes courage, and this is what happens to many men, of course, as they get older. Well, there you have it. I mean, I confess that I'm taking prostate pills now, though I will confess I'm taking them really just because I don't want to lose my hair, and this is what they're supposed to do, is really help you keep your hair in. But also, as I've gotten older, what happens is with a male is you do start to dribble. And so I will
tell you a great help to the prostate is, it's called the anal lift.
Oh, yes.
And if you can imagine connecting your navel physiologically to your anus, when you lift the anus up, it's called the anal lift. You're lifting it up, you'll feel your colon go up. And it's kind of like you're connecting this, and you do this 9 times 9, 81 times, 9 times a day, and it will work wonders. My teacher taught this to this rich Jewish guy, and he was so impressed, he brought him to a $10,000 a plate dinner.
Wow.
Where he got Dr. Oz.
Oh, that's
$10,000 to meet Dr. Oz. But anyway, no, he
yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's a reward, but
he brought him to a $10,000 plate dinner.
Yeah,
he was so impressed because he helped this
Yeah.
guy. This guy had severe prostate problems. I think he had prostate cancer. But I'm saying is, this is an exercise I do every day, and I do it while I'm circle walking, and I like to do it when I'm in the car.
Right.
And it's like you're constantly exercising the prostate.
Right.
And what's helped me with the pissing has been this Ultima Replenisher, this super hydrator that I take every day now. It hydrates the body, it hydrates the colon, and so all of a sudden, the pissing department is going, wow, I'm not feeling this way anymore, because you're hydrating your body.
Right.
And the thing is, when the body gets old and goes through this quote unquote natural aging process, it's if you just continue to age and don't do anything about it, it will eventually, turn into a stone and and you'll be dead.
Yeah, and what happens with the prostate in particular is they shave it down. That's what they call it. They call it shaving it down, and this is done by inserting the blade through your penis slit and then going up there and shaving your prostate down. I mean, you don't want to go through that if possible. It's not, they do it often enough, but still.
But I saw a guy I know. I could call him a friend. I don't see him. I haven't seen him in years. He's a chiropractor, and I saw him walking into this place. I said, "This guy looks like death warmed over. This poor guy. What's going on with him?" Yeah. And I found out he had really advanced prostate issues, cancer, and he got operations, and I hear he's doing good.
Okay.
But in other words, and this guy's a chiropractor. He's on the cutting edge of knowing what to do.
Right.
And it's like, to me, it was like anti-Qigong, right, even though he was, somebody who knew a lot about stuff. He probably even practices Tai Chi, but it's like, this stuff is like magic. And it's like, and I have to say that this Ultima Replenisher product really helped me so much, even though, I wasn't on the chopping block by any stretch of the imagination, but still, the pissing became not something I'm even thinking about anymore, that it's not 100% normal or like it was.
Right.
In the good old days, urination, the good old days, youthful urination.
By the way, I want people to understand that I did talk a lot about Australia tonight, and I did cover a lot about Melanesia. This is actually kind of a prelude to what I'll be saying, which will be a lot about Asia. I'll talk a bit about business, and that's where the theme of the cargo cults really will be driven home. So I'll bring that up in the next transmission. That's funny because there was something I wanted to bring up in front of Peter Moon. I had forgotten what it was while he was with us. Of course, now that he's back, I totally forgot again, but when I remember, Wednesday is only like, the day after tomorrow, really. I mean, functionally, as far as I'm concerned, because obviously I'm going to try and go to the dentist today, unless I say fuck it and then go to sleep and go on Tuesday. Either way, on Wednesday, we're back, and hopefully Peter will be with us, and by that time I should remember what it was I wanted to say in front of him about some of this stuff. I did forward to you some stuff, and feel free to take a look at it. That guy who is inviting us for an interview sent some links where he was demonstrating what he does, and feel free to give.
You know him?
I don't know him at all.
He's coming out of the blue to you. He's not somebody we should have trepidation of because of past experience.
No, not because of past experience, though. Our friend Jameson Reese has pointed out that this is kind of, shall I say, he's given me some feelings of trepidation about it, because this looks like a kind of the radicalized right wing kind of thing. It looks like he would not take. It might be an ambush in my case, because the way he expressed, I was interested in your take on the Japanese surrender in World War II, which is the opposite of what I've said. You could take that as simply he was ignorant about the way to express it, and you just, I get what he means without his saying things exactly, but that could be just a setup to, just a way of expressing.
People don't understand this, Douglas. They don't understand it. So they can't help but come from that reference point, regardless of their motives.
Right.
Because they understand. First off, they'd have to read the book to really understand what happened, because it's not coming any other way into their gray matter.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, the Real Tech Geek says, I'm actually 33. I have prostatitis. Thanks for the advice. And he says, yep, you're right about that, Jameson, about something. Jameson says, got to find the parks to relieve oneself in. And of course, that can be difficult because of heroin addicts and all the needles and people, doing things in there that are obscene, etc.
Well, yeah. The New York bathrooms aren't. The park bathrooms aren't necessarily the most pleasant places to go, but they're not the worst places you can wind up having to take a piss.
Understood. And so,
I mean, if you can imagine.
Also, look for construction sites where they have the portable
Porta-Johns. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had occasion to use those. They're sitting out there in the middle of nowhere, and you just jump into one.
I mean, if you really have to go and it's not like a rush hour, you can sort of try to go into one of those places where they have the wooded, where the streets wooded up because they're doing construction on a building or something. You could try to go in there. Hopefully no one's going to walk past you in those things, but I don't know. Yeah, the best place I tend to think about it is the parks. If you could swing by, let's see, McDonald's usually don't mind, but it depends.
Burger King's, Wendy's, McDonald's, that you can go into those in Manhattan without a problem. And at least the path is good.
I'm glad, because in San Francisco last time I checked, and granted this was while my dad was alive, so we're talking some time ago. We're talking maybe 10, 15 years ago, really, when I was thinking about when he was going out, and they changed their policy on that in San Francisco because there were just so many drug users and so many, basically prostitutes, mostly gay prostitutes, turning tricks in them. So they just stopped giving access to anyone but paying customers in their McDonald's. And after a while, these places, a lot of them just shut down their bathrooms, period. By the other day, don't want to dwell on this and relive the horror, and we only have a few minutes left, but it was the other day I made the mistake of trying out some new Thai canned drink of coconut juice, and it was not innocuous. This thing was food poisoning. And so when I stepped outside after that had a while to stick in my stomach, it exploded, and I had to go to the bathroom. I went into the St. Francis Hospital and said, oh, this is an emergency, I have to use the restroom. And they just told me, well, no one uses the restroom. And I said, this is an emergency and this is a hospital. And they said, no one uses the restrooms. No one was allowed in. It was just they had just locked themselves up to any public access. So that's how it was in San Francisco. And
holy shit, a hospital?
Yeah, a hospital
not letting you use the restrooms.
That's right. That's
insane.
Yes, that's right. And so this is where we've come down to. So for the sake of what I owe Ben Estenius, I'll read his ad out twice next time. I could do it quickly this time. And so my love to all who support me. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime